In the land of fire, within the Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan's training ground was graced by a handsome youth who gently poked the head of a small boy before him. "Forgive me, Sasuke," he said with a hint of charm and resignation. "This truly is the last time. Once my mission concludes, I shall return to guide your training." Uchiha Itachi felt a pang of guilt, for he feared he might once again let his younger brother down, as a member of the Umbu. Coupled with his deeper, more significant identity, he was compelled to prioritize his duties over familial obligations. Conversely, Sasuke exhibited an unusual demeanor. I understand," he replied. "You are busy, brother. I can train by myself next time." The small Sasuke shook his tired wrist, speaking with a touch of exasperation. It is true that the younger Sasuke was more endearing. This feeling of being independent is rather. Itachi pondered nostalgically. Yet, the present Sasuke regarded him with disdain. What kind of mindset does a person who is destined to annihilate their clan possess? Indeed, the Sasuke before him was transformed. A month prior, he had found himself inexplicably transported to the world of Naruto after a late-night quest for guidance in learning Japanese. What he had not anticipated was the depth of his immersion experience was all-consuming. To be reincarnated as Uchiha Sasuke, a character fated to suffer through relentless trials, was a source of frustration. Furthermore, with an obsessive older brother hovering nearby, the complications of navigating his own path had begun. To escape the tragedy of his childhood, his family's massacre, the fratricide, the severing of bonds with Sakura, he resolved to adopt a more prudent approach this time around. Now, Sasuke possessed the wisdom of an adult's soul and memories, unwilling to squander precious time on trivial matters. Time was a luxury he could scarcely afford. At present, he was 5 years old, with no more than 2 years left to prepare himself to avoid arousing suspicion from his family. Sasuke diligently trained in secrecy, though his elder brother, ever the doting sibling, frequently interrupted him. If only he would assist in Sasuke's training instead of offering empty promises of next time. Such behavior only aggravated Sasuke further, leaving him feeling trapped and helpless. Swish, swish, swish. Ignoring Itachi, Sasuke continued honing his shuriken throwing skills in the ninja world. Proficiency with shuriken and kunai far surpassed the achievements of fire-style techniques. Suddenly, a cacophony of crows echoed from the nearby forest. "Sasuke," Itachi interjected, "I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb your training any further." With that, he vanished in an instant. Sasuke squinted towards the direction of the forest. Only one person could summon Itachi in such a manner. Uchiha sure sway. "This is the 5th time," Sasuke murmured to himself, and the frequency has increased notably in recent instances. It appeared the higher-ups were beginning to make their moves. More importantly, according to the timeline from the original narrative, Uchiha Shizui's demise was imminent. That he had sacrificed his own life and vision to ensure a false sense of stability for the Uchiha clan, granting them 2 years of illusory peace. Sasuke slowly approached the pond within the training ground, gazing at the reflection of the charming boy before him, contemplating the future of his clan. As one of the founding families of Konoha, the Uchiha clan occupied an awkward position. They were powerful and held a prestigious status, yet their relationships with other families and ninjas, as well as their reputation among villagers, painted as starkly negative. Picture the Nine Tails incident 5 years ago, coupled with the manipulation of the beast through the Sharingan, had cast an indelible stain upon the Uchiha name. Their direct and stubborn nature only exacerbated the situation, leading to a fraught relationship with Konoha's leadership. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, found himself in a precarious position, while Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, both exceptionally astute, were likely engaged in discussions regarding the clan's future. "Perhaps I should first complete my novice tasks," Sasuke concluded, dragging his weary body back to his training. Ding. 10,000 kunai throws completed. 10,000 shuriken throws completed. Talent 10. Chakra refinement speed 50. Mystery scroll gift received. As the electronic notification resonated, Sasuke stumbled and sat on the ground. The novice tasks had proven to be quite formidable. As a traveler in this world, he possessed his own systema divine talent system. Although he had yet to experience the benefits of his extraordinary abilities, he had already witnessed the system's influence. Having been in this world for a month, Sasuke had only just completed his novice task today. To expect a 5-year-old to throw 20,000 projectiles. Was this truly something a legitimate system could demand? System, open the novice gift and unveil the scroll. Without hesitation, Sasuke chose to unlock the gifts. In this world, strength was the foundation of all reason. Sasuke was determined not to entrust his future to the unreliable hands of his elder brother. Novice gift opened. Senjutsu body, ultimate chakra extraction technique. Scroll gift opened. Lightning release nature transformation. The Senjutsu body grants all elemental chakra affinity, significantly enhances physical constitution, and renders one immune to any chakra-related corruption. As the rewards materialized before him, a wave of warmth surged from his core. His meridians visibly expanded, expelling impurities from within. How powerful! Sasuke exclaimed. This past month has been worth it. With the enhancement of such an extraordinary physique and the subsequent upgrades from the system, he felt a surge of confidence. Ninja World. I, Uchiha Sasuke, am here. After merging with the Senjutsu body, Sasuke activated another reward. The nature transformation of lightning release chakra unleashed a torrent of ferocious energy that surged through Sasuke's chakra network. It erupted like water droplets hitting a hot oil pan, resulting in an instant explosion of pain. Despite having lived 2 lives, Sasuke grimaced at the overwhelming agony. Is this the nature transformation of lightning release chakra? Indeed, the title of the most brutal chakra attribute is no jest. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke began to control and guide the lightning release chakra coursing through his network. He was astounded by the formidable strength of the Senjutsu body. Had he not merged with it, the 5-year-old Sasuke would have likely been torn apart the moment the lightning release chakra entered his network. Yet now, his network firmly restrained this violent chakra within. Beep. Detecting that the host is using the nature transformation of lightning release chakra to refine his body. Task issued. Complete 1,000 instances of full body refinement using lightning release chakra. Just as Sasuke struggled to control the tempestuous lightning release chakra within him, the system's gentle voice resonated in his mind. Were it not for his resolute will, he might have been driven to the brink of despair. 1,000 instances of lightning release purification. He was far from a minor character capable of withstanding endless lightning strikes. However, since his goal was to master this lightning release, he set the system's task aside and continued to wrestle with the unruly force. As Sasuke exerted his control, the lightning release chakra transformed into arcs of electricity, spilling out of his body. In that moment, he resembled a thunder god enveloped in lightning. Yet only Sasuke understood the price of this ostentatious display. Besides the arcs that erupted from his surface, his interior was already saturated with electricity. Had it not been for the Senjutsu body, he would have likely been charred to a crisp by now. This method of training was akin to suicidal practices for an ordinary person. But for Sasuke, blessed with the Senjutsu body, it merely required endurance. This was the advantage conferred by a divine-level talent system, granting him the strongest physique. Before long, Sasuke's chakra was nearly depleted. Simultaneously, as his body underwent the baptism of lightning release, a wave of hunger washed over him. He hadn't anticipated that controlling the nature transformation of lightning release chakra would also serve to enhance his physique. On instinct, he summoned the panel to check his progress. 051000. Gazing at the glaring digits, Sasuke muttered a curse at the wretched system before closing the panel, preparing to return for a meal. As the son of the Uchiha Clan leader, food was certainly available. Not far from the training ground, he encountered the downcast Itachi Uchiha. Upon seeing Sasuke, Itachi forced a smile and beckoned him to walk home together. Sasuke naturally sensed the melancholic demeanor on Itachi's face, but chose not to speak. Upon returning home, he discovered a gathering of many powerful Uchiha Clan members. Like Itachi, their expressions were far from cheerful. Soon, Sasuke learned the cause of their distress, the migration of their clan. Within the Uchiha Conference Hall. From the very inception of Konoha, we have been rooted here. Why should we be forced to relocate our clan? Damn it. It must be that shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen stirring up trouble again. Each time we concede. Is the next step to expel us Uchiha from Konoha? Yet, we must refrain from such impulsiveness. After all, opposing the village may not guarantee our victory. Cursed higher-ups. Cursed village. Perhaps we should heed the clan leader's counsel. At this remark, all discussions ceased, and gazes converged upon Uchiha Fugaku, who occupied a position of authority. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku wore a frown, burdened by the very news he had brought back. How could he perceive the situation differently? Since the Nine-Tails incident, he had been embroiled in negotiations between the clan and the village, contending with oppression from the village and pressure from his own kin. The recent failure in the power struggle with the higher-ups, resulting in the forced relocation of the clan, had already caused him considerable distress. Now, the more radical factions within the clan were evidently pressuring him towards betrayal, further exhausting his spirit. After calming the clan members, Uchiha Fugaku entered the living room. Father! Father! Both Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke rose to greet him. Let us dine. Fugaku spoke succinctly as he took his seat. Once he was settled, Sasuke immediately began to indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. One must admit, Uchiha Makoto's culinary skills were truly remarkable. In his ravenous state, Sasuke remained oblivious to the disappointment reflected in Fugaku's eyes. Even if he had noticed, it would hardly have mattered. After all, one cannot train on an empty stomach. Noticing Sasuke's lack of decorum, Fugaku's expression darkened. Compared to his elder brother Itachi, his second son fell short in talent, strength, and manners. After the meal, Uchiha Makoto tidied the table and retreated to the kitchen. Itachi, what are your thoughts on the clan's relocation? Fugaku inquired. This situation served as a test and opportunity for Uchiha Itachi, who had begun participating in regular meetings. At merely 10 years old, he had already attained the rank of Chunin. In contrast to Sasuke, who only focused on eating, Itachi clearly garnered more favor from Fugaku. The situation presented both advantages and disadvantages. Relocation could temporarily alleviate tensions with the village, yet the dissatisfaction among the clan's ninjas towards the village would undoubtedly deepen, and vice versa. I prefer to avoid any extreme confrontations with the village for the time being. Itachi expressed his thoughts candidly, having faced similar trials before. With first-hand experience of the battlefield's brutality from a young age, he leaned towards a conciliatory approach. In essence, he believed it was best not to complicate matters for Konoha. Of course, such sentiments were difficult for even Itachi to articulate outright. Suddenly, Sasuke, who had initially intended to remain uninvolved in the father-son discussion, could not contain his laughter upon hearing Itachi's response. Sasuke! Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, reproaching his son with a slight tone of discontent. I apologize, father. I just thought of something delightful, Sasuke replied, sitting up straight with a respectful inquiry. May I take a nap now, as you and brother have matters to discuss? Go ahead, Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. He was not so harsh as to let his own troubled mood affect a 5-year-old child. With his father's permission, Sasuke rose and made his way to his room. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Sasuke chose to disregard the clan's relocation affairs. After all, given his current strength and status, he was in no position to participate. Rather than squander time on such matters, he resolved to focus on his own improvement. He settled into a meditative pose, initiating the refinement of his chakra. As he practiced the advanced chakra extraction technique, he soon became engrossed in his training. The expansive meridians began to fill with chakra extracted from his very cells. Gradually, the initial trickle transformed into a steady flow, circulating within his body. At that moment, a bold idea struck him. If he were to stimulate his cells with lightning-based chakra, would it not enhance his progress? As he sensed the chakra coursing through his meridians, he acted on his impulse. Sasuke extended his finger, converting his chakra into lightning-based energy, and began to stimulate his cells. New chakra continuously emerged within him, immediately converted and set to work on his cells. The advanced technique responded as if provoked, accelerating the extraction process. At that juncture, his task progress surged to 11,000. Gurgle. After merely an hour of training, the energy he had just absorbed was entirely depleted. His stomach growled in hunger, compelling him to cease his efforts. I'm hungry. I must go find mother, he declared, rising and exiting his room. In contrast to the differing treatment between Itachi and Sasuke by Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto was far more attentive. Often, her concern for Sasuke was even greater, as Fugaku's focus predominantly rested on Itachi. Most of Sasuke's desires were readily fulfilled. Mother, I'm hungry. Could you please prepare something for me? Sasuke approached her, feeling slightly embarrassed as it had only been a little over an hour since their last meal. Of course, dear, Makoto replied indulgently. Children do get hungry quickly, it's quite normal. However, her perspective soon shifted. As night fell, Makoto began to suspect that something might be amiss with Sasuke's appetite. Remarkably, he had consumed 6 meals since the afternoon. Each dish she prepared was devoured completely, raising her concerns. Were it not for Sasuke's lively demeanor, she would have considered summoning a medical ninja to examine him. Nevertheless, she decided to inform Uchiha Fugaku about the situation. This went on for 2 days, within the training grounds. Uchiha Fugaku observed his son, Uchiha Sasuke, diligently training. A contemplative expression etched upon his face. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with the family's relocation, leaving him unable to promptly assess Sasuke's physical condition. His young son seemed to consume an extraordinary amount of food daily, and this was a persistent occurrence. Could it be that he had awakened some extraordinary physique? Father. Sasuke addressed Fugaku, who, despite the gravity of his training, held no doubts about his father's scrutiny. After all, he was his son. Today's training session primarily aimed to solidify the newfound strength acquired over the past few days. While gaining strength was vital, mastering that strength was equally essential. Upon completing the first phase of his physical training, Sasuke approached Uchiha Fugaku to greet him. Your taijutsu is commendable. Now, unleash some ninjutsu for me. Let me witness the fruits of your training during this period, Fugaku stated calmly, arms crossed. Sasuke was accustomed to such solemn and profound words from his father. Understood, father. Sasuke nodded. As the young heir of the Uchiha clan, he had naturally already unlocked his ninjutsu abilities. He began to perform the fire release, great fireball technique, a signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan. With fluid hand seals, though not executed with great speed, the precision was impeccable. The chakra within his body surged at this moment. Fire release, great fireball technique. As he completed the final hand seal, the chakra within him grew intensely heated. Suddenly, it erupted forth from his mouth, transforming into an enormous fireball with a terrifying diameter of 10 meters. A wave of heat radiated outward, incinerating several training dummies into mere ashes under its scorching intensity. Uchiha Fugaku's arms, previously crossed, recoiled in astonishment, his pupils widening in disbelief. The size, power, and duration of this great fireball technique were nearing his own capabilities. Even Itachi, during his training, could only manage an 8-meter radius with this technique. The astonishing fact remained that his son, Sasuke, was merely a little over 5 years old. Reflecting on Itachi at that age, Fugaku shook his head slightly, although his gaze grew increasingly fervent. He had not anticipated that his young son, alongside his voracious appetite, possessed such remarkable talent. Suddenly, as Fugaku was lost in astonishment, the great fireball, aimed at the target, erupted violently. The massive fireball dissipated, leaving a gaping crater in its wake, the surface still wreathed in black smoke. The distortion of the surrounding air testified to the extraordinary temperature of the crater. Another delightful surprise. It seemed that Sasuke's body had indeed undergone some peculiar transformation, and it was a positive one at that. Amid the unsettling circumstances of the family's relocation, such uplifting news undoubtedly filled Uchiha Fugaku's heart with joy. As for his son's appetite, it seemed a trivial concern in comparison. Excellent. In the future, if you desire a particular dish, let Mikoto handle it. No. It would be wiser to engage a professional chef. I will arrange this matter. You may continue your training. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and offered praise, even suggesting additional meals for Sasuke. Thank you, father, Sasuke replied, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, this was his intention. His deliberate display today was solely to address his culinary needs. Who knows what Sasuke has endured in recent days for the sake of food? Merely concocting excuses to persuade his mother to cook took considerable time each day. Fugaku nodded and departed from the training ground. Once Sasuke resolved his food dilemma, he resumed his training to master his newly acquired strength. It was only after fully grasping his current power that he would progress to the next stage of his training. He understood the wisdom of not overextending oneself. This was the prudence befitting a mature individual. The morning swiftly passed. Young Master Sasuke, here is your prepared lunch. I shall deliver a meal to you every 2 hours, announced a woman of similar age to Mikoto, who appeared at the training ground. One must commend Uchiha Fugaku's remarkable execution. 3 days later, the day for the Uchiha clan's relocation arrived. At the new site, Sarutobi Hisashi had thoughtfully ensured that the rough outline was well constructed. As Hokage, his actions undoubtedly drew praise from some foolish individuals who lauded his wisdom and generosity. However, for the Uchiha clan, this was unmistakably a signal urging them to expedite their move. Today, in the eyes of most Uchiha clansmen, marked a day of family humiliation. Along the way, for reasons unknown, there seemed to be an unusually high number of onlookers. Occasionally, waves of murmurs could be heard. Were it not for Uchiha Fugaku and some strong clan members restraining them, some hot-headed Uchiha would likely have charged forward to confront the gossipers. The Uchiha, who held their family honor in such high regard, were now forced to relocate their clan grounds. Under such disgrace, they had become fodder for others' conversations. This double humiliation planted seeds of hostility towards the village in many Uchiha hearts. As for Sasuke, he blended into the crowd with indifference. He felt little emotional attachment to the Uchiha. Given his status as a traveler, he paid no heed to the opinions of the villagers, who parroted one another. Engaging with these individuals in earnest would be an act of folly. Furthermore, the Uchiha had their share of unsavory characters. They were either arrogant or domineering. Yet, no matter their flaws, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan. There was little he could do for now, but he needed to contemplate his future carefully. After all, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, his meals were quite satisfactory. If his clan were to be annihilated, he would have no place to find such excellent free meals. He ought to do his utmost to prevent the Uchiha from facing extinction. Lost in thought, a commotion arose ahead. A figure stumbled forward, exclaiming, "You fools, come chase me. Did you truly believe you could capture me?" A diminutive figure, clutching a paint bucket, strides forward, a triumphant expression illuminating his face, accentuated by 3 distinct whisker-like marks that signify his identity. It is none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the fated child of the Hidden Leaf Village, the embodiment of tragedy. Behind him trail 2 exasperated adults, clearly dismayed by the antics of the boy, whose paint bucket has evidently been employed in a rather mischievous manner against them. One cannot help but ponder the Fire Lord's intentions. Surely, a creature as troublesome as this 9-tailed fox ought to be exterminated rather than allowed to roam freely within the village. It is only the Fire Lord's mercy that has spared him. In other villages, he would have been eliminated long ago. Forget it. Let us not pursue him any further. I have no desire to remain entangled with this demon fox. Who knows what misfortune might befall us if we catch up?" muttered the 2 middle-aged men as they turned away, abandoning their pursuit. With no one in chase, Naruto paused, and the onlookers, who had previously fixated on the relocation of the Uchiha clan, shifted their gossip to a new topic. "That demon fox child," they lamented, expressing their disdain. "Why must we be so unfortunate as to encounter him? Mother, who is that person, and why do you despise him? He is a demon fox, a monster that brings calamity to the village. Do not look at him, or you might be targeted and devoured." Various curses and resentful remarks reached the ears of a 5-year-old child. Such a being, who nearly brought ruin to the village, should be banished from their midst. The Uchiha clan's resentment ran deeper still, particularly since the day's events concerning their relocation were inexorably linked to the chaos of the 9 Tails. Consequently, their disdain for Naruto was palpable. The pride that had once adorned Naruto's face vanished in an instant. The attention he had long sought was now replaced by an unsettling silence. Just as he lifted the paint bucket, ready to unleash its contents upon the crowd before making his escape, a gaze met his own. It belonged to a boy of similar age from the Uchiha ranks. Naruto was well acquainted with the Uchiha name, known for its significant authority within the Leaf Village and the disdain its members held for him. Just last month, during one of his mischievous escapades, he had been captured by the guards and given a stern warning. Each Uchiha had looked upon him with contempt, yet this boy, despite being of the same age, regarded him with a clear, innocent gaze. However, in a fleeting moment, Sasuke turned away, departing with his clan. After hurling the paint bucket into the crowd, Naruto vanished from sight. Upon arriving at the new clan grounds, Sasuke began to grasp the depth of his kin's anger. They were perilously close to the village's outer walls, a deliberate choice to completely isolate the Uchiha from the center of power within the village. Most of the clan members remained incensed, vociferously expressing their dissatisfaction, while a select few wore cold expressions, as if plotting something sinister. Among them was a member akin to Shursui, who secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Unique among them was Sasuke, who, upon entering the new clan territory, indulged in a feast, marking him as an anomaly within the Uchiha clan. In the evening, after dinner, Uchiha Fugaku departed from the courtyard. Itachi also took his leave. Sasuke understood that this was likely to soothe the sentiments of their clan and to address some pressing matters. However, these concerns were momentarily irrelevant to him. Furthermore, Being aware of the original plot and the presence of Uchiha Shursui, he knew they would not engage in conflict just yet. Upon returning to his room, Sasuke continued to manipulate the nature transformation of his lightning release chakra, striving to refine his cellular structure. Soon, he found himself halting abruptly. Had his body reached its limits? He extended his hands, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. After all, he was merely 5 years old. His cells had begun to adapt to the transformative onslaught of the lightning chakra through this period of rigorous training. Suddenly, Naruto's visage flashed across Sasuke's mind. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's physical prowess was evidently far superior to his own. Remarkably, he had not even undergone training yet possessed an extraordinary physique, remarkable recovery speed, and an impressive chakra reserve. If only he could observe Naruto's body and unleash a jolt of lightning upon him, perhaps he might discover a way to transcend his physical limitations. Sasuke was resolute. He would not stagnate and passively accept the fate orchestrated by Itachi. A crackling arc of electricity erupted from his fingertips. How he longed to zap Naruto. Achoo! Naruto, enjoying a delicious cup of instant noodles, sneezed unexpectedly. Is someone thinking of me? He rubbed his nose, and the image of that boy resurfaced in his mind. Uchiha, was it? How fortunate it must be to relocate with one's family. Naruto sniffled and resumed savoring his meal. The inexplicable bond between the two children seemed to be unfolding prematurely. In the Hokage's office, Lord Hokage, the Uchiha have completed their relocation today. The Umbu have been assigned to oversee the area. Danzo's root organization also has personnel stationed there. Presently, we have received no adverse reports, an Umbu member reported. Understood. It seems Uchiha Fugaku has ultimately made a prudent decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Prepare some food and clothing. I shall be stepping out for a while. The school term begins in a few days. With that, he removed his Hokage robe and exited the office. Before a dilapidated house, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Naruto's door, carrying provisions and garments. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Grandpa. What a pleasant surprise to see you. Naruto exclaimed upon opening the door, his face lighting up with excitement as he rushed forward. He began recounting the amusing incidents that had transpired recently, tales of fishing and shrimping, pranks, and his encounter with the Uchiha. Observing Naruto's face, brimming with reliance and optimism, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled into a knowing smile. The current Jinchuriki had nearly become his own cherished possession. With this reliance in place, does Naruto wish to attend school? He could meet many new friends and acquire vast knowledge, ultimately becoming a formidable ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen, akin to a kind and gentle grandfather, was playfully interacting with his grandson. School? I want to go, Naruto exclaimed, tightly clenching his fists in excitement. An hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen exited Naruto's room. With the assistance of the Umbu, he donned the Hokage cloak to continue his surveillance. He must not allow anyone from the root organization to approach him, and he must promptly thwart any contact from others. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly uttered 2 sentences before departing. At the Uchiha residence, Sasuke, in a few days, you will be going to school. Here are the new clothes I have prepared for you. Once at school, remember to get along with your classmates. They may very well become your allies in the future. Sasuke, still awake, listened intently as Mikoto meticulously outlined the matters to consider upon entering school. Although there was still a week to go. I understand, mother. I will. Sasuke, you haven't rested yet, have you? I knew it. You are refining your chakra. Just as Mikoto left, Itachi arrived. Another round of persuasion ensued. Ultimately, Itachi departed with a somewhat dejected expression, sensing Sasuke's disdain. Indeed, his younger brother had grown and was no longer under his control. Fortunately, he was currently preparing for the promotion exam. Otherwise, he would have likely spent another lengthy period nagging Sasuke. Despite the frustration, the familial bond still warmed Sasuke's heart. At least within this home, such feelings were genuine. After suppressing these emotions, Sasuke continued refining his chakra. A week swiftly passed. On the morning of enrollment, he was roused by the enthusiastic Mikoto and Itachi. After a thorough grooming, Mikoto led him out. Although Itachi wished to witness his brother's first day, he was unfortunately burdened with a mission. This marked perhaps the first instance in Uchiha Itachi's life where he was discontented with his duties. Due to the family's relocation, by the time they arrived at the entrance of the ninja school, numerous parents and children had already gathered. Sasuke scanned his surroundings but did not spot Naruto's figure. However, it was to be expected. He likely had no one to escort him to school and might have been directly enrolled by the Hokage, meaning he might not be seen today. Why is that demon fox here as well? Demon fox? Mother, what is a demon fox? Do not inquire. Knowing about him will bring misfortune. Keep your distance from him at school, understood? TCH, I would never befriend someone who only causes trouble. I know he is the demon fox, a monster that could destroy the village. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. The echoing cries of the demon fox reached Sasuke's ears. Turning to look, he saw a child clutching a piece of paper, dressed in faded clothes, standing not far away. His lowered head obscured his features. Sasuke? As Mikoto enrolled Sasuke, she noticed him approaching a nearby crowd. Although curious, she refrained from intervening. In her eyes, her son might have already found a companion. Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. And you? The initially trembling Naruto slowly lifted his head upon hearing this voice. Uzumaki Naruto. He stammered, uttering his name. This situation was something he had never envisioned, not even in his wildest dreams. Despite his outwardly naive and romantic demeanor, the darkness within his heart had never dissipated. Today, however, a boy radiating light had intruded upon his world. Hello, Uzumaki Naruto. May I call you Naruto? From now on, we will be studying at the same school and be friends, okay? Sasuke extended his hand graciously. At that moment, not only was Naruto utterly flabbergasted, but even the onlookers were nearly overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. The recently ostracized Uchiha and the notorious monster of Konoha were to become friends? What an absurd pairing. All right. Naruto nodded earnestly, a goofy smile spreading across his face. After the two little ones agreed to be friends, Sasuke stylishly turned and returned to Mikoto's side. Naruto, after submitting the enrollment documents provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the teacher, waved goodbye to Sasuke and left. To be precise, he fled. He was not yet adept at handling such situations. If it were merely about pretending to be oblivious, he could manage. However, sincerity was always the most potent weapon. Mom, do you think that boy is a monster? Just as Mikoto was processing everything, her young son posed this question. No, I don't think so, she replied, not doubting Sasuke's thoughts at all. Moreover, the matter of making friends was something she and Itachi had always encouraged. It was just that Sasuke's choice of friends. Mom, let us go home. Sasuke did not pursue the topic further. Mikoto nodded, took his hand, and they departed. Meanwhile, the girls who were initially captivated by Sasuke's charm began to harbor other thoughts due to his choice to befriend Naruto. Of course, Sasuke remained indifferent to their opinions. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Sasuke was relishing a delightful meal, while Mikoto observed him, lost in thought. In the study of Uchiha Fugaku, several individuals wore solemn expressions. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Natsum, and Uchiha Shursui. Clan leader, although we should not interfere with Sasuke's friendships, that is Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Nagasawa spoke after a moment of silence. As a staunch supporter of Fugaku and the captain of the 1st Division of the Guard, Nagasawa's thoughts and opinions were always rooted in the family's interests. As the second son of the Uchiha clan leader, Sasuke's actions often drew the attention of the higher-ups and were frequently considered in relation to the Uchiha clan as a whole. Following the recent relocation of the Uchiha clan, the second son of the clan leader has made contact with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This undoubtedly stirs considerable apprehension and scrutiny among various factions within the village. It is evident that there exist significant drawbacks for the Uchiha at this juncture, as Nagasawa aptly pointed out. Young Master Sasuke ought to exercise greater caution in his words and deeds. His current behavior can be perceived as childish caprice, a desire to distinguish himself through obstinacy. However, the clan leader, Uchiha Fyaake, a proponent of more aggressive strategies, does not wish for Sasuke to engage with Naruto at this time. Should he attract the attention of the Umbu, it could lead to considerable complications. Father, the clan leader, Sasuke had just departed from the family. All right, I understand. For now, we shall refrain from discussing matters concerning Sasuke. If there are no other issues, you may withdraw. Before Itachi could finish speaking, Fyaake interrupted him. He had yet to fully comprehend his younger son, especially given the recent notable changes in both his talents and temperament. Until he gains clarity regarding Sasuke's transformation, Fyaake is reluctant to interfere in his actions. Understood, clan leader. Nagasawa nodded, preparing to take his leave, inadvertently pulling along the still poised Shikaku. Uchiha Shursui said nothing, respectfully bowing before exiting Fyake's study. Are you perplexed? Do you believe such matters might bring trouble to the clan? Or perhaps incite discontent among the higher-ups of Konoha? Observing the puzzled expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, Fyake's dissatisfaction became evident. As the family's liaison within the upper echelons of Konoha, Itachi's performance has been somewhat lacking. Coupled with Shirsue's demeanor and the evolving relationship between Itachi and Shirsue, Fyake's attitude has subtly shifted, especially with the emergence of exceptional talents in his younger son. No, father, I merely worry that Sasuke should focus on his responsibilities. The clan requires your decisive actions. After speaking, Uchiha Fyake gestured dismissively. Go, and inform Sasuke to join me in my study after dinner. With that, he resumed his perusal of the documents on his desk. As the head of the security department, there were numerous matters demanding his attention each day. Seeing this, Itachi had no choice but to depart momentarily. Unable to procure a resolution from his father, he resolved to address the issue in his own manner. After all, that was his precious little brother. When Itachi sought out Sasuke, he discovered him diligently training in the practice grounds. Despite today marking the beginning of the school year, it did little to diminish his fervent desire to grow stronger. Witnessing such determination in Sasuke momentarily caused Itachi to forget the purpose of his visit. Brother, could you refrain from regarding me with that peculiar expression? Do you have time to train with me today? Sasuke halted his training, casting a disdainful glance at Itachi. In his recollection, Itachi had been burdened with numerous missions during this period. On one hand, Sarutobi Hisashi tested his abilities. On the other, it was to extricate Itachi from the power center of the Uchiha clan, thus facilitating future control. This explains why Itachi was absent from the village when Danzo made his move against Shirsue. By the time Itachi returned, everything had already settled. Next time, I will certainly convey that your father wishes for you to visit his study. I have a mission to complete, and upon my return, I shall dedicate time to training with you. Itachi had initially intended to express his promise for the next time, but he was met with Sasuke's disdainful gaze, compelling him to awkwardly relay Fugaku's words instead. Understood. Sasuke tidied himself and proceeded towards the training grounds. Brother, I do not entirely endorse some of Shirsue's methods. If the initial efforts are misguided, no amount of hard work will yield favorable results. With these words, Sasuke gradually faded from Itachi's sight. Shirsue? Itachi pondered, somewhat perplexed. With a mission at hand, he chose not to dwell on it and vanished in an instant. Within Uchiha Fugaku's study, Father, Sasuke sat respectfully before Fugaku. Why must you engage with that child? Fugaku cut to the chase without unnecessary embellishment. Because I admire him. Moreover, he possesses something unique that others lack. As for the so-called son of the nine-tailed fox, I do not subscribe to that notion. Sasuke provided a straightforward rationale, yet his eyes brightened upon mentioning Naruto. The reason we did not continue refining lightning chakra today was due to my body reaching its limit. Even further refinement would not satisfy the system's demands. Thus, Sasuke felt an urgent need to confront Naruto, seeking a method to enable his body to break through at this age. However, his explanation left Fugaku momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a 5-year-old child does not require justification to befriend another child. Had he overthought it? Sasuke, I have a question. If a rift were to arise between our clan and the village, what choice would you make? Fugaku posed a question he had once asked Itachi. Itachi had replied, I would be the bridge between the clan and the village, mending that rift with my own efforts. Although a standard response, it was not the answer Fugaku sought. A rift? I would not have a choice, for I am also a member of the Uchiha. I am now, and I shall be in the future, Sasuke declared resolutely. Hearing Sasuke's response, Fugaku's face broke into a rare smile. Indeed, they are Uchiha, now and forever. Therefore, in the face of a rift, all Uchihas must possess such awareness. After a brief silence, Uchiha Fugaku dismissed Sasuke from the study. Upon returning to his room, Sasuke immediately commenced refining his chakra. Today, his words to Fugaku Uchiha were intended to solidify the resolve of his inadequate father. As the clan leader, he perpetually weighed the pros and cons, wavering in his decisions. Though he appeared composed, in reality, he was of little use. Ultimately, he might sacrifice his own life and the lives of the radical faction within the clan, surrendering the family's future into the hands of the village, which led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Thus, it is imperative to instill a steadfast sense of family from the clan leader. The following day, on the path to school, a solitary blonde youth made his way to the academy. Could it be true that the demon fox could attend the ninja school? What a jest! That creature nearly destroyed our village. How could such a being gain entry to the ninja academy? If he were to become a formidable ninja, what would happen when he sought revenge against us? No, I must protest to Lord Hokage. The once bustling street became eerily quiet with the appearance of this small figure. The disdainful expressions on the adults' faces, coupled with their disdainful curses, were punctuated by children tossing refuse and fruit cores at the boy. Indeed, it was Naruto's first day at school. Before leaving, he donned his freshly washed clothes, albeit slightly ill-fitting. It was the best attire he possessed. He even washed his face thrice and scrubbed his hands multiple times. He was prepared to embrace his new life because, yesterday, someone had offered him friendship. Clenching his fists, Naruto deliberately ignored the jeers and actions directed at him. All he wanted was to find that boy, Sasuke Uchiha, who had extended his hand to him the previous day. Suddenly, a half-eaten apple struck the ground before him. A mere demon fox. How dare you attend school with us? One boy exclaimed. My mother said you are a monster, and monsters ought to be exterminated. Why don't you just die? Another child sneered, disgusting. Did you see the mark on his face? That's the mark of a monster. Three little brats confronted Naruto, unabashedly mocking him, and even taking pride in their bullying of a creature feared by adults. As Naruto endured, a dark figure entered his line of sight. Are you bullying my friend, Sasuke Uchiha? A low voice resonated in Naruto's ears. For the first time, he found this condescending tone less irksome. Friend, are you jesting? That is a monster, a demon fox. The leader of the boys scoffed, entirely oblivious to the threat in Sasuke's words. If you are friends with a demon fox, then you must be a monster too, another boy chimed in. Trash always associates with trash. Before the taunts could continue, the boy who had been shouting was abruptly slapped away. Bang! The remaining two were not spared either, as Sasuke firmly held their heads, allowing them to become intimately acquainted with the earth beneath them. Father, this wretch seeks to bring about our demise. In an instant, the boy's forehead was stained crimson from his close encounter with the ground, and he began to wail in distress. Nearby, a concerned adult witnessed his son being bullied. With a swift maneuver, he appeared before Sasuke, intent on rescuing his child while also intending to chastise this reckless youth. In the next moment, a hand seized the man's wrist with such force that it brought the already seasoned Chunin to his knees. Did you not hear his self-introduction? Uchiha Sasuke. What is this? A Chunin from Morishita planning to act against our Uchiha progeny? Uchiha Nakamura's gaze was icy, the accumulated malice and indignation erupting at that moment. Lord Nakamura, I assure you, my intentions were solely to protect my son. I meant no offense against your Uchiha clan, Morishita pleaded, donning a mask of pain. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha's reputation. Any further conflict could lead him to the security department, and he was uncertain if he could endure the consequences of such an encounter. Naruto, come, let us head to school. Sasuke cast a glance at Nakamura, who did not deter his intentions, but instead beckoned Naruto to accompany him. The personnel of the security department, particularly those from the main faction of the clan, were not to be trifled with until Sasuke had garnered sufficient respect for his abilities. All right, Sasuke, may I call you that? Of course. Here, take this treasured cup noodle as a gift. Thank you. I shall gift you a practice kunai in return. As the two young figures gradually faded from view, Nakamura's expression morphed into something more peculiar. Morishita Chunin, I suspect you may be engaging in treasonous activities. Come with me to the security department. He added ominously. It would be prudent to cooperate. Otherwise, your family may also be summoned for questioning. With that, Nakamura took Morishita away. As for resistance, the mere attempt to act against the Uchiha progeny was sufficient grounds for his apprehension. The Uchiha clan, despite its decline, was not to be challenged by a common ninja like him. In the Hokage's office, Lord Hokage, earlier today, Uchiha Fugaka's second son once again made contact with his target. Moreover, there are elite jonin from the Uchiha clan secretly providing protection. The Umbu relayed the recent events to the third Hokage. Understood. You may leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. Yes. The Umbu vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, another figure emerged. Itachi, has the mission been accomplished? Pray tell, what are your family's views regarding the Jinchuriki? Sarutobi inhaled deeply, the calmness of his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Itachi had just been present, and the reason for dismissing the Umbu was to prevent them from divulging sensitive information. The clan had no intentions concerning the Jinchuriki. These thoughts merely reflect Sasuke's own musings. Of course, should any family involvement arise, I would address it promptly, Itachi stated earnestly, although he harbored some additional thoughts that remained unexpressed. The morning lessons consisted of cultural studies, mockingly dubbed the self-praise course by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is said that the curriculum was personally crafted by the third Hokage, encompassing narratives of history, analyses of battle, and explorations of geography and culture, all ostensibly aimed at glorifying the third's achievements. It even featured photographs of Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. One cannot deny that in terms of audacity, he reigns supreme. The title of the strongest Hokage and master of ninjutsu is one that requires an audacious spirit to claim. Sasuke, look, is that the third Hokage? He resembles the old man who cares for me, gifts me things, and never looks down on me, Naruto exclaimed, suppressing his voice in excitement as he shared his revelation with his desk mate, Sasuke. Indeed, the two had been placed in the same class. Since it was the beginning of the school year, seats were chosen freely, and as friends, they naturally sat together. I know, Sasuke replied, his lips twitching slightly. He wondered if Naruto could truly accept the third's portrayal, marveling at how effective this brainwashing lesson was. This posed a significant issue. In Sasuke's plans, figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen needed to be removed, yet Naruto, the child of destiny, could not be discarded. It seemed necessary to initiate a shift in Naruto's perception of what is good. The morning passed quietly as he pondered these matters. At noon, while everyone else went to the cafeteria for lunch, Naruto remained alone in the classroom, lacking sufficient funds to partake in the meal. Here, I prepared this for you, Sasuke said, offering his bento to Naruto. He had brought several lunches, not specifically for Naruto, but rather for his own appetite. Go ahead, I have more, he added, pulling out a second bento and starting to eat. The morning's contemplation had drained much of his energy, and he was nearing a solution. The afternoon class focused on ninjutsu. Initially, it covered the principles of ninjutsu and the nature of chakra, fundamental concepts that most clan members had already encountered at home. Naruto, however, listened with wide-eyed curiosity. By the end of the day, Sasuke departed the school first. Although Naruto had intended to walk home with him, he felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing Sasuke leave. Yet he refrained from pursuing him. He did not wish to frighten this new friend away by being overly intrusive. As the sun set, he walked home, dragging his solitary shadow behind him. Meanwhile, Sasuke arrived at a secluded grove. Uncle Natsum, are you there? He called softly. A figure suddenly appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke, is there something you need? Natsum regarded him calmly. As a peer of Uchiha Fugaku and a formidable Uchiha warrior, Natsum perceived Sasuke as a junior. However, this junior held a unique status as the son of the clan leader. Uncle Natsum, I need some money. Could you lend me some? Sasuke extended his hand directly. Money? Natsum, albeit puzzled, still handed the money to Sasuke. Without offering an explanation, Sasuke took the money and departed, leaving Natsum in a state of bewilderment. By the lake, Naruto picked up stones and tossed them into the water. Watching the rippling waves, his momentary tranquility was once again disrupted. Indeed, he remained uncertain about how to interact with his friends. Are you waiting for me here? At that moment, a familiar voice reached Naruto's ears. Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his tone. However, after calling Sasuke's name, he found himself at a loss for words, standing there in a daze. I just bought some things, and I thought you might need them, Sasuke said, presenting fresh milk and food to Naruto. Upon seeing the offerings, Naruto felt a sudden pang in his heart. No need. I have plenty of delicious food at home. But we are friends, right? Sasuke interrupted before Naruto could continue his self-praise. Yes. Naruto nodded vigorously. I will become the strongest ninja in the future. If you don't grow properly, I will leave you far behind. Take this, Sasuke insisted, forcing the bag into Naruto's embrace. He then began forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames that coalesced into a massive fireball above the lake. This is ninjutsu, and I have already mastered it. Therefore, you must hasten your training. Sasuke concluded with an amiable smile. At that moment, Naruto's face reflected astonishment and envy. In his simplicity, he harbored no further thoughts. I must head home now. Let us go to school together tomorrow. Can I invite you to my house this weekend? Sasuke extended his hand as he spoke. Sure. Naruto clasped Sasuke's gift tightly with one hand while extending the other to meet Sasuke's, sealing their pact as friends. Hidden in the shadows, Uchiha Natsum observed the scene with his mind racing. He was well aware of Naruto's true identity. The events of the past were known to him as a powerful Uchiha. Sasuke's current actions, without question, were setting the Uchiha clan up for immense trouble. How could those narrow-minded individuals in Konoha ever allow a Jinchuriki into their Uchiha territory? If he were not responsible for Sasuke's protection, he would have rushed back to inform Uchiha Fugaku of the situation at once. The other two parties, also affected by Sasuke's maneuvers, found themselves utterly bewildered. The Root organization was in search of vulnerabilities within the Uchiha clan, aiming to seize their Sharingan. Meanwhile, the Umbu were vigilantly monitoring the Uchihas to prevent any signs of rebellion. Now, Sasuke's direct invitation to Naruto left them at a loss for how to respond. This was a bond between two children. Surely, they could not use such matters as a basis for conflict. They hastily arranged for the intelligence gathered here to be conveyed back. The architect of this situation, Sasuke, wore a delighted expression as he made his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Finally, an opportunity had arisen. Indeed, his invitation to Naruto was not a mere whim. Outside, Sasuke could not find a chance to contact Naruto, but upon arriving at the Uchiha compound, even Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura would hesitate to send someone to surveil Fugaku Uchiha's home. This was his finest opportunity. In the ensuing days, Sasuke engaged in his usual training and absorbed the information Fugaku provided about the village and clan. He also pondered how to deepen his relationship with Naruto. However, it was evident that Sasuke was overthinking. At this juncture, Naruto had no need to dwell on such matters. As long as he wished to draw closer, Naruto would wholeheartedly reciprocate. When faced with Sasuke and his own beloved Sakura, Naruto would now unhesitatingly choose Sasuke. This was the lament of the fourth Hokage's son and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke, I didn't bring anything. Is that truly alright? Sasuke, is this outfit too old-fashioned? Sasuke, enough. You are my friend, and visiting a friend's home requires no such considerations. Faced with Naruto's incessant chatter, Sasuke felt a twinge of helplessness. Such childlike reassurances left him somewhat embarrassed. Yet, for the 5-year-old Naruto, it was remarkably effective. Naruto replied with a beaming smile, nodding vigorously. Indeed, today was the weekend. Early in the morning, Sasuke had arrived at Naruto's home to await him. Now, the two were making their way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Although Naruto still wore his newest attire, the prospect of visiting a friend's house filled him with trepidation. Are you keeping up? At this moment, Sasuke's formidable spiritual awareness from his 2 lifetimes allowed him to sense a group trailing behind them. Undoubtedly, these were members of the Umbu. If they were from the Root organization, they would have likely acted by now. On the surface, Sasuke engaged Naruto in cheerful conversation, all the while discreetly observing the movements of the Umbu. Fortunately, they had not yet resorted to the madness of attacking a child. Before long, the 2 boys caught sight of the Uchiha compound not far ahead. Naruto, this is my home. I've already informed my mother. Let us head inside directly. We will soon enjoy a grand feast, so we should work up an appetite. Sasuke pulled Naruto into the Uchiha Fugaku's residence. While the Umbu remained stationed outside the Uchiha clan's domain, the members of the Umbu, lacking the Hokage's decree, are unable to infiltrate any clan's inner sanctum, let alone the residence of a clan leader. For now, we must await a response from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the Uchiha youth has abducted the Jinchuriki to the Uchiha clan's territory. What are their intentions? Are they preparing to wield the Sharingan once more to control the Nine-Tails and wage war upon the village? Could it be that our previous insistence on their relocation has pushed the Uchiha to a point of no return? A sense of unease washed over Tsunade. Presently, the Uchiha boasts formidable figures such as Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Chikaz, and Uchiha Natsum, alongside emerging talents like Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Should they unite in rebellion, augmented by the power of the Nine-Tails, can Konoha truly withstand such an assault? I perceive this as merely a childish squabble. The Uchiha's animosity toward the Nine-Tails is no less than that of the villagers. Moreover, since Fugaku's son has returned the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, perhaps we need not intervene. The Uchiha may very well discard the Nine-Tails themselves. There is no need for excessive concern. Midogate remained optimistic. After all, their coercion of the Uchiha to relocate stemmed from the turmoil of the Nine-Tails. Regardless of whether the Uchiha harbors such intentions, we must extinguish the threat in its infancy. Allow me to take action, proposed Danzo with a shadowed expression. At this moment, Danzo was not yet the bandaged man he would become. He exuded an aura of ironclad determination. It is merely a matter among children. Furthermore, You may have forgotten the endeavors I have long undertaken. Rest assured, if the Uchiha possessed sufficient strength, they would not be cornered to the periphery of the village. This matter can be entrusted to the Umbu for observation. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, his demeanor remaining composed, seemingly oblivious to the concerns of the others. Third Hokage, you ought to, Tsunade began. Yet upon seeing Mito gate in stride toward the Hokage's office exit, she refrained from continuing and turned to leave. Why? Once the two departed, Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with evident dissatisfaction. Now is not the time for the Uchiha to vanish. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely uttered a brief remark before lowering his head to resume his administrative duties. Danzo clenched his fists, choosing silence. He vanished in an instant. Once everyone had departed, the slight tremor of the pen in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand betrayed his true thoughts. Certain matters required careful consideration, rather than being fixated solely on immediate gains like those three. Uchiha, I hope you refrain from placing me in a difficult position. The scene shifted back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Thud, thud, thud. Several shuriken landed squarely upon a distant human-shaped target. Sasuke, I'm in position. It became clear that one must utilize their own hands to direct the shuriken's flight. Moreover, in terms of strength, greater is not always better. When Naruto first launched a kunai at the target, his face was unmistakably alight with excitement. Indeed, what followed was merely a matter of practice making perfect. Furthermore, when throwing kunai or shuriken, one must be acutely aware of the surrounding environment. We shall commence this in the afternoon, Sasuke remarked, leading Naruto out of the training ground. His stomach growled in hunger. Additionally, today's purpose was not solely to accompany Naruto in his training. Upon entering the living room, they found lunch ready. Good afternoon, Annie. Mother. Aside from Mikoto Uchiha, Fugaku and Itachi were not at home, faced with a lavish spread of delicacies. Although Naruto was eager to dig in, he still politely greeted them. Naruto, right? Sasuke said, you're his best friend. Once at home, feel free to treat it as your own. By the way, after we eat, try on some clothes. Annie has prepared several outfits for you. Also, why not stay the night and sleep with Sasuke? Mikoto gazed at Naruto. Her heart softened, yet she merely smiled gently as she spoke. Thank you, Auntie. Naruto, who had always been oblivious to the concept of rejection, found himself at a loss for words in the face of such kindness and sincerity. He could only express his heartfelt gratitude, with tears of joy brimming in the corners of his eyes. However, he had little time to dwell on the emotions, for if he lingered any longer, Sasuke would devour the entire feast. In the afternoon, Naruto donned his new training attire, which fit snugly. Throughout the afternoon, he remained in a state of exhilaration, not only with his friend accompanying him in training, but also the endless supply of kunai and shuriken practice at Sasuke's disposal. Such luxury was an experience he had never encountered before. Coupled with the constant arrival of delectable treats, this lifestyle filled Naruto with unparalleled satisfaction. As for envy or jealousy, such notions were foreign to his simple-mindedness. After dinner, the two young ones washed up and returned to their room. Sasuke, why did you choose to be friends with me? Naruto asked, lying on the bed, curiosity etched on his face. Why? There's no particular reason. I simply wanted to be your friend. By the way, Naruto, I have a remarkable training method. Would you like to give it a try? You might become strong in no time. Sasuke suddenly sat up, looking earnestly at Naruto. What is it? Upon hearing the possibility of gaining strength, Naruto instantly cast aside his earlier confusion, eagerly awaiting Sasuke's answer. Zzz, Sasuke raised his hand, and a spark of lightning danced in his palm. Lightning Release. Sasuke, you not only mastered Fire Release, but also Lightning Release. I'm so envious. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is my unique training method, but I believe you can do it too. You've learned about chakra refinement in class, haven't you? The essence of our cultivation experience is combined with the energy extracted from the cells within our bodies, resulting in a unique form of energy stored within. Lightning Release has the capacity to stimulate the cells. In other words, I can utilize Lightning Release to temper the cells, enhancing their strength. Upon sharing this principle, Sasuke noticed Naruto's eagerness growing evident. Even though the arc of electricity in Sasuke's hand brought a slight sting, it could not suppress the anticipation bubbling within Naruto. I want to give it a try. Naruto affirmed earnestly, nodding his head. All right, Sasuke replied, extending his hand forth. Naruto swallowed hard, then resolutely reached out to grasp Sasuke's hand. In an instant, Lightning Release surged forth, sending a powerful wave of invasion through Naruto's body, causing him to shudder. Nevertheless, his physique was remarkably robust. Such a level of lightning release could not harm his essence. Simultaneously, Sasuke utilized lightning release to sense the condition within Naruto's body. Under the baptism of lightning release, those formidable cells began to undergo refinement almost immediately. Quickly, commence the extraction of chakra, Sasuke urged. Yes, Naruto immediately straightened up, initiating the chakra extraction process. Coupled with the memories from their daytime training, the two young men entered a unique dual cultivation mode. Soon, a look of astonishment and delight appeared on Sasuke's face. Indeed, Naruto was the beloved child of Kishimoto. His physical prowess and the volume of chakra he could refine were truly remarkable. Even in his current state, Sasuke felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, he also discerned the state of Naruto's body. The Uzumaki clan's constitution was undeniably formidable. In comparison, the cells within his own body paled significantly. Perhaps this was a consequence of the Uchiha bloodline. Just as Sasuke pondered these thoughts, an intriguing sensation arose within him. Although he had not engaged in chakra extraction, he found himself instinctively activating the chakra refinement technique. The rhythmic expansion and contraction of his cells, the surge of chakra. Most notably, this chakra began to intertwine with lightning release, tempering Sasuke's cells as well. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the 268th refinement. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the 269th refinement. As the familiar system notification chimed, a smile gradually spread across Sasuke's lips. Although he was uncertain of the specifics, it seemed he had uncovered the secret to this task. Now, Naruto, follow my lead in chakra extraction. Prepare yourself, as I am about to amplify the output of lightning release, Sasuke intoned solemnly. Seeing Naruto's unwavering determination, Sasuke unhesitatingly unleashed a more potent lightning release. The crackling energy surged wildly, spreading around them. However, it was quickly reined in by Sasuke, who regained control. Throughout the night, the two engaged in their training. The following morning, Sasuke glanced at the progress displayed on the panel. Lightning Release Nature Transformation Refinement Progress, 659-1000. His spirits soared at the sight. Once or twice more, and this task is likely to be completed. Besides anticipating the rewards of the endeavor, Sasuke also looks forward to the physical transformation that will come after 1,000 refinements. Just then, the sound of a crowing interrupted Sasuke's contemplation. Hee, I seem to be hungry, Naruto said sheepishly, scratching his head. Let's go eat. Sasuke took Naruto to freshen up, then they made their way to the living room. At that moment, Mikoto and the cook had already prepared breakfast. After a night of training, their bodies offered no resistance to the food. After exchanging greetings, they dived straight into the meal. Mikoto rested her chin on her hand, gazing gently at the two boys. A fleeting red figure appeared in her thoughts. Kushina, this child is healthy and kind-hearted. You, Mikoto murmured to herself, her eyes glistening with unshed tears revealing her current emotions. On the weekend, Mom, Naruto and I went to his house to play. Tomorrow, I will go to school with Naruto. I've packed everything, don't worry, Mom. Yes, I will cook. And Aunt Bukimi will come with us. We're off. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke and Naruto set off toward the village. In the shadows, elite Uchiha Jonin and ANBU ninjas began to move in unison. Undoubtedly, the most significant event in the village at present revolved around these two youngsters. Sasuke was aware, while Naruto remained oblivious. In the Hokage's office, after the ANBU reported their intelligence, they knelt on one knee, awaiting the Hokage's command. Understood. Go to the school and inform them that I will be giving a speech on Monday. For the rest, proceed as previously arranged, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated calmly. Understood. The ANBU vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the report in his hand. Uchiha Sasuke's displayed talent rivals that of Uchiha Itachi. Currently, he has caught the attention of Uchiha Fugaku, who is fully committed to his training. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt no concern regarding the emergence of a new genius within the Uchiha clan, as long as they remained in the village. This talent belonged to the village. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Naruto's home, Aunt Bukimi could hardly bear to witness the scene. This hardly resembles a home. The refrigerator was filled with expired milk and bread, and the shelves were lined with a multitude of outdated instant noodles. Is this truly what a child lives on? Setting aside the question of whether these items could meet a growing boy's needs, merely surviving on such expired provisions was nothing short of a miracle. As a professional cook, she naturally held her own standards and abilities, and with the excessive resources provided by Uchiha Fugaku, she felt compelled to fulfill her responsibilities. Young Master Sasuke, young Master Naruto. I will take care of the house. You two can go play for a while and return in time for lunch, Aunt Bukimi said, looking at the boys with affectionate indulgence. These two little fellows are remarkably polite and devoid of arrogance. Within just a few days of companionship, Aunt Bubine has already grown fond of these two youths, leading her to speak to them with a certain intimacy. All right, Sasuke, I shall take you to my secret base. It is quite enjoyable. With that, Naruto grasped Sasuke's hand and dashed out of the room, heading towards the distant forest. Sasuke was naturally aware of this secret base. Yet after a prolonged period of rigorous training, he welcomed the opportunity to accompany Naruto for a moment of leisure. Even the mind of an adult can succumb to fatigue at times. Now that their mission was nearing completion, a little relaxation was certainly permissible. After catching fish and shrimp, the two returned to Naruto's home at dusk. Upon pushing open the door, Naruto stood frozen in place. Where are my cherished instant noodles? What happened to the milk bread gifted by the Hokage? And my new clothes? As he surveyed the tidy room, where his treasures had seemingly vanished, he was rendered momentarily speechless. No matter how much he adored food, it could not be kept indefinitely. Those items had long since expired and were no longer fit for consumption. Andy has prepared new food for you, along with fresh clothes. Dinner is ready. So hurry and eat. But first, wash your hands. You can't sit at the table with dirty hands, Aunt Bubine said with her usual gentle demeanor. What does expired mean? Naruto inquired, casting a curious glance at Sasuke. Expired means the food has spoiled and is no longer edible, Sasuke replied, feeling a surge of exasperation. How had this guy managed to survive until now? Perhaps it was the resilience of the Uzumaki clan. If it were an ordinary person, consuming such food daily at that age would have led to dire consequences. Yet, I have never perceived it as an issue, Naruto thought, albeit with a hint of embarrassment as he recalled the occasional stomach upset. Nevertheless, he remained stubborn, for this was the most formidable verbal defense in the entire ninja world. All right, let's wash our hands and eat, then try on the new clothes, Sasuke urged, gently guiding Naruto toward the restroom while casting an appreciative glance at Aunt Bubine. What a perfect assist. While Sasuke was still contemplating how to make Naruto aware of these issues, Aunt Bubine had directly addressed them. The joys and sorrows of children come swiftly and depart just as quickly. After trying on his new outfit, Naruto's earlier sadness over his belongings being discarded evaporated entirely. Once Aunt Bubine had prepared the evening meal, she took her leave. In Naruto's room, Sasuke, observing the progress at 981-1000, once again encouraged Naruto to engage in training. Now, Sasuke had mastered control over his chakra to the point where it no longer leaked externally. Thus, even with AMBU monitoring outside, he felt no fear of being discovered. Moreover, with members of the Uchiha clan present outside, Sasuke felt even more at ease. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 1,000 instances of chakra refinement through lightning nature transformation. Reward, Raijin mode. Task completed with excellence. Additional rewards in the form of a special gift package. As the system's prompt echoed, Sasuke ceased channeling his chakra. Naruto, you have mastered the chakra refinement technique I taught you, haven't you? Sasuke inquired with a smile as he released Naruto's hand. Yes, so tonight, I'll be practicing on my own, Naruto replied, nodding with an innocent enthusiasm. Indeed. However, let us first nourish ourselves to maintain our stamina before undertaking our training. Tomorrow, share with me your experiences, Sasuke stated earnestly, nodding in agreement. Sasuke had no trouble guiding Naruto, and as he observed Naruto engaging in chakra refinement, he accessed his own panel. System, activate the special gift package. As Sasuke felt the transformation within his body, he initiated the special package. Beep. Special gift package activated. Obtained the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Just as Sasuke began to perceive the effects of his reward, a notification chimed. Simultaneously, an unusual power surged into his eyes. The original black pupils vanished in an instant, replaced by crimson orbs framed by 3-Tomo. His vision, insight, perception, and mental fortitude surged dramatically. Is this the Sharingan? Sasuke no longer needed to consciously enhance his perception. He could distinctly sense the activities of the Umbu outside. He could even effortlessly observe the vast flow of chakra within Naruto's body, along with the terrifying crimson chakra deep within his lower abdomen. At the age of 5, he awakened the three Tomo. Perhaps, by the time he graduates from the Genin rank, unlocking the Mangekyo will not be an issue. He eagerly anticipated the ocular techniques his Mangekyo would bestow. Slightly closing his eyes, he deactivated the Sharingan. Now was not the time to seek attention. With the Raijin mode and his three Tomo Sharingan combined, he should have no trouble against an average Jonin. This is what it means to have an advantage. With such enhancements, one can truly act with impunity. Next, he needed to find an opportunity to delve into Jinjutsu and lightning techniques. With Uchiha Fugaku as a formidable ally, these endeavors posed little challenge. With this thought, Sasuke continued to refine his Raijin mode. The night swiftly elapsed. The following day, the two shared breakfast before heading to the Ninja Academy. Upon their arrival, they noticed a notification. Hokage speech. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly at the information displayed on the bulletin board. So, the third Hokage could no longer remain idle? Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen Sarutobi had gathered all the enrollment records of the students. This was Hiruzen's strategic maneuver. Any clan within the village could produce a genius, but his aim was to forge these talents into the village's strength through the will of fire. Soon, Hiruzen completed his review of the new students' information at the Ninja Academy. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. All of these promising descendants from distinguished clans were set aside for special consideration. This selection was made solely from the perspective of their families. These individuals are to be given particular attention. When the time comes for the selection of elite Jonin, they will be afforded unique arrangements. As for the children of ordinary ninja families, only those who exhibit exceptional talent will be considered for separate arrangements. This is the method by which Sarutobi Hiruzen seeks to consolidate control over the clans through the Ninja Academy. Soon, Sarutobi shifted his focus to Sasuke Uchiha's dossier. Recently, the Uchiha clan had been rather active. However, drawing from the experiences with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, a smile crept onto Hiruzen's face. What does it matter how many geniuses there are? As long as he can manage the younger generations of each clan, these families will inevitably become wholly integrated into the village. His goal is to achieve a grand unification of the clans within the village, a feat that even his teacher had failed to accomplish. Before long, the new students gathered on the playground. Upon the elevated platform stood the figure clad in the Hokage's robes. Though not particularly tall, he emanated a sense of dependability. Is that the Hokage? How striking. I want to wear that outfit someday. I will definitely become Hokage. The Hokage is the finest person in the village. A group of freshly enrolled children couldn't help but discuss among themselves, their words mostly laced with admiration for the Hokage. Even some of the clan's ninjas gazed upon him with a hint of longing, for he is the strongest leader of the entire village. Naruto, why are you so quiet? That's the Hokage. Weren't you always shouting about wanting to become Hokage? Sasuke gently nudged the somewhat dazed Naruto, teasing him. I do want to become Hokage. Naruto began, but his voice trailed off, revealing his lack of enthusiasm. It seemed that the small Naruto was grappling with some peculiar worries. Sasuke chose not to speak. He understood that Naruto was not foolish. The words of Aunt Aburame from the previous day should have made an impact. Sarutobi, this time, it won't be so easy for you to brainwash Naruto. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. Konoha has become one of the 5 great ninja villages through the embodiment of the will of fire. And all of you are inheritors of this will of fire, destined to carry this flame forward, ensuring the legacy of Konoha. As the discussions among the crowd reached their zenith, Sarutobi's speech commenced. From the very beginning, it was clear he was an adept speaker. This village is akin to a family, and the theory that the village surpasses all else was something Sasuke deeply disdained. After all, Sarutobi's decision to send Minato to his death during the Nine-Tails incident was the greatest irony against the will of fire. The third Hokage avoided peril, allowing the younger fourth Hokage to take his place. Of course, few were privy to these events. Indeed, the facade of the amiable persona cultivated by the third generation is undeniably beguiling. At the very least, within this group of youthful miscreants, such an image is exceedingly favorable. Even Naruto, who had recently begun to harbor doubts about the Hokage, now wore a foolish grin upon his face. The speech persisted for over 2 hours. Had he not endured the principal's brief, tedious remarks, Sasuke might have truly struggled to maintain his composure. With a resounding applause echoing through the air, Sasuke joined in the clapping, preparing to take his leave. Uchiha Sasuke, the Hokage has summoned you to the principal's office. At that moment, Irika, the homeroom teacher, appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke responded with a slight silence, yet refrained from retorting and followed Irika out of the hall. Sasuke has been called by the Hokage. Could it be that the Hokage has noticed Sasuke's exceptional talents? Alas, if only he weren't so close to that monstrous fox, he would be truly perfect. However, the chorus of infatuated remarks had no effect on Sasuke. After all, his mental age approached 30. He had no inclination towards the childish whims of kindergartners. Any aspirations he possessed were directed towards figures like Konan and Tsunade. Yet, that is a tale for another time. Inside the principal's office of the Ninja Academy, so, it's you, Sasuke. When you were born, Fugaku came to me and expressed his desire to name you after my father. I never imagined you would grow so much in the blink of an eye. Moreover, you possess extraordinary talent, much like Itachi. He often praises you in my presence. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a warm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Sasuke inwardly scoffed at the old man, recognizing his cunning. After flattering Itachi, he was now preparing to do the same with Sasuke. Old man, no Hokage. Just as Sasuke contemplated how to respond to Hiruzen in a manner that concealed his impatience and disdain, a foolish voice interjected. Indeed, upon discovering that the Hokage was the kind-hearted grandfather who cared for him, Naruto was eager to seize the opportunity to converse with Hiruzen. Thus, when the crowd dispersed, he followed suit. Naruto, why haven't you returned to the classroom? This is a crucial time for your studies. Hiruzen maintained his affable demeanor. I aspire to become Hokage one day. That is my dream. Therefore, I wish to inquire if it is possible. Naruto stammered awkwardly. That is a commendable dream. However, to become Hokage, one must train diligently. Keep it up, Naruto. By the way, Sasuke, what is your dream? Hiruzen feigned encouragement before swiftly redirecting the conversation back to Sasuke. Naruto, filled with curiosity, looked at Sasuke, fully aware of his prowess. He thought to himself that Sasuke might prove to be his most formidable rival on the path to becoming Hokage. With that thought, a fiery determination ignited in Naruto's eyes. As for me, I merely wish to live carefreely and ensure that I can eat to my heart's content every day, Sasuke replied, spreading his hands as he articulated his dream. In an instant, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Naruto found themselves at a loss for words. It had been stated by Itachi that Sasuke was diligent in his training. Surely, such efforts could not merely be aimed at a future of idleness, could they? Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to unveil the facade that Sasuke had constructed. After all, who among the indolent would engage in rigorous training? This was in pursuit of a robust physique to savor life as pleasures and to ensure one would not fall prey to easy demise. Sasuke lifted his chin, a naive smile gracing his face. Upon witnessing that innocent expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a secret sigh of relief. A prodigy intent only on idleness posed no threat to the village. Yet, there lingered a tinge of regret. After all, Sasuke was indeed a genius, and such a talent, fixated solely on languor, represented a loss for the community. As for Naruto, he gazed at Sasuke with a face full of bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend how such aspirations could even be labeled as dreams. In comparison to his own, they seemed vastly inferior. Following this, a light-hearted exchange ensued before the two returned to their classroom. The routine of cultural lessons, ninjutsu, and tactical instruction passed, and soon it was time for dismissal. Sasuke, why do you wish to be idle? Sasuke, shall we train together with the goal of becoming Hokage? Sasuke, I believe such an approach is misguided. Throughout their journey, Naruto buzzed around Sasuke like a bee, incessantly persuading him. Naruto, we are friends now. Remember, if you encounter difficulties, speak to me directly. Do not consume expired food, nor endure hunger during training. Growing somewhat irritated by Naruto's relentless urging, Sasuke turned to him, his expression serious as he spoke. All right. Then, Sasuke, let us strive together towards becoming Hokage. Finally, at the juncture where their paths diverged, Naruto's verbal barrage came to an end, leaving a semblance of peace in its wake. After parting ways with Naruto, Sasuke's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He had garnered the attention of Uchiha Fugaku, a matter that had arisen in recent days. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen's conversation with him clearly indicated that he was already aware of Sasuke's transformation. Otherwise, according to the original narrative, this individual would have shown no particular interest in his affairs. Given Itachi's precedent, Sasuke's prior modicum of talent was rendered insignificant. Only one explanation remained. He was under the watchful gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey, bam! At that moment, a low shout echoed from the nearby public training ground. Upon investigating the source of the sound, Sasuke beheld a figure clad in a green jumpsuit with a watermelon-shaped haircut, Rock Lee. As he approached the training ground, Rock Lee paused his exercises upon hearing Sasuke's voice. Who are you? Rock Lee inquired, tilting his head in curiosity as he regarded the young boy before him. I am Uchiha Sasuke, a new student at the Ninja Academy. Hello, Sasuke said, extending his hand graciously. Hello, would you like to train together? Youth is a continuous journey forward. We must not squander a moment. Rock Lee exclaimed, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up. All right, Sasuke nodded. Stepping into the training ground, many individuals tend to overlook the remarkable talent of Rock Lee. It is worth noting that Might Guy once proclaimed that Rock Lee's innate abilities even surpass his own. At the tender age of 15 or 16, Rock Lee was able to unlock the 6th gate of the 8 gates of opening, a feat accomplished despite numerous adverse circumstances. During the Chunin exams, he opened the 5th gate while severely injured to combat Kimimaro. In terms of physical prowess, there is undoubtedly much to learn from him. Shall we engage in a spar? Rock Lee declared, directly forming the hand seals for battle against Sasuke. Uchiha. This name was not unfamiliar to him. It belonged to a renowned clan within the village, celebrated for their formidable Sharingan, a potent bloodline limit. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan's taijutsu skills were commendable as well. Very well, Sasuke replied, harboring no intention of concealing his strength. With the Uchiha clan's backing, along with the presence of Shisui and Itachi, the village would not act against a prodigy merely 5 years of age. Moreover, Sasuke began to entertain alternative thoughts regarding Rock Lee. The best way to conquer such a single-minded adversary was to overwhelm him with sheer power. Bam! In the next instant, a powerful kick struck down. Despite Sasuke's immediate attempt to block with his arm, he was pushed back several steps. The immense force left his arm aching. It must be said, Rock Lee's physical condition was indeed impressive. Thunder God mode. Lightning surged within Sasuke's body. However, this electricity was merely a means to activate his internal strength. While he could envelop himself in crackling lightning for dramatic effect, he could also suppress it at will. Bam! Instantly, Sasuke vanished from his previous location. His extraordinary speed rendered Rock Lee unable to discern his form. Puff! Bam! Boom! A relentless onslaught ensued, leaving Rock Lee struggling to keep pace, entirely unable to escape Sasuke's range of attacks. If he did not devise a strategy soon, defeat was imminent. Most notably, it seemed that Sasuke was not employing ninjutsu, but solely relying on taijutsu to assault him. This ignited an even greater fighting spirit within Rock Lee. Before long, Rock Lee began to familiarize himself with Sasuke's attacking patterns and commenced a gradual counterattack. Although he still endured considerable punishment, he was no longer merely a passive target. What an astonishing talent for taijutsu. While Sasuke held the upper hand, he remained astonished. Though he did not fear losing, Rock Lee's rapid growth was alarming. I've got you. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Rock Lee surged towards Sasuke, his fist aimed squarely at Sasuke's face. Goodness, this fellow seems to aim for the face. Zzz. Boom. A surge of powerful lightning erupted, immobilizing Rock Lee in place. In the following instant, a smoke-covered Rock Lee collapsed to the ground. Impressive. Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. May we become friends and train together in the future? Sasuke extended his hand towards Rock Lee. The recent lightning technique had been skillfully controlled by Sasuke. The interruption of Rock Lee's assault posed no harm to his physique. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall be my friend, Rock Lee. By the way, wait a moment. I have a gift for you, a symbol of youth. In an instant, Rock Lee sprang to his feet as if he had not just been struck. He dashed over to his backpack with remarkable speed. In the next moment, a vibrant green garment appeared before Sasuke. This is the outfit my teacher gifted me. And now it is yours. Just wear it. Hey, what are you doing? Don't run away. Before Rock Lee could finish his sentence, Sasuke's figure had already vanished. Such a stylish attire. Why would Sasuke refuse it? Could it be he considered the gift too extravagant? My friend is rather overly courteous. After a brief monologue, Rock Lee tucked the garment away. Reflecting on his recent defeat at Sasuke's hands, he resolved to double his training efforts that day. Upon returning home, Sasuke felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, geniuses often possess peculiarities. That garment was something he would rather not wear. Sasuke, are you back? I have no missions today and can accompany you in training. Just as Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief, he heard his brother's enthusiastic voice. All right, brother. I have a question. Did you divulge my matters to Lord Hokage? Sasuke shot a disdainful glance at Itachi. He had been pondering who might have leaked his affairs to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Certainly not Fugaku, nor his mother. As for Anabito, her comments to Naruto had already ruled her out. Thus, only the goofy grin of his elder brother remained as a suspect. Indeed. Did Lord Hokage express a desire to nurture you well? Itachi inquired, resembling a child seeking praise. It seemed that his elder brother had indeed been duped. Brother, let us proceed to train. And I wish to learn some Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Since father will not teach me, will you? Sasuke decided not to dwell on the matter further. Changing Itachi was not an overnight endeavor. Despite some stubbornness, his elder brother was quite commendable. At least, there was no issue regarding him. Very well, let us head to the training grounds. Observing Sasuke's growing reliance on him, Itachi's face broke into a smile as he led Sasuke to the training area. Their training continued late into the night, concluding only after Anabito delivered meals twice. At that moment, a weary Sasuke lay sprawled on the ground. Brother, must you be so harsh? I am merely 5 years old. Sasuke gasped for breath, voicing his grievances. Sasuke, your progress has been remarkable. You must swiftly master this power. Have you awakened your Sharingan? Itachi spoke calmly. Indeed, Sasuke replied, offering an unreserved affirmative. With Itachi's innate talent, coupled with Sasuke's keen insight and perception from their recent battle, it was inevitable that he would discern the flow of chakra in Sasuke's eyes once he activated the Sharingan. Itachi, being the prodigy he is, would undoubtedly notice, especially given his attentiveness towards Sasuke. I will set up a barrier and engage in battle with you after you activate your Sharingan, Itachi stated calmly. All right, Sasuke nodded. Slowly rising to his feet, he retrieved a soldier pill from his pocket and consumed it, having obtained it from Fugaku Uchiha under the pretext of training. As his stamina replenished, Sasuke gradually opened his eyes, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. Three-tomo, Itachi exclaimed, astonished. Ding. Detecting Itachi Uchiha's surprise, task issued. Complete 10 actions that astonish Itachi Uchiha. 110. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Surprised? Sasuke initially intended to showcase his Sharingan alongside his current strength, aiming to earn his older brother's recognition and no longer be viewed as a mere child. This, he believed, would ensure that his forthcoming endeavors would be given the attention they deserved and gradually alter Itachi's perception of him. However, it seemed he would need to reveal some of his trump cards sooner than anticipated. Brother, I'm ready. I will commence my attack now, Sasuke declared, instantly activating Raijin mode. Boom. The ground shattered as he lunged toward Itachi. The sheer physical prowess and taijutsu displayed left Itachi in awe once more. Yet, being the genius he was, Itachi quickly regained his composure and met Sasuke's assault head-on. In Raijin mode, the battle between Sasuke and Itachi unfolded with remarkable precision, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each strike was executed flawlessly, and with the enhancement of the Sharingan, Sasuke's accuracy was elevated to a new level. Bang! An error on Sasuke's part resulted in him being instantly struck away by Itachi. Surprise gleamed in Itachi's eyes as he marveled at his younger brother's ability to sustain such a lengthy confrontation. Sasuke using his Z. Boom. A bolt of lightning interrupted Itachi's words, sending him reeling. In the next instant, Sasuke, enveloped in electrical energy, charged forward once more. The amalgamation of lightning-infused attacks, speed, power, and paralysis compelled Itachi to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Under renewed astonishment, Itachi unleashed ninjutsu to aid his combat efforts. Lightning release and fire release soon enveloped the training ground in a shroud of dust. Yet, the battle persisted. With their Sharingan, both combatants managed to navigate the obscured vision without issue. As the dust began to settle, Sasuke found himself once again sprawled on the ground. This exhaustive battle was proving to be quite taxing, and with his current chakra reserves, he realized he could not endure for much longer. He envied those with abundant chakra reserves. Sasuke, when did you master such a combat style? Itachi settled beside Sasuke, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Not long ago, I discovered something while attempting to convert lightning chakra. Brother, do you possess anything that can restore chakra? I have other combat techniques yet to be revealed. Sasuke feigned nonchalance. Indeed, I do. Here, take this. It is a specialized potion for the Umbu. Once consumed, it will swiftly replenish your chakra, coupled with your own chakra refinement. You should be fully restored in 2 hours. I will await your return. Itachi handed over the potion, patiently elucidating its effects. Brother, how do you comprehend the mindset of the Hokage? After consuming the potion, Sasuke sat upright and inquired. The mindset of the Hokage? To protect the village with one's own life. After a moment's contemplation, Itachi provided a response he deemed satisfactory. Whose village are we safeguarding? Sasuke pressed further. Whose village? Naturally, it is Konoha. It belongs to everyone. As he spoke, Itachi paused, suddenly questioning what he had once taken for granted. Brother, the Uchiha are also a part of the village, hence there should be a place for the Uchiha within it. Are you truly safeguarding the Uchiha as well? Sasuke fell silent after his query, for the progress bar had already revealed the answer to him. Observing Sasuke, who had closed his eyes and begun refining his chakra, Itachi's mind began to wander into different thoughts. Had Sasuke remained the child who merely trailed behind him, calling for his brother to train together, Itachi might not have pondered too deeply. But the current Sasuke, with a peculiar seed of thought taking root in Itachi's heart, was different. Soon, Sasuke's chakra was fully restored, and he boldly requested to continue sparring with Itachi. Naturally, Itachi agreed, yet Sasuke's subsequent performance continually surpassed Itachi's expectations. Can the great fireball technique truly explode? Is this terrifying range genuinely just a C-rank fire technique? How can a 5-year-old exhibit such precise chakra control? How can a child's mental fortitude sustain the use of the 3-tomo Sharingan? After their third training match, Sasuke lay exhausted on the training ground, unable to move. Even with the assistance of the system and his recent training, he still found himself a distance away from Itachi's prowess. Sasuke, did father send you to convey that message to me? Itachi, who had initially intended to train alongside Sasuke to strengthen their brotherly bond, now found his heart in turmoil. Before him was a younger brother, a genius akin to a monster, with a unique way of thinking that stirred feelings of inadequacy within the once revered prodigy. That is merely my understanding. Perhaps father still harbors some illusions about the village. Otherwise, he would not have allowed you to join the Umbu, Sasuke replied. His voice tinged with fatigue as it reached Itachi's ears. Release. Itachi raised his finger and dispelled the surrounding barrier. He then lifted Sasuke onto his back and made his way to the room. After placing Sasuke on the bed, Itachi departed from the scene. Just 2 more times to go. What should he do next to astonish his younger brother? Sasuke gazed at the system panel, feeling somewhat helpless. If only he could endure for 1 more round, the task could be accomplished today. Nevertheless, with his brother's character of being overly protective, he should come looking for him soon. For now, it was best to enhance his own strength. With that thought, Sasuke commenced his training in refining cellular activity and chakra. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi donned his mask and entered the Hokage's office. How is the investigation proceeding? I remain quite curious about your brother. With such remarkable talent, he should be well guided to become a formidable protector of the village. In the future, training him to become Hokage is certainly a possibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked amiably while holding his pipe. Sasuke sought my guidance today regarding martial arts training and some insights into fire release techniques. Compared to ordinary children, he is indeed stronger, but I would not categorize him as a genius. At the very least, the things he can do now, I was capable of at 5 years old. Convincing him to change his aspirations will take time, Itachi stated, devoid of emotion as he stood before Sarutobi. Due to his mask, Itachi's expression was concealed. Well, in that case, I shall leave this matter to you, Itachi. Should there be any needs for the village's cooperation, do not hesitate to inform me. Also, avoid contact with Danzo, Sarutobi said, waving his hand. Itachi nodded and vanished from the scene. Sarutobi, at that moment, remained unaware of the shift in Itachi's demeanor. Rather, it was Itachi's words that alleviated Sarutobi's concerns regarding Uchiha Sasuke. With such a good older brother present, Sarutobi felt less anxious, much like the influence Shisui had on Itachi. As for Itachi's attempt to influence Sasuke, it was not a simple endeavor. The more pressing issue lay with Shimura Danzo. Though the reasons remained unclear, Danzo's targeting of the Uchiha clan seemed to be growing increasingly urgent. It was time to take a firm stance against that organization. In the dead of night, a pang of hunger jolted Sasuke from his training. Oh no! He had forgotten to prepare food for the late night hours. The energy consumption from refining chakra and enhancing cellular activity was considerable. At this hour, finding something to eat would not be easy. Moreover, He did not wish to disturb his mother's rest for something as trivial as a snack. Oh, Ichiraku Ramen was still open at night. Perhaps he could also experience the renowned Ōtsutsuki uncle. With that thought, Sasuke promptly rose and left his room. Following the route etched in his memory, he quickly found Ichiraku Ramen, which still had its lights on. Were there others present? Behind the curtain lay a small shadow. To his surprise, there was someone else, like him, out late at night seeking a bite to eat. "Uncle, bring me 10 bowls of your signature ramen," Sasuke declared as he lifted the curtain and settled into his seat. 10 bowls. We generally advise against eating so late. It seems today's children can eat quite well, the chef remarked. He initially intended to offer further counsel, but upon recalling that little girl he had just seen, he decided against it and proceeded to prepare the noodles. "Hinata? Sasuke?" At that moment, both individuals recognized each other. It was unexpected to find the little princess of the Hyuga clan out for a late-night meal. They were both somewhat taken aback by their encounter. "Training so late. Doesn't the Hyuga family provide food?" Sasuke quipped. "No, I just..." Hinata's inherently shy nature made it nearly impossible for her to speak normally, especially with 10 empty bowls laid before her, causing her to feel as if she might faint from embarrassment. "Can you still eat a bit more? As your classmate, I insist," Sasuke generously offered. Since Sasuke had exhibited extraordinary talent, his father, Sasuke Uchiha, had generously provided him with ample pocket money. "I'm not hungry anymore. I've had enough." Hinata initially wanted to decline, but upon seeing the chef already bringing 2 bowls of ramen to the table, she found herself, almost inexplicably, uttering, "All right." Sasuke found this amusing. This girl, in the original story, was known to have an insatiable appetite, even surpassing Naruto and Choji. Little did he know, the emergence of her gluttonous talent was awakening at such an early stage. However, it was not surprising. The energy required for training was substantial, and as the heir to the Byakugan, Hinata naturally had a high demand for food. Coupled with her personality, she likely felt embarrassed to eat too much at home, which explained the current predicament. Yet, this amusement was fleeting. Sasuke soon found himself dumbfounded. Having already consumed 10 bowls of ramen, Hinata astonishingly devoured 5 more, displaying an expression of unfulfilled desire. Over an hour later, Sasuke and Hinata departed from the ramen shop, leaving the chef in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at the mountain of bowls piled on the table. It was the first time in many years he had encountered someone with such a voracious appetite. "Let me walk you home. It's not advisable for a girl to be out late at night. In the future, prepare something to eat at home if you're hungry. Don't venture out," Sasuke stated, not waiting for Hinata's response as he headed towards the Hyuga clan's residence. In the eyes of most fans, the little princess of the Hyuga clan epitomized the ideal princess or a perfect wife. Yet, to Sasuke, the perception was entirely different. As the legitimate daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's talents had been overlooked by far too many. The gentle fist. Despite Hinata's childhood fraught with psychological fragility stemming from her self-doubt due to the Byakugan, manages to attain a remarkably high level, showcasing her exceptional talent. If she could fully harness her abilities, she would undoubtedly become a formidable ally in the future. Strengthening their bond was undoubtedly a wise choice. Before long, the two arrived at the rear entrance of the Hyuga residence. "I'll see you here," Sasuke said, waving his hand as he turned to leave. "See you tomorrow." "Thank you." By the time Hinata mustered the courage to utter those words, Sasuke had already vanished from sight. He truly is a wonderful person. The Uchiha clan isn't so bad after all. With her hands clasped before her, a faint blush graced Hinata's cheeks. Upon returning to his room, Sasuke once again focused his chakra, embarking on the arduous task of refining his cells. For a considerable duration, Itachi seemed to have disappeared from his life. It had been over half a month since they last saw one another. "Sasuke, what occupies your thoughts?" At that moment, a pair of massive, crimson eyes suddenly appeared before Sasuke. The terrifying ocular power instantaneously warped the surrounding space, effortlessly shattering the illusion technique he had just unleashed, Forest of Thorns. After a moment of disorientation, Uchiha Fugaku gazed sternly at Sasuke. "Father, I was thinking about my brother. Why haven't I seen him lately?" "I apologize, father. I shouldn't have allowed myself to be distracted during training." Sasuke promptly admitted his fault while voicing his concerns. "Itachi has gone on a mission. Continue your training." The potency of an illusion technique, while relying on the strength of one's mental fortitude, is far more challenging to control than chakra itself. It is imperative not to underestimate such matters during the initial stages of training, Uchiha Fugaku patiently instructed. The more Fugaku interacted with his younger son, the more astonished he became. Regardless of the technique, Sasuke would swiftly master it, unleashing a formidable strength that surpassed typical ninjutsu. At times, even Fugaku questioned his own precision in chakra control. This is precisely why he readily agreed to Sasuke's request to train in illusion techniques. As the father of two prodigies, Uchiha Fugaku felt immense pride while also contemplating the direction of Sasuke's training. Itachi had developed a pathological aversion to the horrors of war due to his premature exposure to the battlefield, leading to the current ambiguous stance between family and village. Thus, Sasuke must not be nurtured in such a manner. Time always seems to fly by swiftly. 2 months later, the Ninja Academy encountered its first examination. Sasuke, the test is today. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Are you feeling confident? On their way to school, Naruto's chatter was incessant. It's just a test. There's no need to be so anxious. Besides, with your current abilities, there's nothing to worry about. Sasuke responded with a reassuring smile. Sasuke, let's race to see who arrives at school first. If I lose, I shall double my training today, exclaimed Rock Lee, clad in his youthful, form-fitting attire, charging forward with excitement. No, we have a test today. I must conserve my energy. By the way, this is Naruto Uzumaki, my friend. From now on, he should be considered your friend as well. How about a friendly competition between you two? Sasuke promptly pushed Naruto forward. The contest between such simple-minded individuals should prove to be quite entertaining, wouldn't it? Huh, me? Very well, let us have a go at it, shall we? Naruto, unconcerned with the nature of the challenge, felt that becoming Sasuke's friend implied he must be formidable. Come on, my youthful comrade, Naruto Uzumaki. Rock Lee was among the few in the village who did not discriminate against Naruto, for he devoted his time solely to training. All right, let us begin. The two dashed off instantaneously, vanishing from sight. Now, is there still someone monitoring me? Root? Or perhaps the Umbu? As Naruto sped away, a portion of the surveillance sensation dissipated. However, some observers continued to lurk in the shadows. Sasuke, shall we head to school together? I brought you breakfast. Just as Naruto departed, a throng of women encircled Sasuke. He began to understand why his original self adopted such an aloof and arrogant demeanor upon entering school. Dealing with such a multitude of admirers was indeed quite a headache. Finally arriving at school, the presence of Naruto, acting as a ward against distractions, significantly reduced the number of girls around him. Naruto, from now on, let us attend school together, Sasuke remarked with a hint of meaning before returning to his seat. The morning examination consisted of cultural subjects, history, strategy, geography, and the culture of Konoha. With his formidable mental acuity, Sasuke easily navigated through these topics. Yet, at the final question of the last paper, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Reflections on the third Hokage's achievements. No less than 500 words. Sasuke had already developed an immunity to the shamelessness of the third Hokage, yet upon encountering this question, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he was confident in his ability to tackle such a situation. The will of fire embodied by the third Hokage in my heart. Sasuke promptly began extolling the virtues of Hiruzen Sarutobi, weaving an elaborate tapestry of eloquent phrases, and soon penned over 2,000 words expressing his profound admiration for the third Hokage, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. Had there been more space on the paper, he could have easily composed another 2,000 words. As the bell rang, signaling the conclusion of the cultural test, the afternoon's combat assessment awaited. The combat test was divided into 3 segments. The first part involved navigating obstacles, the second focused on individual combat, and the third entailed team battles. As a student of Class 1, most of the participants were either exceptionally skilled or the scions of distinguished clans. The obstacle course was completed with ease by all. Soon, they arrived at the segment of individual combat. In the inaugural match, Inuzuka Kiba faced off against Fei Shui. On the training ground, the two emerged, forming opposing seals. The battle commenced in an instant. Even without mastering his family's secret techniques, Inuzuka Kiba effortlessly overcame his opponent. Witnessing this duel, Sasuke began to comprehend the reality. Among the common ninjas, it was exceedingly difficult to find a warrior who could surpass those of noble lineage. The disparities in resources cultivated since childhood and the inherent legacies were already manifesting at this juncture. In the 6th match, Uchiha Sasuke confronted Shimizu Ruma. At long last, following the conclusion of the first 5 battles, it was Sasuke's turn. Go for it, Sasuke. You can do it, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke is the best. Victory is assured. As Sasuke stepped into the arena, the atmosphere around him transformed into a fervor of excitement. It must be said, in the eyes of the majority, beauty indeed equates to righteousness. One glance at Shimizu Ruma's demeanor reveals this truth. He is the son of Shimizu Danzo's nephew, the leader of the Root organization. This arrogant fellow would surely be defeated. At that moment, the infatuated onlookers would understand that in Konoha, everything is determined by strength. Furthermore, he had heard his father mention that the Uchiha clan would eventually be eradicated by the Root. What qualifications did this individual possess to flaunt his bravado here? Today, he would be reduced to a fool. With Iruka's voice echoing, the two raised their fingers in unison. Bang! Shimizu Ruma charged directly at Sasuke, thrusting his practice kunai towards Sasuke's throat with precision. It is worth noting that even a practice kunai possesses lethal potential. Should it strike true, it could result in severe injury, if not worse. What animosity does this fellow harbor towards me? Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sasuke quickly formed seals, conjuring flames that enveloped him and surged towards Shimizu Ruma. Confronted by the searing inferno, Shimizu Ruma had no choice but to evade its wrath. Being scorched by fire was no trivial matter. Lightning style, Thunderbolt. Just as Shimizu Ruma pondered how to vanquish Sasuke flawlessly, a crackling sound of electricity filled the air. His hair stood on end. Too slow. With a swift chop, Sasuke struck Ruma's neck. Bang! Shimizu Ruma collapsed to the ground, unconscious. As Iruka announced Sasuke's victory in the 6th individual match, a nearby medical ninja promptly took Shimizu Ruma away for treatment. After all, there were still team battles to come. Naruto's opponent was also a child from a common ninja family, Sanada AI. What bad luck. Why must my opponent be this demon fox? Will I be killed? This demon fox should leave the village. Why must he stand here learning and testing alongside me? Sanada AI expressed his discontent. From an early age, he had been warned against associating with this demon fox. In his perception, Naruto was nothing short of a monster, capable of obliterating the village at any moment. He harbored a deep-seated fear of confronting such a creature. Yet, to suppress this trepidation, Sanada chose to resort to mockery without hesitation. This caused Naruto, who had initially been brimming with enthusiasm, to instinctively lower his head. After all this time, why did his classmates still regard him in such a manner? He had done nothing wrong. Why was he subjected to such treatment? A demon fox? A monster? If Naruto were truly a monster, would you even be in a position to speak so freely? Surely, you would have long since met your demise. How could one be so blind? Sasuke remarked disdainfully. Form the ceiling stance. Moreover, both combatants, please concentrate. Iruka finally snapped back to reality. He should have intervened from the very beginning. However, during the chaos of the Ninetales incident, his own parents had fallen victim, leaving a lingering resentment within him. Yet, Sasuke's words had awakened a realization. How could a 5-year-old child possibly be a demon fox? If that were the case, how could he remain so composed? As a steadfast executor of the will of fire, Iruka quickly aligned his mindset and role. After all, he was now the homeroom teacher for these children. Naruto, show him that you can defeat him as a ninja. Go for it. Sasuke encouraged, giving Naruto a thumbs up. Right. The formerly downcast Naruto's expression brightened once more. Wow, Sasuke-kun is so cool. I think Naruto Uzumaki doesn't seem like a monster at all, especially since he has earned Sasuke-kun's recognition. A certain infatuated girl. Humph, girls are so boring. Shikamaru, chips are still the best. Choji, even Sasuke was taken aback by how his recent words had significantly altered the crowd's attitude towards Naruto. Particularly among the children from ninja clans, curiosity towards Naruto began to blossom. True to expectations, Naruto swiftly defeated Sanada. After all, during this period of intense training with Sasuke, Naruto's abilities had seen a remarkable enhancement. Coupled with regular training battles, his overall combat prowess in class was among the highest. Once the individual matches concluded, it was time for team battles. Iruka instructed everyone to form their own teams, which posed a dilemma for Sasuke. His small team had to include Naruto, who was now surrounded by a throng of girls. Teacher, my team is set. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Hinata, Sasuke declared loudly, raising his hand to announce the trio. Hearing her name from the corner, Hinata trembled slightly. Me? She timidly pointed at herself, her voice barely above a whisper. Is that all right? Sasuke flashed a warm smile. Hinata was uncertain of her feelings at that moment, but found herself unable to utter a refusal. After a gentle nod, she joined Sasuke and Naruto's side. Hinata's character, despite her illustrious lineage, lacks presence in her class. At this age, girls are typically lively and energetic, which makes it difficult for Hinata to integrate into their small circles. After Sasuke chose Hinata as a teammate, the other girls felt disheartened but quickly sought out their own partners, recognizing the importance of this test as it would be recorded in their grades. Academic performance at the Ninja Academy plays a significant role in one's future as a ninja. The teams were swiftly finalized. Group 1, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata. Group 2, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura. Group 3, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Group 4, Kamizuki Izumo, Kurayukim, Gaisho. Group 5, Morishita Shinju, Watazawa, Shimura Yamato. Group 6, Akihiro. A total of 24 students were divided into 8 groups. A drawing was conducted to determine their opponents. Group 4 was to be the last to engage in combat. It seems we have the advantage of observing their fighting styles while we rest, Sasuke remarked as he handed the number to Iruka and subsequently took a seat in the audience. Iruka observed Sasuke's calm demeanor, feeling perplexed. Being the final group does afford an opportunity to analyze the opponent's strategies, but it also implies the least amount of rest. Even if they achieve victory, they would soon confront even stronger adversaries. Yet, Sasuke's composure was striking. As for Hinata and Naruto, one was brimming with anticipation for the battle, while the other was preoccupied with fidgeting his fingers, lost in thought. Team battles differ significantly from individual contests. Is this the pride of the Uchiha clan? Iruka quickly refocused as the first match commenced. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino versus Kamizuki Izumo, Kurayukim, Gaisho. As Iruka's voice faded, both teams stepped onto the battlefield. We must not reveal too much. The concentrated medicinal herbs offered as rewards are quite precious, Shikamaru expressed, yawning and appearing troubled. I'm troubled as well. Is this the fate of a beautiful girl? Ultimately, I must stand against the one I love, Ino mused dreamily. Meanwhile, Choji continued to munch on his snacks. With a swift motion, Gaisho unleashed a barrage of practice shuriken, prompting Kamizuki Izumo and Kurayukim to immediately target Ino and Choji as their opponents. Gaisho, however, eyed Shikamaru with apprehension. The reputations of their clans were well known in the village. Historically, the Nara clan has been responsible for strategizing battles. If they could keep a close watch on this fellow, the enemy's tactics would struggle to unfold efficiently. His daily rigorous training was solely aimed at conquering the family's ninjas today. Shikamaru stifled a yawn, unceremoniously sitting down on the ground. For him, the inactivity of the opponent was a welcome reprieve. At this moment, Choji deviated from his usual demeanor. He had put away his potato chips and was now intently focused on his adversary, Yamashita Yuta. The latter, a stout individual, was clearly of the strength-oriented type. Bam! In an instant, the two clashed like sumo wrestlers. Their immense power stirred up a cloud of dust. However, it soon became evident to Yamashita that he could not budge Choji an inch. Wait, no, that was pure strength. In the face of absolute power, Choji effortlessly sent Yamashita flying. He then rose and delivered a crushing blow. It must be said that such a straightforward and brutal fighting style proved remarkably effective at this age. Within merely 3 minutes, Yamashita was vanquished by Choji. As for Ino, although her mind transfer technique wasn't exceptionally potent yet, it was sufficient to control a child. Her opponent, Kobuya Nakachi, launched a surprise attack on Shikamaru. It was then that Shikamaru decided to take action. With a pincer attack, Shikamaru soon fell as well. The first round concluded with Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino emerging victorious. In the second round, the earlier battles held little suspense. Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura advanced. The next group was that of Shimizu Yoda. Now, it was Sasuke's turn. I can handle this myself. Hinata, Naruto lacks your keen eyesight. You should observe my upcoming battle closely. Future training should also align with this direction, Sasuke calmly stated as he rose. What? Why is that? I want to fight too. Naruto complained, visibly distressed. Hinata nodded in agreement, refraining from contradiction. Naruto, do you wish to claim the top spot? Isn't your dream to become Hokage? Starting with this first place would surely be more impressive, Sasuke smiled. I suppose so. That makes sense. I'll follow your lead. Although Naruto still yearned for battle, Sasuke's words were undeniably more enticing. Are you going alone? You underestimate us too much. Humph. Even as Uchiha, we have ample confidence to defeat you. Witnessing Sasuke step forth alone, his opponents felt a profound insult. How cool. Uchiha Sasuke. Swooning girls, so full of himself. Always trying to look cool. Collective boys, including Naruto, Raijin mode. Sasuke activated his Raijin mode, electricity crackling around him. Lightning release. Is he preparing to engage in combat with ninjutsu so soon? Why reveal his trump card this early? Iruka, as the teacher, may not have been exceptionally powerful, but his keen perception allowed him to quickly notice Sasuke unleashing lightning release. However, I did not observe him forming any seals. Could it be that he employs the art of formless ninjutsu? Just then, a panel appeared before Sasuke. Itachi is also present? Sasuke felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't performed anything particularly extraordinary. Why was Itachi astonished? This Raijin mode was not unfamiliar to him. Sasuke inwardly scoffed, yet he found the outcome to be favorable. Simultaneously, it ignited new thoughts within him. Since Itachi was watching, it was imperative to put forth an admirable display. With this in mind, Sasuke vanished in an instant. Body flicker technique. No, there were no fluctuations in chakra. Was it taijutsu? Yet that couldn't be right. He had just utilized lightning release. This maneuver left Iruka utterly bewildered. Bang, bang, bang. Within a breath's time, the three opponents collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Iruka hurriedly appeared by their side and, upon confirming they were merely unconscious, let out a sigh of relief. After all, there have been instances where training battles resulted in casualties due to miscalculations. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of astonishing Itachi 10 times. Reward. I Technique. Abyss of Naruto. Soul Interrogation. Mysterious Experience Card X1. Upon vanquishing the three adversaries, the anticipated system notification resonated in Sasuke's ears. 2 B-rank illusions and 1 experience card. However, the experience card bore a question mark. System, activate the experience card. Sasuke was not one to hoard items. He opted to utilize the experience card immediately. As the question mark vanished, Sasuke was left momentarily speechless. The information displayed was rather shocking to him. If utilized wisely, this could be a life-saving asset. Sasuke's heart sank, suppressing his excitement as he returned to his group. Hinata, did you observe the battle clearly? Do you have anything to share? Sasuke inquired directly. Just now, you asked me where their chakra was weakest and the precise acupoints. Was that to execute such a precise combat maneuver? Hinata's expression was one of admiration. In mere seconds, Sasuke had devised such an ingenious strategy. Moreover, it was their first collaboration. Indeed, such battles should not deplete excessive energy. The current ninja world is unstable, and we may encounter more foes in the future. If we cannot treat each skirmish as a battlefield, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage in the times to come, Sasuke advised earnestly. In the original narrative, within Team 7, they often found themselves in a state of confusion when confronted by numerous enemies. This led to them displaying undue panic and disorder against adversaries like Gaara's team and Orochimaru. Understood, Hinata nodded gravely. Have you communicated with your family regarding the food situation? Yes, I have addressed it. That is good to hear. Let us strive diligently in our training. And I hope to continue fighting alongside you in the future. Hey Hinata, what's wrong? Why is your face so flushed? As Naruto spoke, Hinata found herself at a loss for words. Though she could grasp the essence of their previous conversation when separated, she was utterly bewildered when it came together. Just moments ago, Sasuke had helped her pinpoint the unique acupuncture points of our three adversaries, and with astonishing swiftness and minimal exertion, we vanquished our foes. Although neither of us engaged in battle, it was indeed a form of teamwork. I was responsible for intelligence, Sasuke for combat, and you for not causing disruptions. Yes, that is precisely how it is, Hinata replied earnestly. At that moment, neither Hinata nor Naruto shared a unique bond. Rather, Hinata harbored a special sentiment for Sasuke, rendering her words devoid of any concern for Naruto's feelings. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, both visibly embarrassed. Who could have anticipated that such an adorable girl would utter such statements? Even Sasuke was taken aback. All right, let us proceed to the second phase of the team battle. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, vs. Shimura Hayata. The second match quickly approached, while Itachi stood to the side, still wearing an expression of astonishment. Sasuke's recent maneuver was nothing short of flawless. Itachi pondered to himself. Under equivalent circumstances, one could hardly devise such a perfect strategy. though victory was assured. A shadowy figure appeared behind Itachi, conveying a somewhat unfriendly demeanor. Yet, this was to be expected. The Uchiha clan was not favored in the village. Even with Itachi's current affiliation with the Umbu, aside from missions, members rarely treated him with kindness. Though he longed to witness Sasuke's battle, Itachi ultimately chose to depart. In the principal's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was solemnly examining an unmarked examination paper. Lord Hokage, Itachi announced as he entered the room. Please take a look at this exam. Hiruzen handed Itachi a paper that boasted a perfect accuracy rate, with some analyses reaching the level of a chunin. And this, the will of fire? Itachi asked, somewhat incredulously. Is this a standard paper? Hiruzen replied. What purpose does it serve to show this to yourself? Is it merely to boast about your performance on a standard exam? At that moment, Itachi, unbeknownst to himself, began to feel a subtle aversion towards this so-called will of fire. This is Uchiha Sasuke's exam. How well do you believe he performed? Hiruzen inquired after taking a deep breath from his pipe. Sasuke, Itachi exclaimed, activating his Sharingan, utterly overwhelmed by the revelation. If this truly is Sasuke's examination paper, I would bestow upon him full marks. After a brief moment, Itachi realized his lack of decorum and promptly replied. Why? One might ask, should he receive full marks simply for being Sasuke? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with keen interest. Firstly, Sasuke is merely a 5-year-old child. Yet his paper reveals a commendable foundation of knowledge. Secondly, his grasp of the will of fire, I believe, rivals my own. Lastly, it is precisely because he is my brother that I am inclined to award him full marks. This score is devoid of any other emotional considerations. Itachi's expression was one of utmost seriousness, and in his excitement, he found himself trembling. I too believe he deserves full marks. Furthermore, his practical strength and skills are quite impressive. Itachi, I hope you can dedicate more time to mentoring Sasuke, shaping him into a valuable asset for our village. The most robust bastion of Konoha requires these young talents to forge its future. Sarutobi Hiruzen commenced his subtle persuasion, clearly captivating Itachi. This discourse not only bestowed upon Itachi a special task, granting him ample time to be with his brother, but it also conveyed Hiruzen's recognition of Sasuke. This was a source of unrestrained joy for a brother so devoted. After discussing various matters, Itachi bowed and vanished from sight. Uchiha Fugaku, you may not have anticipated how flawlessly your two sons would inherit the will of fire. From the very beginning of this contest, you have already lost. Amidst the swirling clouds of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a self-satisfied smile. By the time Itachi returned to the training grounds, Sasuke had already triumphed over Shirtera Takeda. This young lad should return and share this news with his father. Perhaps Itachi chose not to elaborate further and instantly vanished from the scene. The battle had reached its final stages. Shikamaru's team versus Sasuke's team. Teacher, we concede, Shikamaru declared, raising his hand to signal their surrender just as Iruka was about to announce the commencement of the battle. Why surrender? Shikamaru, you cannot win. Currently, only Sasuke has taken action. Hinata and Naruto have yet to engage. Even if our team faced Sasuke alone, victory would not be assured, let alone against 2 additional opponents. I prefer to avoid a beating, hence our concession, Shikamaru replied, his palms open. It was not his style to rush into battle knowing defeat was inevitable. Very well. The victorious team in this group battle is Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Uzumaki. The reward is a set of rare medicinal herbs, beneficial for concocting restorative potions and enhancing one's physical condition through bathing. Additionally, a cash prize of 50,000 yen awaits. Iruka announced as he handed over the herbs and money to the trio. Sasuke, am I dreaming? Yay. Haha, I am not dreaming. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. 50,000 yen. This is an astronomical sum for me. As for that herbal medicine, Naruto exhibited no interest whatsoever. His mind was preoccupied with calculating how many bowls of ramen he could savor with the 50,000 yen he had. Due to the testing schedule, school would conclude immediately after the assessments today. Naruto wished to invite Sasuke to Ichiraku Ramen for a celebratory meal, but Sasuke had other obligations awaiting him at home. It seemed Itachi was observing him and was likely already at home. In order to restore Itachi to normalcy in the shortest possible time, Naruto knew he had to seize the opportunity while Itachi was present. Thus, he set off alone. Hinata, too, departed to engage in her training. Why is everyone going home? Am I truly left to dine alone on ramen? Just as Naruto's spirits began to sink, Lee made his appearance. Subsequently, the two simple-minded individuals embarked on what they termed a trial of youth. Upon returning home, it was evident that Itachi had indeed come back. However, the atmosphere in the living room felt somewhat peculiar. Fugaku Uchiha sat solemnly in the main seat, while Itachi, with a hint of resignation, lowered his head. Their mother, Mikoto, sat quietly to one side. Father, mother, brother, what is this? Sasuke set his bag aside, curiously observing the trio. This strange scenario was a first for him. One must bear in mind that even during the fateful night of their clan's demise in the original narrative, Fugaku and Mikoto had chosen to forgive Itachi. Mikoto, could you check if the meal prepared for Sasuke is ready? Fugaku inquired. Certainly, Mikoto replied, glancing at Sasuke and then at Itachi. With a gentle smile, she rose and made her way to the kitchen. Sasuke, your brother mentioned that you achieved a perfect score on today's cultural test and ranked first in the practical assessment. What are your thoughts? Fugaku found himself at a loss for how to inquire about his youngest son. Sasuke had exhibited an abundance of remarkable traits lately, leaving Fugaku with an overwhelming sensation akin to having overeaten, struggling to digest it all. Perfect score? It seems the third Hokage was quite pleased with the little composition I wrote. Sasuke innocently extended his hand, his eyes wide with curiosity as he asked, is there a reward? A reward? Wait, what do you mean by little composition? Fugaku had initially intended to understand why Sasuke had displayed such a fervent spirit of the fire country. In his perception, these traits were likely influenced by Itachi. Coupled with Itachi's current mission, Fugaku felt an underlying unease. Yet, Sasuke's response left him bewildered, as if he had thrown a punch that missed its mark entirely. A little composition is an article crafted based on the topic's requirements, utilizing the knowledge one has acquired to create an appropriate narrative. Such praise for the third Hokage can be found everywhere. To weave these thoughts together, adorned with eloquence, we arrive at a poignant narrative. Father, what has sparked your sudden interest in this matter? Questioned Sasuke, his gaze fixed in perplexity upon Uchiha Fugaku. If such trivialities were the cause, there was no need to linger over them, lest he delay his meal. Thus, Sasuke candidly posed his inquiry. It's nothing. You should wash your hands, and then have your meal. Shortly, come to the study with your brother, Uchiha Fugaku responded, rising slowly, his brow furrowed. Still shrouded in seriousness and curiosity, he vanished from their sight. Sasuke, was what you just said truly sincere, or merely a fabrication? Itachi's voice bore a hint of disappointment. After all, he had just undertaken a mission to nurture Sasuke diligently. Inner reflections? The third Hokage relocated our entire clan to this remote locale, and I must traverse a great distance to attend school each day. Do you believe I harbor any profound insights? Surely, feelings of resentment must exist, Sasuke replied earnestly. Itachi, there are things I must say, but, brother, I'm off to eat. I'm famished. Sasuke interjected, swiftly disappearing from the scene. This child, indeed, was the will of fire truly just? Doubts began to cloud Itachi's mind, while he yearned to uphold the beliefs he had clung to for so long. The realities presented by Sasuke were undeniable. The clash of these two perspectives left Uchiha Itachi increasingly unsettled. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil, Uchiha Sasuke, had embarked on a grand culinary adventure, determined to replenish his body's nutrients for more effective training. Soon, news of Uchiha's latest prodigy spread throughout the ninja village. It is undeniable that the Uchiha clan, publicly recognized as Konoha's most formidable lineage, continued to attract considerable attention. Sasuke's name began to formally enter the collective consciousness. Concurrently, Hinata also found herself under scrutiny. Within the Hyuga clan's residence, Hayashi Hyuga sat opposite his daughter, Hinata, a stern expression etched upon his face, revealing his disquiet. Hinata, though somewhat reserved and anxious, possessed an unwavering determination in her gaze. Is this the reason you have forged a friendship with Uchiha Sasuke? Over a bowl of ramen? Hayashi finally spoke, astonished that his daughter would venture out late at night simply due to hunger, while he had remained oblivious. Had Hinata not voiced her concerns, he might have overlooked the matter entirely. After all, as a prominent clan within the village, the Hyuga were well-versed in martial arts and typically well-provisioned in terms of sustenance. Yet, he had not anticipated the depth of Hinata's appetite. 12 bowls, not just one. Hinata earnestly corrected Hyuga Hizashi's words. For a moment, Hizashi found himself at a loss for how to respond to Hinata's remarks. Following the birth of Hinata Hanabi, Hizashi's expectations for Hinata had reached an almost fastidious level. as he yearned to challenge certain long-standing traditions of the Hyuga clan. These traditions had been deeply rooted within the family, particularly concerning the division between the main and branch families. His younger brother, Hyuga Neji, had once sacrificed himself for Hisashi, leaving an indelible mark on him. Now, with the emergence of Hanabi and Hinata, the possibility of facing a similar fate loomed large. Hence, Hisashi's stringent demeanor towards Hinata was born from a desire to ensure she possessed the requisite strength to one day abolish these archaic customs in her capacity as clan leader. However, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied with Hinata's innate talent, as her progress in training was painfully slow. Initially attributing this to a lack of aptitude, he later realized it stemmed from inadequate nourishment. In just a few months, Hinata's growth had become markedly evident, creating a conflict within Hisashi. Hinata's close association with the Uchiha clan could potentially incite unforeseen dangers and complications. Yet, given Hinata's disposition, attempting to distance her from that Uchiha boy at this juncture would likely have a profound psychological impact on her. Father, do you harbor negative sentiments towards the Uchiha clan? Might you share your thoughts on them with me? Hinata summoned her courage to express the crux of her concerns directly. She was no fool. In fact, she possessed considerable intelligence and was aware of many matters. Greetings, Hinata. Allow me to elaborate, Hisashi began. The Uchiha clan, one of the founding families of the village, was once regarded alongside the Senju clan as Konoha's most formidable lineage. However, the Uchiha's proud demeanor and their obsession with power are well known. Hisashi's understanding of the Uchiha clan ran deep, and he swiftly recounted the history of the Uchiha from Madara to the present, including notable figures such as Fugaku, Shursui, and Itachi. He refrained from specifically mentioning Sasuke. As one of the two great clans at the village's inception, the Uchiha had demonstrated remarkable prowess in several ninja world wars, particularly during the Third Great Ninja War when they single-handedly repelled the forces of the Mist Village. Currently, the clan was brimming with talent, boasting a plethora of elite jonin among their ranks. Could such a family, marked by their pride, truly be ostracized? Moreover, it seemed the incident involving the Nine Tails had yet to be substantiated. Hinata articulated all the information she had gathered, her eyes shining with newfound determination. Hisashi was well aware of these facts. The Hyuga clan had managed to maintain a substantial presence in Konoha precisely because they refrained from engaging in power struggles. Yet, should they become entangled with the Uchiha, the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups would inevitably converge upon them. Such a notion was difficult for Hisashi to voice. Father, I have become friends with Uchiha Sasuke. In my training, I will strive to meet your expectations. Could you refrain from obstructing me? Hinata raised her head to meet the gaze of Hayashi Hyuga. With each word, she earnestly conveyed her request. After a moment of contemplation regarding his daughter's plea, Hayashi seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. Hinata, do you comprehend the implications of your choice? He stood up. I understand, Hinata replied, rising as well and activating her Byakugan. Very well, then let your actions validate your resolve. Should you ever falter, I understand, father, Hinata interjected, her face lighting up with joy. Hayashi nodded, signaling that she could take her leave to rest. I hope my choice is not misguided, he thought. A look of resignation crossing his features. He had placed all his faith in Hinata, and he could perceive her transformation. The Hinata of the past would never have uttered such words. This change in her character instilled Hayashi with confidence regarding his desire to alter the family traditions. Had Hinata remained timid, she would never have been able to embrace such matters. But now, everything was different. Meanwhile, in the forest, is this what Sasuke-kun referred to as a new training method? It seems rather intriguing, remarked Rock Lee, his eyes wide with curiosity. It's not particularly amusing, and it can be somewhat painful. However, the physical enhancement derived from it is far more effective than mere conventional training, Naruto responded, deeply engaged in the experience. He recalled the terror instilled by Sasuke's lightning techniques. It was known that during lessons, Sasuke would occasionally zap him. Were it not for Naruto's unwavering determination, he would have long been expelled from class. Naruto, Lee, regardless of the direction of our training, physical strength remains fundamental. Lee, without doubt, possesses the best physical condition among us three. Yet, there is still ample room for improvement. Henceforth, our training must transcend our previous simplistic approach. Today, we shall complete 10 sessions of physical conditioning. Consider the upcoming endurance training as a means to master our physical capabilities. Are you prepared? Upon concluding, Sasuke conjured a powerful arc of electricity in his hands. Observing the crackling energy, both Naruto and Lee couldn't help but twitch their lips. This is likely to be quite painful. After finishing such rigorous training, the trio returned to the communal training area. Sasuke, you achieved a perfect score in your cultural studies. Could you possibly teach me? Asked Naruto. Yes, Sasuke, I need assistance as well, Lee chimed in, both looking at Sasuke with eager anticipation. The disparity between their academic performance and combat assessments was stark. Cultural studies? In truth, it's quite simple. The material that requires rote memorization should pose no challenge for either of you. The primary issue lies in the analysis of the battlefield and the comprehension of the will of fire. Let us begin with the will of fire. Sasuke's voice noticeably rose in intensity. Following that, he fervently expressed his sentiments towards the village and his profound respect for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with his understanding of the significance of battle. Only after articulating these thoughts did he delve into a detailed exposition of the battlefield analysis and management. The weekend swiftly passed amidst the training of the three young ones. At this juncture, the upper echelons of Konoha grew uneasy. Within the root organization, one remarked, "Are you suggesting that the Uchiha boy has become closely associated with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and is instilling the will of fire within him?" After receiving this intelligence, Danzo appeared as if he had encountered a specter. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi need not be mentioned. Both were already deeply entrenched in the will of fire. Even Uchiha Fugaku found this exceedingly troublesome, having repeatedly attempted to rein in their hearts back to the Uchiha clan, only to fail. Now, at the tender age of 5, Uchiha Sasuke would surely draw even more of Fugaku's concern. Why would they allow a mere child to become a proponent of the will of fire? Furthermore, within his plans, both the Uchiha and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails were indispensable components. What on earth has the third Hokage done? How could he persuade the members of the Uchiha clan in such a short span? Surely, Danzo began to entertain wild notions. After all, his original intentions threatened the interests of the third Hokage. Coupled with his previous actions following the Nine Tails incident, he had already incited the Hokage's displeasure. In the Hokage's office, it seemed that Itachi had not betrayed my trust. During this forthcoming period, I shall allow Itachi to continue executing his previous tasks. As for Uchiha Shisui, let us offer him some protection. We must prevent the root organization from approaching him. Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips curled into a smile. The current situation has illuminated the path that rightfully belongs to him. Once he manages to subdue the notoriously obstinate Uchiha clan, the integration of the other clans will be a straightforward endeavor. As for Danzo, he had refrained from taking action against the root organization previously because the village still required such an entity. However, now that the subjugation of the Uchiha clan is within reach, it is time to contemplate the issue of the root organization. Summon Shisui to meet me, Hiruzen instructed, then turned his gaze to the documents scattered across his desk, deep in thought. They included files on Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Shikaku, and Uchiha Sasuke. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku tossed the document before Itachi, his face betraying a rare impatience towards his son. Itachi, is this your task? The Uchiha heir stared in astonishment at the contents of the document. Uchiha Sasuke, proponent of the will of fire. Upon reading the latter part, Itachi inwardly sighed, goodness. Such matters would leave even Uchiha Fugaku taken aback. If not for Itachi's awareness, he himself had not actively promoted these notions to Sasuke. Indeed, he felt as though he had been the one to instigate them. Father, this is not my doing. Aside from engaging in daily training with me, Sasuke rarely conversed with me. Time was simply insufficient. Itachi placed the documents before him, speaking with composure. Naturally, he had not disclosed the entirety of the situation to Fugaku Uchiha. After all, he harbored doubts regarding the will of fire. How could he possibly brainwash Sasuke? Not your doing? Then is it Shisui? However, Shisui had not interacted with Sasuke at all. If anyone in the clan had the most contact with Sasuke, it would likely be his own father. The fog began to lift for Fugaku Uchiha. As for the other clans, they were equally perplexed by this peculiar relationship between the Uchiha and the higher echelons of Konoha. Fortunately, many children from various clans had the opportunity to engage with Sasuke Uchiha. They had already begun to scheme and investigate. Meanwhile, within the Ninja Academy, Naruto observed the occasional flicker of arcs of electricity dancing around Sasuke, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. This guy was truly relentless. Not even class time was spared. As he continued to train, In the next moment, it was Naruto's turn to feel the pressure. During this period, Sasuke's days were remarkably smooth. The refinement of chakra, enhancement of physical abilities, and mastery of ninjutsu were all progressing well. In tandem, even Naruto experienced significant improvement. Sasuke, why must I also recite this? And with such fervor? You don't even like the third Hokage. Naruto's face was a picture of confusion. Despite his usual foolish demeanor, he strictly adhered to Sasuke's instructions. This was part of their bond, for only by doing so could they grow better together, ensuring that few obstacles would impede their progress. There were things he did not understand now, but he would comprehend them in due time. Certain truths Sasuke could not yet share directly with Naruto. While he was aware of the Hokage's development, such matters were too premature for Naruto at this stage. Though I may not fully grasp it, I just need to remember these things, right? Naruto scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. For someone like him, whose thoughts often wandered, following Sasuke's lead was undoubtedly the right choice. All right, quickly recite what you have memorized aloud, encouraged Sasuke. This feels a bit embarrassing. My goal is to become a Hokage like the third, possessing both fame and strength. This is my nindo, the ninja way of Uzumaki Naruto, to protect the village, to ward off external threats and ensure the well-being of our people. Despite claiming embarrassment, when he actually spoke those words, Naruto was filled with fervor. Indeed, he was well-suited to this archetype of passionate dedication. A shadow lingered, observing from the darkness. After Naruto finished speaking, the sensation of being observed vanished without a trace. Noticing the absence of the gaze, the smile on Sasuke's lips became more pronounced. Clearly, Naruto's words carried more weight than if they had come from Sasuke himself. Achieving such a feat, even the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely harbor no doubts. After all, what ill intentions could two 5-year-old children possibly have? The following night, outside the village of Konoha, within a cave, the adults have already conducted a thorough investigation. It is evident that the so-called genius of the Uchiha clan has indeed been influenced by the will of fire. Furthermore, the talent he exhibits far surpasses the information that has circulated. I have observed their training, and the level of their practice is astonishing. Most notably, Uchiha Fugaka's attitude towards him appears to be remarkably indulgent. Shall we take action against him? A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Beneath the white hair was a sinister visage. The glint in his eyes revealed that he was no ordinary individual. It was Mizuki, a teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Before Mizuki stood the figure he referred to as the adult, none other than Orochimaru, the foremost scientist in the ninja world. How confident are you? Orochimaru asked, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Next month, there will be a special training session, originally led by Irika, but I can seize that opportunity. The location will be in the dense forest on the west side. At that time, I will bring your target to you. Mizuki gazed at Orochimaru with palpable anticipation. Indeed, the emergence of Uchiha Sasuke had prompted Orochimaru to seek out Mizuki sooner than expected. This individual, who yearned for immense power and desired recognition in the ninja world, had begun contemplating his future path after a fleeting glimpse of Uchiha Itachi. However, due to Itachi's rapid advancement, Orochimaru hesitated to take action against him. After all, as a member of the Umbu, Itachi was usually accompanied by other formidable Umbu operatives. Should their position be revealed, even Orochimaru could meet his demise in battle. This was a decision the cautious Orochimaru was unwilling to make. Yet now, another genius had emerged from the Uchiha clan. Most importantly, this prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke, was merely over 5 years old. At such a tender age, he was perfectly poised to be molded into Orochimaru's ideal vessel. Thus, the current scenario unfolded. This is the reagent for activating the cursed seal. However, it is still in the development phase. It should only be used in dire circumstances. Of course, as long as you bring Sasuke to me, you will possess the most perfect cursed seal. At that time, the power that belongs to you will exceed your wildest imagination. Orochimaru tossed a vial of the reagent into Mizuki's hands. Subsequently, a massive serpent emerged from the ground, swallowing Orochimaru and vanishing from sight. Hee. Irika, Hokage. Just wait and see. I, Shuei-mu, shall become the entity that you all dread. Clutching the reagent, Shuei-mu's countenance contorted with excitement. Little did he realize that even the revered Orochimaru, whom he idolized and anticipated, would not dare to exhibit such audacity in the face of Konoha. Alas, this truth eluded Shuei-mu entirely. He firmly believed that he would leverage Sasuke as a springboard to become a ninja that would reverberate throughout the shinobi world. Shortly after the two vanished, a figure with white hair emerged in the vicinity. The chakra signature of Orochimaru. How dare he come here? Jiraiya, sensing the lingering chakra in the air, wore a grave expression. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, he had been in pursuit of him while simultaneously traversing the shinobi world for training. This time, he had returned to the village for a matter of great importance, only to unexpectedly detect Orochimaru's presence here. For a moment, Jiraiya's mood grew heavy, as he had returned to finalize the latest chapter of Ica Paradise. The last step involved gathering materials in Konoha. As one of the legendary Sannin, he held a significant attachment to the village. Damn it! At such a time, how could I still be musing over other matters? Orochimaru has certainly fled. I must prioritize collecting materials. Jiraiya chided himself before vanishing from the spot. Upon returning to the village, he delivered the intelligence to Hiruzen Sarutobi and then took his leave. He had no further matters to discuss with his teacher. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen pondered, Orochimaru? How could he possibly appear here? Is it true that this rogue intends to strike at the village? He retrieved a dusty file, his expression darkening. Once, these three were his pride. Now, they stood as an indelible stain on his legacy. Cho, take 3 teams and scout the area. If you uncover any useful information, report back immediately. Hiruzen ultimately issued the pursuit order. Understood, Hokage-sama. Cho, one of Hiruzen's elite guards and a distinguished pursuer, sprang into action upon receiving the command. In the dead of night, having completed his training, Sasuke departed from the Shadow Leaf Lake, making his way toward the clan's territory. Suddenly, an intense sense of threat coursed through his entire being. The Raijin mode activated in an instant, mobilizing all his chakra and muscles. Hahaha, have I been discovered? Truly, the name Uchiha is not without merit. A massive serpent erupted from the ground. From its gaping maw, a figure slowly emerged, speaking in a sinister tone. Orochimaru. Upon recognizing the individual, Sasuke couldn't help but lament. How could this man appear in Konoha? As an S-rank renegade ninja, should he be discovered, given the current circumstances? It seems that even multiple lives would not suffice for Orochimaru. Could it be that he has come specifically for me? Suddenly, Sasuke realized a rather alarming situation. He had inadvertently attracted the attention of Orochimaru. What a surprise. Orochimaru, instead of confronting his elder brother in a 1 versus 7 scenario, has chosen to seek out a mere child like myself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru, once a ninja of Konoha. You may not recognize me, but I shall grant you time to become well acquainted with my presence. Come with me. Serpent's Shadow. As Orochimaru spoke, he unleashed an assault upon Sasuke. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Faced with the multitude of serpentine shadows, Sasuke promptly executed the technique known for its capacity to incinerate. Beneath the immense fireball, the serpent shadows were consumed in flames. Have you already mastered such fire techniques? Impressive indeed. However, the more powerful you become. Orochimaru trailed off, licking his lips. His senses fixated on Sasuke. Once the flames dissipated, he intended to strike with full force and seize Sasuke, without delay. Boom. In the next instant, the fireball erupted violently. The explosion engulfed Orochimaru entirely. Observing the chaos before him, Sasuke swiftly moved closer to the Uchiha Clan grounds. Orochimaru is an exceedingly perilous being. Most concerning is the possibility that being taken by him could leave behind some peculiar remnants. If such artifacts were to disrupt his foundation, it would be disastrous. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Before Sasuke could enter the thicket, several serpent heads emerged from the trunks of trees. Each serpent head opened its mouth, revealing a replica of Orochimaru. Simultaneously, the dust and debris from the explosion began to disperse with the wind. On the ground, a snake's skin lay exposed. Indeed, this fellow possesses the most extensive array of substitution techniques in the ninja world. Initially, I intended to gently escort you away from Konoha, given your youth. It seems, however, that I shall have to resort to more forceful measures. 5 Orochimarus spoke in unison, and then countless venomous snakes surged forth from their mouths, advancing towards Sasuke. This situation necessitates the use of that technique. Sasuke raised his hand, and a card materialized in his grasp. Bang! As chakra surged into the card, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the surroundings instantaneously. What is this? A familiar aura penetrated Orochimaru's senses. Within the smoke, a colossal phantom emerged, exuding a terrifying pressure. Boom! A gigantic blade then descended, sweeping away all the venomous snakes in its wake. The white mist gradually dissipated, revealing a toad wielding a short blade. It was none other than Jiraiya's summoning beast, Gamaken. This is not Jiraiya? Merely a child? Gamaken scrutinized Sasuke, a look of confusion crossing his face. An unfamiliar chakra emanated from this unknown boy. Were it not for the presence of Orochimaru as his opponent, Gamaken might have simply turned and departed. Indeed, this is the experience card of Gamabunta that Sasuke acquired during a mission. Upon its use, one can disregard the laws of the world and summon Gamabunta directly. As for his obedience, that is beyond the system's concern. Regardless, Gamabunta will be summoned. Gamabunta? When did this little brat establish a connection with Jiraiya? Alas, it seems that serious measures must be taken. Orochimaru bit into his own finger, immediately releasing the summoning technique. In the next moment, a fearsome serpent emerged. Orochimaru remarked that the quality of the last sacrifice was somewhat lacking, and he hoped not to encounter such unsatisfactory offerings again. The myriad snakes hissed, lunging directly at Gamabunta. Meanwhile, Orochimaru wasted no time and charged towards Sasuke. This little brat has even managed to summon Gamabunta. Who knows what other abilities he possesses? We must take him away. Engaging in battle within Konoha is hardly a wise choice. To Orochimaru, it already felt like precious time was being squandered. The more this unfolded, the more eager and excited Orochimaru became about Sasuke. This little brat might just present him with an unforeseen surprise. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke raised his finger and once more called forth the name of the fire technique. Orochimaru made no attempt to evade, continuing his relentless advance. Crackle! In the next instant, a powerful surge of lightning erupted, enveloping Orochimaru entirely. The paralysis induced by the lightning caused Orochimaru to momentarily lose his ability to move. Lightning God mode, lightning strike. Sasuke formed seals again, arcs of electricity dancing along his body, even causing his hair to stand on end due to the electric charge. Boom! The ground shattered instantaneously. Sasuke's figure vanished from sight. By the time Orochimaru regained his mobility, he had already lost the optimal opportunity to pursue, though he could still chase after Sasuke. This was Konoha. Before he could make a move, he would undoubtedly be ensnared by those troublesome individuals of the village. The myriad snakes retreat. Orochimaru scoffed, sinking into the ground. The myriad snakes no longer lingered with Gamabunta, dissipating into a white mist. It was no joke. He charged by the number of uses. Since Orochimaru had declared an end to the confrontation, the myriad snakes would not remain to continue the battle. Though much transpired, it all concluded within mere seconds. After everyone departed, Gamabunta was left alone, bewildered in the wind. As Sasuke made his escape, several figures appeared before him. Sasuke, are you alright? Uchiha Shikamaru looked at Sasuke with concern. He was responsible for Sasuke's safety. Due to some urgent matters that arose in the security department that night, he had stepped away briefly. He never anticipated that this momentary absence would nearly lead to Sasuke's peril. Someone named Orochimaru infiltrated the village. It seems he is one of the legendary Sannin. We must promptly report this information to the Hokage. Sasuke spoke, then vanished once more. It's best to return home. Given the ominous and fearsome nature of Orochimaru, his presence beside Uchiha Shisui and others does not guarantee safety near Uchiha Fugaku. Had it not been for the experience card from Wantai, he might have truly fallen into Orochimaru's clutches. Soon, the news of Orochimaru's incursion into Konoha spread among the higher-ups. In the Hokage's office, several individuals stood with somber expressions. The third Hokage, you once spared Orochimaru, allowing this menace to escape. Now, he has become a threat to the safety of our village. You must provide us with an explanation. Tsunade was the first to speak up. Orochimaru indeed poses a significant problem. Third Hokage, what do you believe was his motive for infiltrating Konoha? Mito Gate Haya added. As for Danzo, he merely observed Sarutobi Hiruzen with a mocking gaze, surprised that Orochimaru would intervene at such a crucial time. With Orochimaru's assistance, Danzo had already begun plotting his ascent to the position of Hokage. Regarding the village's safety, he felt an overwhelming confidence. Someone like Orochimaru could not overturn the established order. The target had already departed, Uchiha Sasuke. As for how Sasuke managed to escape, it remained unclear for the time being. However, esteemed elders, will you only engage in futile accusations here? At that moment, a figure appeared at the window. The white hair confirmed his identity. The newcomer was none other than Jiraiya. He had obtained this information from One-Tai. Originally intending to discuss matters with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was taken aback by the scene before him. As a member of Konoha's elite, rather than contemplating solutions, they seemed only intent on questioning one another. Indeed, Tsunade's departure from the village had its reasons. Jiraiya? I merely came to clarify the situation and do not intend to participate in your meeting. Hokage-sama, I must be off on a mission, Jiraiya stated, vanishing before Mito Gate Haya could respond. Third Hokage, this is your prized pupil. You should deal with this matter yourself. Mito Gate Haya, unable to express his frustration, waved his sleeve and left. As for confronting Jiraiya, what trouble could he possibly seek with him? The only remaining connection to Jiraiya was the third Hokage himself. As for taking action against Jiraiya, Mito Gate Haya was not so arrogant as to confront him in his current state. Feeling frustrated, he shot a glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen before departing. Third Hokage, please resolve this swiftly. Moreover, the selection for the fifth Hokage should be determined soon. Tsunade remarked with an underlying significance. After casting a glance at Danzo, she turned and exited. Sarutobi Hiruzen, already burdened with a headache, felt it intensify upon hearing Tsunade's words. Most concerning was that Danzo's intentions had become so glaringly apparent, to the point of being unashamedly obvious. Tsunade's comments were merely a means to solidify her and Mito Gate Haya's positions within the hierarchy. After all, when it comes to selecting a new Hokage, the voices of the two of them carry significant weight. Danzo, if you have nothing further to say, you may leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen currently lacks the inclination to engage in a battle of wits with Danzo. The man's thoughts are practically inscribed upon his face. Sarutobi has already exhibited considerable restraint without resorting to hostility. Third Hokage, I can resolve the issue for you, but I will not acquiesce. Before Danzo could finish his statement, Sarutobi provided a definitive refusal. Very well. Danzo nodded slightly, and then strode out of the Hokage's office. Once Danzo departed, Sarutobi sank heavily into his chair. Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke. Each of them is a figure of considerable notoriety, and now they are entwined in this turmoil. Jiraiya's disposition also does not align with his interests. If those two were still present, he would not find himself in such a precarious position. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha Clan grounds, you say that Orochimaru wishes to take you away? Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. As one of the legendary Sannin and an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru has now set his sights on his younger son, Father Sasuke. At this moment, Itachi rushed in, somewhat flustered. Having been rejected by Sasuke and invited out by Izumi for dinner, he had gone for dumplings, never expecting such an incident to unfold. Seeing Sasuke standing unharmed, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi, your task in the time to come is to ensure Sasuke's safety. All other matters must be set aside for now. Uchiha Fugaku made a decisive proclamation. Understood, Father. By the way, Father, what mission is Shursui currently undertaking? If possible, having Shursui join in safeguarding Sasuke would be even better. Itachi spoke candidly. Shursui? He will return tomorrow. You may seek him then. However, Father, brother, thank you. Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish his words, Sasuke interjected, his face brimming with gratitude, causing Fugaku to swallow back what he had intended to say. Go rest now. I have guests arriving. Uchiha Fugaku spoke calmly. Yes. Itachi nodded and left the study with Sasuke. As the two departed, another individual arrived. Lord Jiraiya, I wonder if your late-night visit pertains to matters concerning my younger son? Uchiha Fugaku placed a cup of tea on the table and spoke plainly. Indeed. Does it belong to your Uchiha clan? Jiraiya said, producing a partially burned card. The word Bunta was clearly visible, while the word's experience card had been incinerated. What is this? Uchiha Fugaku looked bewildered. He had never encountered such a thing. Today, you must be aware of the incident in which Fugaku's younger son, Uchiha Sasuke, was attacked by Orochimaru. At a critical moment, Sasuke summoned my summoning beast, Bunta, to thwart Orochimaru's assault. I would like to inquire further about this matter. Furthermore, regarding Orochimaru, I wish to inquire about certain matters. Minister Fugaku should not impede my efforts. Correct? Jiraiya, noticing the unawareness reflected in Uchiha Fugaku's expression, proceeded to voice his inquiries openly. The ability to summon a spirit beast without signing a contract. Having been targeted by Orochimaru, yet managing to escape unscathed. And being a prodigy of the Uchiha's new generation, while also embodying the spirit of the will of fire. How could such attributes converge within a single individual without raising Jiraiya's suspicions? Did such events truly transpire? What are your intentions regarding Sasuke, Lord Jiraiya? Uchiha Fugaku raised his head, his crimson eyes glinting ominously, the terrifying power of his gaze beginning to emanate. Oh dear Fugaku, you remain as easily provoked as ever. We are not enemies. There is no need to employ your Sharingan against me, Jiraiya remarked with a smile, diffusing the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Fugaku retracted his Mangekyo. I merely wish to understand. Furthermore, if he was able to summon Manta, it might suggest a unique connection with Myobo-Kuzan. Should I offer to take him there for a trial? Jiraiya inquired. Such a proposition left Uchiha Fugaku momentarily stunned. Myobo-Kuzan, one of the legendary 3 Great Sage Lands. Is it truly possible that the under 6 Sasuke qualifies for entry? This matter ultimately depends on Sasuke's own desires. As a father, I shall not impose my will upon him. Let him rest tonight. We shall revisit this matter tomorrow. After contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku provided his answer. Given Sasuke's current display of talent, if he were to receive Jiraiya's guidance and enter Myobo-Kuzan to learn sage arts, it would undoubtedly foster a positive development for his future. However, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't shake the feeling that something felt amiss. Sasuke, for his part, found no oddity in Jiraiya's visit, considering he had summoned the man's spirit beast. He held a considerable affinity for Jiraiya, not only as a mentor but also for his prowess in writing amusing literature. Nevertheless, Sasuke had no intention of becoming Jiraiya's disciple. Yet, with such an influential figure observing him, it seemed unlikely that Orochimaru would dare to make another move against him anytime soon. In summary, these developments appeared to bear some benefits. The following day, Sasuke attended school as usual, bantering with Naruto and Lee on their way to the Ninja Academy. At this moment, an additional pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows. The Umbu, the root organization, Uchiha, and now the added presence of Jiraiya. With so many watchful eyes upon him, it seemed that Orochimaru would refrain from making a move in the near future. With this assurance, Sasuke returned to his usual demeanor. Who could have imagined that the poised Sasuke in the classroom had been attacked by Orochimaru the previous night? Even Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel at how remarkably composed Sasuke appeared. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's gaze fell upon another individual, Naruto Uzumaki. Is he the son of Minato? The only members of the Uzumaki clan within the village are from that family. His golden hair and azure eyes unmistakably reveal Naruto's lineage. However, after a brief investigation, Jiraiya felt a surge of discontent rising within him once more. He found himself standing beneath the Hokage building, contemplating a confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, Jiraiya was no longer the impetuous youth he once was. Gazing at the towering edifice that symbolized the might of Konoha, he shook his head in resignation and departed. Some matters, he realized, were beyond his capacity to alter. Moreover, any changes he might instigate could inadvertently bring greater peril and hardship to Naruto's life. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiraiya resolved to adhere to his original plan. As for Naruto's predicament, it could be set aside for the time being. With Sasuke as a steadfast friend, it was evident that Naruto's life had significantly improved. For now, there was no need for him to worry excessively. The immediate priority was to address the formidable threat posed by Orochimaru. After school, Sasuke, shall we continue practicing shurikens? Or should we perhaps alter our training approach? Sasuke, you mentioned that an elder has arrived, so we should refrain from speaking carelessly. Just as Naruto was rambling, Sasuke sensed a powerful aura approaching, abruptly interrupting Naruto's words. An elder? Naruto instinctively scanned his surroundings. As he turned, a large face loomed before him, the distance between them narrowing to a mere fraction. Ah! Startled, Naruto yelped and recoiled. Who are you? Sasuke, however, remained composed. Jiraiya, although he anticipated this fellow would come knocking, did not expect him to arrive so soon. His efficiency was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a dramatic sound echoed from an unknown source. Jiraiya began his self-introduction. I am the Sage of the Toads. A title I keep hidden from the world, shrouded in mystery, unmatched from east to west. I am the legendary Sannin, the white-haired boy who commands the toads. Even the weeping children hush at the sight of the handsome Jiraiya. Jiraiya struck an exaggerated pose, declaring his name with flair. The Sage of the Toads, Jiraiya? Sasuke feigned curiosity. Ah! Suddenly, Naruto shouted, raising his hand and pointing at Jiraiya. trembling with excitement. Naruto, you? Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. Surely, these two wouldn't have some connection at this moment that he was unaware of? Could this be the so-called force of the world correcting the narrative? Sasuke, you don't understand. This morning, as I was heading to school, I passed the bathhouse and saw this guy peeping, only to be caught in the act. Moreover, he was holding a plethora of photos featuring unclad women. What he just claimed must surely be a fabrication. What a frog sage. I believe it's the lecherous sage that truly fits, Naruto exclaimed, spilling forth everything he knew. In an instant, both Sasuke and Jiraiya found themselves in an awkward predicament. The two had initially prepared themselves for a certain dynamic in their interaction, but Naruto's interruption left them momentarily stunned. Hahaha, Naruto, you must be dreaming. This esteemed individual is none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. His prowess is formidable. If he so desired, he could even become Hokage. Sasuke swiftly changed the subject, recognizing that lingering in discomfort was not an option. After all, Jiraiya had come to address some pressing matter. Hokage? A lecherous person like him can become Hokage? Naruto was taken aback. In his mind, the Hokage was a guardian of the village, not a voyeur lurking in women's baths. Naruto, every individual has their own unique path to mastery. We must not regard an adult's training with such peculiar scrutiny. Now, let us return. I must head home for a meal. I'm famished. Sasuke interrupted Naruto's fanciful musings, parting ways with him. As Sasuke departed, Naruto dazedly waved goodbye, still wearing a perplexed expression as he made his way home. Jiraiya considered pursuing Naruto to clarify matters, especially since he was the son of Minato. Yet, contemplating the ensuing events, he opted instead to seek out Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, engaging with Naruto would yield little and might even pose a danger to young Naruto. Oh, I understand now. This must be the adult's method of training, Naruto exclaimed, retrieving a book from his bag. He quickly flipped to the page detailing the transformation technique. Recalling the contents from the book Jiraiya had dropped, his eyes gleaming with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, Jiraiya soon caught up with Sasuke, who had paused by the lake, awaiting him. Jiraiya-sama, you seek me? Is it regarding the summoned beast? Sasuke directly addressed the matter, eschewing any pretense. There was no need for convoluted dialogue in the presence of Jiraiya. Indeed, can you enlighten me on how you acquired this? Jiraiya inquired, handing Sasuke a card he had been holding. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon Sasuke. The implications of this matter were significant. Most critically, even Wanta was unaware of why he had been summoned. Jiraiya had even tasked Wanta with inquiring about the frog sage, yet had only received an enigmatic response. This deepened Jiraiya's curiosity. If there existed a means to forcibly summon a summoned beast, what might the future hold? Who could guarantee that methods to control summoned beasts would not arise? And most importantly, this was Uchiha we were discussing. Although Jiraiya firmly believed that the chaos caused by the Nine Tails was not the doing of the Uchiha clan, the higher-ups had persistently used this incident as a pretext to suppress them over the years. If they truly succeeded in developing a technique to control summoned beasts, coupled with their disregard for the rules surrounding summoning, the consequences would be unfathomable. I found this card, Sasuke remarked. When I was attacked by Orochimaru, this card unexpectedly drew some of my chakra, and then a giant toad appeared. Sasuke swiftly distanced himself from the situation. Given his tender age of 5, who would suspect the plausibility of such a reasonable lie? Found it. A twitch at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth indicated his growing discomfort. Had Sasuke's words not been so casual, Jiraiya might have entertained some doubts. Yet, the blatant fabrication evoked no suspicion in Jiraiya whatsoever. Indeed, Sasuke nodded. Judging by Jiraiya's current demeanor, he seemed to be temporarily out of danger. The next step was to devise a way to keep Jiraiya close. The remaining matters would be straightforward. I need to verify your words. Will you accompany me to a certain place? Jiraiya suddenly conceived a highly effective method, particularly suitable for a young child whose resolve was not yet solidified. Of course, Sasuke replied, his eyes reflecting both curiosity and a flicker of determination. Excellent. Let us proceed. With that, Jiraiya extended his hand and grasped Sasuke firmly. He then unfurled the scroll from his back. With a swift motion, Jiraiya bit his finger and pressed it onto the scroll. In an instant, a plume of white smoke erupted, engulfing both Jiraiya and Sasuke, causing them to vanish from sight. In the Hokage's office, within Uchiha Fugaku's study, the news struck like lightning. Sasuke has been taken by Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. pondering whether Jiraiya intended to take Sasuke as his disciple. If so, subsequent plans would require adjustment. With Jiraiya's influence, it would become significantly easier for Hiruzen to cultivate goodwill with the Uchiha clan, potentially allowing him to discard other constraints. Conversely, Uchiha Fugaku was left perplexed, unsure of Jiraiya's intentions. In the mystical realm of Myaboku Mountain, which resembled a scene from a fairy tale, Sasuke's face lit up with curiosity. Though he understood where he was, a 5-year-old child naturally exhibited a sense of wonder. This is Myaboku Mountain, one of the 3 great sacred lands of the ninja world. The summon you previously conjured, Fukasaku, is one of its inhabitants. Come, I will take you to meet someone, Jiraiya said, leading the way forward. Sasuke reluctantly withdrew his curious gaze and followed in Jiraiya's footsteps. At that moment, a sense of nervousness began to creep in. Surely, they were not about to meet the legendary Toad Sage. This creature had existed since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, Sasuke was well aware of the Toad's formidable abilities. The prospect of having his future perceived by such a being filled him with apprehension. Yet for now, these concerns had to remain buried within his heart. Soon, the two arrived before a grand palace. At the entrance, 2 statues of toads stood sentinel, Fukasaku and Shima. Indeed, they were to meet the Toad Sage. Little Jiraiya, did you bring this young lad here due to the events of last time? Shima inquired. Yes, I still wish for the Toad Sage to assess him. Jiraiya replied without hesitation, clearly stating his purpose. Come in, a deep, resonant voice emanated from within the palace. The mere sound of it sent a tremor through Sasuke's very being, as if it penetrated his soul. Let us proceed, Jiraiya uttered, stepping forward into the palace. However, Sasuke found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move. A formidable pressure enveloped him, emanating from none other than the Toad Sage himself. What does this old toad intend? Would it not suffice to seek out the destined child they were searching for? If they could not find him, he could simply inform them that it was Naruto. Why seek validation at his expense? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Were it not for the fact that the great Toad Gamabunta had indeed saved his life, Sasuke would have likely turned to leave. With gritted teeth, he took a step forward. The moment he did, the oppressive force intensified, striking his mind as if it had been hammered. Gasping for breath, Sasuke slowly raised his head to gaze upon the palace before him. He stepped forward once more, and this time, not only did the pressure magnify, but it felt as though his very soul was under siege. He stumbled, nearly losing his footing on the steps. Regaining his balance, he continued his ascent. Each step consumed far more time than the last, his breaths growing heavier and more erratic. A look of anguish etched upon his face. Yet, his gaze remained resolute. Meanwhile, inside the palace, a massive screen displayed Sasuke's struggle outside. Little Jiraiya, when you first set foot in this palace, you didn't even manage to step onto the first stair. It took you 5 attempts to complete the first step, consuming a total of 8 days. Before Fukasaku could finish his thought, Jiraiya recounted his own experiences in full. This was why he now bore an expression of disbelief. Even if the Uchiha clan were indeed geniuses, this was pushing the boundaries of reason, was it not? Could such a feat still be deemed as genius? It is indeed akin to a monster. This sentiment is not exclusive to Jiraiya. Both Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima share this perspective. Even the typically closed-eyed Toad Sage has opened his eyes at this moment. Young Jiraiya, this boy poses no issue. If he were to arrive with ulterior motives and deceit, he would not ascend the ladder. As for the answer, I am unable to provide it. His future remains beyond my perception. At this juncture, the Toad Sage spoke. He was not merely responding to Jiraiya. He genuinely could not see. The future of this little one is shrouded in thick mist. Very well, I understand. Can he train here? Jiraiya spoke slowly. Initially, he merely intended to test Sasuke, harboring no other intentions. However, now, Jiraiya truly wished to take Sasuke under his wing. He may train here, but he cannot enter into a contract with Myaboku Mountain. Following this proclamation, the Toad Sage once again closed his eyes. Although Jiraiya remained perplexed, he refrained from further inquiry. The Toad Sage was now quite advanced in age. Each time he opened his eyes, it consumed a significant amount of his life force. Subsequently, Jiraiya shifted his focus to Sasuke. This child's gaze remained resolute. Despite his trembling legs, he showed no signs of faltering. Young Jiraiya, take him to rest. Continuing further may harm his essence. Sage Shima spoke gently. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded, then exited the palace. Master Jiraiya, are you waiting for me? In the brief moment that transpired, Sasuke had already arrived at the palace entrance, a hint of provocation etched on his face. However, this provocation was short-lived, for Sasuke soon succumbed to unconsciousness. At the final 2 steps, his body had reached its limit. In such a state, he unhesitatingly opted to employ the Sage Thunder God mode. The cells within him, stimulated by the lightning, instantaneously broke through their constraints, allowing him to ascend the last 2 steps. And that was indeed his limit. Truly, he is a monster. I somewhat regret bringing this little rascal here, Jiraiya remarked bitterly. Nevertheless, he first took Sasuke and departed the palace, proceeding to the wooden hut he had constructed for training. Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku followed Jiraiya. Half an hour later, the 2 toads and 1 man stood in astonishment beside a bed. Young Jiraiya, did you truly bring this boy merely to ascertain whether he was lying? Sage Fukasaku queried, his mouth slightly agape. I should have been certain, right? Jiraiya scratched his head, responding awkwardly. Well, in that case, let him rest well. Young Jiraiya, please prepare some food. When he awakens, he shall undoubtedly require sustenance. We shall remain here to guard him. Sage Shima added. Understood. Jiraiya did not argue and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Sasuke's body continued to gradually absorb the surrounding energy, which was the unique natural energy of Myoboka Mountain. Generally speaking, the ninja world also possesses natural energy, but its scarcity renders it almost negligible. The natural energy within the Sage realm is precisely what can be absorbed and transformed into Sage Chakra, without the special cultivation methods of the Sage realm. Attempting to absorb this natural energy would be akin to a toxic suicide. Yet, at this moment, Sasuke exhibited no signs of rejection. The so-called guardianship of Sage Jiraiya was to aid Sasuke in correcting any issues before they manifested in his body. Hours later, old man, have you discerned anything? Sage Jiraiya's eyes gradually reflected disbelief. His body was automatically harmonizing with the natural energy, and he already showed the nascent form of Sage Chakra. It seems we are of little assistance, Sage Fukasaku stated, voicing his observations. Aside from astonishment, Sage Fukasaku began to ponder the deeper implications of this phenomenon. He had never seen, nor even heard of, such a natural transformation into Sage Chakra. Excuse me, may I have something to eat? Just as the 2 frogs were in shock, a discordant gugugu interrupted their thoughts. At that moment, the previously unconscious Sasuke also regained consciousness. You're awake? The 2 frogs exclaimed in excitement, rising to their feet. It was remarkable that his body had not suffered from the onslaught of natural energy. Given that his physical condition had been so dire, it was astonishing he had recovered in such a short time, even exhibiting signs of hunger. Generally, when the body reaches its limits of fatigue, the sensation of hunger disappears entirely. Should I go back to sleep? Sasuke said somewhat awkwardly. In truth, he had not been unconscious. His body had merely entered a temporary state of slumber under extreme conditions. However, Sasuke's mind remained quite clear, allowing him to sense the changes within his body and hear the external sounds. He had caught every word they had said. The 2 frogs were momentarily at a loss for words in response to Sasuke's revelation. I'm back. Just then, Jiraiya entered, carrying a large bowl. Outside, there was still a palpable sense of tremors, suggesting that some colossal creature was present. Yes, you're awake, Sasuke began, but before he could finish, his stomach growled loudly. Hungry? Quickly, eat something. This is what Fukasaku prepared. I could not find anything else. After much persuasion, Jiraiya presented a bowl of moving ramen before Sasuke. I don't think I'm that hungry anymore. Besides, I brought some bento, Sasuke replied. But soon after, he found himself face down on the bed, feeling nauseous yet unable to vomit. As the ramen swiftly traversed his body, it was quickly digested. Yet, the mere thought of that undulating sensation in his mouth caused a tumult within Sasuke's stomach. Here, take this, said the sage, Zetsu, approaching Sasuke and handing him a black scroll. Gazing at the scroll in his hand, Sasuke sensed a unique energy emanating from it. After spending more than a day in Myobokuzen, Jiraiya escorted Sasuke back to Konoha. Within the Uchiha Clan grounds, Jiraiya remarked, Sasuke, I will contemplate what you have mentioned. However, do exercise caution. Orochimaru is no ordinary ninja. With that, he departed, leaving behind a few words. Sasuke understood that the day of Jiraiya's significant task, which was nothing more than espionage, was drawing near. Sasuke, you've returned? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated. It was Itachi Uchiha. Brother, have you completed your mission? Do you have time to train with me today? After taking a deep breath, Sasuke donned a spirited smile. Although he did not entirely endorse certain aspects of Itachi, he acknowledged him as a competent training partner. Not today. Come, I shall take you somewhere. Itachi crouched before Sasuke, smiling. Come on, I'm not a child anymore. Do you really have to carry me? Sasuke protested, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Itachi's gaze. Nevertheless, he climbed onto Itachi's back, who then vanished from their spot. In a dense forest, Sasuke soon spotted a familiar figure. Itachi, is that Sasuke Uchiha? It appeared that Sasuke had unwittingly breached Itachi's faith and psychological defenses. Was Itachi preparing to undergo a mental transformation with Sasuke? Upon landing, Itachi set Sasuke down. Brother, did you bring me here to learn some special training from Sasuke? It is not for training, Sasuke replied, pulling out several sheets of paper. This is your writing, isn't it? On the pages were fervent praises for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with interpretations of the will of fire that even surpassed the Hokage himself. Some staunch adherents of the will of fire, upon reading Sasuke's words, regarded them as truth. Unbeknownst to them, these were intended to mislead Hiruzen's perception. Little did Sasuke realize that Sasuke, too, had been ensnared by the ruse. Indeed, Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. Given such a profound understanding of the will of fire, why then did you speak those words to Itachi? Sasuke appeared perplexed. In his perspective, an individual possessing such awareness ought to be an executor. However, the reality stands in stark contrast. As for Sasuke, he could not help but mentally deride. My elder brother truly is a simpleton. Why does he divulge everything? The comprehension of the will of fire, including certain praises for the third Hokage, eludes him. Brother Sasuke, do you not understand? The Uchiha clan does not require formidable strength or robust support at this juncture. What we genuinely need is a stable environment. My intent is to avoid disruptions to my training. After taking a deep breath, Sasuke articulated the sentiments he had intended to share with Itachi Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha. Were it not for this encounter with Sasuke, he might have nearly forgotten. This fellow before him appears to be on the brink of death. It is precisely due to this individual's demise that Itachi Uchiha firmly resolved the necessity of executing the will of fire, ultimately becoming the harbinger of the clan's slaughter. A stable environment? Are you suggesting that once you attain sufficient strength, you intend to strike against the village? A glint of intensity flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Combined with the battle intent and killing aura accumulated from prolonged combat missions, all unleashed. What purpose would there be in attacking the village? Once we possess overwhelming strength, the village will merely seek our protection. As for the current conflicts, at their core, they stem from our lack of power. Sasuke spread his small hands, expressing indifference towards the two individuals before him, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Though perhaps they surpass their peers in innate talent, their intellect leaves much to be desired. After awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke's immediate thought was not to alter the village's perception of the Uchiha, but rather to relay this crucial information to Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. This fellow has brought about his own downfall. As for the events of the Uchiha massacre, they can never be absolved. Even if Kishimoto attempts to cleanse it, black shall remain black. Strength? If recognition is merely acquired through power, it shall not endure. In the past, did we Uchiha ever face such coercion? The Uchiha were forced to migrate. The security department was practically non-existent within the village. What was the village's attitude towards the Uchiha? Before Sasuke could finish his thoughts, Sasuke unleashed a barrage of 3 rapid-fire questions, rendering him speechless. Sasuke, allow brother Sasuke to finish, Itachi interjected. There are certain matters you have yet to experience. Itachi refrained from continuing, for Sasuke's words echoed his own experiences. Moreover, this was the outcome achieved through the tireless efforts of both Sasuke and Itachi. Brother Sasuke, Sasuke called out, subsequently activating his own 3-tomo Sharingan. The instant his ocular power manifested, it triggered Sasuke's Sharingan. You have already awakened your 3-tomo Sharingan? Itachi, with difficulty, uttered. The process of awakening the Sharingan within the Uchiha clan is far from tranquil. Sasuke, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, is acutely aware of this. My dear brother Sasuke, the salvation of the Uchiha clan cannot be achieved merely through flattery directed at the higher-ups. Currently, it is truly up to the 3 of us to effect such a change. Sasuke, the third Hokage places a degree of trust in you. As for you, brother, it is evident that my performance has elevated my standing in the eyes of the third. Henceforth, We must adeptly leverage our status to forge a new adversary, or rather, to draw forth a new enemy, the root organization. While Shisui was lost in thought, Sasuke seized the moment to speak up, activating his verbal prowess. In the face of such an obsessed individual, the effectiveness of words is unparalleled. Finding the right direction proves to be more efficacious than even the most powerful jutsu. Upon hearing Sasuke mention the root organization, both Itachi and Shisui displayed expressions of astonishment. Given Sasuke's current standing, he should not possess knowledge of the existence of root. After all, it is an organization established by the third Hokage for managing clandestine affairs. Could it be that the clan leader, our father, divulged this to Sasuke? Sasuke, why do you mention the root organization? Shisui pondered, unable to comprehend. This organization is directly overseen by Danzo and is accountable to the Hokage. How could such an organization be employed to shift blame? Brother Shisui, why do you believe the higher-ups in Konoha are targeting our Uchiha clan? Is it merely because we are perceived as too proud? Or is it simply a result of the unfounded accusations surrounding the Ninetales incident? Sasuke refrained from answering Shisui's question. Some matters need not be articulated so plainly. What Sasuke aims to achieve now is to ensure that Shisui, a top-tier combatant within the clan, returns to the familial fold. In doing so, the Konoha higher-ups, who are aware of Shisui's ocular abilities, will be less audacious in their actions. Did the clan leader inform you of something? After a moment of contemplation, Shisui still found himself without an answer, as if his mind were ensnared by talent alone, rendering him incapable of such reasoning. It is because of our power. There are those who covet our Sharingan, and others who fear the potential for our strength to spiral out of control. If one faction among the higher-ups desires to acquire our abilities while another seeks to restrain them, do you believe there remains an opportunity for the Uchiha to reconcile with the village under such circumstances? Sasuke succinctly laid bare the crux of the issue. Regardless of Shisui's reluctance to accept it, this is the undeniable truth. The esteemed figure from the root organization seeks our eyes. The Hokage wishes to wield our power? Sasuke, is that what you mean? Itachi interjected. Having been forewarned by Sasuke's unique perspective, Itachi found it easier to accept these revelations. Indeed. Thus, our current objective is to utilize the will of fire as a means to showcase the transformation of the Uchiha clan, particularly highlighting the evolution of its prodigies and the strength of its warriors. In this moment, believing he has grasped the power of the Uchiha clan, how likely do you think it is for the other side to strike forcefully? The conflict cannot be diverted. Although Sasuke is watching Itachi speak, those words are entirely directed at Uchiha Shisui. Itachi is indeed a genius. At just 11 years old next month, he has already attained the strength of an elite Jonin. However, when compared to Uchiha Shisui, who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, he still falls significantly short. Shisui is a true shadow-level powerhouse, coupled with his extraordinary abilities. Protecting a Uchiha is certainly within his capabilities, provided he is vigilant. Sasuke, I assure you that what you said today will remain confidential. However, I cannot place complete trust in your words. I will investigate on my own. With that, Shisui vanished from the scene. Itachi raised his hand, intending to say something, but ultimately let it drop in resignation. Shisui is typically a gentle soul. However, Sasuke's recent comments have clearly crossed Shisui's threshold. The absence of immediate rebuttal from Shisui suggests the potential truth of these matters, leaving him to reflect alone in tranquility. Brother, Shisui is on the verge of death. Sasuke suddenly interjected as Itachi pondered. What? Itachi's expression shifted dramatically, gazing at Sasuke in shock, attempting to discern lies from his brother's visage. It is not their father who intends to act against him, but rather the foundation itself. They are growing impatient. Sasuke spoke with urgency. In an instant, his three-tomo Sharingan activated, chakra surging forth, illuminating his eyes. Sasuke, your eyes. Yes, my Sharingan is somewhat unique. Sasuke nodded, then began to fabricate the abilities of his Sharingan. Initially believed to be mere illusions, randomly manifesting foresight, with each occurrence revealing different people and events. The timing also remains uncertain. Witnessed the Uchiha's future, extinction at the hands of one of their own. Uchiha Shisui, to protect the clan, had his eyes gouged out by Danzo, ultimately sacrificing the other eye before Itachi, and then taking his own life. As a time traveler, such a capacity would be best concocted. It cannot be specified, nor can the timing be determined. This flexibility offers vast potential. With Uchiha Itachi, the devoted brother, involved, these events would become exceedingly rational and highly executable. Have you informed father about this? Itachi, after a prolonged silence filled with astonishment, gently inquired. No, you are the only one who knows aside from me, Sasuke stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Itachi with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi instantly believed his brother's words. What could be more satisfying to a brotherly protector than the acknowledgement of his sibling? Sasuke, you must not disclose this to anyone for now. I will first seek out father and then find brother Shursui. Your sole focus should be on training. Indeed, it seems that funds have become rather scarce lately. Here, take this sum of 1 million yen for your immediate needs. Should you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. After several minutes of discourse, Uchiha Itachi left behind a stack of money and vanished from sight. Ah, it appears he has forgotten to take me along, Sasuke remarked with a look of resignation. Fortunately, he is currently within the village, not far from the clan's estate. Moreover, with Orochimaru's recent retreat, there should be no significant issues. With this in mind, Sasuke activated his Raijin mode, commencing the refinement of his body and the training of his martial arts. Meanwhile, in an underground establishment, a tense exchange unfolded. What do you intend to do with this Uchiha dossier? Danzo inquired, his countenance betraying a hint of displeasure. His discontent stemmed not only from his disdain for the Uchiha clan, but also from dissatisfaction with the progress of the individual before him. Lord Danzo, I require this individual. The hooded figure asserted. All other matters are easily manageable, and I am prepared to commence the experiments immediately. As the man gradually lowered his hood, a pallid visage was revealed. Indeed, the figure before Danzo was none other than the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru. The dossier in Danzo's possession pertained to Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing Orochimaru's request, Danzo's expression remained inscrutable, as if the two had momentarily frozen in time, devoid of any movement or dialogue. After a prolonged silence, Danzo finally spoke. I can accommodate your request. However, before he could finish, Orochimaru produced a vial from his sleeve, containing a mass of vibrant, pulsating cells. Has the viability issue been resolved? Danzo inquired, excitement propelling him to his feet. It has been addressed. I have conducted live experiments during this period, and there are no significant complications. Once the extensive data is compiled, we can proceed. The timeline will not exceed 1 year. Therefore, I hope to acquire this young boy promptly, Orochimaru concluded, stowing the vial away and regarding Danzo with an expression of intrigue. For Orochimaru, the intricacies of subterfuge held little importance in his dealings with Danzo. It was a straightforward power play. He sought Uchiha Sasuke, while Danzo coveted the techniques Orochimaru possessed. It was a mutual exchange, devoid of any hierarchical implications. Neither had been in such a position before, nor were they now. I understand. I will ensure he is delivered to you post-haste. A mere child. You need not worry. He possesses the requisite strength, Danzo replied, suppressing the flicker of dissatisfaction within him. I shall await your favorable news, Lord Danzo. I have matters to attend to in my laboratory, so I shall take my leave, Orochimaru remarked, raising his finger. At that moment, a serpent emerged from beneath the ground, engulfing Orochimaru before dissipating into a cloud of mist. With a crash, Danzo's expression darkened as he smashed the table before him, rising in a fit of fury. My lord. In a fleeting moment, 3 members of the Root organization appeared before Danzo. All 3 bore the visage of foxes, albeit with distinct facial patterns. These were the targets. It was imperative to seize an opportunity to bring the boy over swiftly. Remember, do not let the Uchiha clan discover your actions. Execute the task with utmost precision. Upon concluding his instructions, Danzo tossed the information regarding Uchiha Sasuke to the trio and then turned away, departing from the scene. At that moment, Danzo's mood was far from pleasant. The 3 examined Sasuke's intel, their expressions concealed beneath their masks, revealing a hint of peculiarity. However, their mission was not to investigate the reasons behind their orders, but to execute them. After exchanging glances, they vanished in an instant. Of course, Sasuke remained oblivious to these events. Even a traveler from another realm could not foresee the butterfly effect resulting from their crossing over. After his training concluded, Sasuke returned to his quarters. The information divulged today was substantial. Nevertheless, considering the steadfast natures of Itachi and Shursui, there was little cause for concern. Moreover, with Uchiha Shursui's capabilities, the investigation into these matters would not take long. Having already sown the seeds of doubt, Shui would be less susceptible to a surprise attack from Danzo. Next, it was time for his own cultivation and to infiltrate the other clans. Penetrating the schemes of those cunning foxes would be challenging. However, infiltrating their offspring seemed a more feasible endeavor. The following day, after completing his routine of imparting the will of fire to Lee and Naruto, the three agreed to train together at the public training ground after school. An announcement was made. Irika-sensei would be unable to lead next month's village trial due to health reasons, and I would take charge. After Waterwood smiled and shared the details of the trial, he commenced the day's lesson. Sasuke, have you noticed something odd about Teacher Waterwood? After class, Naruto approached Sasuke with a conspiratorial air, speaking in hushed tones. Sasuke paused, taken aback. When did Naruto become so perceptive? He was able to discern Waterwood's peculiarities so early on. His hand is injured. Should we not check on him? Naruto's face radiated a sunny smile. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but feel exasperated. Indeed, this was Naruto. What was he expecting? Have you devoted enough time to your training? You aspire to become Hokage. If you do not exert yourself diligently, you may be surpassed by others. Teachers have their own plans. It would be inappropriate for us to interfere. After Sasuke's verbal sparring, Naruto nodded in defeat. The afternoon lessons passed swiftly. Since he was of a different age group than Rock Lee, the two decided to head to the public training ground to find him. Soon, they arrived at their destination, but in addition to Rock Lee, there was another presence, Hyuga Neji. Lee. Naruto called out boisterously, completely oblivious to the additional company. Who are you? Your eyes bear an uncanny resemblance to those of Hinata. By the way, Sasuke once mentioned that this is the Byakugan. Both you and Hinata belong to the Hyuga clan, correct? It was only when Naruto drew closer that he realized another presence. Greetings, Uzumaki Naruto. And you, Uchiha Sasuke. Neji regarded Sasuke with a serious expression, his eyes betraying a burgeoning battle intent. Merely a fleeting glance was enough to activate his Byakugan. Upon sensing the immense chakra coursing through Sasuke's body, Neji was taken aback despite his preparedness. He even discovered that Sasuke was continuously surging with chakra at that moment. So this is what Lee meant by a genius from the Uchiha clan? Hello, Hyuga Neji. Have you come to train with us? Sasuke greeted him warmly, unfazed by Neji's rudeness. Yes, but if your performance is lacking. Neji did not utter another word, instead adopting the initial stance of the 8 trigrams. Neji was formidable. They would witness their battle. Let us step aside, Lee suggested, pulling the bewildered Naruto to a nearby observation area. You shouldn't be disappointed. However, since this is a battle, let us wager something, Sasuke remarked with a slight smirk, assuming the stance of Uchiha martial arts. If you lose, you must obey my commands until you surpass me. The same applies if I lose. Sasuke laid down the terms of their wager. Fine, but I shall not be defeated, Neji declared before vanishing from sight. His speed was such that even Lee was astonished. Neji's strength had evidently increased. Bang! Sasuke raised his hand, blocking Neji's strike. Simultaneously, the lightning chakra emanating from his arm neutralized Neji's gentle fist. Upon feeling the surge of lightning through his palm, Neji swiftly adopted an unusual stance to dissipate Sasuke's power. He crouched low, targeting Sasuke's abdomen without hesitation. Zzz. Before Neji's palm could land, a torrent of lightning surged around Sasuke, forcing Neji to retreat once more. Although he had pushed Neji back, Sasuke was still taken aback. In his previous life, he had been single. In this life, he was still but a child. This fellow was intent on jeopardizing his future happiness. It was time to take this seriously, given that they were in a public training ground. Sasuke typically refrained from revealing the full extent of his power. Yet, Neji was evidently not an opponent to be dealt with by merely concealing strength. Boom. In the next instant, Sasuke vanished from his position, leaving behind a cracked imprint on the ground. Bang! Before Neji could react, a fist struck his back, accompanied by a powerful surge of lightning. The moment the electricity coursed through his body, Neji felt every cell within him wail in agony. Fortunately, the sensation was brief, allowing him to stifle any cries. However, the disdain in his gaze had transformed into solemnity. He practiced his strikes countless times each day. Every day, he pushes the limits of his endurance. He gazes at the courtyard belonging to the Hyuga clan, silently clenching his fists. No. If he were to concede defeat after such a setback, he would no longer be Hyuga Neji. The 8 trigrams 4 palms. The first palm strikes into the void. The second palm seals the chakra point. The third palm divides the flow. The fourth palm opens the gate. Niji resolved to confront Uchiha Sasuke with his utmost strength. With each palm unleashed, the chakra in Niji's hand surged. By the time he reached the fourth palm, both speed and power had reached the very limits of what his body could endure. Lightning release, white worm. Sasuke raised his hand, and arcs of white lightning enveloped him. As Niji advanced, the white lightning surged to meet his palm. The familiar sensation of corrosion and paralysis washed over him once more. However, in this state, Niji was far beyond the capacity of such lightning techniques to impede him. Bang! In the next moment, Niji's palm struck Sasuke. You have lost. A confident smile graced Niji's lips. Lost? Surely not. Niji, you can no longer move forward. Upon uttering these words, Sasuke was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Sasuke! Naruto cried out, rushing towards him with concern. He quickly helped Sasuke to his feet, inspecting him closely. Although there was little he could discern, it was clear that Sasuke was injured. A genius, yet limited? This boy from the Hyuga clan merits closer observation. Coupled with the internal conflicts of the Hyuga family, perhaps there could be opportunities to exploit. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed a crystal ball before him. Utilizing the telescope technique, he could clearly witness the thrilling battle unfold. The two youngsters had reached an impressive level, indeed. One must admit, Sarutobi Hiruzen was exceptionally busy. He had to balance the power dynamics among the major clans, safeguard the interests of the higher-ups, manage various affairs within the village, and keep an eye out for emerging talents. Not to mention, he had to discreetly observe. I digress. Returning to Sasuke, who was helped up by Naruto, he gradually made his way to a seat in the audience. The feeling of being watched had dissipated, indicating that Sarutobi Hiruzen had concluded his surveillance. I have lost. I will accept the wager just made. When I defeat you, it will be your turn to heed my words, Niji shouted, somewhat reluctantly. Only he knew that Sasuke had not truly been sent flying by him. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke had executed numerous maneuvers. Lightning release had sealed Niji's body. Kunai had already brushed against his palm. Had Sasuke moved at that instant, it would have been he, not Sasuke, lying on the ground. Niji found himself puzzled. He had won. Why pretend to be defeated? A whirlwind of confusion swirled within his young mind. Naruto. Today, you two should engage in battle alongside Niji. Niji, refrain from dwelling on those thoughts and truly connect with your body, suggested Sasuke, who then feigned a meditative posture to commence his healing. What? Niji was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to grasp Sasuke's words, yet remained bewildered. In the next instant, Niji became acutely aware of his own physique. The lightning release that Sasuke had infused into him still lingered. Most intriguingly, this lightning was refining his very cells. This process of refinement was no stranger to a member of the Hyuga clan. Typically, they would rely on expensive herbs or elixirs for such enhancement. Yet now, it was merely a ninjutsu that achieved this remarkable effect. Niji, hurry, urged Rock Lee from the side. You just injured Sasuke, and this time I shall assist him in seeking retribution, Naruto added, visibly irked. All right. A smile crept upon Niji's lips, a smile he himself was unaware of. The three soon found themselves embroiled in combat. Meanwhile, Sasuke observed the transformations occurring within Niji's body. As a prodigy from one of Konoha's prestigious clans, it was essential to study him. Sasuke noted that while the physical strength of the Hyuga clan may not rival that of the Uzumaki, their chakra pathways were astonishingly robust. The chakra he had infused into Niji's body required no delicacy. It could freely and boldly facilitate the refinement of his physique. As for the lightning release, it was a manifestation of Sasuke's understanding of the lightning god mode, allowing him to release lightning from his body while still maintaining control over it for a limited duration. This way, he need not remain by Naruto and the other sides during their physical enhancements. As time passed, Naruto, Niji, and Lee found themselves sprawled on the ground, utterly spent from their recent skirmish. One could not deny that such practical training was indeed exhausting. Gurgling sounds echoed from their stomachs in unison. I'm famished. I'm heading back for a feast, exclaimed Naruto as he sprang to his feet, grabbing a bag nearby in preparation to leave. Naruto, let us go for ramen, suggested Niji, alongside Lee, who chimed in, my treat. At that moment, Sasuke opened his eyes and extended an invitation to the trio. Upon hearing ramen, Naruto became momentarily frozen in place, while Lee readily agreed without a second thought. Only Niji cast a somewhat bashful glance at Sasuke. But there are 4 of us, and it seems we all have quite the appetite, Niji said with a hint of embarrassment. At their age and in their current state, they could easily consume a considerable amount. Not to worry. My brother just gave me some money. Let us go, Sasuke replied, heading towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. Feeling a sense of gratitude for the Hyuga clan's admirable upbringing. At just 6 years old, Neji has already developed a mindset that considers others. Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, he exclaimed, "Another bowl. I want one too. Please give me a bowl." It must be said that the three of them possess an impressive capacity for food. The empty bowls have already accumulated significantly on one side. Sasuke, having consumed relatively little, paused after his fifth bowl, following nearly 2 hours of feasting. All three of them felt as if they were about to burst. Initially, Neji was somewhat reserved, but eventually, an unspoken competition emerged regarding who could eat the most. In the end, Naruto undoubtedly triumphed with 19 bowls, while Neji had 15 and Lee 16. Here is 50,000 yen for you, Uncle Ramen. The remainder can stay here. Whenever my classmates come to eat, just deduct from this amount. We shall take our leave now. After Sasuke placed the 50,000 yen on the counter, he departed the ramen shop with the others. On their way back, Naruto and Lee resumed their rivalry, challenging each other to see who could complete a lap around the village in the shortest time possible, thus parting ways early. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Neji walked together in the same direction. Sasuke, Neji spoke after a moment of silence. However, he was not one to engage in conversation often. And after that statement, he fell silent again. What's the matter? Do you have a particular opinion about us Uchiha? Sasuke asked cheerfully. Not really. It's just that you seem different from the rumors surrounding the Uchiha. Despite possessing such talent, you remain humble and sincere towards your friends. You are truly admirable, Neji remarked, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. It must be said, Neji's pride had always been somewhat conceited. Thank you. From now on, we shall be friends. By the way, here, take this. After saying so, Sasuke raised his hand and released a dense swarm of small white insects. These can refine your body. But don't overdo it, or it could harm you. There is something within you that can also be consumed by my little white bugs. Oh, and Hinata is my friend too. With that, Sasuke waved goodbye and sprinted off into the distance. After all, the Uchiha clan's territory was not located in the village center, making it inconvenient for him to walk with Neji. Neji raised his hand, and the small white insects burrowed into his fingertips. A familiar sensation washed over him. Compared to their previous encounter, these little white bugs were noticeably gentler, slowly refining his cells. Moreover, to Neji's astonishment, who possessed keen perception, he realized that this lightning release was actually eroding the caged bird seal on his forehead. This revelation left Neji in shock. For the caged bird was a seal developed by the Hyuga clan, specifically designed to counter the Byakugan, a seal that had remained unbroken for many years. Did Hinata know anything about this? Neji recalled the girl who called him Neji and II, and a complex expression crossed his face. A tightly clenched fist accompanied by a heavy expression. Soon, the hostility emanating from Neji seemed to dissipate. His demeanor appeared somewhat more relaxed. Perhaps, I have encountered an extraordinary friend. Neji shook his head, choosing to temporarily set aside those thoughts. He gazed into the distance at the Hyuga clan and slowly departed from the scene. Within the Uchiha clan's territory. What? Lord Shisui wishes to rejoin the Guard Corps? Uchiha Shisui. Was he not part of the Umbu, having faced suppression from the third Hokage? Now he seeks to return to the Guard Corps? How intriguing. Nevertheless, as a member of the clan, and given Shisui's formidable strength, what will the clan leader decide? Will he truly permit him to join the Guard Corps? Upon returning home, Sasuke noticed a gathering of several members of the Guard Corps in front of his house. From their conversations, the reason became evident. Uchiha Shisui intends to leave the Umbu? Sasuke, still embodying a naive romanticism, entered his home without further eavesdropping on their discussions. Such gossip was only worth a cursory understanding. Observing was never Sasuke's inclination. Once inside, his aunt had prepared a meal. After washing his hands, he dined and reported his training attendance. Afterward, he retreated to his room. Mission: encourage Neji Hyuga to relinquish his obsession with the main house and branch family. Gazing at this task, Sasuke felt a wave of frustration. The reason he had uttered such words upon parting with Neji was due to the emergence of the system's task. Yet, the root of the conflict within the Hyuga clan stemmed from that peculiar rule. Altering their rules seemed as daunting as transforming the Uchihas into entirely amiable and friendly individuals. Sasuke, have you gone to bed? At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, the voice of Itachi Uchiha. With a swift motion, Sasuke opened the door. Brother, what brings you here? Sasuke inquired curiously. What could Itachi want at this hour? Father has requested that you accompany me to his study, Itachi relayed. He advised that if you had already retired for the night, we could postpone until tomorrow. Very well. Let us proceed. Itachi had an inkling of the situation, likely related to Uchiha Shirsue's matter. Inside Uchiha Fugaku's study. Sasuke, you must have already encountered Uchiha Shirsue, correct? He is now seeking to return to work in the Guard Corps. What are your thoughts? As soon as Sasuke took his seat, Uchiha Fugaku articulated the purpose of his summons. Brother Shirsue? He is quite powerful. His joining the Guard Corps would be a good thing. Sasuke succinctly expressed his opinion. Is strength all that matters? What if he were to be placed in the Guard Corps by the third Hokage and control it? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly interjected. Such a blunt statement left Uchiha Itachi momentarily taken aback. Was it truly appropriate to speak so candidly in front of a child? Observing Sasuke, he noted no signs of panic or unease. His younger brother, despite the gravity of the discussion, Uchiha Fugaku appeared calm, yet his heart held an undercurrent of tension. To speak of such matters directly is akin to embarking on a grand gamble. Initially, leading Itachi into battle was one thing. Now, having Sasuke delve into this issue is quite another. It must be said that Uchiha Fugaku is rather ill-suited to the role of a father. However, that was true for the previous Sasuke. As for the present, fatherhood entails not dwelling on such concerns. Rather, I believe we ought to seize this opportunity. After much contemplation, Sasuke responded slowly. Seize? Elaborate, if you will. Uchiha Fugaku, taken aback, did not anticipate Sasuke's perspective. Let us consider the worst-case scenario. Brother Shirsue was sent by the third Hokage to infiltrate the Will of Fire. What would happen if we were to refuse? Sasuke countered. It would incite greater apprehension and displeasure among the higher-ups. Fugaku interjected. Precisely. What we require now is time. The time for the Uchiha to grow sufficiently strong. Therefore, regardless of the reasons for Brother Shirsue's induction into the security division, it is imperative. Ideally, he should be granted a significant position with real authority. Sasuke articulated his analysis. That makes sense. But what do you mean by seizing? Fugaku inquired once more. By fulfilling the third Hokage's demand while bestowing upon him a weighty responsibility, we can ensure that he is less wary of the Uchiha. Moreover, with my brother and I as steadfast adherents of the Will of Fire. Sasuke left his thought unfinished, as Fugaku's eyes brightened, indicating he had grasped the essence of the matter. Meanwhile, Itachi remained motionless, having comprehended everything soon after Sasuke spoke. What puzzled him was how Sasuke could arrive at such conclusions, given that his training consumed all his time. Yet, within Itachi's heart, pride and admiration surged. Do you see? This is my younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. You are indeed correct. Go take a medicinal bath, then rest. Fugaku waved his hand. Yes, father, Sasuke replied, rising and departing without delay. Some matters lose their significance when articulated too plainly. Furthermore, concerning the family's situation, Fugaku, upon realization, would be better equipped to make choices and decisions. Such matters were best left to them. As for Itachi, he remained behind. Influenced by Sasuke, he sought Fugaku for private discussions several times, subsequently regaining Fugaku's trust. Father, you retained me for the matters Sasuke just mentioned, did you not? Were those words not a cue from you? With only the two of them present, Itachi directly voiced his confusion. Both Sasuke's earlier remarks to Shirsue and his current audacious analysis left Itachi perplexed. Such thoughts are hardly those of a mere 5-year-old. They are not something I have imparted. It appears that Sasuke possesses a unique way of thinking. Itachi, this is the essence of what we, the Uchiha, should embody. Uchiha Fugaku sighed deeply. Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi, two prodigies of the Uchiha clan, yet they adhere to the principles of the Will of Fire. As the clan leader, Fugaku is acutely aware of his own character flaws, his indecisiveness. However, within his younger son, he perceives something both familiar and distinct. Perhaps this legendary figure from the past exemplified such a mindset. So, father, what are your forthcoming plans? The current state of the clan is far more intricate than Sasuke realizes. Simply deciding to reinstate Shirsue into the security division and entrust him with significant responsibilities will not suffice. The attitudes and opinions of the other clan members are equally crucial. Itachi spoke with a hint of resignation. Much of the current passivity of the Uchiha stems from the internal circumstances within the clan. Making such a decision would undoubtedly incite considerable dissatisfaction among the clansmen, especially those who are hawkish. They are already discontented with the oppression from the higher echelons of Konoha. Now, not only is the clan land being relocated, but there is also the intention to place individuals in high-ranking positions within the security division. The captains and elders are likely to voice their discontent. I understand your concerns. Well, being able to contemplate these matters is quite sufficient. Go and rest well. I shall handle the remaining affairs. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Indeed. Uchiha Itachi nodded, rising to leave his father's study. After closing the door, a smile graced Itachi's face. Father, it seems you two are being influenced by Sasuke. Perhaps you are unaware of these changes? Uchiha Itachi chuckled softly, a wave of joy washing over him. Regarding the way of thinking that father mentioned, Itachi had begun to form some conjectures. This approach, centered on oneself and then contemplating how to navigate other matters, is indeed highly efficient. Moreover, it is the most convincing for oneself. Confidence. Uchiha Itachi felt an overwhelming sense of self-assurance emanating from Sasuke. After Itachi departed, Uchiha Fugaku also rose and left the study. Within the modest confines of the Nanha Shrine, in a simple wooden house, an elder spoke. Now that Shursui has returned to the clan, his position will be determined tomorrow. Fugaku, somewhat puzzled, hoped the elder would provide clarity. Actually, you already possess the answer, do you not? You should have observed certain changes in the new generation of youths. These transformations may very well signify the correct path for the Uchiha in the future. Boldly endeavoring is far superior to remaining stagnant. A steady voice resonated within the wooden house. However, as the discourse concluded, there lingered a touch of wistfulness in that voice. Some elders of the Uchiha clan have expressed their willingness to assist with the elder issues, while the matters concerning your subordinates must be addressed by you alone. After all, you are the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish his statement, the response was already given. Thank you, Elder Kagami. Uchiha Fugaku turned and vanished from the scene. Inside the wooden cabin, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan slowly opened. Is the era of the Uchiha about to commence? Before Uchiha Kagami, a blank sheet of paper appeared, inscribed with the names of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. On this deep night, many within the Uchiha clan were destined to be restless. Simultaneously, the members of the root organization, who had infiltrated the Uchiha clan, were completely eradicated. Like those from the Uchiha clan, the higher-ups of Konohagakure also found themselves unable to sleep. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage was informed, Lord Hokage, the Uchiha have expelled all members of the Umbu. Even several insiders from within the Uchiha have been subdued. Now that they have erected a barrier, we are entirely unaware of what is transpiring within. Should we intervene forcefully? An Umbu member inquired with concern. Among them was a white-haired youth, who frowned upon hearing the words of his comrades. It is not surprising that the Uchiha, as the foremost clan in the village, possess such capabilities. However, their sudden actions may be driven by reasons they wish to keep from us. If we act rashly, it could lead to dire consequences. The white-haired Umbu member spoke up, his close friend having belonged to the Uchiha clan, though he had perished on the battlefield. Yet, from his experiences with the Uchiha, they did not resemble the arrogant figures often portrayed. The conduct of a select few may be haughty, but more significantly, there are individuals within the village who maliciously spread slander against the Uchiha. Indeed, the one speaking was none other than Kakashi Hatake, son of the legendary White Fang. Tsukumo Hatake. The sudden emergence of this situation within the Uchiha clan was likely an internal affair. Let us refrain from taking any action for now, while keeping a watchful eye on the root members. We must not allow them to cause chaos, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Understood, Lord Hokage. The Umbu members replied before vanishing from the premises. Kakashi also exhaled in relief. After all, he still bore the Sharingan of Uchiha Obito. If they were to strike at the Uchiha clan at this moment, he instinctively felt resistance. Soon, outside the Uchiha stronghold, a group of masked ninjas stirred. Clashing sounds of battle echoed from the nearby dense forest. Half an hour passed. Within the root organization, members reported, "Sir, our operation has failed. We were unable to approach the Uchiha stronghold at all. The returning members bore various injuries. Uchiha is ambushing you." Danzo observed the situation of his subordinates, his expression turning grim. Now the Uchiha dare to act in such a manner. If they have indeed grown stronger, will they not strike directly at the village? It seems my teacher's words were prescient. These Uchiha possess an innate malevolence in their bloodline. Clearly, an opportunity must be sought to suppress them once more. Alternatively, a direct alliance with the Hokage to expel them from the village could be considered. They are not Uchiha. They are members of the Umbu. A root organization member spoke helplessly. If they were Uchiha, it would be simple enough. We could directly contact Danzo and coordinate a substantial force from the root organization to take action. However, currently, it is the members of the Umbu who are obstructing us. The mention of the Umbu caused Danzo to rise from his seat, disbelief etched across his face. I understand now. You all go tend to your injuries. I shall seek out the third Hokage. With that, Danzo departed swiftly. During this period, Danzo had noticed the changes in Hiruzen Sarutobi, but had been reluctant to acknowledge them. Yet now, the Umbu had already begun to take action regarding the Uchiha problem against the root organization. Danzo needed to inquire further about the situation. At the home of the Mito clan, Koharu, you arrived so late. Is it regarding the Uchiha? Mito Kaze gazed calmly at the woman before him, his expression serene. You are aware? Koharu replied. Since you know, why do you remain seated so calmly? At this moment, Koharu struggled to comprehend Mito Kaze's demeanor. In the past, the five of them served as the guardians of the second Hokage, yet only four ascended to high positions. Hiruzen Sarutobi as Hokage, Danzo as the head of Root, Mito Kaze as a senior advisor, and herself as a senior advisor. Uchiha Kagami, however, had vanished without a trace. Only they were privy to these matters. Now, with the Uchiha evidently poised to act, how could Mito Kaze remain so composed? This matter is not solely about the Uchiha. The key players are the third Hokage and Danzo. Cannot you see this? Mito Kaze sighed, recognizing Koharu's impulsiveness. She always acted on her own judgment when faced with circumstances. The third, Danzo. Koharu's mind struggled to process the information. Just tell me plainly. Koharu had intended to ponder the situation, but her thoughts nearly overwhelmed her. The third's dissatisfaction with Danzo has reached an intolerable level. Previously, there was no alternative to replace Danzo. Now, the Uchiha have demonstrated sufficient willingness to serve as a blade in the hands of the third. Do you truly believe the third would forego such an opportunity? Or do you believe that a Danzo who has long coveted the Hokage position is more useful than the Uchiha? Mito Kaze carefully elucidated the intricacies of the situation to Koharu. This situation pertains to a struggle among the higher echelons, a conflict in which they need not engage. It is better to observe from the sidelines, for regardless of which side emerges victorious, it holds no significance for either party involved. You should have informed me in advance to spare me the distress. After a brief remark, Chunin Sakuraba departed from the scene. Staying up late at her age is quite detrimental to her health. Following a round of complaints from Chunin Sakuraba, Mito Gate displayed a look of helplessness. The following morning, the barrier was lifted. Sasuke went about his day as usual, as the affairs of his clan bore little relevance to him. At present, he was but a child, capable of commenting on matters, yet far from taking action. Those unattainable tasks were best left untroubled. He resolved to uphold his admirable tradition of diligent study and continuous improvement. Moreover, he had a certain Niji to pursue. Thus, prioritizing the task at hand was paramount. Sasuke. From a distance, he heard Naruto's voice. Observing this clumsy figure, Sasuke couldn't help but wonder if this boy was indeed the chosen one, as he ought to have triggered some sort of quest. Time in the school environment always seemed to pass swiftly. In the classroom, the number of those fidgeting had expanded from just Sasuke and Naruto to include Sasuke, Naruto, Niji, and Lee. After school, a group of infatuated girls were chattering excitedly. Isn't that Hyuga Niji, a senior from the next grade? So handsome. That aloof expression, those distinctive white eyes. I'm swooning. Compared to our classmate Sasuke, he is still a cut above. The subject of their admiration was, indeed, Niji Hyuga. Typically indifferent, he had come to the lower grade to wait for someone, prompting the girls to spin wild fantasies. Niji, are you waiting for me? Hinata emerged from the classroom, meeting Niji's gaze fixed at the entrance. Their relationship had not always been close, yet Hinata had long admired Niji for his talent, unwavering determination, and strength. Each time they sparred within the clan, Niji displayed his might without reservation, aiming to motivate her to grow stronger. Such qualities in Niji inspired Hinata deeply. There are others waiting as well. Niji intended to disregard her, yet a voice and image surfaced in his mind. Hinata is my friend too. That cheerful tone and sunny smile. Niji, have you met anyone from our class? Hinata inquired, puzzled. Based on her understanding of Niji, he typically would not engage with those weaker than himself. Could it be? Hey, Niji, are we training together today? Naruto cheerfully waved at Niji. Within a mere few months, Naruto had already made several friends, a notion he had never dared to envision before. Thus, he now cherishes this friendship immensely. And what of Sasuke? I had Lee occupy a spot first, so I am waiting here for you all. Niji nodded, responding candidly. It is indeed a wise plan. Your upperclassmen finish their classes earlier than we do. If we were to go after our lessons, there would be no spots left. Naruto exclaimed with delight. Let us go? Today, we shall bring Hinata along, and both of you can return together afterward. At this moment, Sasuke stepped forward and made a suggestion. Can I join as well? Hinata gazed shyly at Sasuke. Merely the invitation from this remarkable youth made her blush. Let us proceed. In a few days, we will have practical exercises. Perhaps upperclassmen will join us in the competition. We must hasten to elevate our skills. Sasuke gently patted Hinata's head, then greeted Niji as they walked together towards the school exit. Bang! Hinata's face flushed crimson, almost comically emitting steam. Yes, I will. A wave of determination surged within Hinata as she hurried to catch up. At the public training ground, Lee, upon seeing the severely injured Lee, Niji rushed forward with concern, helping him to his feet. I'm sorry, I lost the match. The area was not defended. Rock Lee lifted his head, seemingly indifferent to his injuries. His face filled with remorse. In his eyes, it was a privilege that a genius like Niji would consider him a friend and entrust him with such an important task, which he had ultimately failed. Oh, isn't that the genius of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji? Just a mere branch family member. Daring to consider himself an heir of the Hyuga. The strongest castaway of the Hyuga, right? Haha. A few scornful voices reached their ears. Looking up, they saw a group of boys, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, each wearing expressions of arrogance and mockery. Upon hearing these words, Niji's pupils trembled slightly. TCH, what a bunch of trash. Niji, are these guys really that weak? It is the weak who seek superiority in other places when they lack strength. Sasuke's voice, though soft, resonated in everyone's ears. Just a few words silenced the raucous laughter of the boys. Niji also cast a sidelong glance. Weak? Uchiha Sasuke, is it? Do you dare to battle me? Bang! Before the boy could finish his sentence, Sasuke had already appeared behind him, pressing his head down forcefully into the ground. With just a single strike, the boy lost consciousness. Battle? Is this what you pride yourselves upon? Sasuke glanced disdainfully at the others, his smirk growing more pronounced. Your words are utterly unrefined. This is a sneak attack. If bang, bang, bang. Within moments, the remaining boys, who had been standing, found their heads buried into the ground. Lee, I must ask for your assistance. Your body also requires treatment. Please take them to the medical department. Sasuke entered the training ground with a calm demeanor, leaving behind these two statements. Very well. Although Lee was injured, it was merely superficial wounds. His mobility was not hindered in the slightest, prompting him to dash towards the medical department without hesitation. As a taijutsu ninja, the medical facility was no stranger to him. A few minutes later, several medical ninjas arrived to escort the fallen ninjas away. Though he contemplated voicing his inquiries, the sight of the members present immediately quelled that impulse. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki. The heir of the Hyuga main family, Hinata Hyuga. The strongest youth of the Hyuga clan, Niji Hyuga. The second son of the Uchiha clan leader, the prodigy Sasuke Uchiha. Such a formidable assembly was not a matter for a mere medical ninja to intervene in. After all, he is not Roy. Thank you, Sasuke. Niji spoke with a hint of arrogance as the first phase of training concluded. You're welcome. If I were to be insulted in such a manner, you would surely take action as well, wouldn't you? We are friends after all. Sasuke extended his fist with a radiant smile. Bang. Niji had always struggled to articulate his emotions. He reciprocated the gesture, meeting Sasuke's fist with his own, nodding earnestly. All right, now we shall proceed to our secret training. Sasuke chose not to dwell on the previous matters, instead redirecting the conversation. Once the seeds of friendship are sown, they require no further interference. Hinata. Niji glanced at her with a hint of concern. To him, Hinata was akin to a young lady of privilege. Average talent, average physique, average strength. He pondered whether her direct involvement in this specialized training would be appropriate. Yes, he was worried. Yet, in the eyes of a proud individual, such concern could easily be misconstrued as disdain. Hinata, sensing Niji's apprehension, felt a wave of emotion wash over her. I should be able to give it a try, right? If it becomes too much, I will speak up, she timidly asserted, stepping forward and speaking softly. Are you truly willing to attempt this? It will be painful, and you will be very hungry. Naruto interjected. One cannot deny that, given Naruto's experiences, these were paramount concerns for him. In the past, even with such a training method available, he would have hesitated, for hunger without sufficient sustenance was a daunting prospect. Yes, I want to give it a try, Hinata declared resolutely. Rest assured, Hinata's strength may surpass what you all can imagine, Sasuke remarked, as chakra began to surge within him. Immediately, 3 small white insects lunged toward the trio. The familiar sensation prompted Neji and Naruto to sit cross-legged, instinctively attuning themselves to the changes within their bodies while simultaneously beginning to refine their chakra. However, Hinata was momentarily taken aback. The tingling sensation coursing through her body was inexplicably pleasant. Hinata couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation, instinctively covering her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hinata, if you believe you can endure, I will prepare additional white insects to enter your body. This is a refinement technique for cells, which can assist in the cultivation of physical chakra. However, as it is your first time, you must find an appropriate balance. Sasuke offered a brief explanation. All right, I can handle it, Hinata declared, extending her strong hand with a serious expression adorning her charming face. Okay, here I come. Just bear with it for a moment. It might hurt initially, but you will soon find it quite comfortable, Sasuke stated, releasing his chakra once more. 2 small white entities entered Hinata's body. The intense stimulation caused her to convulse slightly, as the chakra within her meridians began to destabilize. Fortunately, Hinata's physique was inherently robust, and the ample nourishment she had received during this time had contributed significantly to her enhancement. Before long, she acclimated to Sasuke's power. After completing this, Sasuke glanced towards the training ground's perimeter. Are they here? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as he raised his finger and unleashed the shadow clone technique. Guard them. I will handle the situation over there, he said before turning to exit the training ground. Upon stepping outside, 3 masked ninjas appeared before him. Uchiha Sasuke, due to your overt actions against the students of the Ninja Academy within the village, 3 individuals have sustained severe injuries. Accordingly, under the directives established by the higher-ups of Konoha, you are to be taken back to the Umbu for punishment. We advise you against futile resistance. The leading Umbu member spoke calmly. I will not go, Sasuke replied with an expression devoid of emotion. Apologies, but should you attempt to resist, we shall employ coercive measures. When did the Umbu's reach extend so far? At that moment, a brash voice interrupted the Umbu's statement. Uchiha Shumi, Uchiha Yuta, and Uchiha Chu appeared on the scene. The trio donned armbands, indicating that they were not acting as members of the Uchiha clan, but rather as representatives of the security department. Uchiha Shumi, you must be aware that I do not know, Shumi interjected. If you wish to take Sasuke, produce the Hokage's execution order, regardless of the circumstances. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of our security department. Shumi continued, showing no fondness for the Umbu. These individuals, aside from guarding the 3rd Hokage, were notorious for causing disturbances elsewhere. Shumi held a deep disdain for such shadowy figures who operated in secrecy. The security department, by contrast, was often deemed more controversial simply because they acted under their true identities, while the Umbu remained shrouded in mystery, merely associated with the Hokage. Thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen's management, the Umbu's reputation was only slightly tarnished. Today, Uchiha Sasuke must accompany us. If you dare to act against me in the village. Then, before the leading Umbu member could finish, a flash of silver swept through the air. The mask of the Umbu member fell to the ground. Sanada Aki? So it is you? Uchiha Shumi regarded the man before him with a hint of mockery, simultaneously uttering his name. Sanada Aoi was momentarily taken aback, quickly concealing his face. Uchiha Shumi, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Your current conduct is obstructing the duties of the Konoha Guard Division, as per the regulations of the village. Members of the Umbu are maliciously hindering operations and attempting to abuse their authority to interfere with the Guard's normal functions, while also resorting to intimidation through power. Lord Sanada, I wonder if my words resonate with you? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Uchiha Shumi's lips, his 3-tomo Sharingan activated. A palpable aura of hostility began to coalesce around him. It was no jest. Uchiha Shumi had participated in 2 wars. The blood on his hands and the murderous intent emanating from him were incomparable to these mere bullies who relied on bluster. Let us go. Sanada Aoi realized that today. Under no circumstances could he take Uchiha Sasuke with him. Remaining would only leave him subject to further humiliation at the hands of Uchiha Shumi, accomplishing nothing. Moreover, should others gather to witness, he would jeopardize his duties within the Umbu. TCH, coward. Uchiha Shumi scoffed as he watched the trio vanish. Sasuke, are you alright? Uchiha Shumi finally turned to face Sasuke. I'm fine. Those guys are fine too, they won't die. In the presence of Uchiha Shumi, Sasuke displayed once again his innocent smile. Alright, go and train diligently with your companions. The rest will be handled by the clan. Uchiha Shumi found himself increasingly fond of the young man. Compared to Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's talent and character were precisely his preferred type. Itachi, on the other hand, was far too unappealing. Thank you, Lord Shumi. After expressing his gratitude, Sasuke returned to the training grounds. Indeed, he was aware of the presence of the guard behind him, which emboldened his audacity. Such playful skirmishes among children could not be curtailed even by the Hokage himself. This was the confidence that came with having support. While basking in this confidence, Sasuke contemplated how to continue reaping the substantial benefits bestowed by his clan. He needed to expedite the progress of his plans, uncertain of how matters were being handled on his father's end. In the days that followed, no significant issues arose. After Sasuke had directly confronted a few individuals last time, they now had access to the training grounds daily, alleviating many troubles and allowing Sasuke to enjoy a lighter burden. On the weekend, Sasuke sat within the Uchiha training grounds, an odd expression crossing his face. What on earth was Neji up to? The progress on his tasks was soaring. Sasuke stared at the data on the panel, utterly bewildered. Just that morning, it had been 18. How had it surged to 62 in merely half a day? Could it be that this fellow was self-strategizing? Within the Hyuga clan, Hinata gazed at Neji with hopeful eyes. Brother Neji, have I made significant progress this time? After several days of training together, Hinata began to wonder if it was merely her imagination. It seemed that her brother Neji had become kinder towards her. Previously, he would decisively defeat her and leave with indifference, not uttering a single extra word. However, things were evidently different now. Not only did he patiently correct her mistakes in gentle fist, but he also demonstrated the correct techniques for her. There was a notable enhancement in strength, speed, and precision. I must hasten my training as well, otherwise, I will soon be outpaced by you. Hinata, Neji remarked with a faint smile. Hinata replied, her smile mirroring Neji's. Just then, the voice of Hyuga Hizashi resonated through the air. Clan leader. Upon seeing Hizashi's arrival, Neji's smile vanished instantly. The man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to his father, was his uncle, the head of the Hyuga clan. This individual stirred a tumult of emotions within Neji, for it was this man who had caused his father's demise. In the heart of a youth, no matter the rationale, such sentiments are impossible to suppress. Stay for dinner tonight. I've already made arrangements. You both should take a shower first, then come to the living room, Hizashi stated coldly before turning to leave. Once outside the training room, a smile crept onto Hizashi's lips. He was well aware of Hinata's transformation, and Neji's evolving relationship with her only pleased him further. Yet, having always maintained a serious demeanor, he continued to wear that expression. At this rate, I should be able to fulfill the promise I made to you, Hizashi said, gazing at the sky, his smile shifting to one of bittersweet hope. In the living room, Hizashi inquired, Neji, have you encountered any challenges in your recent training? Have you stumbled upon any breakthroughs in your practice of gentle fist? Also, do you find it inappropriate to spar with Hinata as your opponent? Taken aback by Hizashi's sudden concern, Neji felt somewhat flustered. Their relationship had never been quite like this before. He answered most of Hizashi's questions honestly, expressing his willingness to continue practicing with Hinata. Neji, come with me, Hizashi said, rising and heading towards the backyard. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of an exquisite room. With a creak, the door opened, and they stepped inside. This was Hizashi's chamber. Seeing your current state, there are some matters I should disclose to you, Hizashi began. You harbor resentment towards me, don't you? Neji, having been brought into his father's room, was momentarily bewildered by Hizashi's abrupt statement. Had he inadvertently revealed something? Resentment was indeed justified. He felt this was his fault, a burden he owed to Hizashi. This is what Hizashi wanted me to convey to you. Hinata Hizashi approached a cabinet, retrieving a notebook and handing it to Neji behind him. Upon opening the notebook, Niji stood frozen in place. Niji, I am uncertain of your age now, but I trust that you have let go of your hatred. I may have been an inadequate father, yet I still aspire to leave you something, hence this notebook. The rules of the Hyuga clan are immutable. Do not blame your uncle, for he too is powerless against these dictates. We are, after all, very dear brothers. To see this notebook signifies your growth. Heed your uncle's words, for he shall impart all that you must undertake next. Lastly, I wish to say, I am sorry, Niji. As Niji finished reading the notes, tears streamed down his face. He placed the notebook down heavily and gazed at Hinata Hisashi in confusion. You have lost a father, and I have lost a brother. I promised Hayashi that as long as you willingly release your hatred, we shall shatter these so-called rules. This was the realization my brother earned with his life. A belated enlightenment of mine. Hinata Hisashi then conveyed to Niji the actions he needed to take next. Break the rules. What transpired in that moment remains a mystery to all, yet when Niji departed, his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Gained Physique 10, Meridian Growth 10, Soft Fist Tai Chi simultaneously. Sasuke, who had just finished training, was greeted by a notification panel from the system. Huh. It's done? Sasuke was taken aback. He was still troubled by how to resolve Niji's inner turmoil. How had it suddenly resolved itself? As energy surged within him, Sasuke realized this was no dream. Information regarding Soft Fist Tai Chi flooded his mind. As Tai Chi settled into his consciousness, Sasuke found himself incapable of contemplating anything else. The transformation of his body mirrored the cosmic changes. The subtleties of Tai Chi liberated his spirit. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Sasuke closed his eyes, beginning to immerse himself in this profound experience. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the scroll in his hand, turning to the man before him, Uchiha Shursui, adorned with an armband. How are matters progressing? Everything is on track. I am now fully accepted among the Uchiha, with my own trusted confidants. As the deputy head of the security department, my authority is second only to the clan leader. I have successfully spread the will of fire within the security department. Shursui respectfully relayed the latest task developments to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Hiruzen examined the documents presented by Shursui, a satisfied smile graced his lips. His prior decision to allow Shursui to return to the Uchiha clan, a bold maneuver, had finally borne fruit without incident. Shursui, the Uchiha clan is now in your capable hands. As the deputy minister of the guard department, it is virtually certain that the next clan leader will be you. With my support, securing this position should prove to be quite effortless. In order to enhance both the village and the Uchiha clan, Shursui, you must be prepared to shoulder many significant responsibilities ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to paint a promising picture for Uchiha Shursui. It must be said that if Uchiha Shursui is willing to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, the feasibility of such endeavors remains notably high. Indeed, gaining control over the Uchiha clan is not an insurmountable challenge. Understood, Hokage. There are still matters I need to address within the guard department. To be a worthy clan leader, one must first impose strict standards upon oneself and avoid complacency. I shall take my leave for now. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Shursui vanished in an instant. After his departure, a figure emerged from the shadows. Shursui has served his purpose to the fullest. Controlling the Uchiha clan is sufficient for now. Other considerations can be postponed. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his tone laced with an undercurrent of warning. The figure that had emerged from the dark was none other than Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root organization. Are all previous plans to be abandoned? Danzo did not refute, but instead posed a counter-question. Abandoned. However, we must remain vigilant regarding the Uchiha clan until Shursui has completely secured his hold over them. Once Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha mature, the Uchiha clan will no longer pose any threat. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a calm manner, yet could not suppress a sense of pride within. After all, it was his will of fire that had subdued the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, resulting in the current situation. Hiruzen had never fully agreed with Danzo's extreme methods. Very well, Danzo nodded calmly, uttering only a single word before retreating back into the shadows. Observing Danzo's departure, Hiruzen wore an expression of resignation. Times are changing. Some matters are no longer as they once were. Now, he stands as the most powerful Hokage of Konoha, wielding influence over the strongest clan in the village. His next focus should not merely be on securing his position, but but rather on enhancing his reputation. Figures like Danzo, a representation of darkness, have reached the point where they should exit the historical stage of Konoha. It appears that the plan indeed requires some alteration, Hiruzen mused, as he retrieved a scroll and extracted a document within. A tremendous storm is about to engulf the upper echelons of Konoha. However, at the center of this vortex, Sasuke Uchiha remains oblivious, diligently training. In Sasuke's chamber, he muttered in frustration, "This is futile. This method of refinement has its limits. My body's growth simply cannot keep pace. How can I ensure that my physique matches the enhancement of my training?" In this moment, Sasuke sat on the ground, his face etched with despair. Perceiving the issues within his own body, Sasuke realized that the last enhancement of his cells had reached its limit. After all, he had merely emulated the cellular generation method found within Naruto's physique. Compared to Naruto, his own body was vastly inferior. It seemed that training his physical abilities needed to be prioritized once more. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he were to undertake physical training, he knew precisely whom to consult. Indeed, he was thinking of Guy, the man who had nearly kicked the conclusion of the great narrative. Although somewhat eccentric, his prowess in taijutsu was undeniably impressive. Sasuke was not particularly concerned about Guy's peculiarities. Rather, he was apprehensive about being coerced into donning that embarrassing attire. After some contemplation, he resolved to give it a try. He closed his eyes and began refining his chakra. Regardless of what lay ahead, his chakra remained the foundation. At that moment, a shadow materialized within Sasuke's room, seizing him and vanishing from the location. Jiraiya? What could he possibly want? Being whisked away by Jiraiya, Sasuke felt no trepidation. Given Jiraiya's character, he was unlikely to impose anything excessive upon him. Soon, they arrived by the shores of the Hidden Leaf Lake. "Kid, I have a vital training mission for you to complete. Upon its successful execution, you may request anything within my capacity to grant. How does it feel to receive a promise from one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage?" Jiraiya said with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Training? Speak plainly. Are we to spy on some bathhouse because you lack connections? And do you truly believe that a mere child like me could assist you?" Sasuke expressed his disbelief, doubting that Jiraiya had any legitimate training for him. Jiraiya was momentarily deflated, surprised that Sasuke had deduced his intentions. "Don't tell me it's the Uchiha Clan's bathhouse." Sasuke suddenly harbored a troubling thought. Surely, he couldn't have been discovered before he even had the chance to observe? "Kid, if you help me this time, I'll take you to Mount Myaboku for some delectable treats. Your body requires training, and I can provide the necessary resources. What do you say?" Jiraiya spoke hastily, aware that being caught spying on the Uchiha bathhouse would be quite the embarrassment. "Very well. Here is the contract. You must write down everything you just mentioned," Sasuke said, producing a scroll and handing Jiraiya a pen. "You little rascal, all right." Jiraiya hastily scribbled a plethora of items. "You must also include the reason for my request, which is the fact that you were spying on the bathhouse. When you place your handprint later, the content must be sealed. If you attempt to renege, I shall take this scroll to the third Hokage." Sasuke gazed at the multitude of writings produced by Jiraiya, without articulating the reasons behind it. Considering this fellow's character, or rather, the lack thereof, once he completed the hand seals, Sasuke meticulously tucked the scroll away. "Right here, Lord Jiraiya, please." Upon uttering these words, a surge of lightning erupted around Sasuke's form, transforming him into an ethereal shadow that vanished from sight. "Please what? Hey you, bang." Before Jiraiya could react, Sasuke's small fist had already struck his chin, propelling him into the air with tremendous force. A buzzing sensation overwhelmed Jiraiya's mind. "You little rascal, are you trying to kill me?" He couldn't help but retort. That last blow nearly caused his brain to short-circuit. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one must fear the kitchen knife, especially when that knife is expertly sharpened, as Sasuke's was. Bang, bang, bang. With newfound preparedness, Jiraiya began to fend off Sasuke's fierce onslaught. Although Sasuke's strikes were relentless, Jiraiya managed to counter each one. Soon enough, he discerned Sasuke's weaknesses and instinctively sought to correct them. In the midst of combat, errors could be rectified without words. Simply by adjusting Sasuke's attack patterns, the issues could be resolved. Sasuke, too, began to grasp Jiraiya's intentions. "Be careful, Lord Jiraiya," Sasuke exclaimed, as bolts of lightning morphed into a swarm of small white insects behind him. These insects, now adorned with formidable scales, exuded a sense of majesty distinct from the ones utilized for body tempering with Naruto and Neji. This was an exclusive jutsu developed with a focus on offense, Raijin mode. Were it not for the invulnerability to lightning-based attacks granted by this mode, these mutated insects could potentially harm Sasuke himself. Self-created ninjutsu. Goodness, this lad is indeed a genius, just as Fugaku claimed. Jiraiya marveled, having traveled the ninja world and encountered numerous formidable talents and extraordinary individuals. Yet he was still astonished by the jutsu Sasuke unleashed. Go! Sasuke commanded, directing the lightning toward Jiraiya. The paths around him were entirely sealed by the swarm of white insects. Most significantly, the control over the released lightning techniques remained firmly in Sasuke's grasp. Capturing the trajectory of these lightning attacks was no small feat for an ordinary person. But Sasuke Uchiha was far from ordinary. The Sharingan. The three-tomo Sharingan activated instantaneously. The paths of the white insects materialized within Sasuke's vision, simultaneously allowing him to analyze Jiraiya's movements. With his hands raised, he commanded the swarm, launching an all-encompassing assault toward Jiraiya. Boom, boom, boom. As numerous bolts of lightning struck down, the very spot where Jiraiya had been standing was engulfed in a dense cloud of dust. By the definition of no harm in smoke, Jiraiya should have emerged unscathed. Damn it, Jiraiya, you shameless scoundrel. Is it really necessary? As Sasuke pondered how to continue the battle, he suddenly noticed a shift in his surroundings. No, it wasn't the environment that had changed. The fleshy walls surrounding him had revealed the true nature of his location. Jiraiya, in an attempt to obstruct his own lightning release, had summoned this giant toad. Indeed, they were now within the belly of the beast. With a loud bang, the white smoke dissipated, revealing Jiraiya before Sasuke's eyes. Although the smoke had cleared, Sasuke's Byakugan remained unwavering. Ah, you little rascal, just now you attempted a sneak attack with the intent to kill me. You have no respect for your elders, Jiraiya remarked with a mischievous grin. Well, let us consider this session concluded. Once you manage to break through my previous seal, I shall continue your training. This was precisely Jiraiya's initial plan, to simply toy with Sasuke and then showcase the disparity between their abilities with an appropriately powerful jutsu. In this way, he could find an excuse to withhold further training from Sasuke, who would have no grounds for complaint. How shameless. Nevertheless, let me state my requirements. I need weighted materials, similar to those used by Might Guy. Additionally, I require some medicinal herbs, which I trust you are more familiar with than I am. After all, you and Lady Tsunade are quite the close companions. Lastly, I need money. I've spent a considerable amount recently treating others. Just as Sasuke was enumerating his demands, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself. Setting aside other matters, the weighted materials from Might Guy alone would cost at least 10 million ryo. Not to mention the customized herbs from Tsunade for enhancing physical strength, which would also amount to a significant sum. If Sasuke continued to make requests, even Jiraiya's wealth would be thoroughly depleted. I can accommodate the earlier requests, but let's halt there. I fear I might regret agreeing to more, Jiraiya awkwardly stated. After all, uttering such words in front of a child caused a hint of embarrassment to flush across his aged face. Very well, father. At that moment, Sasuke spotted Uchiha Fugaku approaching with elite Uchiha Clan ninjas. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that Jiraiya was peeking at his mother? Sasuke turned, frowning intently at Jiraiya. The latter subtly shook his head, evidently understanding Sasuke's implication. Sasuke, what are you and Lord Jiraiya doing here at such a late hour? Fugaku inquired, casting a disapproving glance at Jiraiya. Though he was aware of Jiraiya's character, such occurrences within his own family were somewhat unsettling. I asked Lord Jiraiya to provide me with special training. Did something happen, father? Sasuke tilted his small head, curiosity evident in his eyes. Seeing the innocent and whimsical expression on Sasuke's face, Jiraiya could hardly reconcile it with the audacious character he had just displayed. Lord Jiraiya, next time you visit the Uchiha clan, please do not stray from the path. Let us depart. Sasuke, you should also return to rest soon. Fugaku Uchiha is no fool. Sasuke's words indicate that he would not publicly expose his son. Understood, father, Sasuke obediently nodded. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. As long as Fugaku Uchiha did not pursue the matter, everything would be manageable from there on. Sasuke, the weighted materials you requested will be delivered by Might Guy. As for the medicinal herbs, I will assist you in procuring them. Here is a sum of 10 million yen. It should suffice for your needs for a while. I shall take my leave now. After placing the money down, Jiraiya swiftly vanished from the scene, wary of any further requests from Sasuke. With the money in hand, A smile crept onto Sasuke's lips. This would cover some of the necessary expenses ahead, especially with those gluttons around. If he did not find a way to earn money, he would surely face bankruptcy. Content with his newfound wealth, Sasuke made his way back to his residence. Just a few moments after stepping outside, Sasuke sensed an unusual presence. Show yourself. He halted in his tracks. The proximity to the Uchiha compound gave him confidence to escape should danger arise. So he was curious to see who was watching him. With a rustling sound, 3 ninjas wearing fox masks emerged in his line of sight. They formed a triangular formation, encircling Sasuke. "Root, is it? What? Do you intend to make a move against me?" Sasuke felt perplexed. Even as a prodigy who had recently garnered attention, it seemed unlikely that the core members of Root would seek him out. Moreover, they would not dare to abduct him and detain him within their organization. Not only would the Uchiha oppose such an act, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely disapprove. "Come with us," one of the Root members said with a hint of mockery. "This way, you may experience less suffering. Resistance will only result in pain." He brandished a sealing scroll and a short blade from his back. "Go with you? To Root?" A wave of unease surged within Sasuke for reasons he could not quite comprehend. This decision must have originated from Danzo. But surely he would not be foolish enough to take him directly to the Root organization. There had to be more to this situation. "You need not know," another voice interjected ominously. "For soon, you may find yourself as a corpse. A lifeless body has no need for excessive knowledge." A shadowy voice whispered in Sasuke's ear. And suddenly, 2 hands seized his ankles. When did they use Earth Release? Sasuke was taken aback. With his sensory abilities, he should have detected any movements beneath the ground. Yet just moments ago, he had sensed nothing behind him. Now, with someone grasping his feet and 3 core members of Root glaring at him, he wondered if Danzo had set his sights on him. Could it be? Sasuke suddenly recalled a pale face, Orochimaru. Initially, Shimura Danzo aspired to support Orochimaru in his quest to become Hokage, only to have his ambitions thwarted by Minato. There existed a certain transaction and connection between the two. Tai Chi. Sasuke suddenly assumed the stance of Tai Chi, his body swaying slightly as chakra surged within him. A surge of dark energy instantaneously liberated his feet from their constraints. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shadow clone. Sage mode. In an instant, Sasuke mobilized all his chakra, unleashed the fire technique, and fled in all directions. "We must take him away tonight. Uchiha Fugaku's reinforcements will arrive shortly." A leading member of the Root organization called out and pursued Sasuke's direction. Just as he lifted his foot, a flash of lightning appeared before him. Simultaneously, a practiced kunai pierced his heart. Before he could utter a word, the kunai erupted with ferocious lightning, obliterating his heart. He fell lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Sasuke swiftly relocated himself into the dense forest, dispersing his shadow clones to buy time. To confuse the members of the Root organization, each shadow clone bore a kunai stained with blood. Behind a tree, was he truly unable to suppress the feeling after taking a life? How could those individuals, Sasuke gasped, striving to steady his emotions? If affected, he might indeed be taken away today. If Orochimaru were the employer, with his current strength, capture would mean certain doom. Uchiha Fugaku must have been entangled in some matter. 10 minutes were to be reserved. As long as he wasn't captured within that time frame, these individuals would be powerless against him. With this thought, Sasuke tightened his grip on the kunai, settling his thoughts as he began to devise a plan. There were at least 3 others outside, all at the elite Jonin level. Lacking specific information, he was uncertain of their specialties. Why couldn't T. Kishimoto provide him with more information about the Root organization? "I found you." Bang. As a member of the Root organization struck with a knife hand, the Sasuke before him transformed into white mist and vanished. A shadow clone. This fellow, shadow clone. At that moment, the members of the Root organization also deployed their shadow clones, launching an assault on all the Sasukes, effectively revealing the original. Soon, dozens of figures emerged within the forest, the sounds of battle echoing incessantly. 3 minutes later, the remaining 3 members of the Root organization stood together, bewildered. All were shadow clones. How could this individual-esque concealment technique be so formidable? The Root members were perplexed. They had eliminated all the shadow clones of Uchiha Sasuke in the forest, yet failed to uncover the real one. Furthermore, their sensory abilities had been active the entire time, and no one had escaped. Uchiha Sasuke had vanished. Outside, suddenly, an individual became aware of something and hastily dashed towards the edge of the dense forest. Wind release, wind flow wave. One of the root organization members directly unleashed a gust of wind, dispersing the lingering dust and mist left from Sasuke's recent battle. A figure abruptly materialized before them. So, I have been discovered? Truly, the leader of Konoha's underground organization is formidable. However, if you intend to take me away now, time is no longer on your side. Sasuke's calm voice resonated. Though merely 3 succinct sentences, they imposed immense pressure on the trio. 5 minutes had already elapsed. In the distance, the presence of the Uchiha clan was palpable. Should they choose to engage in battle, it would not bode well for them. As the root member contemplated, a sudden crackling sound of electricity pierced the air. What is this, shurikens? He glanced down at the shuriken beside his feet, enveloped in a rising current of electricity, and found himself momentarily stunned. Zzz. In the next instant, he was enveloped by several small white insects. The violent lightning attribute instantly paralyzed his body. A sharp pain surged from his chest. Upon focusing, he saw that Sasuke had already appeared before him. Before the other two could react, the ninja collapsed to the ground, blood seeping out and slowly staining the earth crimson. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke was no longer perceived as a mere child to be toyed with. The Uchiha clan, known for their demonic eyes, were indeed terrifying beings. Come forth, you detestable scum of the root organization. Sasuke pulled the shuriken from the ground. His face splattered with the blood that had just gushed from the fallen ninja's heart. His Sharingan glimmered ominously in the moonlight, exuding an air of formidable authority. A mere 5-year-old child seemed to be shrouded in a dark, demonic shadow, rendering the two root members momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yet, beneath Sasuke's seemingly imposing demeanor, his heart was far from at ease. The aftermath of taking a life lingered heavily upon him, compounded by the 2 sudden assaults that had drained his chakra reserves. His body, having overexerted itself in the lightning god mode, was beginning to falter. It was not that he wished to remain here to display bravado. Rather, he found himself incapable of escaping the situation. Fortunately, the ruthless swiftness with which he had dispatched the 2 prior adversaries had instilled dread in the remaining root member, who hesitated to strike first. Beep. Emergency mission activated. Resolve the predicament caused by the root organization. Just as Sasuke was contemplating his escape, the system's notification chimed in. How intriguing. In matters of life and death, the activation of a system task seems to be the standard response. However, the emergence of an urgent task suggests that this crisis is indeed substantial. With that thought, a faint smile crept across Sasuke's lips. Gathering the last of his chakra, he concentrated it into his Sharingan. A terrifying power surged forth in an instant. The root? Truly, a group of shameless miscreants. However, to witness the pinnacle of my Uchiha ocular techniques is a stroke of luck for you. Next, devote your very existence to my pleasure. The ultimate visual technique. The Mako space. Upon uttering these words, Sasuke's eyes brimmed with a palpable power. The 2 members of the root organization instinctively adopted defensive stances, one clutching a kunai tightly, seeking to stave off unconsciousness through pain. Bang! At that moment, a figure surged forth. It was Uchiha Sasuke, the deputy chief of the Konoha Guard and a paragon among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke, fear not, it is merely an illusion. Such trivial jutsu cannot affect me as long as I remain true to my core. Yet, this illusion is astonishingly realistic, capable of simulating to such an extent. The 2 members of Root were now teetering on the brink of madness. Battling against a natural master of illusion like the Uchiha was indeed a torment. Illusion? Have you 2 forgotten where you stand? This is the domain of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke appeared utterly bewildered. He had not cast an illusion. Meanwhile, his fellow clansman, Uchiha Sasuke, lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. On the other side, the corpses of 2 root members lay still. Damn, the circumstances here are utterly inscrutable. Even this information feels like a fabrication. A mere Uchiha youth, no matter how gifted, is bound by the limitations of his own body, rendering him incapable of further combat. Look, the sure sway he conjured with his illusion stands there, motionless. Hahaha. Indeed, it is all an illusion, a mere jinjutsu. The root members, witnessing Shursue's in action, grew emboldened. There was no time to waste. They had to subdue Uchiha Sasuke in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it would be too late once the real Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Fugaku arrived. With this thought, they disregarded Uchiha Sasuke and charged toward Uchiha Sasuke. What you uttered would incite even the most temperate soul. Bang! Uchiha Shisui materialized before the root member, delivering a devastating knee strike to his face. Having mistaken Shisui for a mere illusion, the adversary offered no resistance. In the next instant, propelled by the force of the blow, the ninja was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, the root ninja thought, indeed, is my will not steadfast enough? How can an illusion inflict such pain? The other, however, quickly shed any naive notions and prepared to flee the scene. Uchiha Shisui. What a joke. This individual is not one to be compared to an ordinary Uchiha. We must retreat swiftly. This situation is dire. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before the root ninja. It seems he has forgotten one crucial detail. The individual before him is Uchiha Shisui. This man is renowned as the Shunshin Shisui. With a swift motion, Shisui incapacitated the members of the root organization. Meanwhile, he approached Sasuke, and upon examination, he discovered that Sasuke was merely fatigued. A sense of calm washed over him. Brother Shisui at that moment, Sasuke opened his eyes. The reason he had dared to faint was because he had seen Uchiha Shisui. Though this fellow appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was undeniably a reliable presence. After a few minutes of rest, Sasuke had temporarily regained some strength, though it was merely enough to speak. Sasuke, don't say anything. Just rest. I will handle this now. Brother Shisui, eliminate the remaining two. Sasuke swiftly interrupted Shisui's words. What? Shisui was taken aback. The two individuals had already lost their fighting capability. Moreover, as members of the root organization, they had recklessly invaded the Uchiha clan's territory, which would certainly require an explanation from Danzo. Not to mention, they had severely injured Sasuke. If they were to be killed, there would be no witnesses left. Eliminate them and dispose of the bodies. It is best to incinerate them completely with fire style. Also, let me hit you once. At this moment, Sasuke was on the brink of losing consciousness. Explanations could wait. He needed to execute his plan first. Understood. Seeing the determination in Sasuke's eyes, Shisui, though somewhat puzzled, decided to comply with Sasuke's wishes. Furthermore, having attacked members of the Uchiha, they could no longer be regarded as part of the village. This was fundamentally different from the villagers he was sworn to protect. After several hours of unconsciousness, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. The most striking aspect was that he was not in a familiar room, but rather in the Konoha guard department. Not only was his father, Uchiha Fugaku, present, but key personnel from the guard were also there. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Shikamaru, Uchiha Izumi, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had arrived. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Sasuke was utterly bewildered. Had the higher-ups of Konoha learned that he could grow stronger merely by sleeping? Sasuke, you're awake, Hiruzen remarked, his demeanor warm and approachable. After all, why would you train with Shisui and still go so hard on yourself? You are a genius of the Uchiha. If this battle has harmed your foundation, it would not reflect a commendable attitude toward your training. The first to speak was Hiruzen, embodying a very amiable persona. One must admit, he played his part quite well. I insisted on this training with Brother Shisui because I wanted to understand how strong I must become to live a life of ease and complacency. It seems my current strength is still insufficient, then? By the way, Lord Hokage and the other esteemed individuals, are you all here to inquire about my injuries? Sasuke spoke as if he had only just realized the presence of the high-ranking officials of Konoha before him. With wide eyes, he innocently inquired, eliciting a moment of embarrassment among the gathered individuals. Very well, let us discuss matters outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, taking it upon himself to step out, allowing the young lad some much-needed rest. The others, too, felt it inappropriate to linger, especially considering the genuine injuries Sasuke bore. Before long, they convened in the conference room of the security department. Danzo, please share your thoughts on this situation. Members of the root organization attacked by the Uchiha? Do you possess any evidence to support such claims? The gravity of Sarutobi's expression spoke volumes. Both sides maintained their stances. Yet Sarutobi found himself more inclined to trust the Uchiha this time, as Danzo's justifications seemed rather flimsy. He had audaciously claimed that Sasuke Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha had conspired to eliminate elite members of his root organization. Among those 4 elite members, several were acquaintances of Sarutobi himself. Setting aside Sasuke Uchiha, even without the presence of that hindrance, the notion that Shisui Uchiha could have eliminated all 4 within the Uchiha clan's territory without leaving a trace was utterly implausible. Could it be that these four, even if they were no match for Shisui, would not attempt to flee? Danzo was momentarily taken aback by Sarutobi's unexpected questioning. Brother, this is not how the narrative is supposed to unfold, he thought. Shouldn't you, without question, be supporting me in thoroughly investigating the Uchiha clan? Lord Danzo, are you unsure how to articulate your thoughts? Allow me to pose a question. Why would four members of the root organization be found in the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory? Why? At the moment of their appearance, was there a mysterious ninja who attacked me? Why do you claim they perished before my second son, Sasuke Uchiha? Fugaku Uchiha was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. His previous unsatisfactory demeanor was a result of the entire Konoha hierarchy uniting to suppress the Uchiha clan. No matter how clever he was, it was futile. However, the situation had changed. Sarutobi's recent inquiry had already indicated a shift in dynamics, suggesting a rift between Root and Sarutobi. Had Minister Fugaku also discerned the enemies infiltrating Konoha? It appeared that this incident was indeed not the doing of the Uchiha. Perhaps the four had been ambushed by foes. I apologize for my rashness. I will return and thoroughly investigate the matter, Danzo declared before swiftly departing. Uchiha Shisui raised his hand, wishing to voice something, but was restrained by Shisui. The ability to corner Danzo to such an extent was already quite impressive. Lord Hokage, our Uchiha clan harbors no issues. Should you uncover any discrepancies, please feel free to bring them to our attention. After Uchiha Fugaku saw Danzo leave, he turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Forcing Danzo to admit his mistakes was already a significant advantage. Uchiha Fugaku did not wish to demand more, for one cannot devour an entire meal in a single bite. Regardless of any grudges he harbored, they must be suppressed. As the head of the security department, there are matters in which you possess the authority to intervene and investigate. Ideally, something substantial could be uncovered. Now that everyone appears to have concluded their affairs, I shall take my leave. Should any new reports arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ensure that Sasuke gets ample rest. Both of your sons are exceptional talents and require proper nurturing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen departed with his Umbu entourage. As the crowd dispersed, Uchiha Fugaku exhaled a long sigh of relief. You all may return to your duties. Shisui, remain, I have some inquiries for you. Uchiha Fugaku commanded as he took a seat. Understood, Minister, Shisui replied. The members of the security department gradually exited the room, while Shisui looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a puzzled expression. After all, this affair seemed to have reached its conclusion. Shisui, did you just tell me that Sasuke single-handedly eliminated 2 members of the root organization? Uchiha Fugaku voiced his bewilderment. He had just learned of this incident, but such a feat was beyond comprehension. A 5-year-old child, who had only recently begun attending the ninja academy, had slain Umbu operatives. I am not entirely sure of the specifics. When I arrived, the 2 were already deceased. Even the remaining 2 were so overwhelmed by Sasuke's presence that they dared not act. Additionally, they appeared somewhat mentally disturbed, leading me to believe that Sasuke must have taken action himself. Shisui analyzed the situation. Although these words came from Shisui, even he struggled to fully believe them. Such fantastical occurrences would elicit skepticism from anyone. I see. You may proceed with your own affairs. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand, signaling for Shisui to leave. Alone at his desk, he sat in contemplation, lost in thought. Meanwhile, within the root organization, loud crashes echoed as objects were hurled to the ground. The surrounding members of Root stood in fear, trembling at the thought of displeasing Danzo and incurring his wrath. Did he truly believe they were of any significance? Merely puppets manipulated by that Sarutobi fellow, yet they reveled in their arrogance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems you are indeed prepared to take action against me. A sinister expression spread across Danzo's face. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance was far from serene. He had anticipated that upon returning to the Hokage office, Danzo would be the first to confront him. After all, his evident favoritism towards the Uchiha today was something Danzo would surely not tolerate. What had become of him? After the departure of Lord Danzo, he immediately returned to the root organization and has yet to emerge since. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this perplexing situation, a ninja from the Umbu appeared to report the specifics. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeper. The unusual behavior of Danzo undoubtedly signaled ominous developments. Speculating on his intentions, Hiruzen sensed the burgeoning tensions among the higher-ups, catalyzed by this incident. Turning to the instigator of this affair, Uchiha Sasuke. We find him in the care facility of the guard department. Father, this may not suffice. I require more sustenance. The recent battle has drained me significantly. I need a hearty meal. As for these injuries, nourishment will suffice for their recovery. Also, I demand 3 servings of that meat roll. It's particularly delectable. Sasuke made his requests while indulging in his meal. Uchiha Fugaku stood nearby, his expression revealing his exasperation. Who awakens a special bloodline limit only to become such a glutton? Moreover, this was no mere fabrication by Sasuke. Since his newfound appetite, both his talent and strength had surged dramatically in a short span. Even his cognitive processes exhibited remarkable advancement. This turn of events left Fugaku steeped in self-doubt, questioning if this truly was his son. By the following morning, Sasuke had finally satiated his hunger, and his injuries were nearly healed. Father, do you have questions for me? Please, feel free to ask. Sasuke rose, donned his clothing, and approached Fugaku's office. The 2 I eliminated yesterday were indeed slain by me, though it came at a cost. Utilizing my bloodline limit in conjunction with the Sharingan's insight made it manageable. I cannot divulge specifics. The individuals in question are deceased, and thus, no one will discern my involvement. However, Shursui is aware. Perhaps we should eliminate him as well, father? Their conversation reached an abrupt halt as Fugaku feared that further inquiry might spur Sasuke to consider eliminating him too. Though the questioning concluded, Sasuke could not leave just yet. It was crucial to note that he had sustained considerable injuries the previous night. Departing too soon would inevitably attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. After requesting leave, Sasuke resignedly sat in the care room, refining his chakra. Before long, Itachi returned. Indeed, Itachi had been absent to secure Sasuke's leave. I am well now. Brother, who do you think is most likely to act against our clan within the village? Without awaiting a response, Sasuke posed the question. Root, Itachi replied almost instantaneously, having given it little thought. This time, Root must have become aware of my talents and intends to recruit me into their organization. My dear brother, there are certain matters wherein, if we do not wield sufficient power, we shall continually be oppressed and humiliated. Such issues cannot be resolved merely by refraining from provoking others or by our voluntary retreat. Sasuke once again commenced his verbal sparring with Itachi. One must admit, the endeavor to enlighten Itachi is akin to Naruto's attempts with the long-nosed Kakashi. The reason Sasuke broached such topics was that he observed his urgent mission remained unfulfilled. In other words, the Akatsuki had not yet relinquished their pursuit of him. Based on Sasuke's understanding of the system, such missions typically concluded upon distancing oneself. Unless, within a short span, the Akatsuki were to make another move against him, they should have already faded into the shadows. Thus, he must skillfully manipulate Uchiha Itachi. After all, he is a formidable ally, capable of surpassing even Uchiha Shursui at critical junctures. The discourse between the 2 brothers transitioned from an initial discussion to inquiries about ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and chakra, ultimately devolving into a light-hearted exchange of banter. However, it was evident that both brothers relished this atmosphere, and as their conversation drew to a close, their spirits were rather buoyant. Sasuke. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Sasuke's ears. The golden-haired figure, brazenly barging through the door, was none other than his dear friend, Naruto Uzumaki. Behind him stood several familiar faces, Rock Lee, Hinata Hyuga, and Neji Hyuga. Pardon the intrusion, I am Neji Hyuga, a friend of Sasuke's. We heard he was injured during training, so we came to check on him after school. Neji politely articulated their purpose. In truth, the injury was not severe. A few days of rest would suffice. You all chat. I shall prepare some fruit for you, Itachi said with a gentle smile as he departed to gather refreshments. All right. Naruto, you've inspected me several times already. I assure you, I am quite well. After a few minutes of Naruto's incessant probing regarding his condition, Sasuke felt a twinge of irritation. Indeed, no matter how touched one might feel, there are moments one wishes to throttle their overly concerned friend. How could you sustain such grave injuries during training? Neji finally inquired, initially perplexed as to how Sasuke bore the marks of battle. Upon activating his Byakugan, Neji became even more certain of his suspicions. Sasuke's wounds were not from training, but rather from combat. Have I been seen through? Sasuke mused. I was engaged in practical combat training with some of my elders in the clan, essentially simulating battle scenarios. Consequently, I sustained a few injuries. He deftly shifted the topic. It was not his intention to deceive, but rather to shield his companions from these truths for the time being. Upon hearing Sasuke's explanation, the group felt a measure of relief. They then began to recount the happenings at school, noting that Sasuke had been absent that day due to the rescheduling of an important practical test. Of utmost importance is the fact that this trial will involve students from 2 different grades. This implies that, in addition to the freshmen like Sasuke, those of Niji's cohort will also participate. Consequently, the difficulty of the trial is bound to escalate. Has there been any change in the supervising instructors for this event? Sasuke remains indifferent to the identities of the participants, as he considers himself to be on a different echelon from them. When he exerts his full strength under equitable conditions, his prowess is now at the level of a special jonin. A surprise attack could potentially inflict severe injury or even result in the death of an elite jonin. Our freshmen are led by teachers Mizuki, Iga, and Hyobu. Meanwhile, Niji's group is under the guidance of teachers Gai, Asuma, and Kurenai. Upon hearing the names of the supervising instructors, a pensive expression crossed the face of the one in charge. Gai, Asuma, Kurenai. These senior instructors form a lineup reminiscent of the famed 12. The freshmen, on the other hand, are led by the traitor Mizuki and 2 lesser-known teachers. Although Sasuke is unfamiliar with the 2, their positions suggest they are merely mid-level jonin. It seems that the impending trial poses quite a significant threat. Despite the weight in his heart, he maintained a facade of casual conversation with Naruto and the others. After more than an hour, the group bid farewell to Sasuke and departed. As they left, Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha entered Sasuke's room. Sasuke was somewhat taken aback upon seeing them. In his view, the person most likely to seek him out for inquiries at this juncture should have been Fugaku Uchiha. Brother, Sasuke, is there something you wish to ask me? Noticing their hesitation, Sasuke took the initiative to speak first. Sasuke, I want to understand the specific events that transpired, as well as the true reasons behind them, Sasuke said, taking a deep breath and deciding to be forthright. Some matters, when shrouded in ambiguity, may yield counterproductive results. Last night, Lord Jiraiya sought me out. After completing my training with him, my father and the others arrived. It seemed they had discovered an enemy and went to address the situation. Meanwhile, I was headed toward the clan. At that moment, 4 members of the root organization appeared before me. It was then that Sasuke began to fabricate the details of the battle. He spoke of his fearless heart and unwavering resolve to conquer the enemy before him, of a sudden epiphany that led him to discover the optimal fighting technique. As he recounted how he subdued the last 2 adversaries, Sasuke appeared and seized the opportunity. Initially, both Itachi and Sasuke listened with earnest attention, but as Sasuke's tale progressed, it began to stretch credulity. All right, enough, Sasuke interrupted Sasuke's narrative. Let us not dwell on the other details. Are you certain that the root organization initiated the attack on you, and that you single-handedly dispatched 2 of its members? Sasuke emphasized the core of the matter. I can confirm that, Sasuke replied, not seeking to conceal his strength, and nodded affirmatively. Itachi, I realize now that I had previously overlooked Sasuke's thoughts. To be able to conduct such analysis during battle and eliminate members of the root organization is truly remarkable. Moreover, he even reminded me to finish off the remaining 2 and erase them. The matter Sasuke mentioned must be taken seriously. Uchiha Sasuke spoke with a grave expression. For if what Sasuke has said is indeed true, then Shimura Danzo has already begun to set his sights on the Uchiha clan. Although I am uncertain why their first target would be Sasuke, the fact remains that an attack has commenced. How shall we respond? Should we adhere to my father's counsel, or adjust our previous plans? Itachi inquired slowly. No, our prior strategy was based on fostering harmony within our family and village. Thus, there are too many elements that need alteration. It might be more prudent to formulate an entirely new plan. Uchiha Sasuke appeared deep in thought, as if engaged in a frenzied calculation within his mind. Hey, brother, Sasuke, have you both forgotten that there is another person here? Sasuke exclaimed, visibly distressed. It was one thing for these 2 to lack intelligence. Their communication was nothing short of chaotic. Sasuke, you are still young. Your primary focus should be on enhancing your own strength. As for those who will forge the path ahead, allow us to take on that responsibility, Itachi replied solemnly. Sasuke nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring Itachi's. One must admit, their synchrony in such matters is strikingly similar. Very well, allow me some rest, Sasuke said as he lay back down on the bed, disregarding the 2. Itachi and Sasuke exchanged a glance before departing from Sasuke's room. Once they left, Sasuke gazed weakly at the ceiling. Having guides is undoubtedly advantageous, yet these two seemed somewhat naive. He shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. What he needed to do was to become immensely powerful. When the time comes, he would simply bulldoze through any challenges. After all, he could not merely focus on the current crisis facing his family. There was also the looming threat from the heavens above. Within the Ōtsutsuki clan, Kagaya Ōtsutsuki and Ishiki Ōtsutsuki had already made their presence known in the ninja world. At any moment, they could instigate turmoil. After all, their emergence has already led to the unraveling of this world's narrative. Reflecting on the Ōtsutsuki, Sasuke recalled how his eyes seemed to have been blinded by that indomitable force. Perhaps I should pursue Hinata and eradicate that threat at its inception? As Sasuke refined his chakra, time gradually flowed on. On the third day, he finally departed from the infirmary. Though he could resume his studies normally, he acutely sensed an increase in the gazes directed towards him. Most of these were from Uchiha arranged guards, along with members of the Umbu and Root organization. This protective manner has granted Sasuke a greater sense of security. At least for the time being, the village is unlikely to encounter any threats. Moreover, at this moment, Shimura Danzo should have little inclination to seek trouble with him. A fortnight passes in the blink of an eye. Within the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, the shadow clone technique is employed. The leaf whirlwind, gentle fist of the Byakugan, fire release, little fire serpent technique. Several small figures engage in a spirited exchange on the training field. Brother Shisui, Sasuke's prowess should not necessitate him battling his classmates to such an extent, should it? Is he perhaps holding back? But why would he do so? Demonstrating the disparity should serve as greater motivation for Naruto and the others, shouldn't it? Today, Shisui and Itachi are tasked with ensuring Sasuke's safety. Thus they have been discreetly observing his daily activities. Aside from his notable appetite, which is rather grand, thanks to the generous allowances from Itachi and Jiraiya, he appears largely similar to an ordinary child. What puzzles Shisui and Itachi most is their understanding of Sasuke. His temperament should no longer resemble that of a child. Logically, he ought not to possess such camaraderie with Naruto and the others. This perhaps speaks to the wisdom Sasuke possesses, which we do not. When it comes to friends, one must not simply dominate. Rather, one should place oneself on an equal footing with them. Moreover, Itachi, have you not noticed a particular issue? Shisui's gaze subtly directed towards the training ground where Sasuke and the others are situated. Issue. Shisui's words left Itachi somewhat perplexed, as he could discern nothing beyond Sasuke's apparent restraint. You shall soon understand. According to prior intelligence, these young ones ought to be heading outside shortly. Shisui did not articulate this directly, but instead allowed those words to flow slowly from his lips. Sure enough, the skirmish among the youngsters soon concluded. They proceeded towards the outskirts of the Uchiha territory. Upon reaching the outside, the organization and Umbu ninjas commenced their surveillance. However, Sasuke remained entirely unconcerned by their professional scrutiny. Next came the cultural studies. Naruto has now acquired the ability to swiftly recite the will of fire, concurrently infusing it with his own understanding. This serves as the primary reason for his passing grades in cultural studies during this impromptu assessment. As a ninja of Konoha, one must be well versed in our culture. Sasuke initiated the process. Naruto has grown accustomed to this routine. However, Neji, Lee, and Hinata displayed peculiar expressions. Even children of their age are aware of the discord between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha. The suspicions harbored by the upper echelons have even led to the relocation of their clan to the outskirts of the village. Fortunately, they have all experienced significant growth under Sasuke's guidance. Thus they choose not to dwell on such matters. Particularly Neji, who harbors a strong aversion to dogmatic rules, remained silent. As the understanding of the will of fire deepened, the few individuals began to discern the inherent flaws within it. The notion of forsaking everything solely for the village. The selfless spirit of safeguarding the village with the bodies of our ancestors. These seemingly grandiloquent ideals were, in truth, mere illusions. The innocence of a child's heart perceives these truths most transparently. The issues soon became apparent. We are being watched, hence we must feign enthusiasm and refrain from contemplation. This so-called will of fire is merely a facade for examinations. Each individual ought to cultivate their own path of perseverance, rather than adhere to a singular, purported will of fire. Sasuke slowly inscribed these thoughts upon the ground. Upon witnessing this, Neji and the others immediately grasped Sasuke's intentions and began to fervently recite the will of fire as pinned by him. This act left Uchiha Itachi, who was nearby, utterly astonished. Do you comprehend? The friends Sasuke has chosen are no ordinary companions. The Hyuga clan as prodigy, Niji Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family. Hinata Hyuga, the disciple endorsed by the taijutsu master, Might Guy, Rock Lee, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto, Uzumaki. Shursui revealed the identities of these individuals. Are you suggesting that Sasuke seeks to alter the prejudices held by other clans against the Uchiha through his own endeavors, and subsequently unite these clans? In the future, the Uchiha shall no longer be seen as solitary warriors. Itachi articulated his understanding. Perhaps it transcends this notion. Among these youngsters, Sasuke evidently occupies a position of leadership. As they mature, the transformation may evolve into something far beyond mere shifts in perception. Itachi, it has been said that you possess a mindset akin to that of the Hokage, yet you lack Sasuke's decisive actions reminiscent of a Hokage. Uchiha Shursui remarked with a hint of nostalgia. He had previously been a staunch advocate of the will of fire. To him, any personal sacrifice was worthwhile if it led to the village's prosperity. However, Shursui's perspective was gradually shifting, especially after hearing others' interpretations of the will of fire, which starkly contrasted with his own ideals. I see now. Brother Shursui, your recent endeavors must be related to this, correct? Itachi spoke softly. Indeed. If the entire Uchiha clan adopts such a mindset, we shall become immensely powerful. Shursui gazed longingly at the sky. What he had once hoped for seemed to draw ever closer. Furthermore, within the clan, the ones capable of realizing this transformation were none other than himself and Itachi. After completing their training, the group parted ways, as the next day heralded the commencement of a special training trial. Sasuke invited Naruto to join him for dinner at home, as they would embark together the following day. Meanwhile, within the root organization, Sir, our operatives are being monitored by both the Umbu and the Uchiha. There is no opportunity to act. Perhaps, Sir, you should discuss this with the Hokage. The current audacity of the Uchiha cannot be contained for much longer. A member of the root organization, his face etched with concern, spoke up. Discuss? Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently consumed by the elation of having subdued the Uchiha clan. Do you truly believe he is capable of heeding my words at this juncture? What a fool. Merely a child's so-called will of fire has garnered his trust. How could such a person ascend to the position of Hokage? Within Danzo's heart, an immense frustration brewed. According to his original plan, he should not be here contemplating these matters, but rather embracing the technological advancements brought forth by Orochimaru. The Uchiha clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen had become a thorn in Danzo's side. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon receiving the report from the ANBU, had countless creases etched upon his face. Coupled with the recent transformations within the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen's conviction in his decision only deepened. The security department no longer exhibited the same arrogant demeanor of the past. They now prioritized the safety of ordinary citizens during missions and treated other ninjas with considerably more civility. In light of this initial success, how could Hiruzen possibly entertain Danzo's so-called Uchiha threat theory? He contemplated reducing surveillance on the Uchiha over the next year. If they truly became guardians of the will of fire, then the dynamics within the village would surely require revision. As Hiruzen perused the report in his hands, the smoothness of recent events felt almost surreal. The most significant issue was that the Uchiha clan had begun to transform on their own, exhibiting an unprecedented level of obedience to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, amidst these favorable developments, there remained certain points of dissatisfaction for Hiruzen, particularly concerning Shimura Danzo. This man stubbornly clung to the notion of eliminating the Uchiha clan. Such formidable strength, if not utilized for one's own ends, might as well be eradicated. Yet now, even in the face of change, Danzo persisted. This compelled Hiruzen to recall past events. After the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whether at the daimyo's conference or within the village's higher echelons, Danzo had exhibited aspirations to become Hokage. He incessantly belittled Hiruzen, attributing the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident and the fourth's demise solely to him. Had it not been for Hiruzen's solid foundation and the support of various clans, perhaps he would have been impeached during that time. The worst-case scenario could have seen Hiruzen banished from the village. Despite the years in which Hiruzen had employed Danzo and tolerated some of the root organization's excesses, his wariness towards Shimura Danzo had never waned. At this moment, Hiruzen suddenly called out, Kakashi looked on with confusion, for under normal circumstances, Hiruzen would address him by his code name. However, today he called out his name. You must become accustomed to this name. Your time within the Umbu will not be prolonged. When the moment arrives, both you and Tenzo will depart from the Umbu to assume other responsibilities. Now, I have a special mission to assign to you. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Kakashi left the Hokage's office. Upon returning home, Kakashi removed his mask. Staring at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, a look of numbness crossed his face. I am steadfastly guarding what I must protect. Obito Rin. Kakashi fell into deep contemplation, simultaneously recalling Hiruzen's words from earlier that day. Those notions that were once mere speculation had now been confirmed, and Kakashi's emotions swelled with excitement. Soon, perhaps in no time at all, he would no longer act under the guise of Umbu, but as Hatake Kakashi. In the Uchiha clan's quarters, within Sasuke's room, he addressed Naruto. Tomorrow's trial may present dangers. When the time comes, your task is to distance yourself from me at the first sign of peril. Do you understand? Sasuke stated directly. Yes. If you tell me to run, I will definitely take off. Naruto replied earnestly, nodding his head. Sasuke felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. This guy responds just like that disciple from the old master. You know I won't run. Therefore, you must have something else to discuss with me. Naruto scratched his head, displaying a goofy smile. Indeed, once we reach outside the village tomorrow, although we will have a supervising teacher for protection, there are many of us students. Previously, the rogue ninja Orochimaru, an S-rank traitor from Konoha, attacked me. I believe he will not miss this opportunity. Given the root organization's discontent with our Uchiha clan, they may also take action. As Sasuke spoke, his headache intensified. This situation indeed seemed perilously dangerous. As a member of the Konoha Guard, the Uchiha clan members were not permitted to leave the village without a mission. Thus, once outside, Sasuke would lose the protection of the Uchiha. Escaping from the likes of Orochimaru, Danzo, and Mizuki would be akin to facing a hellish ordeal. The incessant flashing red alerts on his system panel further underscored the gravity of the impending threat. In that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke up. Actually, I have a method to ensure Sasuke's safety. Sasuke gazed curiously at Naruto. Could this chosen one be on the brink of revealing his brilliance at such a time? If so, then, Naruto quietly shared his plan with Sasuke. Initially, Sasuke thought Naruto was joking. However, as a mechanical, electronic sound echoed through the room, Sasuke was left speechless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the threat mission from Root. As the task completion information appeared on the system panel, along with the surging energy within his body, Sasuke firmly believed in Naruto's identity as the chosen one. Such an idea could only emerge from Naruto's unique thought process. It seemed that he could even manipulate this situation to his advantage. Thank you, Naruto. I'll take care of next month's ramen. However, for this trial, Sasuke had some plans that required Naruto's cooperation. He began to share his strategy with Naruto, emphasizing that this endeavor was not solely for himself, but also for Naruto. All right, I will do whatever you say. Naruto nodded earnestly. It must be said that this sincere friendship indeed reassured Sasuke, especially with Naruto's endearing loyalty. Once he agreed, he would never betray him. Let us continue refining chakra tonight. The first one to get hungry will be the victor, Sasuke declared, settling down to begin his chakra refinement. You're sneaking off. Upon seeing this, Naruto also commenced his chakra refinement. Until he reached his teenage years, Naruto had only just grasped the concept of chakra, often confusing it with other terms. As they both engaged in chakra refinement, Naruto's inherent talents began to manifest. Over an hour later, Sasuke opened his eyes, not because his chakra refinement had concluded, but due to the overwhelming chakra emanating from Naruto's body. Could this truly be the capacity of a child barely over 5 years old? Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was enveloped in chakra, feeling a flush of embarrassment. The state was indeed astonishing. Simultaneously, Sasuke discerned another fact. The reason he was affected by Naruto's chakra and awakened from his meditation was that within Naruto's chakra, there was a considerable amount of the Nine Tails chakra. Is this what it means to be the child of destiny? Simply refining chakra could actually extract the chakra of the Nine Tails from its seal. Suddenly, an odd sound resonated in Sasuke's mind. The Nine Tails? Sasuke gazed at Naruto's abdomen, his face displaying astonishment. Logically, Naruto had not yet experienced any event of seal release. Why then, did the consciousness of the Nine Tails appear externally? However, The sound quickly faded away, leading Sasuke to abandon further contemplation of these matters. System panel. Due to the overwhelming chakra influence from Naruto, Sasuke could no longer continue refining his chakra. Thus, he summoned his own panel. Host, Uchiha Sasuke Talent. 60, Ordinary Person 10, Chakra, 11 cards Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Lightning Release, Small White Insect. Lightning Release, Lightning Body Flicker, Lightning Release Taijutsu, Proficient in Basic Uchiha Taijutsu, Proficient in Basic Konoha Taijutsu Jinjutsu, Dream Soul's Abyss, Thorny Jungle, Chaotic Impact. Spiraling Spirit Technique Items, Surprise Gift Pack X1, 100 kilograms of Cloud Iron Bloodline Limit. Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Raijin Mode Ability, Super Chakra Refinement Technique, Chakra Refinement Speed 300 Mission, Resolve the Root Organization's Assassination, Comprehensive Evaluation, Special Jonin. Upon gazing at the information displayed on the system panel, Sasuke found it aligned with his own assessment. His chakra had now risen to 11 cards, which was temporarily sufficient. Truly, the Divine Talent system provided elements solely for the enhancement of one's abilities. However, specific combat prowess had yet to be revealed. System, activate the surprise gift pack. Sasuke commanded, having neglected to open the gift obtained after his last mission. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have opened the surprise gift pack. Acquired Divine Artifact, Susanoo, as the system's notification resonated. Sasuke rose to his feet, his breath unconsciously growing heavier as he beheld the item displayed on the panel. Divine Artifact, Susanoo, a swirling orb lay quietly on the system panel. The humanoid Divine Artifact had exhibited remarkable prowess in the original series, particularly in its clash with the Crimson-Eyed adversary. Most notably, this artifact possessed a skill that Sasuke greatly admired. It was an exceptional cook. Given his substantial appetite, many were aware of this trait. Thus, having a chef by his side seemed entirely reasonable for a food enthusiast, right? Sasuke exhaled deeply and extended his hand. Divine Artifact. He called out softly. The swirling orb, previously on the system panel, abruptly materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, the information panel for Susanoo appeared before him. Divine Artifact, Lightning Fast Susanoo, Guardian-type Humanoid Divine Artifact, Abilities, Mastery in Daily Household Tasks, Exceptional Culinary Skills. Proficient in over 1,000 recipes, Combat Ability, Possesses Formidable Taijutsu, and a Learning Capability. After absorbing the holder's vitality, it can unleash awakened techniques, wielding the Heavenly Sword, 8-Span Mirror, and 8-Span Jewel. Note, following system modifications, the Divine Artifact can utilize chakra to amplify its combat power with no upper limit. Upon reading the introduction, it was indeed the Divine Artifact of his dreams. In comparison to the lethal Murakumo or the demonic manifestations of the Devil's Affliction, Sasuke found Susanoo to be superior. After all, it possessed its own independent consciousness, reducing the need for his direct control. Manifest, Susanoo, Sasuke declared, slicing his palm with the swirling orb, allowing chakra and blood to be absorbed within. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of energy radiated forth, causing even Naruto's body to tremble slightly. Sasuke understood that it was not Naruto's consciousness, but rather the trembling of the Nine Tails, gripped by fear in the presence of the formidable Susanoo. In the next moment, a tall and striking figure materialized before Sasuke. Greetings, my master. The Susanoo shall henceforth serve as your mightiest shield. The Susanoo knelt before Sasuke, clearly acknowledging him with ease, a testament to Sasuke's affinity for it. Moreover, given the nature of the Susanoo, there was no need to worry about any backlash from its power. Presently, there was but one issue to address: vitality. It seemed imperative for him to expedite the training of his body. After all, what would happen if an awakening technique drained him completely? From now on, do not call me master. Simply refer to me by my name. I am Uchiha Sasuke. You may call me Sasuke. I look forward to your guidance, Susanoo. Sasuke smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Sasuke, the Susanoo replied, mirroring his gesture. One must admit, this advanced technology was truly remarkable. The Susanoo bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being. In fact, Sasuke could even share in the emotions of the Susanoo. I am hungry. Allow me to show you the kitchen, where provisions have been prepared for me. He continued, by the way, there are times I will engage in combat training, but that does not imply I am in danger or unable to act. Let us establish a signal. Should I utter that phrase, you are to take action. As Sasuke guided the Susanoo to the kitchen, he conveyed further instructions. Meanwhile, not far off, Uchiha Shumi, perched on a tree, found himself paralyzed with trepidation. Moments before, he had merely sought to sense the Susanoo and was met with a vision of an endless abyss of blood. Despite having participated in numerous battles and currently serving as the head of the guard, he now felt utterly incapacitated, crouching in the tree, fearful to move. Uchiha Shumi understood all too well. Any unusual movement on his part would likely result in immediate execution by that formidable entity. It was only when he observed Sasuke and the Susanoo exiting the room, engaged in light-hearted conversation, that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that this terrifying being was indeed acquainted with Sasuke, and judging by their interaction, their relationship did not seem to be one of animosity. Only after Sasuke and the Susanoo vanished from sight did Uchiha Shumi regain his composure. He swiftly employed the body flicker technique, disappearing from the scene. In Uchiha Fugaku's study, he pondered, a mysterious powerful being? Are you suggesting that a powerful entity accompanies Sasuke? Uchiha Fugaku's expression was one of confusion. It was important to note that Sasuke had been residing in the village for some time, and Uchiha Shumi was well acquainted with most of the villagers. If this entity were mysterious, could it be someone from another village? How could it have evaded the barriers and eluded detection by the entire Uchiha clan to arrive at Uchiha Sasuke's chamber? Moreover, had it not been for Uchiha Shum's keen observation, the existence of such formidable power would have gone unnoticed. Why would Sasuke come into contact with it? The two individuals are likely headed toward the kitchen. Clan leader, if possible, it would be prudent to take a look. Uchiha Shum remained deeply concerned. The terrifying aura, the overwhelming pressure, even now, removed from that village, lingered in Uchiha Shum's mind. I understand. I shall investigate. Uchiha Fugaku rose and proceeded towards the kitchen. At this moment, the only conclusion he could draw was that Sasuke was hungry and seeking food. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku was accompanied by Uchiha Shum, Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui as they approached the kitchen. As they drew within 10 meters, an enticing aroma wafted into their nostrils. Is someone cooking? Uchiha Nagasawa remarked, dramatically swallowing hard. Ninjas expend considerable energy, and given that they had been refining chakra during their nighttime training, they were undoubtedly hungry by this hour. Indeed. Shum, did you truly encounter a terrifying presence? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku began to doubt whether Sasuke had found a chef from somewhere. That fragrance. Father? Brother? Shursui. Lord Nagasawa, Lord Shum, what brings you here? At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke emerged, holding a bowl of rice and casually taking a few bites. Sasuke, Captain Shum mentioned discovering an unfamiliar strong presence at home. Do you all require sustenance as well? Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish speaking, Susanoo stepped out, donned in an apron and wielding a spoon. He exuded none of the terrifying aura that Uchiha Shum had described. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku exchanged an awkward glance with Uchiha Shum. The others also turned their attention to Shum. I must confess, I was indeed hungry and may have misperceived the situation. Sasuke, could you spare me some food? Uchiha Shum chuckled sheepishly, shifting the topic. How embarrassing. As the captain of the Uchiha Guard and a Konoha elite jonin, he had been startled by a mere chef. Although, this chef did seem somewhat impressive. Certainly. Susanoo, the task is yours. Feel free to use any ingredients. We all require nourishment. Sasuke readily agreed. Understood. Susanoo responded with confidence before diving back into the kitchen to prepare the meal. The group then gathered in the living room. Sasuke, did you hire this chef? Are you aware of his background? Is there any potential danger? Uchiha Itachi inquired, his expression one of concern. Mr. Susanoo is a professional chef. Once you taste his culinary creations, you'll understand. Sasuke replied, lowering his head to continue eating. This fried rice must be devoured while it is still piping hot, otherwise, it loses its delightful flavor. Soon, a sumptuous spread of dishes was laid out before them. Observing Sasuke relish the meal, the others picked up their chopsticks. Was it truly that delectable? This question lingered in everyone's minds, but it vanished in the next moment. Itachi, did you not just declare that Mr. Susanoo was a villain? Please be cautious. Shursui, where's your composure? Natsum, do be polite. This meal was prepared by a chef my son found. Well, let us not dawdle. I'm diving into this feast. All doubts dissipated once Mr. Susanoo presented his exquisite culinary creations. How could someone with such remarkable skills possibly be a villain? Moreover, if he were indeed malevolent, They should have already succumbed to the poisonous dishes. Sasuke remarked, with Mr. Susanoo around. Let us keep Andy the cook as well. When I'm off on missions, I'll have Mr. Susanoo accompany me while Andy prepares our meals at home. Sasuke said with a smile. Observing Sasuke's innocent demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku was assured that this was no extraordinary being. After exchanging a few simple words with Sasuke, he departed. Once back in his room, Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief. In his earlier excitement, he had forgotten that this was indeed the Uchiha Clan's territory. Furthermore, there were always ninjas nearby for protection. At last, Susanoo's identity was temporarily concealed. Susanoo, have you remained in human form since your liberation? Can you revert to that previous orb state? Sasuke inquired with curiosity. Yes, however, releasing it again would deplete the user's energy. Generally, frequent liberation is not advisable, Susanoo replied. Is that so? Then let us revert to the orb state for now. You are not of much use in your current form, and I do not yet need to confront the troubles that only you can resolve. After a moment's contemplation, Sasuke decided to store Susanoo away. Such a unique existence would undoubtedly attract the attention of higher-ups. Very well. Susanoo nodded and transformed into a swirling orb, landing in Sasuke's hand. Sasuke found a piece of string, threaded the orb, and wore it around his neck. After this operation, morning had arrived. Naruto, let us go. It's time to participate in the trial. Sasuke roused the still sleeping Naruto, and the two went to breakfast before heading to school. At Konoha Ninja Academy, Class 1 of the first year, anticipation was evident on everyone's faces. Even the typically composed Nara Shikamaru was discussing the day's trial arrangements with Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji. Yet, Sasuke and Naruto remained seated calmly in their spots. Sasuke was to be expected, as he often maintained such a demeanor at school. But Naruto, this fellow was previously the loudest among us, yet at this moment, just before our departure, he has grown remarkably silent. Soon after, Hinata approached, informing us that Niji had already made the necessary arrangements. Is there anything further we need to prepare on our end? Hinata's voice, naturally soft, was even quieter as she spoke in hushed tones. Fortunately, both Sasuke and Naruto possessed keen senses, allowing them to hear her clearly. Naruto, you and Hinata should invite Kiba and Shino. I will go and summon Shikamaru and the others. After Sasuke spoke, he turned his gaze towards Shikamaru, who was seated in the back. As for Sakura, he decided against inviting her. He had no desire to include her in this endeavor. We overheard your earlier conversation. Uchiha Sasuke, we are not friends. So do you wish to join us? Before Shikamaru could finish his sentence, Sasuke interrupted him, nearly leaving Shikamaru breathless with unspoken words. I decline. Shikamaru decisively waved his hand. He had no interest in participating in what was clearly a troublesome undertaking, preferring instead to focus on completing the trial without further distractions. Is that so? Choji, join our plan. I cannot disclose the details just yet, but once the trial concludes, I promise to treat you to an all-you-can-eat barbecue. Sasuke said with a playful glint in his eye, directed at Choji, who was munching on potato chips. What? Choji leapt to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Of course, I can also give you 100 packets of limited edition chips. I've already purchased them. Just give me a nod, and I will hand them over at that time. Sasuke added fuel to the fire. Choji, who had been wavering, instantly grasped Sasuke's hand with determination. I accept. Choji nodded earnestly, leaving Shikamaru behind for the moment. All right, Ino, do you wish to join our plan? Sasuke turned to Ino. Knowing that she would likely not refuse his invitation, given her fondness for him at this stage. Sasuke, I have already completed my part. I also invited Sakura, and she has agreed to join our plan. At that moment, Naruto's voice reached Sasuke's ears. As expected, I will join as well. Just as Sasuke was feeling overwhelmed, Ino's response arrived. Okay, then it's settled. As for Shikamaru, I believe he will agree once he hears our plan. Very well, then. After we leave the village, we shall proceed according to this. Sasuke concluded, handing a small scroll to the others before returning to his seat. Choji cautiously opened his scroll, while Shikamaru, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in to take a look. Konoha Kidnapping Plan. Upon seeing those 6 bold characters, Shikamaru instantly perked up. Such an endeavor would require not only sharp intellect, but also coordinated action. He was eager to see how far this hastily assembled team could go. Soon, Mizuki arrived in the classroom accompanied by 2 teachers. Everyone, please quiet down. I shall now elucidate the essential points regarding the upcoming trial. The destination we are heading to is an untamed, pristine forest, teeming with venomous creatures and fierce beasts. This is the first aspect to be mindful of. Additionally, we have prepared identification information for everyone, which must not be misplaced, for losing it would signify failure in this trial. Ultimately, this identification will also be required for assessing the trial results. Given the participation of upperclassmen, we will be utilizing two forms of identification. As Mizuki began his discourse, the enthusiasm in the classroom waned considerably. Particularly, Sasuke and his 8 companions appeared utterly indifferent to the trial's details. Observing Sasuke's nonchalant demeanor ignited a flicker of jealousy within Mizuki. To him, Sasuke was merely someone born into better circumstances, and yet he dared to exhibit such arrogance. After today, it would be Mizuki's time to soar. He envisioned himself becoming a formidable ninja, one who would send shockwaves throughout the shinobi world. Once the exposition concluded, everyone proceeded to gather at the school gate, led by the ninja instructors as they ventured outside the village. In the Hokage's office, Itachi approached Sarutobi Hiruzen with a mission request, expressing his desire to leave the village to safeguard Sasuke. Previously, he had been tasked with instructing Sasuke. However, as he prepared to embark on this mission, he was halted. In essence, he required another permit from Sarutobi to leave the village, otherwise, his mission would be confined within the village's boundaries. Itachi, rest assured, this trial is under the supervision of Asuma and his team. There shall be no issues. I have other matters that require your attention. Itachi, feeling somewhat resigned, exited the Hokage's office without securing the permit, burdened with an additional task. Upon leaving the village, everyone was captivated by the novelty of their surroundings. Even the air felt distinct from that within the village. The vitality of youth was palpably evident at this moment. By noon, the group reached their destination. Kawakami, lacking the requisite physical stamina, was disqualified from continuing the trial due to incapacity. Naibai, having rushed too hastily, fell into a trap and suffered a fractured tibia, thus also losing the ability to participate further. Roy, upon arrival, faced various challenges that resulted in several students being disqualified. Notably, half of the first-year students found themselves eliminated. Mizuki-sensei, we shall lead the students into the forest now. Once you have made the necessary arrangements, please catch up with us, Asuma declared before leading the upperclassmen into the depths of the forest. Their objective was to dominate the newcomers. Everyone witnessed the upperclassmen entering the forest, and Mizuki slowly recited the rules, which can be succinctly summarized as traversing the forest to reach the designated outpost. During the journey through the wilderness, one must remain vigilant against traps and ferocious beasts. The criterion for assessing superiority lies in one's speed. The new trial begins. As Shuemu's words echoed, Sasuke charged boldly into the forest, followed closely by the others. Shuemu wore a cold smirk upon his face. Shuemu-sensei, we should set off promptly. These students could easily encounter danger if left alone in here, Iga remarked, appearing relaxed. As a Chunin, he felt quite at ease confronting the perils within. This mission was merely an opportunity to bolster their ranks. It was fortunate that Iruka had fallen ill and could not join them. Otherwise, he would be the one left behind at the academy. Indeed, Shuemu-sensei, Iga-sensei speaks wisely. We must depart swiftly to ensure the students' safety, especially since there are higher-grade students who may target them, Window added. Both of you have valid points. However, I can manage alone. I would prefer you two remain here. Shuemu declared, a sinister expression crossing his face. What do you mean? Although you are leading this mission, we are also, suddenly. Two piercing sounds interrupted by Window's words as he and Iga looked down in disbelief at their chests. This, Shuemu. Iga grasped his chest in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. At this point, however, no action could save his life. Even now, he could not comprehend why Shuemu would turn against them. Are you betraying Konoha by attacking fellow ninjas from the same village? Before Window could finish, Shuemu raised his foot and sent both men flying into the depths of the forest. He then produced a scroll, summoning wind shurikens and 2 long blades. Removing his forehead protector, he scratched out the symbol of Konoha. Betrayal? Which renowned ninja in the world of shinobi is not a traitor? I have had enough of this worthless village. Just watch. After today, Shuemu will become a nightmare for the entire ninja world. Shuemu laughed maniacally, his face a canvas of anticipation and madness. He then dashed into the forest. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows. Quick, let us proceed as Sasuke instructed. The newcomers were Sakura, Ino, and Hinata. The 3 of them worked together to pull the 2 teachers from the thicket. They produced healing potions. swiftly staunching the bleeding of their instructors. Additionally, they retrieved special restorative elixirs to aid the two in recovering. Although their current abilities could not restore the teacher's combat readiness, preserving their lives was no longer in question. Hinata produced a scroll, infusing it with chakra, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed upward. Meanwhile, in the distance, Asuma noticed the rising smoke. Is the quality of this new batch of students truly so lacking? They have only just begun, and they are already signaling for help? Asuma regards such individuals with a measure of disdain. In his eyes, lacking even this modicum of resolve disqualifies them from the path of a ninja. I shall take a look. After all, they are merely children, and I cannot allow them to come to harm. With that, Might Guy exclaimed and dashed toward the source of the thick smoke. As Asuma watched him depart, he remained silent. Beside him, Kurenai observed Asuma, feeling an inexplicable sense of discontent wash over her. Meanwhile, Sasuke and his companions had ventured deep into the jungle, utilizing a unique concealment technique. Combined with Kiba's ability to burrow, they had effectively hidden underground. Hinata had already sent out the signal. Indeed, it seemed that Mizuki would strike first against their two instructors. Sasuke understood this well, and he began to analyze the current situation. Despite having laid out a detailed plan, he knew plans are often inflexible. With so many companions accompanying him on this perilous journey, Sasuke was determined not to let his own arrogance lead to any misfortune. Sasuke, may I pose a question? How did you know that Mizuki, the rogue ninja, would target us? Did you receive some advance information? Shikamaru inquired, tilting his head with curiosity. Regardless of the plan or Sasuke's analysis of the intelligence, Shikamaru held a deep respect for his insights. However, there was an apparent flaw. Why did Sasuke possess this knowledge? Is it not true that you all come from ninja clans? Even if you are not particularly adept at sensing, you must have encountered some information, right? Even that fool Naruto sensed Mizuki's malice toward us. You felt nothing at all? Sasuke gazed at Shikamaru in astonishment, slowly responding. What do you mean, even that fool knows? Are you suggesting that you deduced all this merely from malice? Sasuke, clarify why you consider me a fool. Is it not foolish to pose such a question? All right. The pressing matter at hand is not to debate this. Sasuke interrupted the discussion. Sasuke, if it is merely Mizuki we are facing, we should be able to defeat him collectively, shouldn't we? Shikamaru spoke up again. His assertion was not born of arrogance. Rather, he had observed Naruto and Sasuke's training. With their combined strength and cooperation, the threat posed by a single Chunin instructor was not particularly high. Indeed, if it were just Mizuki, we would not be hiding here at all. However, Shikamaru, what if I told you there is also Orochimaru? Sasuke's expression turned grave. Orochimaru? Shikamaru's pupils dilated. He had heard of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a disciple of the third Hokage, and an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Whatever title he bore, it underscored his existence as an extremely dangerous individual. Who was Orochimaru? Naruto, ever innocent and somewhat oblivious, interjected. Not long ago, I was besieged by Orochimaru. Fortunately, I managed to escape thanks to some extraordinary means and the protection of my clan. However, there lingers the unmistakable aura of Orochimaru's chakra around Mizuki, which elucidates our necessity to conceal ourselves here. After a brief explanation, Sasuke made a gesture for silence, instantly heightening the tension among the group, as they sensed Mizuki's presence drawing near. Meanwhile, outside, Mizuki pondered with a furrowed brow, sensing the traces left behind. How could they have evaded me? Logically, these children should not have been able to escape. Just as Mizuki's thoughts wandered, an unexpected surge of chakra erupted from beneath the ground. Boom! As the earth fractured, Kiba and Akamaru lunged at Mizuki. Despite being merely 6 years old, Kiba had made significant strides in taijutsu, and the element of surprise caught Mizuki off guard. By the time Mizuki reacted, Kiba had already vanished from sight. Damn it, Mizuki muttered, touching the scar on his face, his gaze hardening with intensity. Attack! At that moment, Naruto and Choji charged towards Mizuki, both gripping practice kunai firmly in their hands. Though these weapons were meant for training, they were forged of iron nonetheless. This time, Mizuki remained unfazed. He swiftly removed the Fuma Shuriken from his back and hurled it at the two boys. Simultaneously, he drew 2 long blades from his waist, aiming directly at Choji. Facing the onslaught, Choji felt a surge of panic as, in mere moments, the kunai in his hand was sent flying, and he was knocked back. Give it up. You are merely a bunch of children, Mizuki taunted, looking down at them disdainfully. while these youngsters exhibited considerable prowess among their peers. They paled in comparison to him, a man destined to become a nightmare in the ninja world. Huh. Naruto kicked out, only to be seized by Mizuki. Is this the combat talent you take pride in? Merely childish play. With that, Mizuki tossed Naruto aside and launched a kunai, entwined with a steel wire, ensnaring the Fuma shuriken. As Mizuki prepared to retract the shuriken and instill a psychological fear in the students, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning coursed through the steel wire and struck Mizuki's body, incapacitating him in an instant. Swoosh. In the following moment, a figure dashed forward, wielding a kunai that plunged directly into Mizuki's chest. Uchiha Sasuke! Mizuki exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the raven-haired student before him. He initially believed that Uchiha Sasuke had realized something, prompting these inept individuals to deliver food. To his astonishment, the boy remained present. Moreover, that formidable lightning technique, was it truly executed by this child, barely 6 years of age? How could that be possible? Even a genius is still merely 6. The intensity of that chakra had already surpassed that of his own Chunin level. Damn it, how infuriating. Is this what they call genius? Effortlessly ascending to greatness without the toil required of ordinary individuals like himself, who, despite relentless striving, could only achieve so much. Indeed, those so-called geniuses ought to perish. Bang! Once the state of paralysis faded, Mizuki unleashed a powerful punch, simultaneously tightening his muscles to trap the kunai that Sasuke had plunged into his chest. Caught off guard, Sasuke was struck squarely by the blow. Uffed. In the next instant, Sasuke transformed into white smoke, vanishing from sight. Shadow clone. Haha. I never expected that a mere 5-year-old Uchiha would already master such a technique. However, today I shall uncover your whereabouts. Then hiss. Seeking me? Before Mizuki could finish his menacing declaration, another kunai embedded itself into his back. The sharp pain, coupled with Sasuke's taunts, drove Mizuki to the brink of madness. Jealousy, hatred, and resentment began to coalesce within him. Uffed. At that moment, Mizuki seized a long needle and plunged it into his chest. Sasuke sensed a distinct aura and instinctively retreated. He needed to distance himself from this foe. Sasuke urged softly, prompting everyone to fade into the dense forest surrounding them. Meanwhile, behind a large tree, Shikamaru displayed a look of alarm. What was that presence? Merely sensing a fraction of it left him shaken, as if an ancient, ferocious beast were poised to devour him. Shikamaru, you can lead them away now. Follow the plan. There's no need to reach the destination, Sasuke declared before swiftly disappearing from the scene. But Sasuke, you, before Shikamaru could finish, Sasuke's figure had already vanished. Though he felt uneasy, he had no choice but to adhere to their prior strategy. Soon, Shikamaru located the others, and together they hastened toward the village. At this moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, beginning to sense Mizuki's condition. The chakra emanating from him had multiplied several times over, and his entire body began to undergo transformation. Wait, in the original narrative, didn't Team Mizuki only receive Orochimaru's curse mark just before Naruto's graduation? What he just injected into himself must have been some kind of reagent. How many secrets does Orochimaru truly conceal? Looking for me. Just as Sasuke pondered, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. The words echoed those spoken by Sasuke moments ago. With a resounding thud, before Sasuke could react, a brown arm forcefully pinned him against the towering tree. Under the immense pressure, the shadow clone was instantly obliterated. Another shadow clone? Yet, there was no need for haste. I shall meticulously track you down and shatter your limbs, delivering you back to Lord Orochimaru. Waterwood remarked with a sly grin. He could sense that Sasuke was still nearby, though multiple targets were present. Who could have anticipated that a child barely over 5 years old could conjure so many shadow clones simultaneously? Nonetheless, it posed little concern. If the others fled, so be it. His primary objective remained solely Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, concealed in the surroundings, Sasuke wore a grave expression. His current mission was of utmost importance. He had to hold his ground and ensure that Shikamaru and the others returned to Konoha. Otherwise, the entire plan would be doomed to failure. Given Waterwood's current state, Sasuke had no intention of confronting him directly. Such an extraordinary enhancement couldn't possibly last long. Sasuke understood that even if Orochimaru had devised the cursed seal at this stage, it was still in its nascent form. Clearly, despite acquiring formidable power, Waterwood had not lost his consciousness. He immediately lunged towards Sasuke's shadow clones, determined to obliterate them all in the absence of a discernible true form. With a stroke of luck, he might soon capture the real one. Radiating potent chakra, Waterwood swiftly maneuvered through the dense forest, systematically locating and dismantling each shadow clone. After dismantling the seventh clone, Waterwood halted, a hint of existential doubt creeping in. How could this be? There must be some trickery at play. He was undoubtedly still nearby. A twisted expression marred Waterwood's face, for he had destroyed all the shadow clones he sensed. Now, he could no longer detect the presence of Uchiha Sasuke. Waterwood refused to believe that Sasuke had escaped. In the next moment, he turned his gaze toward Konoha. Could it be that he had seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos with those little brats? With that thought, Waterwood charged toward Konoha. Suddenly, as he set off, a green figure descended from the sky, landing squarely in front of him. "Who are you?" Guy asked, bewildered as he stared at Waterwood. He felt a vague familiarity with the individual, yet could not place him. Guy? Aren't you supposed to be leading those senior students? What brings you here? Waterwood instinctively halted his advance upon seeing Guy. Guy, an elite jonin of Konoha. Moreover, he had become an elite jonin solely through his mastery of taijutsu. Such a person, who seemingly possessed no innate talent, raised the question, by what right could someone like him ascend to the rank of jonin in the village? Yet here I am, confined to a mere ninja academy. In an instant, a glimmer of jealousy flickered in Mizuki's eyes. Do you know who I am? It appears you have conducted an investigation into our Konoha. However, regardless of your identity, tell me where that Mizuki fellow has gone. How dare he lay hands on the ninjas of our village? It seems he intends to languish in the interrogation department's prison. Guy continued to scan the surroundings, attempting to ascertain Mizuki's whereabouts. Upon hearing Guy's words, Mizuki's forehead instantly bulged with veins. You truly did not recognize me? Mizuki gritted his teeth and asked fiercely. Should I have recognized you? Forget it. I have other pressing matters to attend to. You bang. Before Guy could finish his sentence, Mizuki's attack descended upon him. However, this time, it did not send Guy flying, but was instead blocked by him. Hey, why did you suddenly strike at me? Are you an enemy? The aura surrounding Guy shifted dramatically. Although his words remained infuriating, Mizuki broke free from Guy's grip and retreated. I am Mizuki. Mizuki suppressed the chakra on his face, restoring his true appearance. No, you are not. I recognize Mizuki. Do not attempt to deceive me. Moreover, while Mizuki may be somewhat unpleasant, he has not sunk to your grotesque level. After speaking, Guy prepared to leave in search of Mizuki, showing no inclination to deal with the creature before him. Displeased, is that truly your opinion of me? How dare you, a mere waste incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. Die! Mizuki bellowed, his body beginning to manifest the patterns of a cursed seal. Soon, a peculiar skin enveloped his entire form. The second stage, complete. Haha. Are you intimidated by my immense chakra? Today, allow me to show you what it means to be a ninja, you incapable waste. Just as Mizuki was boasting, a flash of silver cut through the air. It swiftly severed Mizuki's neck, blood gushing forth. His massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. Kakashi, how did you get here? Upon seeing Kakashi, Guy eagerly approached, entirely forgetting his intention to find Mizuki. This person is Mizuki. Although I do not understand what has caused this transformation, there is no mistaking the identity. Guy, where are the students he was leading? Kakashi inquired anxiously. It is crucial that he protects them. That golden-haired youth. I had previously failed to investigate thoroughly due to my confusion. They do not know. He is Mizuki. He has been eliminated. Thus the children should no longer be in peril. Kai, I do not wish to hear about possibilities. Go find them. Kakashi, having uttered these words, immediately began tracking the remaining individuals, following the traces left behind. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest I have found you. I did not expect that the old man Sarutobi would send these little ones out directly. What perfect material. Thank you, Konoha, for this splendid gift. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement, gazing at the horde of small figures rushing towards him. Just as he was about to make his move, a chill ran down his spine, causing his body hair to stand on end. He swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, turning to face the figure that had suddenly appeared behind him. Are you the one who threatens the lives of his friends, as the holder described? You certainly possess formidable energy. A tall figure gradually emerged, raising a massive staff aimed at Orochimaru. Indeed, it was the Susanoo sent by Sasuke to protect Naruto and the others. He had the audacity to allow Naruto and his companions to proceed on their own in the presence of Orochimaru, solely because of this confidence. The holder? That sounds like an intriguing concept. You are, Orochimaru remarked, licking the Kusanagi sword in his hand, preparing for battle. Yet, the response was not an answer but rather the staff in Susanu's grasp. With a single strike, Orochimaru felt a surge of retreating instinct, as half of his ribs had shattered merely from parrying that blow. Moreover, it seemed that the individual before him had yet to unleash their full strength. Damn it! When did Konoha produce such a terrifying entity? Susanu coldly fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, the staff pointed directly at him, before charging once more. What followed was the most bewildering 10 minutes of Orochimaru's life. The man who had gravely injured him began to tend to his wounds, even setting his broken bones. Then, the adversary possessed the power to endanger his target, continue with the mission to obstruct. After hearing Susanu's two statements, Orochimaru was once again attacked. This onslaught persisted for 10 minutes. Summoning technique. Orochimaru could no longer endure. Even in proximity to Konoha, he did not wish to be subjected to such treatment any longer. In the next moment, the colossal Mando appeared. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of this gigantic creature, a serious expression crossed Susanu's face. An ultra-high-level danger? Nevertheless, it remains within the range of elimination. Susanu's demeanor grew serious as he launched another assault. Just as Mando appeared, intending to prepare enough offerings for Orochimaru, Susanu's attack had already arrived. The massive serpent's head was sent flying. The excruciating pain triggered Manda's ferocity as it swept towards Susanu with unrelenting force. With its immense size and power, it struck with a tremendous impact. Beneath the terrifying force, Susanu was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Such incredible speed. Orochimaru, you have encountered a formidable adversary this time. When did you begin to venture into such perilous territories? A glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the great serpent. Previously, each confrontation had involved mere trifles. At last, a worthy opponent had emerged. Spare me the cynicism. The individual before us is exceptionally strong. Allow me to tend to my injuries first, and then we shall engage in battle together. As Orochimaru spoke, he began to heal his own body. His current form was hardly in prime condition. The severed bones were trivial matters. TCH. Orochimaru, you are exceedingly weak now. The great serpent cast a disdainful glance at Orochimaru before charging into the swirling dust. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of an intense struggle. At this moment, Orochimaru had lost any desire to continue fighting. The one who had just attacked him seemed to be holding back their full strength. Time to retreat. After mending his body, Orochimaru chose to leave the area. The appearance of the great serpent had undoubtedly attracted the attention of Konoha. If he did not depart now, escape would become impossible. Boom. At that moment, a colossal figure was hurled from the dust. The great serpent's massive form crashed down upon Orochimaru. We must leave immediately, great serpent. This individual undoubtedly possesses strength on par with the elite. Moreover, we are in Konoha. If you wish to avoid becoming a sacrificial offering, heed my advice and depart swiftly. Upon concluding his words, Orochimaru entered the mouth of the great serpent. Though the serpent was displeased, it recognized that the adversary was not easily dealt with. In their current position, should they be ensnared by the ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru's demise would mean the loss of his offerings. With this thought, the great serpent cast an irritable glance towards Susanu. Boom. It transformed into white mist and vanished from the scene. With a gust of wind, Susanu dispersed the surrounding dust. Is this a special space manipulation ability? This world is even more perilous than I imagined. It seems I must enhance my skills to effectively fulfill my duty as a guardian. Susanu reflected for a moment before proceeding towards the direction of Naruto and his companions. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, the elder stated that Mizuki's plan has failed. It is now our turn to take action. Uchiha Sasuke and his friends are all children of the village's ninja clans. They may have already mastered the shadow clone technique. Therefore, Uchiha Sasuke could be among them. Our task is to capture them all. The ninjas of the Akatsuki organization are already here, waiting. Let us present those children with a grand surprise. Those who once believed the village was a safe haven are the most likely to let down their guard. At that moment, we shall seize them all. With the memory of fallen comrades who perished at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke still fresh, they could not afford to be careless this time. In an instant, several figures of children emerged into their line of sight. Attack! The members of the Root organization wasted no time and immediately launched an assault on Naruto and his companions. They've arrived. Naruto, it's up to you. In the shadows, Shikamaru fixed his gaze on the approaching members of the Root organization, still incredulous that fellow villagers would resort to violence against students like them. Gotcha. A member of the Root organization seized Naruto, intending to take him away. After all, each person here could potentially be Uchiha Sasuke. Boom. In the next moment, a plethora of explosive tags erupted from Naruto's body, engulfing the members of the Root organization in an explosion. Shadow clone. Explosive tags? At that moment, the Root members were left dumbfounded. Is this what they teach in the Ninja Academy? Hey, we might be a tad late, but it seems we still have time. You all pose a threat to the mission objectives, don't you? Then, you shall all remain here. At that moment, a dashing man made his entrance. Half an hour later, what transpired here? Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by members of the Umbu, arrived at the scene. Observing the situation before him, his mind raced with confusion. Before him lay Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and a total of 9 individuals bound to the ground. In addition to them, several members of the Root organization were also tied to trees, their joints dislocated. Lord Hokage, I have examined all surrounding information. The assailant appears to be a single individual. To defeat so many members of the Root organization, they must possess at least the strength of a Kage. Furthermore, it is highly likely that they have infiltrated the village. Lord Hokage, should we investigate the situation within the village first? The Umbu members were equally bewildered. Despite having executed numerous covert missions, they had never encountered a situation like this. Now, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn to feel the weight of the situation. The most pressing question was, what exactly had transpired here? Inquiring the captured Root members would yield little useful information, as they would only speak of Danzo's machinations. Thus, the focus shifted to the group of children. However, upon seeing the unconscious forms of these children, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of concern. Upon receiving the initial report, he had promptly communicated the situation to all the students' parents, granting them the privilege to witness the events unfold and ascertain their children's safety. Yet, among the children sprawled before him, none could be deemed worry-free, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki, the newly acclaimed genius of the Uchiha Clan, Sasuke Uchiha, the only son of the Nara clan head, Shikamaru Nara, the heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga, the sole daughter of the Yamanaka clan, Ino Yamanaka, and the only son of the Akimichi clan, Choji Akimichi, the son of the Oil clan's leader, Oil Girl Shino, the son of the Inazuka clan's leader, Inazuka Kiba, and a certain Sakura. Regardless, it appears to be a rather perplexing combination. Hokage-sama, I believe a thorough investigation within the village is warranted. Whoever orchestrated such a scheme must be dealt with as a traitor to the village. At that moment, a man stepped forward, none other than Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Recently, Hinata has made significant strides, and her relationship with her branch family member Niji has also been improving. How could one not be incensed by this situation? Hyuga Hayashi's words ring true. We are merely a few hundred meters outside of Konoha village. Moreover, we have just detected the chakra of Orochimaru and the presence of Manda. Hokage-sama, this too warrants a meticulous investigation, does it not? Yamanaka and Noichi stepped forward with a composed demeanor, presenting a substantial lead. Orochimaru, so this individual is involved as well. I recall that the security department previously investigated him. He was allegedly conducting human experiments. It was precisely for this reason that he defected from the village. The consequences, should these children be taken, are dire. Uchiha Fugaku has also arrived, throwing a more significant revelation into the fray. What? Fugaku, is what you just stated true? Hokage-sama, we believe you owe us an explanation regarding why this organization is here. Even if there was some level of complicity, it should not have escalated to this extent. Those present here are not of trivial standing. They are the heads of their respective clans. Faced with the pressure from the clan leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of discomfort. Even though he typically wielded considerable authority, he now hesitated to act rashly. These leaders have survived the crucible of life and death. Their wisdom is not to be underestimated. This approach may suffice for children, but esteemed leaders, let us first escort the children back for treatment. Once they regain consciousness, we will discern the situation more clearly. Then, we shall conduct a targeted investigation. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Very well. We shall await the investigation results. Should there be any assistance I can provide, I have already dispatched my insects. I will gather intelligence on any traces left in the vicinity. Amidst the discourse of the clan leaders, Sasuke and the others were taken back to the hospital. Following a thorough diagnosis and treatment by the medical ninjas that evening, everyone regained consciousness. Naruto. At that moment, a group of masked ninjas suddenly attacked us, and I was quickly knocked unconscious, leaving me in the dark about everything. Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto was the first to be knocked unconscious. In an effort to rescue him, we engaged in combat with those masked ninjas, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. The second to fall was Sakura. Shikamaru. Initially, we contemplated retreating to the village due to the sudden attack from Teacher Mizuki. It was a dire situation, and Teacher Iga was gravely injured. Sakura. ABA. Upon reviewing the information, Hiruzen Sarutobi was transformed into a mere caricature of himself. All evidence pointed to the Root Organization led by Danzo. Moreover, the members present from the Root Organization had been individually identified. While Naruto and the others had not seen their faces, they had certainly observed their masks, which corresponded with the accounts given. Third Hokage, why have you summoned me? At this moment, Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office, his demeanor unruffled. What is it you want? Just look for yourself. Hiruzen's anger boiled within him. This man had grown increasingly brazen. Previously, he had covertly orchestrated plans and cultivated his loyal followers. Hiruzen had often turned a blind eye to such matters. However, now Danzo had dared to orchestrate such a situation behind his back. If it had gone unnoticed, Hiruzen might have found a way to manage it. But now, the evidence was overwhelmingly incriminating. Under these circumstances, Hiruzen found himself devoid of further options. The information clearly indicated a frame-up. The members of our Root Organization were merely there for rescue. The enemy was too formidable, incapacitating all Root members and leaving them at the scene. As for the children's memories, they were likely affected by Jinjutsu, or perhaps the enemy had indeed come masked for battle. Danzo spoke without a hint of remorse. Such matters must be denied vehemently. Once admitted, even he could not escape unscathed. Enemy. You would have me believe that any enemy could accurately discern the distribution of masks among your Root Organization? Those individuals are your elite. Hiruzen was nearly driven to condemn Danzo on the spot. Yet, remembering the efforts Danzo had made for the village over the years, coupled with the bond they shared, he refrained from direct confrontation. I am unaware of any such matters. Additionally, we have discovered traces of Orochimaru. Third Hokage, you were the one who let Orochimaru go. Danzo's voice grew somber. You. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen's expression grew even graver. He was on the verge of taking direct action against Danzo, for that statement was nothing short of a blatant threat. Over the years, Danzo had engaged in unsavory dealings on Hiruzen's behalf and had undertaken clandestine missions that could not be exposed. If Danzo were to be dealt with now, there was a significant likelihood that he would reveal everything. Contemplating this, Hiruzen felt a pang of discomfort. I understand. Leave this matter to me to handle. However, Danzo, it would be wise for you to remain silent for a while and refrain from causing further disturbances. Sarutobi Hiruzen took several deep breaths to suppress his emotions before articulating his thoughts. Understood. With that, Danzo uttered a single phrase before vanishing from the scene. After Danzo's departure, Hiruzen gazed heavily at the documents before him. It was now nearly impossible to extricate Danzo from this incident. After all, the presence of Root members and their actions against the children had become an undeniable fact. To simply gloss over this would not only invite disbelief from other clan leaders, but would also render Hiruzen himself incredulous. It appeared there was only one course of action left. In the Konoha conference room, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the main seat, flanked by clan leaders and powerful figures from their respective families. It was absurd that such a situation arose during what was supposed to be a student trial. This was the village they were sworn to protect. If they could not ensure the safety of the children, their claims of guardianship would be nothing more than a jest. The investigation results had been released. Everyone present had presumably reviewed them. If there were any lingering doubts, they were encouraged to voice them. Hiruzen, sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the room, spoke up. So, are we to infer that these Root members were also past rescuers, only to be ensnared by the enemy's Jinjutsu, culminating in this unfortunate outcome? Yamenka Inoichi's expression contorted slightly, reflecting his discontent. Such a narrative would hardly deceive anyone. It was a commendable effort on Hiruzen's part to concoct such a fabrication in defense of Danzo. Several members of the root organization had already been handed over to the interrogation department, and Danzo Shimura, the head of root, was also under investigation. The results obtained were those presented by the interrogation department. Undoubtedly, the principal reason behind these events was the sudden assault by Orochimaru. Hiruzen directly attributed the ensuing conflicts to Orochimaru's actions. At that moment, a man wrapped in bandages was ushered into the conference room. Indeed, it was Mizuki, who had been subdued by Kakashi and Might Guy. His body had sustained significant injuries due to forcibly activating the cursed seal with drugs, compounded by Kakashi's attack, which rendered him incapacitated. After being taken back to the medical department, he had been saved by Konoha's most advanced medical equipment. This was Mizuki from the Ninja Academy, who had ambushed 2 instructors and, prior to the trial, had assaulted Iruka-sensei to illegitimately obtain his position as a team leader. He bore the cursed seal left by Orochimaru, which marked the inception of this incident. Hiruzen succinctly recounted the situation. Upon hearing this, Yamenka Inoichi's face betrayed a flicker of realization. Aburame Shibi seemed on the verge of losing his composure, preparing to counter the narrative. Given that the incident stemmed from the rogue ninja Orochimaru, I believe our pursuit of the rogue ninja should not remain stagnant at the previous state entrusted to Lord Jiraiya. We, the Uchiha Clan, hereby request to take action and join the pursuit of the rogue ninja. Orochimaru possesses an intricate understanding of our Leaf Village, having once maintained a close association with Root. He can easily replicate their masks and instigate chaos within our ranks. Thus, addressing this issue should be our foremost priority. After all, as long as our children remain unharmed, we can regard this as a mere trial. At that moment, a voice interrupted everyone's contemplation. Indeed, it was Uchiha Fugaku who spoke. Instantly, the crowd turned in astonishment towards Fugaku. While ordinary ninjas or civilians may be unaware of the Uchiha's connection with Root and might perceive Fugaku as a man of principle, those present were acutely aware of the multiple frictions between the Uchiha and Root in recent months. Why then would Fugaku choose to stand up and speak in support of Sarutobi Hiruzen? In effect, he was exonerating Shimura Danzo. Furthermore, we have another witness. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Iruka stepped forward slowly, still bearing the signs of weakness. Clearly, he had not yet recovered from the severe injuries inflicted during the earlier ambush. After Iruka recounted the attack by Mizuki, some of the crowd's suspicions regarding Danzo lessened. However, even if Danzo did not orchestrate the incident, it was evident that members of Root were involved. Lord Hokage. At that moment, a ninja from the interrogation department arrived, presenting a report. Here are our latest findings on the members of Root. Among them, Karu and Tenyu were found to have succumbed to Orochimaru's bribes and cursed seals, leading to their betrayal of the village. The conclusion of this matter indicates a collusion between the rogue ninjas within and outside the village. Mizuki's actions were a consequence of this situation. After Ibi-Ichi finished speaking, he distributed the interrogation conclusions to the clan leaders present. I support Minister Fugaku's proposal. The Oil Women clan can assist with reconnaissance, declared Yamanaka Shimi as she rose to endorse Uchiha Fugaku's stance. I have no objections either. I will provide corresponding strategies at that time, Nara Shikaku calmly added. Since the investigation is clear, I shall take my leave, Hinata Hayashi stated before preparing to depart. Other clan leaders also excused themselves with vague reasons, claiming they had pressing matters to attend to, soon leaving the meeting room. In no time, only Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained. Fugaku, you performed commendably this time. At last, you exhibit the qualities befitting the head of the security department. Regarding your previous proposal, I agree to enhance the benefits for all members of the security department, with the costs borne by the village. Furthermore, I will entrust the investigation team to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed with satisfaction as he regarded Uchiha Fugaku. In response to Fugaku's overtures, Hiruzen also reciprocated graciously. Understood, Lord Hokage. I shall prepare immediately and will provide you with an answer promptly. Indeed, if circumstances permit, I believe we, the Uchiha clan, should be able to return to our ancestral homeland, proposed Uchiha Fugaku once more. Upon the completion of this mission, I shall make arrangements, responded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not with a direct affirmation, but rather with an enticing promise. Very well, I understand, nodded Uchiha Fugaku, departing from the scene. As he observed the vanishing figure of Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to ponder. The current Uchiha clan is undoubtedly far more advantageous than the Root organization. Furthermore, The potential for growth within the Uchiha is substantial and devoid of the reckless nature exhibited by Danzo. It appears that consideration is warranted. Upon returning to his clan, a jubilant expression graced Uchiha Fugaka's face. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not provide a direct confirmation, he received an affirmative response nonetheless. He promptly summoned all the key members of the Uchiha clan to announce the news. Pursuing Orochimaru? Had the village allowed us to engage earlier, perhaps we would have already captured him. Once this matter is resolved, shall we be able to relocate back to our original territory? The clan leader's authority seems to be beginning to influence the higher echelons. An atmosphere of celebration enveloped the Uchiha clan. It must be noted that while they may be proud of their talents, their simplicity is indeed genuine. Such a trivial matter is sufficient to bring them joy. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Take, for instance, Shimura Danzo at this moment. This individual sat dazed in the root organization's office, having been there for quite some time. Sir, here is a letter addressed to you. At that moment, a member of the root organization approached Danzo, accompanied by a snake. The sight of the serpent ignited a blaze of fury within Danzo. With a swift motion, he struck, slaying the snake in an instant. Subsequently, he extracted a small scroll from the creature's head. Mission failed, seek another opportunity. Merely 10 words were inscribed upon it. Yet, the anger that Danzo had painstakingly suppressed surged forth anew upon reading those words. What nonsense is this? He had already gone so far. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen had begun contemplating action against the root organization. And now, Orochimaru dares to suggest that this is not the time for action. Recalling the initial encounter with Orochimaru after his defection, when the latter laid out some future plans, he had foolishly believed and anticipated such notions. Orochimaru, with a burst of wind-style chakra, Danzo reduced the scroll to mere fragments. His faith in Orochimaru had been irrevocably shattered. Now, trapped in a quagmire, he could only seek his own means of escape. It seems the time has come for decisive action. With this thought, a manic smile crept across Danzo's lips. 3 days later, the trials and tribulations had gradually subsided. Everyone returned to their studies. Sasuke-kun, this is for you, Hinata said, presenting a beautifully wrapped bento box to Sasuke. Did you make this yourself, Hinata? Thank you so much. Perfect, let us share a meal together. Sasuke did not decline. After all, to eliminate the presence of combustible materials at its root, winning over Hinata would undoubtedly be the most straightforward approach. Not to mention, at this moment, Naruto was still pursuing Sakura. Since I have traversed into this world, I must strive to be a master of dream fulfillment, right? No, Naruto is my dear brother. How could I push him toward Sakura? Such reasoning is perfectly sound. Hinata nodded happily. Following a minor daily episode, the time for school dismissal soon arrived. Their routine involved aimlessly attending classes, followed by vigorous training at the practice grounds. Moreover, the size of their little team had significantly increased. Due to the recent collective mission, the camaraderie among the youngsters had rapidly intensified. Even those who previously harbored biases against Naruto had now shed such notions. Furthermore, as children of ninja clans, their parents were somewhat aware of the earlier events. With parental approval, their psychological barriers naturally dissipated. Children, after all, harbor far less darkness in their hearts. It was now time to commence group training. Ultimately, once we graduate, we will also need to work in teams. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino formed one group. Niji, Tenten, and Lee formed another. Shino, Kiba, and Sakura were grouped together. I, Naruto, and Hinata made up the last group. Subsequently, beyond honing individual combat skills, they would also train in team awareness and coordination. Thus, if any member within a group lost their fighting capability, the entire group would be deemed defeated. Understood? Sasuke succinctly explained the rules. No problem. Sounds good. When do we start? Everyone responded affirmatively. Even Naruto, though not grouped with Sakura, supported Sasuke's team arrangement. Let us begin with pairs battling against one another. Our group will face Niji's team, while the remaining 2 groups will compete against each other. The skirmishes among the children were meticulously recorded by the members of the Umbu station nearby. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, it was clear that such strength could not inflict harm upon members of the root organization. This implies that the assailants near the Uchiha clan's territory were likely Itachi or Shursui. Danzo, you certainly know how to select your adversaries. Sarutobi Hiruzen had also resolved to take action. Setting aside the incident as a pretext, even without it, an obedient Uchiha holds far greater value than Danzo. It is essential to recognize that both Danzo and I have aged. Should one gain mastery over the Uchiha's power, Asuma's position as Hokage would become even more secure. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer solely contemplating his own interests. He had begun to factor in the future Hokage into his calculations. While Asuma is not weak, he still falls short of the strength required of a Kage. Without formidable support, he cannot maintain his position. Hokage-sama. At this moment, Asuma entered the Hokage's office. Asuma, come take a look here. These are 3 children from the Ninja Academy who exhibit considerable talent. I believe they are well suited to become your disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, presenting the profiles of Shikamaru, Ino, and Shoji. The Ino Shikacho trio? But why not let me choose this? Asuma placed his hand on the information regarding Uchiha Sasuke. In his view, Sasuke's performance surpassed that of the others. Furthermore, he was associated with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Such a combination should have been more appropriate. Unfortunately, I've already promised Kakashi regarding Sasuke and the others. Trust me on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, choosing not to elaborate further. Understood, Asuma replied, taking the information of the 3 and turning to leave. He recognized Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions and harbored similar ambitions. Since this was his father's arrangement, he would comply diligently. In Asuma's eyes, Kakashi was not a competitor for the position of Hokage. Once Asuma departed, a grave expression lingered on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He had not observed any remarkable qualities in Asuma. In fact, he doubted whether Asuma had fully grasped his own arrangements. The reason for not allowing Asuma to lead the more formidable team, including Sasuke, was due to the unique circumstances surrounding these 3 individuals. Uchiha Sasuke was a newly emerging genius of the Uchiha clan. His combat prowess, intellect, and spirit of fire made him an extraordinary talent among all generations. A teacher lacking sufficient charisma and strength would find it impossible to inspire such a person. Regrettably, Asuma fell into this category. Moreover, if Asuma were to be assigned as Sasuke's instructor, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Danzo. The timing was not yet ripe for such a conflict. Additionally, Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was inherently a volatile factor. Even if Naruto remained stable, the external covetousness towards tailed beast Jinchuriki was a looming threat. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish to expose Asuma to such risks. As for Hinata Hyuga, this clan was quite peculiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that merely relying on Hinata could alter the entrenched views of the Hyuga clan. If the Hyuga clan could not sincerely serve their purpose, then there was no need to squander time on them. The Ino Shikacho trio, however, was different, comprising the most formidable strategists from the Nara clan, exceptional sensory abilities from the Yamanaka clan, and unparalleled defense from the Akimichi clan. Their combined presence held substantial weight in Konoha. With the support of these 3 clans, Asuma's position would be considerably more secure. As for the Yamanaka and Inazuka clans, Asuma had already made arrangements, including bringing in Kurenai Yuhi and adding the talented yet earnest Sakura Haruno. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his cigarette, gently massaging his aching trigeminal nerve. He had not only to manage the issues concerning Danzo, but also to contemplate the future of the next Hokage. On this night, sleep seemed a distant dream. Meanwhile, within the Wind Country's Sunagakure, the cold moonlight cast a crimson hue. Gaara's youthful visage bore an expression of disbelief as he gazed upon the man before him. His uncle's trembling form rendered Gaara utterly helpless, unable to articulate even a single word. In truth, the one who seeks your demise is not I, but your father. You are but a failure, a monster that poses a constant threat to our village. Though I yearn to embrace you, your very existence has claimed my sister's life, and I find it impossible to harbor affection for you. No one loves you. Although it is the order of the Kazekage, I willingly come to assassinate you. Perish, Yashimaru declared, as he tore open his garments. The explosive tags hidden beneath instantly detonated. The force of the explosion was mitigated by the sand before Gaara. However, Yashimaru's words pierced deeply into Gaara's heart. The seals within him began to loosen, and the chakra of Shikaku surged forth, eroding Gaara's consciousness. Before long, the SEAL Team ninjas arrived to subdue the rampaging Gaara. In his final moments of awareness, he caught a glimpse of Kazekage Raza. Before Gaara could voice his question, consciousness slipped away. After Gaara was subdued, members of the Umbu carried him to a room for rest. As for Raza, he returned to the Kazekage's office. It is done. Gaara must harbor a deep resentment towards me now. Is there anything else that requires my attention? Raza inquired, observing the two enigmatic figures before him. There is nothing further to be done. From here on, you need only to fulfill your role as Kazekage. Remember, while you need not form emotional ties with the Jinchuriki, your interactions with the villagers should remain consistent with your previous conduct. A pair of scarlet Sharingan glowed ominously under the moonlight. At that moment, a flicker of crimson light flashed through Raza's eyes before he turned to leave the Kazekage's office. Can we trust this? What if he breaks free on his own? There are various techniques capable of dispelling Jinjutsu, one mysterious figure remarked, casting a doubtful glance at the Sharingan wielder. Do you doubt me? In the darkness, a terrifying chakra surged towards the other. The hood was blown away, revealing a pale visage. Orochimaru. No, I'm merely being cautious. Let us not be too hasty, Orochimaru said, a forced smile playing on his lips. This individual had approached him recently, seeking to invite him to join a certain Akatsuki organization. Though he had yet to agree, Orochimaru was preparing to engage. Little did he know, he was dealing with a rather tempestuous character. A moment's inattention may ignite thoughts of combat. The matters at hand are preparations for future actions against Konoha. The request you previously articulated may only be fulfilled by our organization, Akatsuki. Thus, during our endeavors, it is prudent to refrain from unnecessary inquiries. Once the Sharingan is closed, it vanishes beneath the earth. Indeed, the individual in question is none other than Uchiha Obito, who proclaims himself as Uchiha Madara. What an arrogant fellow! Orochimaru licked his lips, uttering words tinged with resignation, yet his countenance betrayed a thrill of excitement. Such formidable Jinjutsu can only be wielded by the mightiest of the Uchiha clan. The oppressive aura he had just sensed might indeed belong to that individual. If it truly is him, how I long to acquire his form, Orochimaru mused, entering a reverie of aspirations. However, under the current circumstances, even he would not dare venture forth. Then, Orochimaru formed hand seals, and from the ground surged a serpent, engulfing him within and dissipating into smoke. The entire Sunagakure was now engulfed in a bloody haze. This was indeed Obito's design. The Kirigakure had transformed into a realm of blood mist, plunging the entire land of water into chaos, simultaneously delivering a significant blow to the ninja world. After all, those who survived the blood mist were predominantly rogue ninjas. The second target was Sunagakure. As for Kumogakure and Iwagakure, their foundational strength was simply too formidable. Coupled with the presence of Kirigakure and Sunagakure, this sufficed. Thus, Obito refrained from courting further trouble. Next, his next target for vengeance was soon to be prepared. Indeed, Obito's next objective for retribution was Konoha. To breach the gates of Konoha, he first needed to deal with the troublesome guard division. Otherwise, should they intervene, the formidable ninjas, alongside the clan leader's enigmatic Mangekyo Sharingan, would pose a considerable challenge. At this moment, I can only surmise that there is someone even more anxious than I. With this thought, a faint smile graced Obito's lips as he surged towards Konoha. A week later, following the recent events, no members of the Root organization had troubled Sasuke during this period. This left Sasuke somewhat disappointed. After all, he relished the thrill of battle. Moreover, the insights gained from actual combat far surpassed those obtained through training. Sasuke, can I not refine chakra tonight? Naruto gazed at Sasuke with a pitiful expression. Ever since their last session of chakra refinement, Sasuke had prohibited Naruto from refining chakra in his presence, deeming it somewhat unfair. Setting aside the exceptional refining technique Sasuke had imparted, the fact that Naruto belonged to the Uzumaki clan and was the host of the Nine Tails meant that his chakra was abundant, measured in tons rather than grams. Your chakra has indeed seen some enhancement, Sasuke remarked. Ordinary ninjutsu should pose no significant challenge when executed. First, focus on sensing the chakra within your body, Sasuke instructed, preparing to close his eyes and begin refining his chakra. Stingy. Naruto pouted, managing to mutter those 3 words after a considerable pause. Nevertheless, he complied with Sasuke's guidance. The following morning, Sasuke, here are the ninjutsu you requested. However, I recall your chakra is of the lightning and fire attributes. What purpose do these wind techniques serve? Itachi, bearing a pile of scrolls, sought out Sasuke. This marked the first occasion Sasuke had playfully expressed a desire for wind ninjutsu. How could he resist? For Itachi, the ultimate doting brother, this was the greatest reward. Without a second thought, He procured the corresponding scrolls, having expended significant mission points for them. Now, with a clearer mind, it struck him, a fire and lightning chakra user seeking wind techniques seemed rather impractical. I got them for Naruto. He possesses wind chakra. By the way, brother, do you have time this morning? If so, let us train together, Naruto suggested, as it was the weekend, prompting his visit to Sasuke's home. Aware that Itachi had been secretly protecting him, Sasuke understood the importance of maintaining a low profile in their endeavors. All right, let us head directly to the training ground. Itachi replied with a smile, clearly relishing the feeling of being needed by his younger brother. The trio swiftly arrived at the Uchiha Clan's public training area and commenced their morning exercises, beginning with physical training as a warm-up. Meanwhile, outside the Uchiha compound, an unexpected visitor arrived. With white hair, a mask concealing part of his face, and an eye covered by a forehead protector, he stood there, exuding a sense of melancholy and mystery. Indeed, it was Kakashi Hatake, summoned by the third Hokage. Kakashi Hatake, are you here to see the clan leader? At that moment, Uchiha Nagasawa received intelligence and promptly arrived at the clan's entrance. The visitor was a member of the Umbu, and more importantly, he bore something belonging to the Uchiha clan. Ever since Kakashi had acquired the Sharingan, there had been countless attempts to reclaim it, all thwarted by the third Hokage, who deemed Kakashi's talent and execution worthy of investment. Consequently, the Uchiha had developed a less than favorable opinion of Kakashi. I seek to find someone, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi stated, producing the directive given to him by the third Hokage. Upon seeing the information, Uchiha Nagasawa's facial muscles twitched. The guardian of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Regardless of the significance of Kakashi's identity, under the current circumstances, he no longer possesses the authority to impede Kakashi. Thus, he can only accompany Kakashi to seek out Naruto and the others. After the two departed, a ripple coursed through the surrounding space. Is it now possible for the Uchiha to accept his arrival at this so-called outpost? Observing Kakashi, who entered the outpost alongside Uchiha Nagasawa, a look of perplexity crossed Obito's face. His visit to Konoha was not intended for direct conflict, but rather to gather intelligence. In the training ground, huff, Sasuke. Today I only lagged behind you by 10 laps. I am swift and shall soon catch up. Although Naruto had been enjoying better meals of late, his stamina still paled in comparison to Sasuke's. After all, a sporadic hearty meal cannot compete with a constant diet of lavish feasts. Suddenly, a system notification echoed. Ding. S-rank, danger detected. Please prepare for response. Ding. Issuing emergency mission. Survive for 5 hours. Just as Sasuke wore a smile, ready to offer encouragement to Naruto, a system panel popped up before him. Stunned, Sasuke reflected on the presence of his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, and the fact that this was the Uchiha clan's stronghold. Any commotion here would undoubtedly summon dozens of formidable warriors in an instant. Coupled with the power of the Rinnegan and the protection of Susanoo, the emergence of such a notification seemed alarming. Was Pain preparing to assault Konoha? Or were the Ōtsutsuki clan launching an invasion? Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto inquired. Noticing Sasuke's sudden silence, a look of confusion etched on his face. Could it be that Sasuke was daunted by his own aspirations? This thought ignited even more fervor within Naruto. It's nothing, Weem. Just as Sasuke contemplated a pretext to divert Naruto and devise a counter-strategy, he noticed a peculiar figure standing outside the training ground, Kakashi Hatake. Could this urgent situation be brought forth by Kakashi? Or perhaps, as Sasuke's imagination wandered, Kakashi gradually stepped into the training ground. With Kakashi's entrance, the gazes of Sasuke and others converged upon him. Sensing the concealed aura of Kakashi's Sharingan, Itachi Uchiha regarded him with a curious expression. Kakashi Hatake, I wonder what brings you to our Uchiha domain. Itachi inquired, his tone calm. The relationship between the two was far from amicable, particularly since Kakashi's Sharingan had been perceived as a lethal threat by the Uchiha clan. Now, his presence here piqued Itachi's curiosity regarding his intentions. I am here to execute a mission, Kakashi replied, presenting the directive in his hand for Itachi to see. Temporary guardian of Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi Hatake? Itachi immediately discerned the crucial information. Sarutobi Hiruzen entrusted the young Naruto Uzumaki to none other than Kakashi Hatake, standing before him. Itachi Uchiha had already begun to suspect Naruto's true identity, and with Kakashi's arrival, Itachi had nearly confirmed the identity of the golden-haired boy. Yet, one could not help but wonder why Sarutobi Hiruzen would make such an unexpected arrangement. Could it be that Naruto? While pondering this, Itachi gestured towards Naruto. Nizan. The innocent young Naruto asked, "Who is this elderly gentleman?" Gazing curiously at Kakashi's white hair. For a moment, both Itachi and Kakashi were rendered speechless. "I am not elderly. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. My teacher was the 4th Hokage. Henceforth, I shall serve as your temporary guardian and instructor," Kakashi stated succinctly, revealing his purpose to Naruto without unnecessary embellishments. He handed Naruto the official documents issued by the Hokage. Temporary guardian? Instructor? A flurry of questions filled young Naruto's mind, accompanied by a flicker of excitement. After all, while others had parents attending their parent-teacher meetings, he had no one to represent him. While others had families, he often walked home alone. Let's conclude today's training here. From this day forward, I will be moving next to your residence. You may choose to live independently or reside with me, Kakashi informed him, tucking the documents away and naturally taking Naruto's hand as they made their way out of the training grounds. Naruto, bewildered by this sudden turn of events, found his mind momentarily in disarray. He absorbed Kakashi's words, obediently following along, perhaps out of an innate fear of losing this newfound connection. "Are you not going to intervene?" Itachi inquired, stepping closer to Sasuke, curiosity etched on his face. Normally, one would expect a child to voice some form of dissent when a friend was taken away. Yet, Sasuke appeared stoic, even a touch grave. Was the departure of his close friend too much for him to bear? "I won't," Sasuke replied suddenly, his gaze sharp as he turned to Itachi. "I sense danger." Though time continued to tick by, this was a matter of 5 hours. Moreover, Sasuke was situated in the Uchiha clan's territory. Despite the circumstances, the system still indicated a life-threatening situation. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the adversary had grown powerful enough to disregard Konoha, at least the Uchiha clan, or they possessed unique means to approach him undetected, posing a lethal threat. Regardless of which scenario was true, Sasuke found himself in peril. Itachi was taken aback. Sasuke's demeanor no longer resembled that of a mere child. Thus, Itachi took Sasuke's words with the utmost seriousness. Moreover, it was evident that Sasuke's expression had shifted, and given his understanding of Sasuke, it was clear this was no jest. With this thought, Uchiha Itachi promptly activated his Sharingan, unleashing his heightened perception. Concurrently, the release of his chakra swiftly attracted the attention of the surrounding Uchiha clansmen. Before long, Uchiha Shisui and others arrived, accompanied by the clan's elite. "Itachi, what has transpired?" Uchiha Shisui inquired straightforwardly. "There has been an incursion into our clan's territory, and the intruder possesses formidable strength. Notify the entire clan to be on high alert and report to the Hokage," Uchiha Itachi stated without hesitation. Although he had yet to ascertain the enemy's whereabouts, he recognized that Sasuke possessed a unique ocular technique. Thus he took Sasuke's words with utmost seriousness. "What?" A low hum emanated as Uchiha Shisui activated his own Sharingan. Meanwhile, 2 other Uchiha members vanished in an instant to relay the information to the Hokage and the clan leader. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Uchiha Obito observed this scene, a smirk inadvertently forming on his lips. Are they this vigilant? It seems Orochimaru's desire for this young man's body is justified. Should he be allowed to mature, he may become an obstacle in my plans. He must be eliminated. Obito's expression darkened as he made his decision. It is crucial to note that at this juncture, Obito possessed no semblance of empathy. Any potential hindrance to his plans would be eradicated without hesitation. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to sense Obito, he slipped into his Kamui space. In that instant, Sasuke swiftly drew his kunai, gripping the Rasengan tightly in his hand, as he sensed an unprecedented pressure of death looming over him. That ominous presence was suffocating. "Sasuke, what have you discovered?" Just as Uchiha Itachi posed his question, his Sharingan immediately detected the spatial fluctuations around them. Upon seeing the silver short blade, Itachi unhesitatingly drew the short sword from his back, deflecting the glimmering silver light. At that moment, Sasuke also caught sight of the wielder of the short blade. "Goodness, I completely forgot about that individual, Uchiha Obito." It was evident that Obito was involved in the Uchiha clan's annihilation scheme. With Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, infiltrating Konoha would be remarkably effortless. "Who are you?" Uchiha Itachi queried with a grave expression as he parried Obito's short blade. "Uchiha Itachi, is it? Your strength is indeed commendable, yet still somewhat immature," Obito replied. drawing forth a massive fan. With the fan in his left hand and the short blade in his right, he charged towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi momentarily paused upon witnessing the weapon in Obito's grasp, for he had encountered it before. However, now was not the time for hesitation. The adversary before him was formidable in both chakra and physical prowess. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure emanating from within the body rendered Uchiha Itachi acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The clash between the two continued unabated. With his prodigious talent and experience gleaned from his time in the Yonbu, Uchiha Itachi, despite facing Uchiha Obito, possessed the capability to contend fiercely. It is worth noting that at this juncture, Uchiha Itachi was merely in his teenage years. While observing the battle, Sasuke simultaneously scrutinized the task information displayed on the panel, which still radiated a menacing red glow. Clearly, the formidable threat stemmed from Uchiha Obito. Furthermore, it was highly probable that Obito had already become a member of the Akatsuki organization and possibly even made contact with Orochimaru. After all, why would Uchiha Obito, with no apparent reason to abandon his memories of Rin no Era, come to Konoha to seek trouble? Brother, be cautious. It seems the opponent is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and he bears a resemblance to our father's aura. It appears to be something related to the Mangekyo. Sasuke shouted. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Obito wielded the power of intangibility, which could lead to significant consequences in battle. Sasuke could not divulge information directly to Uchiha Itachi, but could offer a word of caution. Understood. Uchiha Itachi had by now drawn forth a dozen shuriken. As he hurled the shuriken with precision, Uchiha Obito seemed unfazed, charging forward with determination. Just as the shuriken were about to strike, Obito's form became intangible, evading the assault effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Obito had closed the distance and stood before Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, you are truly a genius, worthy of being taken back, Obito declared, extending his hand toward Itachi. Just then, a barrage of crimson lightning surged forth. Even Obito, upon sensing the immense power of this ninjutsu, chose to momentarily withdraw. He turned his gaze towards the distance. Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader, is it? That was one of your Mangekyo abilities, wasn't it? Uchiha Obito remarked with a hint of amusement, having evaded Fugaku's attack. Yet, in Obito's eyes, the man radiating such divine might appeared invincible. Particularly since no one here was adept in space-time ninjutsu, he felt himself to be in an almost unassailable position. Your eyes belong to the Uchiha. Please, relinquish them. Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly, as red chakra began to swirl around him, and the dual Mangekyo Sharingan were unveiled for all to see. Ah, you have escalated the battle to such a level right from the outset. Very well. I shall not continue this fight with you. Sasuke, Itachi, trust me, one day I shall return to claim you. With a boisterous laugh, Obito unleashed his Kimui and vanished from the scene. Engaging in combat with Uchiha Fugaku was not a prudent course of action at this moment. Moreover, given Tobi's current identity and methods, they must remain undisclosed. However, despite Tobi's meticulous contemplation, he remains perplexed as to how his actions were revealed. Logically, upon employing Kimui, it should be impossible to perceive him unless one were to gaze directly at him. Could it be that other formidable ninjas were present? This uncertainty was one of the reasons for Tobi's hasty retreat. Sasuke, Itachi, are you both unharmed? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku reigned in his immense chakra and approached Sasuke and Itachi, his expression imbued with concern. Although his demeanor still held a certain gravity, Sasuke understood that Fugaku's ascent to this position had not been an easy feat. We're fine. However, father, did you notice his weapon? That is our Uchiha fan. Isn't it? The weapon of that esteemed individual? Itachi voiced his doubts directly. Despite his skepticism, he found it hard to believe that the one who had just attacked him was none other than Uchiha Madara. Indeed, that fan is Uchiha Madara's weapon. Furthermore, he wields the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The combination of these two elements naturally led Itachi to contemplate Madara's involvement. No, if it were that esteemed individual, even now, we would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, he would not flee in such a panic, Fugaku asserted confidently. Although his understanding of Uchiha Madara was limited, he recognized him as a legendary ninja of unparalleled might, a veritable titan in the realm of shinobi. How could such an illustrious figure be so easily intimidated by mere juniors? Father, are you suggesting that the weapon of that esteemed individual has fallen into the hands of others? Itachi slowly inquired. For now, this matter is not of immediate concern. Sasuke, when did you awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan? At this moment, Fugaku was taken aback. Previously, upon hearing that Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, he felt a swell of pride. After all, awakening the Sharingan was indeed a testament to Sasuke's innate talent. Yet, he had not anticipated that Sasuke had unlocked the Mangekyo. It was just that I suddenly felt a profound hunger, and after satisfying it, I experienced an overwhelming sense of joy. I am fortunate to have wonderful parents, a great brother, and many companions. These feelings of happiness coalesced, and inexplicably, my eyes opened. Sasuke began to ramble. Having witnessed the transmission of inextinguishable emotions, Sasuke knew that love could also be a means to awaken the eyes. Thus, it wasn't entirely a deception. A sense of happiness? Fugaku and Itachi exchanged glances, the astonishment in their eyes more profound than before. Just then, Susanoo appeared behind Sasuke, striking down with a mighty blow. A terrifying impact shattered the ground, simultaneously stirring up a cloud of dust. Within this haze, the silhouette of Uchiha Obito became vaguely discernible. This fellow had merely feigned retreat. Fortunately, Sasuke, sensing the impending danger, promptly activated Susanoo. At that moment, Obito was engulfed in immense delight. His original plan was to pretend to escape and then seize Uchiha Sasuke amidst the chaos of the three. Little did he expect the sudden emergence of a formidable and mysterious powerhouse. The martial prowess displayed was utterly unreasonable. With a single strike, Obito found himself unable to even invoke his Kimui technique. The surrounding space grotesquely warped beneath the weight of the staff. Obito felt that had he been even slightly slower in his phasing, he would have been struck down by that blow. This time, he genuinely dared not continue the confrontation and fled the scene. Moments later, Uchiha Fugaku finally comprehended the situation. He swiftly scooped up Sasuke and vanished from the training ground. Itachi followed closely, both disappearing from the location. Given the uncertainty regarding whether the enemy remained, departing was undoubtedly the wisest choice. As for the identity of the assailant, the two had no time to ponder. Upon returning home, Uchiha Fugaku immediately erected a barrier. Sasuke, what just transpired? You were closest and must have seen something, he inquired directly. The power of the three-tomo Sharingan allowed for dynamic observation. Thus, even at that distance, Sasuke should have discerned certain details, regardless of the speed involved. I only caught a glimpse of a tall figure. I couldn't make out much else. When the sound of the impact erupted, I instinctively shut my eyes, Sasuke replied, his expression somewhat pitiful. This demeanor caused Uchiha Fugaku, who was ready to continue questioning, to pause. Indeed, no matter how talented Sasuke was, he remained a child. Under such circumstances, it was entirely normal to be frightened. Itachi, take Sasuke downstairs for a proper rest. I will head to the clan grounds to investigate thoroughly and relay the information to Lord Hokage. The house is in your care. I will summon Shisui to assist, Uchiha Fugaku stated before vanishing in an instant. After Fugaku's departure, Itachi gazed at Sasuke with concern. Brother, I'm fine. I was just startled. Now that the danger has passed, I would like to rest, Sasuke said while taking deep breaths, forcing a semblance of calm. Yes, rest well. I am here for you. Shisui will join us shortly, and everything will be all right, Itachi assured, gently poking Sasuke's forehead before carrying him toward his room. After placing Sasuke down, Itachi exited the room. Sasuke felt confident that Obito had indeed departed, as the task status had shifted from red to green. Though incomplete, the situation no longer felt as perilous as before. With Susanoo present, Sasuke felt a serene calmness envelop him. Now, all that remained was to await the conclusion of the mission. Contemplating this, Sasuke sat down and commenced the refinement of his chakra. Meanwhile, outside, Itachi observed Sasuke's inexplicable smile followed by his focused chakra refinement. This behavior left Uchiha Itachi utterly bewildered. Could it be that Sasuke was entirely unperturbed? At this moment, he was able to swiftly enter the state of chakra refinement. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completion. Reward, special item. What is this? As the system's notification resonated, Sasuke beheld the reward before him, which sent a jolt through his spirit. He had not anticipated such a formidable reward for this mission. In the Hokage's office, a sense of alarm permeated the air. What? A ninja has infiltrated the Uchiha clan's territory? Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the documents in his hands, astonished as he gazed at Fugaku. He had received no reports of any anomalies from the barrier team today. implying that the intruder had flawlessly evaded Konoha's defenses. Even when both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi had taken action, they had failed to apprehend the assailant. This situation was dire. Could it be an internal threat? A glimmer of insight flickered in Sarutobi's eyes. I have already instructed all members of the security team to intensify their patrols. Additionally, I personally conducted a thorough search of the entire Uchiha territory. Thus far, no traces have been found. This was the gravest aspect. The intruder was undoubtedly well acquainted with Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku slowly articulated his deductions. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi nodded in understanding. I see. I will initiate an immediate investigation. The Umbu and the security team shall collaborate to conduct a thorough examination within the village. After issuing his orders, Sarutobi swiftly took up his pen. Understood, Hokage-sama. With that, Uchiha Fugaku turned to depart. Summon Danzo to see me. The weight on Sarutobi's face dissipated, replaced by an air of detachment. At that moment, he began to grasp that some individuals require not tolerance and forgiveness, but rather decisive action. An hour later, Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office, his expression equally grim. He had already gleaned the essential details regarding the events within the Uchiha territory. Sarutobi's summons was overtly clear in its intent. I assure you, this was not my doing, nor that of any members of my organization. If such inquiries arise, I can only respond in this manner, Danzo stated earnestly, preempting Sarutobi's words. In that case, I have a special task for you to undertake. Escort Chakra Metal to the land of waterfalls, Sarutobi replied calmly. However, upon hearing this, Danzo's demeanor shifted. He was one of Konoha's upper echelons. He is a revered elder of Konoha, a disciple of the second Hokage, and the leader of the root organization. Yet now, he is being asked to undertake such a task. It is evident that this is a direct affront aimed at Danzo. I refuse. There are far too many matters within the village. No, you cannot refuse. Before Danzo could finish his statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. What do you mean, third Hokage? The murderous intent in Sarutobi's eyes grew increasingly palpable. Were it not for the knowledge that attacking a fellow villager would be deemed as treachery, Danzo would have been unable to suppress his rising emotions at that moment. What do I mean? I can provide a satisfactory resolution to the other clans on this matter. It would be prudent for you to take a moment to calm your mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from elaborating further, choosing instead to peruse the documents laid upon the table. Danzo clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with indignation. Very well. Minutes later, Danzo stormed out after leaving behind a curt response. Upon returning to the root organization, he sat in his chair, his face devoid of expression, betraying neither joy nor anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen, very well. You have done well. Danzo inhaled deeply, then donned his ninja attire, summoning several subordinates before setting out to fulfill his mission. In Danzo's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly targeting him. After all, such actions were ones Danzo had previously taken numerous times himself. Why then? Was he subjected to such a severe punishment this time? What he failed to consider was that even if the Uchiha clan patrolled a bit more today, he would readily assign them accusations of posing a potential threat to the village, thereby suppressing them. Now, he had already crossed the line by taking action against villagers. Yet he was met with nothing more than this trivial punishment. Of course, Danzo was oblivious to this reality. In his mind, there was only one sentiment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was against him. At this moment, among the higher-ups, Danzo harbored deep-seated grievances. Mito Kazan and Nara Shikaku were merely safeguarding their own interests, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was scheming against all. Danzo's mission had no significant repercussions. The clan leaders, once filled with righteous indignation, had remained inactive, as they understood that Danzo would not easily topple from such circumstances. Having grown accustomed to the status quo, their expectations had diminished. The fact that Danzo faced any setback was already surprising to them. Days later, within the Uchiha compound, Sasuke, who had been training, abruptly halted his practice and turned to his brother, Itachi. What's wrong? Are you not adapting well to the recent Jinjutsu? Itachi inquired, observing Sasuke's distracted demeanor with concern. No, brother. Where's Shursui? I haven't seen him in the last couple of days. Sasuke shook his head, voicing his question. Shursui? Father mentioned that he was assigned a mission. Given the timing, he should be returning soon. Are you saying my previous training sessions as your sparring partner were insufficient? It seems this afternoon's training will have to intensify, Itachi remarked, a hint of jealousy creeping into his tone. No, It's not that, brother. Do you recall our previous conversation regarding the afflictions of my eyes? Sasuke gestured towards his own orbs, and in an instant, his Sharingan with its 3 tomo activated. As the tomo began to rotate, an extraordinary energy emanated forth. Are you suggesting that Itachi remembers Sasuke mentioning how his eyes uncontrollably glimpse fragments of the future? Could it be that Sasuke has just witnessed something significant? And moreover, does this somehow pertain to Brother Shisui? Indeed, Brother Shisui has perished, and tragically. It occurred before your very eyes, he uttered gravely. The word perished caused the kunai in Itachi's grasp to tremble slightly, a contemplative expression surfacing on his visage. Sasuke, do not move from here. I shall seek out father, Itachi declared before vanishing from sight. In that moment, Sasuke wore a look of helplessness. During this period, he had been preoccupied with devising schemes against Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi, neglecting a crucial matter, the impending demise of Uchiha Shisui. His original intention was to divert Danzo's attention while leveraging the changes within the Uchiha clan to confound Hiruzen Sarutobi, thereby preventing a repeat of the past massacre. However, Sasuke had evidently underestimated their obsession with the Uchiha. His sudden mention of this matter stemmed from the panel before him. Uchiha Protection Mission, the prelude to Uchiha Shisui's death. Host, please complete the task of safeguarding Uchiha Shisui. Rewards include a 50-point increase in ocular power, a random Genjutsu gift box, and a random reward package. The Uchiha Protection Mission had commenced, and Shisui's death was but the beginning of this calamity. Sasuke did not heed Itachi's words to remain idly at the training ground. Instead, he swiftly made his way to the study of Uchiha Fugaku. Father, he knocked gently on the door. Come in, a weary voice of Uchiha Fugaku resonated from within. Upon entering, he found Itachi standing there, visibly anxious, while Uchiha Fugaku bore an expression of exasperation. The current Uchiha clan, though having altered Hiruzen Sarutobi's perspective, found themselves inundated with responsibilities. Previously, the security division was merely a nominal position, but circumstances had changed dramatically. With the ongoing search for spies and rogue ninjas within the village, the security division was compelled to assume the roles of an umbu, an interrogation unit, and a security detail all at once. Under such intense demands, they had indeed uncovered numerous spies and rogue ninjas, yet it had taken a toll on Fugaku's endurance. Just as he yearned for a moment of respite, Itachi arrived with disconcerting news. Father, I just glimpsed something anew. However, I am somewhat uncertain, Sasuke hesitantly began. What did you see? Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply, inquiring slowly. This unique ocular ability to foresee the future, if wielded correctly, could prove immensely beneficial. Moreover, what malice could a child harbor? The authenticity of his visions was undoubtedly assured. Brother Shisui, he actually took his own life. However, the reason behind his suicide seems to stem from the fact that one of his eyes was gouged out. It appears that the perpetrator who inflicted this upon Shisui Uchiha was none other than Danzo. Upon hearing this name, Fugaku Uchiha abruptly stood up. Danzo. Initially, Fugaku was perplexed, wondering what manner of being could have slain Shisui. Yet now, a few thoughts began to crystallize in his mind. Shisui's nature was such that he would seldom harbor doubts about the other ninjas in the village. He was dedicated to fostering harmony between the Uchiha and the village. If Danzo managed to deceive Shisui with words, then Shisui would be susceptible to trusting him. Should Danzo have ambushed Shisui then? Itachi, can you reach Shisui now? Fugaku inquired directly. I can. Itachi nodded, then began forming hand seals. Bang! In a swirl of white mist, a raven materialized upon Itachi's arm. A summoning beast? Immediately establish contact with Shisui and report your location. I will make a trip to the Hokage's office. With that, Fugaku vanished from the scene. Shisui, the only 2 clan members currently possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, must not die under any circumstances. Otherwise, the hard-won advantage would surely vanish, potentially leading to an even dire situation. As for Sasuke, he too felt a sense of urgency. This mission was part of a series. If the initial phase failed, the subsequent tasks would not materialize. Thus, Shisui must survive. Soon enough, Fugaku returned, holding a village exit permit. Father, I have confirmed Shisui's location. He is currently east of the village and, upon receiving my message, stated he would wait for me. Itachi was noticeably anxious. Excellent. Let us proceed to find Shisui. Fugaku declared, vanishing in an instant. Brother, I wish to go as well. Just as Itachi was preparing to depart, Sasuke grasped his hand firmly. Sasuke, be good, do not cause trouble. You are still young, and this mission is perilous. Stay home and await our return. Itachi looked at Sasuke with affection, gently reassuring him. No, I want to go. You were already on the battlefield at my age. I aspire to be a powerful ninja like you, resolute in spirit. Following this was Sasuke's flattery. Itachi had not anticipated that his younger brother remained unchanged. Still his little admirer. Perhaps the earlier aloof demeanor was merely a sign of growing up, less candid than in childhood. How adorable. All right, I shall take you with me. As a devoted brother, Itachi found it hard to refuse his sibling at this point. Moreover, their father had just set out with Captain Nagasawa and Captain Natsum, so the situation should be manageable. Thank you, brother. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction, then followed Itachi as they departed together. It is not that Sasuke has lost his mind in a whimsical pursuit of excitement, but rather that he is compelled by the relentless demands of the system task. Task completion criteria 1. The host must personally intervene to rescue Uchiha Shisui. Task completion criteria 2. The host must document the complete event of Uchiha Shisui's rescue. Satisfying any of the criteria will suffice to complete the task. Thus, remaining at home awaiting the task's completion is no longer an option. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stands by the window, gazing towards the village entrance. When Uchiha Fugaku finds him, Sarutobi does not hesitate to issue the village exit order to him. This action does not stem from an overwhelming trust in the Uchiha clan, but rather from the conviction that Shisui's eyes must not fall into Danzo's hands. If that terrifying ocular technique truly exists, then it is safest in Shisui's possession. At the very least, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who currently leans towards the Uchiha, is secure in this decision. Is it not divine intervention? It appears that he is beginning to contemplate how to seize this opportunity. The scene shifts back to the Uchiha group. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Nagasawa, is swiftly traversing the dense forest towards their destination. Uchiha Itachi follows closely behind with Sasuke. At their pace, they will reach Uchiha Shisui's location in no more than an hour. An hour may seem brief, but under the current circumstances, every moment is a treasure to be fought for. Meanwhile, waiting for Itachi, Shisui stands in a clearing. What could have prompted Itachi to seek me out? Although puzzled, Uchiha Shisui remains there, confident in the bond they share, a silent understanding between them. Just then, Shisui senses a surge of chakra and rises slowly. At this moment, the presence here should belong to Konoha's ninjas, right? Soon, a throng of figures appears before him. Danzo-sama? And the root members? A look of confusion crosses Shisui's face as he observes them. Had they not been dispatched to escort the chakra medal? Calculating the time, they should not return for at least another month. Why are they here now? However, being fellow ninjas of Konoha and in proximity to the village, Shisui does not harbor much suspicion. Uchiha Shisui, have you completed your task? Why are you here instead of returning to the village? Before Shisui can voice his confusion, Danzo interjects. I am here awaiting someone. True to his nature, Shisui bluntly reveals his intent. Awaiting someone? Could it be that the ninjas who previously launched a surprise attack on Konoha are in league with you? Uchiha Shisui, I recall you as a ninja with unwavering loyalty to the village, embodying the steadfast will of fire, do I not? How could you commit such an act? Danzo's lips curved subtly in a smirk as he began to accuse. His words left Uchiha Shisui utterly bewildered. Him? A traitor? A conspirator? When had such terms ever been associated with him? Uchiha Shisui. Just as Shisui was about to defend himself, Danzo launched a sudden attack, aiming directly for Shisui's eyes. In a reflexive response, Shisui instinctively blocked Danzo's assault just as Danzo's hand was about to make contact. He then retreated, asserting, Lord Danzo, even if you suspect me, you should first take me back for investigation rather than resorting to violence. The root organization's mandate does not grant the liberty to assault the village's shinobi indiscriminately. A tempest of shock and fury brewed within Shisui as he demanded. The root organization possesses the authority to deal with rogue ninjas, Danzo retorted. Moreover, you are currently resisting arrest, which gives me the right to take action against you. Upon Danzo's declaration, the members of the root organization surged forward to attack Shisui. Faced with their assault, Shisui found himself in a quandary. Should he resist? Yet, Danzo indeed had the authority to apprehend him, rendering his defiance unjustifiable. However, not resisting felt fundamentally wrong, especially with Itachi's warning echoing in his mind. urging him to stay put, as he would come to find him. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Shusui's resolve solidified. Initially, when Sasuke hinted at Danzo's intentions towards the Uchiha clan, Shisui had only harbored doubts. But now he declared, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Shisui struck, utilizing fire techniques to break through the encirclement of his adversaries, swiftly drawing the short blade from his back to commence battle. With extraordinary physical prowess, keen insight, and remarkable speed, complemented by a vast reservoir of chakra, Shisui, as a shadow-level powerhouse, effortlessly countered the Root organization's onslaught without employing the powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Had it not been for Shisui's reluctance to eliminate his fellow villagers, the Root organization would have likely suffered significant casualties by now. Wind Style, Vacuum Sphere. Wind Style, Shuriken. Recognizing his subordinate's disadvantage, Danzo joined the fray, intensifying the struggle. With Danzo's presence on the battlefield, Shisui found himself grappling with mounting pressure, as the powerful ninjas accompanying Danzo were formidable in their own right. As Shisui wrestled with his hesitation, the situation took a dire turn. Uchiha Shisui, a defector from the village, colluding with outside ninjas to overthrow Konoha. Today, the Root organization has been dispatched to pursue Uchiha Shisui, and if he resists, he may be killed on the spot. Danzo's voice echoed once more as Shisui valiantly resisted. Upon hearing those accusations, Shisui's expression involuntarily twitched. In the realm of slandering others, Danzo possessed an uncanny prowess that surpassed even that of shadow-level ninjas. First, I must escape from here. After widening the distance between himself and the members of the Root organization, Shisui raised his hand and unleashed the body flicker technique. In the depths of the forest, numerous silhouettes of Uchiha Shisui materialized. For the members of the Root organization who are aware of Shisui's abilities, the technique of instantaneous movement is not to be trifled with. Wind Release, Great Vacuum Sphere. Danzo made his move, fueled by an immense chakra. The powerful wind attack surged forth in an instant, obliterating all of Shisui's shadow clones in its path. Just as a smirk curled upon Danzo's lips, preparing to unleash more jutsu to force Uchiha Shisui out, a glimmer of sharpness suddenly expanded within his pupils. In the next moment, the kunai in Shisui's hand pierced directly into Danzo's left eye. Having accomplished this, Shisui swiftly retreated towards the direction of the village. Danzo-sama, pursue him. We cannot allow him to return to the village today. With a pained grimace, Danzo tore off his long robe, pouring medicinal powder onto it to bandage his wounded eye, before continuing the chase after Shisui. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the location where Itachi had indicated. Signs of battle. Leader. These traces are left by Shisui's adept fire release jutsu. The remaining marks likely belong to a strong wind user, possibly Danzo. After examining the scene, Shisui's elder brother spoke gravely. Even though he was aware of the mission's objective, the sight before him still drew an involuntary gasp. The magnitude of this battle could not simply be attributed to a misunderstanding. Let us hasten to aid Shisui. If Danzo truly intervened today, we must ensure he does not escape. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze hardened, revealing his intent to kill. While in the village, Fugaku had to consider many factors. But now, this was no longer the case. Since you, Danzo, dared to commit such acts, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Following the traces of battle, the three set forth again. Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by Sasuke, hurried towards Shisui's direction. At this moment, Itachi had a raven perched on his shoulder, communicating with Shisui. Brother Shisui, we will meet in 10 minutes. Our father and the others are not far behind. They will catch up to us in no more than 3 minutes. Therefore, with both of us together, we should be able to withstand the Root organization for 3 minutes without issue. Understood, we shall arrive shortly. Soon, Sasuke and Itachi reached a clearing, where Uchiha Shisui stood not far away. Shisui appeared somewhat disheveled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow due to exhaustion. Brother Shisui, quickly take this. Itachi produced a pill and handed it to Shisui. In those brief seconds, Danzo's figure emerged not far away. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two, only for a look of wild elation to spread across his face. What was once merely an intention to acquire Shisui's eyes had unexpectedly turned into a bountiful harvest with the appearance of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo, why do you target our Uchiha clan? Itachi glared furiously at Danzo. In his eyes, Danzo's actions had already breached the tranquility of the village. Are you prepared to continue watching the show, Orochimaru? Danzo disregarded Itachi Uchiha completely and called out, Itachi, Sasuke, I shall take you both. Sure sway is yours. Orochimaru licked his lips and began to approach the two brothers slowly. With each step he took, a multitude of serpents emerged around him. By the time their terrifying numbers became visible, they had reached a staggering amount. Secret technique, 1,000 serpent shadows. Orochimaru swiftly performed hand seals and then crouched down. Countless snakes erupted from various parts of his body, creating an overwhelming tide of horror. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Sasuke and Itachi immediately unleashed their fire techniques. Simultaneously, Sasuke activated his Raijin mode. These snakes were clearly venomous. He could not afford to be bitten or inhale their toxins. Whoosh! Itachi, after casting his fire techniques, hurled several shuriken, directly striking Orochimaru. However, these shuriken merely embedded themselves in the poisonous snakes, having no effect on Orochimaru whatsoever. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Kusanagi Sword. Orochimaru's arms suddenly transformed into countless long serpents. At the same time, a sharp long blade materialized among the snake heads. Be cautious. Orochimaru possesses many tricks, Itachi warned as he engaged to counter Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. At that moment, Itachi was still unable to suppress Orochimaru. Is there someone else? Why does this differ from the original plot? Just as Sasuke prepared to assist Itachi, he noticed others lurking nearby. Among them was a familiar chakra signature, Obito Uchiha. Damn it. Why is he here too? Wait, what about the other presences? Boom. At that moment, a tall man wielding a massive stick struck directly at Uchiha Shursui. The fleeting crimson cloud made Sasuke's heart race with tension. The Akatsuki. It seemed this trouble was more significant than anticipated. Sasuke's face contorted in bitterness. As for the original plot, he no longer wished to contemplate it, for his presence had altered the historical trajectory of the Uchiha. Now, the emergence of events diverging from the original narrative seemed entirely plausible. You are Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you? Honestly, why did the leader assign me such a task? At that moment, a hoarse voice broke the air. Sasuke's heart jolted, for he had not sensed any chakra fluctuations prior. Upon seeing the approaching figure, his mood darkened further, as it was none other than Sasori of the Red Sand. The arrival of Sasori confirmed Sasuke's suspicions. The Akatsuki was indeed involved in the Uchiha's downfall. The reason it was not depicted in the original text could be that they had not intervened or to accentuate the corruption within the Konoha higher-ups. Of course, with Obito present, the emergence of the Akatsuki was hardly surprising. It seemed to be a troublesome little brat. If it were possible to eliminate him, it would indeed be a simple matter. As the words of Scorpion faded into the air, his tail abruptly arched upwards. The massive stinger unfurled, releasing a barrage of shimmering purple sunban, cascading like raindrops. With a swift motion, Sasuke drew his practice kunai, successfully intercepting the onslaught. Those sunban that embedded themselves into nearby trees and grass immediately exuded toxins, siphoning the life from the vegetation. A noxious mist began to rise around him. In an instant, Sasuke activated the Raijin mode. Any toxins encroaching upon him were dispersed by the fierce onslaught of lightning. Utilizing the swiftness afforded by Raijin mode, he promptly vacated the battlefield. At that moment, frustration welled within Sasuke. He had scarcely engaged before the death of Uchiha Shursui had escalated into a hellish ordeal. His hasty retreat was not solely prompted by the poisonous fog. It was also due to the fact that merely blocking a few sunban had resulted in a painful fracture at the base of his thumb. This indicated the formidable power behind Scorpion's assault. To confront the likes of the Akasuna no Sasori with his current strength, such a notion was tantamount to courting death. Even though Sasuke decisively fled, he still found himself unable to evade the relentless pursuit of the Scorpion. Despite his appearance as a hunched elder, Sasori had transformed himself into a puppet-like being, his speed rivaling that of an aberrant creature as he relentlessly chased Sasuke. Damn it, must I resort to Susanoo? Sasuke instinctively grasped the Rinnegan at his chest. However, in the next moment, he released his grip. Relying too heavily on the power of Susanoo in every battle would significantly hinder his own growth and strength. With this thought, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. With a swift turn, a colossal fireball erupted forth, engulfing the advancing Scorpion. The explosion resounded with a tremendous roar, sending Scorpion hurtling away. This brief pause granted Sasuke a moment to catch his breath as he dashed toward the direction of Uchiha Fugaku and the others. He was determined to escape Scorpion's relentless pursuit through his own means. A student from a ninja academy, a child nearing 6 years of age, managing to evade the grasp of the Akasuna no Sasori. The very thought ignited a spark of exhilaration within him. Meanwhile, the Scorpion emerged slowly from the swirling dust, eyeing the retreating Sasuke with an intrigued smile. Such a prodigious youth, he mused, would make an extraordinary puppet indeed. The prospect of discovering the formidable essence he could forge only fueled his excitement, causing his speed to heighten. As Sasuke sprinted furiously, peculiar sounds reached his ears. In the next instant, a flurry of kunai hurtled toward him, accompanied by a cadre of ninjas armed with short blades. However, there was something rather peculiar about these individuals. Sasuke could sense no trace of life emanating from them, indicating that they had already become mere corpses. Chakra strings. At that moment, Sasuke discerned the source of the anomaly. Each of these ninjas was tethered by a chakra string, meaning they were nothing more than puppets controlled by Scorpion. "Aren't you going to run away?" he taunted. "But then again, there's no escape for you now. You might as well come along quietly. Perhaps those people would prefer to keep you alive. However, should you persist in your resistance." Scorpion's hoarse voice emerged, laced with mockery. Just a few words from him enveloped Sasuke in an aura of murderous intent. It was evident that Scorpion's threats were not mere bluster. He would act upon them. "I'm sorry, but I refuse to accompany you," Sasuke declared, raising the kunai in his hand, bracing himself for battle. 1 minute? No, 30 seconds. He believed he could endure for at least 30 seconds longer. "Very well then, let us see how you fare under my command," Scorpion proclaimed, raising his hand. Countless ninjas lunged at Sasuke. Amid the chaos of battle, Sasuke calculated his energy expenditure and the distance remaining between himself and Fugaku Uchiha. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. As time elapsed, Sasuke's body approached its limit. Though he had not sustained any fatal injuries, enduring such a siege in Raijin mode took a significant toll on his physique. Feeling disoriented, he summoned the chakra within him once more. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. With the release of another great fireball technique, an afterimage appeared before Sasuke. Was it not sufficient yet? A sense of unwillingness stirred within him. Grasping the Tsukuyami Orb of Susanoo, he prepared to summon it. Just as he was about to invoke Susanoo, several familiar figures materialized before him. The puppets that had been pursuing Sasuke were instantaneously eradicated. Lord Shizuku, Lord Nagasawa, Father. Seeing the 3 figures before him, Sasuke collapsed onto the ground. Another one of those in that attire. "Are you from Akatsuki?" Fugaku Uchiha spoke, his 3-tomo Sharingan radiating formidable ocular power and chakra. In an instant, he absorbed the surrounding situation into his awareness, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. Sasuke was alone, confronting this formidable adversary. Truly, they were worthy of the Uchiha name. "Akatsuki, you say? It seems the ninja world has enjoyed peace for far too long. I never expected to encounter such a powerful and malevolent organization as yours. However, targeting our Uchiha clan may prove to be your gravest error," Fugaku declared, opening his eyes wide. His Mangekyo Sharingan emerged, and the mere act of unveiling its power caused the red sand scorpion to feel an overwhelming pressure. Simultaneously, powerful auras began to materialize not far away. A pair of crimson eyes gradually emerged before the scorpion of the red sand. At least 30 members of the Uchiha clan approached, all bearing the 3-tomo Sharingan. Such a formidable assembly elicited a palpable sense of danger even from the scorpion of the red sand. Fire release, exploding fire dragon technique. Fire release, lava technique. Fire release, exploding fire breakthrough. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. In an instant, the gathered Uchiha members swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed their most proficient fire release jutsu. They seemed to have forgotten that the reason the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village was called the Hokage was due to the prowess of their very own Uchiha clan's fire release. Today, let the name of fire release resonate once more throughout the ninja world. Under such an overwhelming barrage of fire release attacks, even the scorpion of the red sand could not hope to escape. Overwhelmed by the terrifying heat and explosive force, he was engulfed in a sea of flames. "Nagasawa, you must take Sasuke and leave this place. We know not how many more of these powerful and enigmatic foes there are. Remaining here is far too perilous. Reaching this point is already quite an achievement," Uchiha Fugaku praised without reservation. The so-called member of the Akatsuki before him possessed strength at least on par with that of a Kage. It was commendable that Sasuke could endure for so long at his hands. Understood, clan leader. Uchiha Nagasawa swiftly lifted Sasuke and disappeared into the distance. At that moment, Sasuke had lost consciousness, rendering the mission's outcome less significant. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Uchiha Nagasawa departed, a sound of cracking emerged from the center of the fire. Boom. A shock wave surged forth, dispersing the surrounding flames. A striking and proud figure emerged at the epicenter of the assault. Truly, the Uchiha were remarkable. However, if they believed they could vanquish the scorpion of the red sand so easily, they underestimated him gravely. Upon uttering these words, the scorpion of the red sand removed a scroll from his back, preparing to unleash his meticulously crafted 100 puppets. A tactic of sheer numbers, perhaps? The scorpion of the red sand had never feared such an approach. Just as he was poised to act, it seemed he received some sudden directive. Today, I shall not continue this battle with you, Uchiha. Before I take my leave, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, the scorpion of the red sand turned and dashed into the distance. Stop! He is escaping. Just as Uchiha Shumi prepared to pursue, Uchiha Fugaku grasped him firmly, subsequently leading everyone away from the scene. Cackling ominously, as Uchiha Fugaku and his group made their hasty retreat, the bodies that had previously fallen lifelessly to the ground suddenly rose one by one. Their forms began to swell violently. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Streams of purple toxins surged forth like a fountain, enveloping the entire forest. Under the onslaught of these toxins, the vegetation rapidly withered, losing all semblance of life. The name remains unknown, distinct from the previously encountered members of the Akatsuki. This individual bears a ring inscribed with the character for Jade, likely a codename. The previous adversary wore a ring marked with Zhu. As for the one we eliminated, they were likely merely a cadre of insignificant lackeys. Uchiha Shumi surveyed the toxic mist before him and succinctly assessed the situation regarding their foes encountered that day. The Akatsuki, indeed. It appears that those who bear codenames possess strength beyond the ordinary. Let us proceed to ascertain the condition of Itachi and the others. Uchiha Fugaku did not linger, making his way directly towards the vicinity of Itachi. In truth, they should have already reunited with Sasuke. However, their journey was significantly delayed due to an encounter with the Akatsuki's obstruction. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by the ninjas of the Uchiha Clan, arrived at the location of Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, both individuals appeared somewhat disheveled, yet fortunately, they were still alive. Father? Captain? Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku's appearance, Uchiha Itachi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is worth noting that Itachi was merely 11 years old at this time. Even with the prodigious talents he and Uchiha Shursui possessed, they found themselves struggling against such formidable opponents. Let us return to the village. Uchiha Fugaku opted not to remain any longer. The enigmatic Akatsuki, linked to Danzo's root organization, posed considerable troubles. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku was reluctant to place his clan in peril during such an unnecessary confrontation. This is the path of ninjutsu that belongs to Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, on another front, Uchiha Naga swiftly guided Sasuke towards the village. Suddenly, Uchiha Naga halted his rapid advance, a grave expression crossing his features as he surveyed the surroundings. True to their elite status, the Uchiha clan's ninja managed to detect traps even under such dire circumstances. At that moment, a member of the Akatsuki, clad in a crimson cloud-patterned cloak and wearing a conical hat, appeared before Uchiha Naga, adorned with a ring inscribed with Zhu. You again? Do you truly believe that after being repelled by us, you can now obstruct my path? Uchiha Naga spoke gravely. He was still carrying the gravely injured and unconscious Sasuke. Engaging in combat could potentially result in further harm or even death for his brother. It would be optimal to repel the adversary. Otherwise, they would have to fight desperately. Oh dear, it seems that my momentary concession has inflated your ego, Zhuke declared, raising his hand. Countless steel cables surged towards the two. Clang. Uchiha Naga swiftly threw shuriken, deflecting the chains. Simultaneously, two shuriken pierced Zhuchue's chains, embedding them into a nearby tree, securing them in place. Lord Naga, focus on the battle. I am regaining some strength. At this moment, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes and spoke with great effort. Sasuke, you need not worry. The clan leader and the others are not far from here. They will arrive shortly. I have just engaged this fellow, so from here on, leave it to me." Uchiha Nagasawa smiled brightly. With a swift motion, he tore off his collar and bound himself to Sasuke. "Lord Nagasawa, this is our Uchiha way of the ninja. We shall not abandon our kin. In time, you will understand the words I have spoken today." Interrupting Sasuke, Uchiha Nagasawa spoke earnestly as chakra surged within him. For the first time, Sasuke felt a profound sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan. Previously, he had merely sought a long-term safety net or had been driven by the tasks imposed by the system. Now, however, he truly felt the deep bonds forged by family and blood. In the ninja world, the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly the most emotionally connected of all. Such a family should never fade away. "I understand," Sasuke affirmed with unwavering resolve. "Watch closely. This is practical combat training." With that, Uchiha Nagasawa charged forward, wielding his short blade, facing the Akatsuki member, Suzaku, without a hint of fear. His sole conviction was to protect the young boy behind him. As their battle commenced, Uchiha Nagasawa's exquisite martial arts and impeccable combat instincts caused Suzaku considerable distress. He could not afford to delay. He needed to subdue Uchiha Nagasawa swiftly and take Uchiha Sasuke away. The game was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, Suzaku disregarded Uchiha Nagasawa's assault and raised a finger. Clang! Uchiha Nagasawa's short blade struck Suzaku's body, yet the anticipated penetration did not occur. Instead, a sound of metal clashing resonated. Boom! Before Uchiha Nagasawa could contemplate, an immense force struck his abdomen, sending him flying. During his airborne descent, he chose not to dissipate the force, instead embracing it to protect Sasuke. When he landed, he did so squarely on his front. "Before my bloodline limit, the steel shield, your weapon is utterly feeble," Suzaku declared, shedding his crimson cloud robe to reveal a body resembling iron, glistening like metal under the sunlight. "A steel shield? Damn, this guy," Uchiha Nagasawa began. But blood erupted from his mouth. "Lord Nagasawa, please set me down. I will be fine." "Hey, kid, who do you think you're looking down on?" At that moment, Suzaku appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke. Originally, Suzaku was an elite jonin from the rock-hidden village. In the midst of battle, he betrayed his comrades, pushing them into traps to secure his own escape, thus earning the title of a traitorous ninja. Upon joining the Akatsuki, his ruthless disposition, coupled with his decisive methods, swiftly elevated him to a core member where he acquired the Suzaku ring. His combat techniques were particularly brutal and resolute, which is why he exchanged little dialogue with Sasuke and the others. Under the creed of strike when the foe is weak, he launched an immediate counterattack after sending Uchiha Nagasawa flying, leaving them no respite. Fire release, boom. Just as Uchiha Nagasawa prepared to unleash his fire technique, he was knocked unconscious by a single, devastating punch from Suzaku. Immediately thereafter, Suzaku lifted Sasuke with a firm grip. "Is it you, little brat? I've lost quite a few subordinates because of you. They were dear to me, every single one. Therefore, you must pay a price." Just as Sasuke was about to activate his Susanoo, an excruciating pain surged through his mind, immobilizing his right hand. "Ah!" A scream erupted instantaneously. "Hey, my subordinates may have perished, yet none screamed like that." Indeed, such was the nature of children. However, one arm was hardly sufficient. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken whizzed through the air. Simultaneously, several pairs of Sharingan eyes fixated upon Suzaku. "So swift? It seems I miscalculated the timing," he mused. Yet it mattered little. He held the trump card. Picking up a kunai from the ground, Suzaku pressed it against Sasuke's neck, crimson blood seeping forth. "Sasuke, you best release my brother at once." Itachi trembled all over, his gaze transforming into one of fierce intensity, starkly contrasting with his usual amiable demeanor. "Are you threatening me? You have two choices. I can gouge out your eyes, for I have no fondness for them, or I can take this little one's eyes instead." He raised the kunai, positioning it perilously close to Sasuke's eye. Feeling the blade's sharpness, panic washed over Sasuke's face. Though a time traveler, he had never encountered such a dire predicament. Given the limited duration of his training, a swift change in mindset was utterly implausible. "I will dig them out. Just release Sasuke, and I will exchange." Itachi immediately interjected. "Itachi," Uchiha Fugaka scolded. Knowing the cunning of their adversary, he understood that even if Itachi sacrificed his eyes, the enemy would not release Sasuke. Yet, in such a situation, even Uchiha Fugaku found it difficult to disregard Sasuke, for he too was his child. Brother, thank you. Sasuke, initially flustered, smiled upon hearing Itachi's words. Sasuke, you mustn't. Blood began to seep from Itachi's eyes as his original three-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly. In the next moment, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, a powerful chakra enveloping his entire being. The ferocity of this chakra left both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku momentarily stunned. The third pair of Mangekyo Sharingan manifested within the Uchiha clan. Under ordinary circumstances, Uchiha Fugaku might have felt a surge of joy. However, at this moment, his youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, had made a fateful decision spurred by Itachi's words, recklessly throwing himself against a kunai. As Shuka remained in a daze, a sudden surge of black flames engulfed his body. Uchiha's ocular technique. What is this place? In his moment of terror, Shuka found himself crucified. Uchiha Itachi materialized before him, wielding a long blade. This is my Tsukuyami realm, he proclaimed, commencing to pierce Shuka's body with relentless precision. Within the illusion, the sensation of pain was amplified to unimaginable levels. Fueled by hatred, Itachi continued his assault, each stab accompanied by the anguished cries echoing through the Tsukuyami space. Outside, a thunderous explosion marked the end of Shuka's torment as he succumbed to Amaterasu's flames. Itachi approached Shuka's lifeless form. Where is Sasuke? At that moment, Itachi realized that there was no trace of Sasuke's body. As he voiced his concern, others began to search for Sasuke, yet found no evidence of his presence. Though Shuka had perished, he left behind some ninja tools and rings. Sasuke too bore an array of ninja tools. It seemed implausible that he could be entirely consumed by the flames of Amaterasu. Could it be that what just transpired was merely a shadow clone of Sasuke? Itachi uttered a statement he struggled to believe. Even a shadow clone would vanish upon losing an arm. The blood that had been spilled was undeniably real. Expand the search radius, he commanded, simultaneously dispatching a report to the Hokage. Shisui, return and mobilize all Uchiha ninjas to search for Sasuke. The remaining personnel should form groups of 10. Upon encountering the enemy, signal immediately. Regardless of what they are engaged in, everyone must provide swift assistance. Eliminate the enemy and locate Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened as he made a decisive resolution. Upon hearing Fugaku's command, the clan members activated their Sharingan and promptly divided into teams, spreading outwards. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, hidden in the shadows, wore a grim expression. This unforeseen turn of events had completely caught him off guard. A mere boy had incited such madness within the Uchiha. With both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku wielding their Mangekyo Sharingan, even Obito felt uncertain about his chances of escape. It was vital to remember that before the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his intangibility might prove less effective. Contact the Akatsuki members and initiate a full retreat. Once these lunatics lose their composure, they become truly terrifying. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he vanished into the ground. The remaining individuals, with their cold, indifferent Rinnegan gazes fixed ahead, ultimately chose to heed Obito's suggestion and issued an immediate order for everyone to retreat. The members of the Akatsuki, hidden within the dense forest, promptly withdrew. However, some encountered Uchiha during their escape, and in the face of Uchiha's fury, they found themselves permanently relinquishing their lives in that very spot. As for the members of the root organization they encountered, while they were not killed, they were swiftly incapacitated and subsequently sealed, destined to be taken back to Konoha. This tempestuous operation undoubtedly alerted Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, back in Konoha. At that moment, a conflicted expression crossed Hiruzen's face within the Hokage's office. Although the Uchiha seemed obedient at present, he remained uneasy. In his view, true reassurance would only come once Uchiha Shisui, Itachi, and Sasuke matured and took command of the Uchiha clan. The current Uchiha still posed a threat. As for Danzo, perhaps this time he could be eliminated once and for all. Yet, what if the Uchiha became disobedient afterward? Indeed, a balance of power was essential. Hokage-sama, we urgently require support. Please issue the necessary orders. Uchiha Shisui observed the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen, growing increasingly anxious. Whether for the safety of the clan members left behind or the whereabouts of Sasuke, he felt compelled to dispatch support as swiftly as possible. I understand. Here is a pass, with no restrictions on the number of individuals you may take. I will also arrange for Umbu ninjas to accompany you. As for the matter concerning Shimura Danzo that you reported, I will initiate an investigation immediately. Hiruzen nodded, and made his decision. Shursui, Uchiha activated his powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, a unique ocular technique complemented by his steadfast will of fire. Hiruzen resolved not to disappoint Shursui's faith. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." With gratitude, Uchiha Shursui took the pass and vanished from the scene. Soon, all Uchiha clan members possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan or above departed from Konoha. What could the Uchiha be intending? The formidable members of the clan were mobilizing, seemingly to protect the village's safety. Why such a military operation? Was war looming once more? The Uchiha, set to defend the village, while often perceived as fearsome, their presence strangely instilled a sense of security. In an instant, the village began to murmur about the Uchiha, reflecting a shift from previous sentiments of disdain, fear, and aversion. This time, amidst the rumors, positive voices began to emerge. It must be noted that since Uchiha Shursui became the deputy director of the security department, the Uchiha's reputation had indeed undergone a significant transformation in a short span. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, in the room of Uchiha Sasuke, he pondered, "Am I still unable to move?" The canine system, claiming only minimal side effects, evoked a sense of frustration within Sasuke as he struggled to curse it. Having previously survived the malevolent intent of Uchiha Obito, he was rewarded with a unique item, the Stand Scarecrow. Stand Scarecrow, a gift from the system. Its sole purpose is to allow the user to withstand a single fatal blow. Upon use, the user will be teleported to a predetermined coordinate. Note, a friendly reminder, the Stand Scarecrow does entail some minor side effects. Now, in his current state, where even lifting a finger felt Herculean, Sasuke was acutely aware that these so-called minor side effects were quite burdensome. "Someone please find me. If no one arrives soon, this body will perish," Sasuke lamented, incredulous that he had evaded death from Suzuka's assault only to face starvation in this desolate state. His body was severely depleted of energy and without immediate replenishment. He would indeed meet his end. Fortunately, the majority of the Uchiha clan had already embarked on a search for him. However, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui were unlikely to come here. His only glimmer of hope rested upon Uchiha Mikoto. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, upon hearing of his disappearance, Uchiha Mikoto had donned her armor and departed with Uchiha Shursui, leaving Konoha behind. Forget it. In no time, Sasuke abandoned any hope of being discovered. He resolved to forcibly extract the chakra within his body. Just a little was sufficient to activate the Totsuka blade in his chest. Release the divine tool, Susanoo. With this power, I shall not starve. He vowed never to act excessively proud again. For this time, he had nearly sealed his own fate. As he forcefully commenced his chakra refinement, every cell in his already weakened body cried out in agony. The act of refining chakra at such a frail state was akin to courting death. Yet, abstaining would lead to the same demise, only a more prolonged wait. I prefer to take the initiative. Beep. Detecting imminent collapse of the host's body. Please cease destructive actions immediately. Beep. Detecting imminent collapse of the host's body. At that moment, the system's alerts blared once more. Damn it, can you just be quiet? Disable the system notifications. If I must die, I shall do so by my own hand. Having faced death once, Sasuke's resolve had fortified. He silenced the system's alerts and continued his chakra refinement. Regardless of whether he would survive, he was determined to fight back. This drive stemmed from the indomitable bloodline within him. The cells, already on the brink of exhaustion, began to decay under Sasuke's relentless pressure. His consciousness grew hazy. Was he to succumb in such a wretched manner? Come forth. Sasuke suddenly unleashed a fierce surge of mental fortitude. A drop of chakra manifested within his body. Susanoo. Sasuke infused this drop of chakra into the Totsuka blade, and an overwhelming force surged forth. Susanoo descended before Sasuke. User, what do you want? Don't ask, I need food. Sasuke managed to utter these words with great difficulty before Susanoo could continue. Upon hearing Sasuke's request, Susanoo dashed toward the kitchen, simultaneously informing the cook, Ampu Bin, of Sasuke's situation. Susanoo took charge of preparing the meal, while Ampu Bin was responsible for delivering the food to Sasuke. With the replenishment of energy, Sasuke's cells rapidly absorbed the nourishment. Soon, the cells that had previously withered began to regain their strength. The moment the food entered his body, it was swiftly digested. Just as he had recovered a bit of stamina, Sasuke resumed the refinement of his chakra. With a modicum of chakra, he unhesitatingly activated the Raijin mode. In this state, he continuously stimulated cellular activity, refining his cells. To his astonishment, He discovered that under such extreme weakness, the yield from refining cells had increased several-fold compared to before. The exhilaration brought by the enhanced cellular vitality was unparalleled. The craving for sustenance persisted until the following morning. At this time, Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, Makoto Uchiha, and Shisui Uchiha had returned. Is everything all right? Head of the family, is Sasuke. Makoto Uchiha gazed with concern at Sasuke's room. She was eager to check on Sasuke's condition, even going so far as to summon the medical ninjas. However, she was stopped by Susanoo, who assured her that Sasuke required food to regain his strength and that he should be fine. His sudden return home was likely due to the unique abilities of his bloodline limit. Susanoo also mentioned that if he needed food, they should wait. Fugaku Uchiha spoke solemnly. From his words, it was evident that he remained deeply concerned. Nevertheless, Sasuke's sudden transformation, coupled with this remarkable ability, led Fugaku to conclude that Sasuke's bloodline limit could indeed aid in his recovery. By noon, the kitchen finally fell silent. Ampu Bin delivered the final dish. And mere minutes later, Sasuke emerged. Externally, he appeared to have suffered no significant harm. Everyone, Sasuke was initially moved and intended to express more, but was abruptly enveloped in Makoto's embrace. Following this, he underwent a thorough examination by the medical ninjas. Once it was confirmed that he was unharmed, the family gathered in the living room. Please don't look at me like that. Honestly, I'm not sure what happened. After I collided with that person's weapon, I suddenly found myself back in my room. Fortunately, Mr. Susanoo discovered me and provided me with an opportunity. Sasuke hesitantly spoke. Sasuke, you know. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, with his head bowed and a somber expression, approached Sasuke. Observing Itachi's demeanor, Sasuke feared that the emotional turmoil might lead him to act rashly. Brother, please listen to me before you react. But before Sasuke could continue, Itachi abruptly flicked his forehead with considerable force. Immediately after, he enveloped Sasuke in a tight embrace. Brother, you. Sasuke initially intended to express more, but feeling the warmth of tears on his shoulder and sensing Itachi's trembling form, coupled with the memories of their parents' gaze, he chose silence. The bond between family members, he felt, was quite precious. As night fell, Uchiha Makoto, exhausted, retired for the evening. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku gathered in Fugaku's study. Father, you summoned us to discuss the recent incident involving Shisui, did you not? Sasuke initiated the conversation. Indeed, it has been confirmed that Danzo and the Root organization were behind the attack on Shisui. Additionally, other ninjas from outside the village were involved. If we, the Uchiha, remain silent, it will only embolden those rogues. Thus, I believe we must pressure the Hokage to address Danzo and the Root organization. Uchiha Fugaku articulated his thoughts clearly. Pressure? Father, I believe such an approach is misguided. Itachi interjected with a note of concern. Itachi, your disposition is too gentle. Our clan cannot afford weakness. If we apply pressure, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Are we to allow those who threaten our Uchiha clan to remain in the village? Of course not. We must consider our options. Fugaku and Itachi began to debate fervently. I actually have an idea. Brother, may I share it with you, father? Sasuke felt overwhelmed by the escalating discussion. It was evident that Fugaku and Itachi represented the radical and conservative factions within their family. Fortunately, Fugaku's temperament had softened slightly. Otherwise, Itachi would have faced severe repercussions by now. Upon hearing Sasuke, both Itachi and Fugaku turned their attention to him. We need not worry excessively about this matter. Father, what were our losses in this incident? Sasuke inquired directly. Losses? Aside from 2 individuals sustaining severe injuries and 6 others with minor wounds, there were no further casualties. Fugaku replied, somewhat puzzled but still willing to answer. What? Is that all? Sasuke's disappointment was palpable. Observing Sasuke's expression, Fugaku felt a wave of frustration. Despite both of his sons being prodigies, each exhibited peculiarities. Who would complain about the low casualty rate among their clan's ninjas? Must they all perish in the field to deem it acceptable? Father, that is not my intention. Observing the peculiar expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face, Sasuke swiftly interjected. In truth, there is no need for us to seek an explanation from the third Hokage or to exert pressure. The recent battle was witnessed by all, and matters concerning the upper echelons are certainly not something the third would wish to complicate further. Therefore, requesting compensation should pose no issue, should it? We can ask for a larger sum and then present ourselves as pitiable. The remaining matters can be entrusted to the third. He will not disappoint us." Sasuke boldly articulated his perspective. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's face twitched. How could his not yet 6-year-old son possess such a wealth of ideas? Sasuke was correct. There was no need for pressure. Merely a display of our plight would suffice. This approach would yield resources while simultaneously informing the third of our experiences. Moreover, the amount of compensation might very well be determined by us. In this manner, we would fortify ourselves while simultaneously causing discomfort to the higher-ups. "Father, do you think the third will take action against Danzo?" Itachi immediately grasped Sasuke's intent. To him, this arrangement seemed utterly optimal. "I understand now. You all should exercise caution in the days to come. Itachi, now that you have awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan, keep it a secret. You are responsible for Sasuke's safety. I shall make my way to the Hokage's office. Resolving this matter sooner will allow for a more peaceful night." After uttering these words, Uchiha Fugaku departed the study. Itachi and Sasuke then rose to return to their respective rooms. Inside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the list of casualties, densely populated with names, along with their ranks, identities, and the severity of their injuries. He had even brought along several ninjas lying on stretchers to the Hokage's office. The severity of their wounds was evident without the need for further examination. Indeed, Hokage-sama, not only have we suffered an attack from rogue ninjas within the village, but we have also been assaulted by a mysterious organization. It is evident that the rogue ninjas and this enigmatic group known as Akatsuki are closely linked. Had we not placed such profound trust in the ninjas of our village, this predicament could have been avoided. We were already responsible for the village's security, and now, having incurred such significant losses, the families and children of those affected. Uchiha Fugaku began an impassioned lament. His words left the Uchiha clansmen in stunned silence. They had never anticipated that their clan leader would audaciously fabricate such claims. Naturally, they could only feign sorrow, standing by in silence. "I understand. Compensation will be distributed according to the highest standards, and the village will also provide financial support. Allow everyone to rest and recuperate, and once healed, they shall continue to protect the village. I will handle the ensuing matters." Though Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pinch at the prospect of the compensation, he was immensely relieved. His earlier assumptions had been proven incorrect. The Uchiha clan has now embraced its responsibilities and embodies the will of the village. Uchiha Fugaku's performance has greatly pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading him to generously provide support. "Thank you, Third Hokage. I shall take my leave now." Uchiha Fugaku expressed his gratitude before departing with a few companions. However, as Fugaku exited, Sarutobi's countenance darkened. "Humph, where is Danzo now?" His dissatisfaction erupted suddenly. Lord Danzo had indeed returned to the village, though he was not at the rude organization but in the comfort of his own home. The Umbu appeared before Sarutobi to report the situation. "At home. Perfect. I shall forego paperwork today and pay him a visit," he commanded. "Inform Mito Kazuhana and Tsurugi Koharu to join us as well." Rising, Sarutobi headed directly towards Shimura Danzo's residence, while the Umbu set off to notify the other two high-ranking officials. This night, it seemed, would offer little rest for these leaders. Meanwhile, Sasuke sat gleefully upon his bed, blissfully unaware of the completion notification for his task due to the system prompt being disabled. Uchiha Protection Mission, beginning of Uchiha Shirsue's demise, completed. Host, you have successfully protected Uchiha Shirsue. Reward, 50 points of ocular power, a random Jinjutsu gift box, and a random reward package. Rewards, available for extraction. As he gazed upon the mission panel, a subtle smile graced Sasuke's lips. He then extended his hand to extract the rewards. A surge of immense energy flooded into his eyes, enhancing his vision significantly. System. Open the Jinjutsu gift box and the random reward package. Ding. Opening Jinjutsu gift box. Acquired A-rank Jinjutsu, Endless Void, upon release. It can draw the opponent into an infinite abyss, with duration depending on chakra and ocular power consumption. Within this abyss, one can manipulate the opponent as consciousness at will. Ding. Opening random reward package. Acquired Armament Haki. Armament Haki, originating from the world of One Piece, is a form of. Observing the Jinjutsu and the newly acquired ability of Haki, Sasuke rose to his feet. With a hum, he raised his hand and instantly released his Armament Haki. An energy coalesced upon his hand. Is this the initial stage? Although the black aura did not manifest around his fist, he could distinctly sense its presence. igniting further aspirations within him. The ninja world is inherently frail. The acquisition of armament haki significantly enhances his safety. All that remains is to engage in training to master this ability. As a traveler, he was no stranger to the cultivation of haki. The following day, Sasuke resumed his usual school life, though this time, the number of guardians accompanying him had increased. In addition to Itachi, other members of the security department were also present. It must be said that when it comes to a sense of security, it is undeniably fulfilled. Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-san. Upon arriving at the main path, a group of classmates awaited him. Following their previous collaboration, the relationships among them had improved significantly. Even Naruto, as a result of this incident, had garnered the recognition of others. Upon arriving at school, a parent-teacher meeting, Sasuke gazed at Shikamaru in confusion. Due to the recent Uchiha incident, he had not attended school the day prior, rendering him unaware of this sudden gathering, which left him somewhat bewildered. Simultaneously, he cast a worried glance at Naruto. After all, such moments seemed rather unnecessary for Naruto, who had heard that the purpose was to inform parents about their children's circumstances at school. Shikamaru expressed his disdain, finding such matters quite bothersome. This time, someone is coming to my parent-teacher meeting too, and it's a super impressive person, Naruto exclaimed, flashing his bright smile. Doesn't T. Naruto lack parents? At that moment, Sakura looked at him in astonishment. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Naruto. Sasuke couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. There was indeed some truth in the jest. Now I have someone. He is a formidable ninja, and I will be receiving his training at home. In the future, I too shall become a powerful ninja, and then the Hokage, Naruto declared with uncontainable excitement, devoid of anger or sadness. One must admit, Naruto's optimistic disposition is truly something one cannot emulate. Perhaps it is a trait inherent to those who are reincarnations of Ashura. Wow, a remarkably handsome ninja has arrived outside. I heard he is quite young, a capable ninja under the Hokage. Kakashi-sensei is so cool. Soon, a commotion erupted outside. Sasuke looked out the window and indeed saw Kakashi Hatake. One cannot deny that Kakashi enjoys considerable popularity in Konoha. Handsome, from a prestigious lineage, immensely skilled, and possessing a pleasant demeanor. Sasuke found himself questioning why Kakashi had not yet found a girlfriend to carry on the Hatake legacy. Could it be that Kakashi actually has feelings for Guy? Coughing lightly, he dismissed such thoughts from his mind. Sasuke, that is my guardian, now my teacher, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto excitedly rushed over to Sasuke. In truth, Sasuke had already been aware of this matter from their previous encounter. He was not particularly surprised that Kakashi had become Naruto's guardian. At this point, Kakashi was already aware of Naruto's identity, which explained his presence as a guardian for the meeting. Sasuke, don't you think Kakashi-sensei is more handsome than you? Sasuke, how could you? I know. Sasuke was slightly annoyed by Naruto's relentless energy. This guy seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of enthusiasm. With that, Sasuke rewarded Naruto with a swift jab. The sensation of numbness caused Naruto to momentarily silence himself, allowing him to focus on refining his cells. Sasuke, alongside Ino, approached and extended her hand. As companions, they had all experienced this method of cellular refinement and physical enhancement. Noticing Naruto shiver, Ino stepped forward to request her turn. All right. With a slight tremor, Ino quickly returned to her seat, beginning to savor the delightful tingling coursing through her body. Subsequently, an odd scene unfolded. Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino lined up to seek Sasuke's electrifying touch. Soon after, Irika entered the classroom, calling for silence. He briefly outlined the content of the afternoon's examination before instructing everyone to gather at the training grounds, leaving the classroom to the parents. It was Itachi who first stepped in, summoning Sasuke outside. Next came Kakashi. Naruto. As Kakashi called out Naruto's name, the others turned in astonishment towards him. In their eyes, Uzumaki Naruto was the infamous orphan fox. To their surprise, Kakashi, a jonin of Konoha, was his guardian. Under the watchful gazes of his peers, Naruto strode confidently out of the classroom. He was not relishing the attention. Rather, he felt a profound happiness in having someone to rely on for the first time. Seeing Naruto exit with a broad smile, Sasuke's lips curled upward in response. With Kakashi's care, Naruto's life would likely become less arduous, coupled with a sensible training regimen. Perhaps this generation of the 12 young ninjas would shine brightly in the shinobi world ahead of schedule. Sasuke, this afternoon is the practical assessment, right? We had the written exam yesterday afternoon. Although you didn't attend, Based on your usual performance, I doubt you did poorly. The two conversed as they made their way to the training ground. Indeed, academic results are not of paramount importance. Summer vacation is approaching, and that is the crucial time for training. Would you care to join me? Sasuke extended an invitation directly. Count us in. Kiba and Choji chimed in cheerfully. Trailing behind were Shikamaru and others. For daily training, everyone is welcome anytime. The Uchiha training grounds are ample enough. By the way, doesn't your family have any missions scheduled? Sasuke inquired curiously, aware that they were all core members of ninja clans. For instance, Shino, as a member of the Aburame clan, likely had specialized training arrangements. Kiba replied, the training tasks at home do not yield results as effective as your electrifying touch. I've already requested adjustments from my family. I'm somewhat in the same boat, but aside from training with you all, I also want to engage with new insects. Niji is going too, so my family won't object to my absence. Everyone shared their thoughts, and even Niji seemed prepared to train with Sasuke over the summer. It seems I was overthinking. Within their household, there should be no hindrances. Coupled with the current reputation of the Uchiha clan, things have improved somewhat. Thus, the leaders of these families are unlikely to oppose interactions with the Uchihas. As astute individuals, they are naturally aware of the prevailing circumstances within Konoha. After completing the afternoon examination, the students gradually exited the school. Teacher Kakashi, Sasuke, I'm heading back first. I'll come find you tomorrow. Naruto waved at Sasuke before rushing towards Kakashi. Observing Naruto and Sasuke, a smile graced Kakashi's face, though obscured by his mask. It reminded him of that fateful night and the days spent training with Obito. Perhaps this time, they would be even luckier than he had been. Spotting Itachi, who was with Sasuke, Kakashi raised his hand in greeting and departed with Naruto. Brother, are you familiar with Lord Kakashi? Sasuke inquired, glancing at Itachi. Not very well, however. He is the captain of the Umbu. He has since left the Umbu, reportedly to assign new missions. It seems this is the task at hand, Itachi quietly remarked, gazing in the direction Kakashi had gone. Understood. Let us head back. I'm feeling a bit hungry, Sasuke replied, making his way towards the Uchiha compound. Meanwhile, in a nearby crowd, a bespectacled youth with a shadowy expression was fixated on them. As Sasuke's figure vanished from sight, the youth departed as well. In an underground base at the border of the land of fire and the land of grass, Orochimaru displayed a helpless expression upon receiving intelligence. It appears that extracting that little one will prove quite difficult. Currently, the protection surrounding the Uchiha is exceedingly stringent. Though he covets the Uchiha's body, it is clearly not the right time to act. Given the events of the last encounter, Danzo is likely struggling to ensure his own safety. As for the Akatsuki organization, they are not yet prepared. They suffered the loss of a core member in the previous incident and are unlikely to take action in the near future. Once Orochimaru's subordinates departed, he slowly approached the exterior of a laboratory. Inside, two young individuals were confined. Both were submerged in nutrient solutions, their bodies riddled with tubes for experimentation. Upon seeing Orochimaru enter, fear washed over their faces, evidently recalling the terrifying memories he instilled in them. This time, I am not here to torment you. There is an opportunity for one of you to leave here first, he announced. Who? Before Orochimaru could finish, the girl on the left made a sudden, vigorous motion. Very well, it shall be you, Orochimaru decided, pressing a button on the wall. The nutrient solution began to gradually recede, and the tubes attached to the girl's body were removed one by one. Soon, the door of the nutrient chamber slowly opened. A pair of bare feet timidly stepped out. The girl, with her vision still blurred, raised her hand to grope her way forward. This is for you. Orochimaru extended a pair of spectacles. Upon donning the glasses, the young girl finally discerned Orochimaru's visage. His pallid complexion and shadowy demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation within her. This is the task I entrust to you. Should you execute it with proficiency, you shall remain outside for an extended period. However, to embark on this mission beyond the confines of this base, an essential item is required, Orochimaru declared. In the midst of the girl's apprehensive gaze, Orochimaru's neck elongated instantaneously, and he sank his fangs into her throat. A scream erupted from the girl, and upon her neck manifested a peculiar cursed seal. 2 days later, a piece of information circulated among the higher echelons of Konoha. Shimura Danzo had been relieved of his duties as the leader of the Root organization, which would now be co-managed by Karui and Mito Gate. In contrast, Danzo was placed under house arrest within the Shimura clan. Was this truly the resolution offered by Sarutobi Hiruzen? As she beheld this news, Uchiha Shirsue's eyes ignited with fury. Danzo's actions against them were unmistakably treasonous. In the end, all that resulted was a mere demotion and confinement. Such an outcome was intolerable for Uchiha Shirsue. Why was it only this? Was the attack on the Uchiha clan not considered an act of treachery? Did the Uchiha no longer hold a place within the eyes of the Konoha elite? Damn the Konoha leadership, they only shield one another. Elder, we must seek an explanation from the third Hokage. We cannot let this go unchallenged. Let's heed the Elder's counsel. With Shirsue's proclamation, the radical faction of the Uchiha clan was once again ignited with fervor. Shirsue, how much compensation did our clan receive for the injuries and losses we suffered? And what of this time? You displayed no such righteous indignation when purchasing new ninja tools. Uchiha Fugaku spoke slowly. Indeed, the compensation we received this time was substantial. However, to tear apart our relations may lead to our isolation. What we must now contemplate is how to bolster our strength. A period of temporary restraint is indeed necessary. The conservatives found themselves entirely aligned with Uchiha Fugaku this time. Although they deemed his approach somewhat audacious, compared to the radicals, they found it a satisfactory resolution. The meeting extended into the evening, and Uchiha Fugaku ultimately persuaded the assembly. Given the considerable concessions offered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was likely that this gathering would have otherwise persisted for several days. At the training grounds, lightning release, lightning snake fong. A surge of electricity enveloped Sasuke, transforming into a serpentine form that lunged forth with ferocity. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. With a resounding hum, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. A terrifying ocular power surged forth, unleashing a Jinjutsu. Sasuke, already with his Sharingan activated, was vigilant of Itachi's every move, but was instantaneously ensnared within the illusion. The once familiar training ground was now ensconced by a multitude of thorns. Endless void. Sasuke did not dispel the illusion. Rather, he unleashed his own. Surrounding thorns surged forth. And in an instant, a void-like abyss emerged. It engulfed the thorns, drawing Itachi into the depths alongside them. Release. Itachi raised a finger, employing his formidable mental prowess to shatter Sasuke's illusion. However, despite dispelling the illusion, a look of terror crossed Itachi's face. In the clash of their illusions, he had unmistakably found himself at a disadvantage. When had Sasuke mastered such a high-level illusion? Enough of this. You two brothers are indeed monsters. Please, take a moment to share your thoughts on the higher-ups. At that moment, Uchiha Shirsue, who had been observing the battle, spoke up slowly. Initially, he had been quite intrigued by the training of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, akin to watching two exceptional juniors striving to surpass one another. Yet after several observations, Shirsue found himself losing interest. To him, Itachi's claim of seeking guidance was merely a facade, hiding the fact that he was flaunting the prowess of his remarkably talented younger brother. At merely 6 years of age, Sasuke could wield such illusions. His accomplishments in taijutsu and ninjutsu had already far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. His combat awareness was no longer that of a novice. A genius. No, even genius is dim in comparison to Uchiha Sasuke. Regarding Shimura Danzo, the outcome was to be expected. Sasuke stretched his body. Even now, battling Itachi remained a formidable challenge. Yet, he was no longer in a position of utter helplessness. Indeed, you are correct, Sasuke. My work in the Umbu entails matters that cannot be openly addressed, Itachi replied. If even Umbu members felt such helplessness, one could only imagine the depths of the organization's dealings. These issues alone were enough to compel the third Hokage to compromise. Itachi, having encountered certain truths, understood the complexities involved. He was no fool. Rather, he was quite astute. Freed from the shackles of the will of fire, he gained a broader perspective. Sasuke, your previous insights have made us aware of additional concerns. The direction of our future contemplation may indeed need to focus on internal clan matters. Itachi, now that you have returned, would you consider joining the security department? Shirsue directly inquired. Although he possessed strength sufficient to accomplish certain tasks, he still felt somewhat outnumbered. I can seek my father's approval for that. By the way, Shirsue, let us discuss our plans moving forward. Itachi began to outline subsequent matters with Shirsue. Meanwhile, Sasuke was left to the sidelines. Indeed, these two were true companions. Sasuke tidied his belongings and then rose to depart the training ground. Upon returning to his room, Sasuke sat cross-legged on the floor, and commenced the extraction of chakra. Once he completed this task, he grasped the Totsuka blade at his chest. Susanoo swiftly appeared before Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you hungry? I shall prepare something," Susanoo began. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Susanoo. I did not summon you here for a meal," Sasuke interjected, interrupting him. "What is it then?" Susanoo inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "I require a battle with you. Furthermore, it is imperative that we find a secluded location for this confrontation. I need at least 5 hours of such combat training each day," Sasuke expressed, a trace of exasperation in his tone. While the Uchiha had indeed ensured his safety, it had also stripped him of any semblance of privacy. As a time traveler, Sasuke Uchiha harbored numerous secrets, which contributed to his distress. Training with his clan or engaging in combat with Itachi often resulted in them holding back, particularly Itachi, who would never inflict harm upon Sasuke. As for Naruto and the others, unless Naruto were to directly harness the Nine-Tails chakra, they would invariably find themselves overwhelmed by Sasuke. The disparity among the current 12 young warriors was monumental, rendering any training efforts futile. Particularly, Sasuke's mastery of the Busashoka Haki had seen little advancement to date. Finding a secret location should not pose a significant challenge. However, you must utilize your shadow clones. Without allowing Susanoo to finish, Sasuke immediately unleashed his shadow clone technique. "With him here, my movements shall remain concealed. Let us proceed." "Very well. However, to exit this place, we may require certain items." Susanoo raised a finger. "Certain items?" Sasuke was taken aback. In the next instant, he felt his chakra dramatically deplete. The Totsuka blade manifested in a brilliant display. Susanoo swiftly lifted Sasuke and vanished from their location. Just as they disappeared, Itachi Uchiha arrived. "Brother?" Sasuke's shadow clone regarded Itachi with curiosity. There was a sudden surge of powerful chakra here, accompanied by the presence of a formidable entity. "Enough, you should rest." "Perhaps I misperceived it," Itachi replied, observing Sasuke's fatigued state, choosing not to dwell further. Having seen Sasuke, he felt reassured. Before long, Sasuke was transported to a remote, flat area far from the village. "Mr. Susanoo, might you?" Sasuke, pale-faced, leaned against a nearby tree and began to retch, unable to withstand such velocity. "All right, let us commence the combat training. I shall assist in restoring your body," Susanoo stated, positioning himself before Sasuke and placing a hand on his shoulder. A surge of energy coursed through Sasuke's body, enabling a swift recovery. "You possess such abilities?" Sasuke gazed at Susanoo in astonishment. In his eyes, Susanoo resembled a guardian combined with a formidable warrior. To his surprise, Susanoo also wielded medical ninjutsu. As a personal protective divine tool, such capabilities were indeed to be expected. "I can absorb energy from the user's body, and, naturally, I can restore it. Furthermore, even if your life is in jeopardy, I can share life force to pull you back from the clutches of death," Susanoo declared confidently. "All right, let the battle commence." After taking a deep breath, Sasuke launched himself at Susanoo. With Sasuke's command, Susanoo immediately retaliated. Sasuke had initially believed that with his current strength, he could withstand Susanoo's might for a while. However, reality proved to be harsh. It was essential to understand that Susanoo was a super divine tool capable of shattering the legendary Kimyi of Obito Uchiha. Fighting Sasuke, it was akin to a strong man assaulting a child. In merely 3 minutes, Sasuke found himself sprawled on the ground, every inch of his body aching. Nevertheless, within those 3 minutes, Sasuke had made significant progress. His dominance began to grow. Susanoo approached Sasuke's side, aiding him in rapidly regaining his strength. It must be said that under the influence of this ability, Sasuke's body could recover swiftly and continue the fight. The only drawback was that Susanoo's ability could restore physical stamina, but not chakra. Restore chakra? At this thought, a visage of a woman materialized in Sasuke's mind. Indeed, he was reminded of Karen Uzumaki. It was known that Sasuke had come to rely heavily on Karen, the mobile power source, particularly during his later battles. Without her abilities, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences during his confrontation with the Eight-Tails Jinchuri, Killer Bee. "Sasuke, I must advise against engaging in combat with me at this moment. It may undermine your confidence in your progress. How about I guide you through targeted training, controlling the intensity, allowing you to endure longer?" As Sasuke pondered over Karen, Susanoo spoke up. Wow. Sasuke felt a flush of embarrassment. This fellow certainly had a unique way of offering comfort. Despite feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness in the face of Susanoo's might, To Sasuke, Susanoo was akin to an infinitely respawning SSS-class monster without the risk of life. With the added training in armament hockey, rest assured, Mr. Susanoo, I possess unwavering determination. Today, I shall engage in battle with you at least 100 times before I consider returning, Sasuke declared resolutely. Although his chakra was not fully restored, his stamina had completely replenished. In essence, mastering physical techniques and the armament hockey is sufficient. As for chakra and ninjutsu, those can be learned later from Uchiha Itachi. Very well, let us proceed. I can already sense the fervent determination burning within you, Sasuke. Today, we shall aim for 100 repetitions. After declaring this, Susanoo swung a fist larger than a cauldron and charged forward. Hey, wait, I'm not ready yet. Bang, bang, bang. Within a mere minute, Sasuke found himself on the ground. It seems this 100 count might conclude sooner than anticipated. The ensuing training was quite grueling. Each time Sasuke regained his strength, he was met with a relentless barrage of fists. After 20 repetitions, Sasuke implored, Mr. Susanoo, could you possibly prepare some food for me first before continuing this onslaught? This sheer physical recovery feels like it constrains my growth. He gazed intently at Susanoo. Not at all. I can already perceive the enhancement in your physique, Sasuke. Moreover, I have begun to amplify the power I am using, indicating that this training is indeed effective for you. After 30 repetitions, Sasuke stated earnestly, Mr. Susanoo, I feel a sense of enlightenment from the recent battle. Please hold on for a moment while I contemplate. Enlightenment? Simply enduring blows to enhance your body does not require contemplation. Save your reflections for after we complete today's 100 repetitions. After 60 repetitions, Sasuke exclaimed, Mr. Susanoo, I can no longer continue. Please, grant me a moment's respite. My body can endure, but my spirit is faltering. Sasuke's composure began to wane. This relentless barrage, devoid of any reprieve, was exceedingly taxing. And to think, this was merely the 60th round. Is there no one to voice their support for him? Does no one comprehend the ordeal he has endured for these 60 counts? Is Sasuke testing my resolve? Rest assured, I shall adhere to our initial agreement. Regardless of what Sasuke says, I am determined to see through this 100-count training plan, Susanoo declared, giving Sasuke a thumbs up. Seeing such resolve from Susanoo, Sasuke resigned himself to the challenge. Bring it on. With a surge of energy, Sasuke channeled his haki into his feet. If fighting was futile, then he would flee. He had considerable experience in the art of evasion. As Susanoo sensed the peculiar energy emanating from Sasuke, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. To maintain such fighting spirit after 60 consecutive strikes was commendable. Furthermore, for a first-time training session, Sasuke's performance was already impressive. Let us go. Susanoo assumed a combat stance, having decided that after this round of training, Sasuke would be granted a short reprieve. His will remain strong. That is the reward. Bang! The ground beneath Sasuke shattered with a resounding crash. In the next moment, Sasuke vanished from sight. This was not a technique of instantaneous movement, but rather a manifestation of speed derived from sheer physical strength. Susanoo's man tilted his large head, wearing an expression of peculiar curiosity. A different approach to training, perhaps? Nevertheless, my ability to locate others remains formidable. Susanoo's man gradually closed his eyes, attuning himself to the lingering aura left by Sasuke in the air. With a swift movement, he disappeared from the scene. This time, Sasuke's plan bore fruit, for the previous battles concluded in merely a minute. Yet this time, he managed to endure for a full 4 minutes. Of course, the outcome remained unchanged. Sasuke was thoroughly beaten into submission. 99 times. Hahaha, it wasn't as challenging as I imagined. Just one more time, and it will all be over. What difficulty lies in that? Even if I were to face this 100 more times, I could withstand it. With one final attempt, Sasuke felt a resurgence of strength within him. This kind of training is, in fact, quite simple. Is that so? Then, Sasuke, should I execute another 100 times? Susanoo's man regarded Sasuke with a hint of approval, even sensing the fervent blood coursing through Sasuke's veins. Thank you. We must adhere to the agreement we established at the outset. In any endeavor, one must proceed step by step. As the saying goes, one cannot chew more than one can swallow, so I must not be too greedy. Sasuke's expression shifted, and he promptly declined. Indeed, even if he had traversed into Sasuke's form, he must remain low-key. The moment one seeks to show off, calamity is sure to strike. Thus, until he garnered sufficient strength, it was prudent to exercise caution, steady and composed, exuding an air of composure. Very well. After this final attempt, I shall return you home, Sasuke. Prepare yourself. With that, Susanu's man made his move. As the last training session, being pummeled, came to an end, Sasuke displayed a relaxed demeanor, lying comfortably on the ground. At last, he would not be subjected to further blows today. Sasuke, this time I shall not facilitate your physical recovery. You shall attempt it on your own. After 100 recoveries, your body has begun to remember. Surprises await you ahead. Susanu's man perched himself upon a massive boulder, his expression neutral as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Sasuke delved into the depths of his consciousness. Beyond the evident enhancement of his armament haki, his physical strength had significantly increased. Simultaneously, Sasuke discovered a remarkable aspect, his own regenerative capability. Indeed, as a result of the 100 recoveries bestowed by Susanu's man, Sasuke's body had acquired the ability for self-repair. Moreover, this restoration process was notably swift. Merely half an hour later, Sasuke, once incapacitated, found himself able to stand. Complete recovery took just a little over 2 hours. During this recuperation, Sasuke also managed to replenish his chakra. Such training methods from Mr. Susanu's man are truly effective. Let us reconvene at this same time tomorrow. In the morning, I must train alongside Naruto and the others. Let us return. I am famished. After his recovery, a joyful expression illuminated Sasuke's face. At this pace, his progress this summer may indeed be astonishing. Very well, let us proceed. Sasuke leaned against a post, retching incessantly. Despite having undergone this once before and experiencing a significant enhancement in his physique, he still struggled to endure such a pace. After all, every body has its limits. Sasuke, my meal is ready. Are you truly not going to eat something first? Suzuya, donned in an apron and wielding a spatula, appeared before Sasuke. The moment Sasuke opened his mouth, he felt the urge to vomit. Suzuya was certainly doing this on purpose. It took a full half hour for Sasuke to regain some composure. Gurgle once the discomfort subsided, Sasuke's stomach voiced its discontent. The craving for food and energy peaked at that moment. Now, it was time to eat. Elsewhere in Konoha, Shimura Danzo lifted his brush, allowing it to descend slowly onto the blank paper. Lord Root, the influence of the Uchiha clan within the village is becoming increasingly formidable. Uchiha Shirsue's approach to matters has begun to take root within the Uchiha community. Uchiha Fugaku has also granted Shirsue the authority to make decisions. The internal conflicts within the Uchiha clan are no longer as intense as before. Is it time to initiate that plan? 3 masked ninjas appeared behind Danzo, swiftly reporting the situation. Let us commence according to plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen should be waking up soon. The Uchiha are merely a joke, concluded Shimura Danzo, sketching the Uchiha clan's emblem on the paper. With a swift stroke, he marked it out. Understood. The 3 nodded and then vanished from the scene. Danzo set down his brush and slowly exited his chamber. A week had passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I now wish to see how you can maintain your position. The pride of the Uchiha will not easily bow its head to you, he chuckled. In the moonlit Konoha, though enveloped in brilliance, the temperature remained unyielding. 3 days later, Deputy Chief Shirsue, here is a banner of gratitude sent by Cans. It expresses thanks for your leadership in rescuing his father. Uchiha Morin, holding the banner, spoke somewhat awkwardly. It wasn't jealousy over Shirsue's numerous accolades, but rather the overwhelming quantity of banners received recently that rendered him indifferent. Even his proud disposition found this situation somewhat exaggerated. Very well, set it aside. At that moment, Uchiha Shirsue bore a heavy expression. This situation felt rather peculiar. In theory, the Uchiha clan's amicable gestures towards the village should not elicit such a vehement response. It is reminiscent of Brother Shirsue. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi entered Brother Shirsue's office. Itachi, what brings you here? Observing the 2 banners in Itachi's hands, Uchiha Shirsue felt somewhat overwhelmed. Wasn't this obviously an attempt to garner their downfall? Moreover, the blatant nature of it left little room for doubt. Brother Shirsue, we must respond immediately. Otherwise, when the publicity reaches its zenith, adverse consequences are bound to arise. Additionally, the clan members patrolling the perimeter should be recalled at once. They could easily be schemed against during this critical time, Itachi urged passionately. As he made his way here, the praises from passers-by regarding the Uchiha had even become a topic of casual conversation. It is essential to note that previously, the Uchiha had become fodder for negative gossip during such exchanges. I have already issued directives. For the time being, I will personally lead the patrol. Itachi, I would appreciate your assistance, Shursui responded with a hint of exasperation. Given the Uchiha's prior reputation coupled with their current circumstances, the stark contrast felt almost surreal. Meanwhile, within the training ground of the Uchiha clan, the summoned clan members sat together in discontent. Why should Vice Minister Shursui recall us? This glory is the result of our collective efforts. One voiced. Indeed, you should have seen how he was welcomed by the villagers, another chimed in. I believe we too deserve to revel in such treatment. They spoke without restraint, causing Uchiha Sasuke, who was training nearby, to overhear their grievances. Gaining favor? A public spectacle? Have these fools lost their wits? Sasuke shook his head in resignation. Clearly, an increase in foolishness within a clan can indeed be a source of frustration. There have always been radicals and conservatives within the family. Now, it seemed a new faction of vanity had emerged. It appeared that his hapless father would soon be losing more hair over the matter. The summer training plan they had devised had barely commenced before it fell apart. Naruto Uzumaki had left the village with Kakashi Hatake, ostensibly to undertake a mission, familiarize himself with the rules of the ninja world, and receive one-on-one guidance. Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga were retained within the clan by Hisashi Hyuga for the instruction of gentle fist techniques. In Hisashi's words, it was the optimal time for them to practice, and they only needed to seek Sasuke for physical conditioning, while other training would be best conducted within the clan. As for Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, they were undoubtedly taken to train in secret techniques. Shino was reportedly attempting to tame a newly discovered insect. In his household, there exists a rigorous training regimen for the ninja hounds, necessitating the presence of a contractor. As for Young Lee, he is engaged in youthful training alongside Might Guy. Daily, Tion is left at home by his father to assist in forging ninja tools, purportedly to familiarize him with Sakura Haruno, the only remaining companion. As the others have not come, and she feels too shy to seek private moments with Sasuke. Ding. Mission, Uchiha Defense Task 2. Assist Uchiha in breaking free from the whirlpool of public opinion. Reward. Purification Technique. Purification Technique. Capable of dispelling curse seals, sealing curses. And a series of negative buffs, as Sasuke contemplated the direction of his upcoming training. A prompt for a system mission materialized before him. The reward is indeed befitting of the strongest talent system, providing comprehensive benefits. Initially, he intended to remain an observer, curious about how the Uchiha would navigate this current crisis. However, the system has issued a task, blatantly indicating that the Uchiha cannot handle this predicament alone. This is not surprising, considering the Uchiha's temperament, which does not lend itself well to such matters. With this thought, Sasuke rose and departed from the training ground. In the study of Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, are you suggesting that we have been manipulated? Uchiha Fugaku set down his pen, intrigued by Sasuke's assertion. Naturally, he was well aware of the current circumstances surrounding the Uchiha. However, he was curious to hear his younger son's perspective. Indeed, the guard department is currently receiving accolades, and many within the village are praising the Uchiha. Father, consider this. If some misfortune were to befall our clan now, all this goodwill would evaporate in an instant and morph into animosity. Coupled with the dissipating fear of the Uchiha, such sentiments would amplify exponentially. At that point, the clan's ninjas might stoke the flames of discord, and the Uchiha could very well plunge into an abyss. Sasuke laid bare the direst scenario. Initially, Uchiha Fugaku listened with keen interest to Sasuke's analysis. But now he was taken aback. The seemingly innocuous incident of accolades harbored such a grave risk. Who do you believe orchestrated this? And how shall we proceed? Uchiha Fugaku inquired after taking a deep breath. In his view, since Sasuke had conducted such thorough analysis, he likely possessed insights on how to handle the situation. This matter is undoubtedly the work of Shimura Danzo. His current predicament necessitates that the Uchiha be thrust into a dire state before he can rise again. As for a solution, it is rather straightforward. We shall unify the clan's opinions and convey some specialized intelligence to them. Upon concluding, Sasuke produced a piece of paper and handed it to Uchiha Fugaku. Upon receiving the document, Fugaku could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Such a method of resolution is indeed ingenious. Sasuke, there are moments when I find myself questioning the thoughts that occupy your mind. This matter shall be addressed by me personally. You should focus on your training. After Uchiha Fugaku concluded his words, he departed the study without delay. Soon, all the ninjas summoned back to the security department assembled in the conference room. Upon sharing Sasuke's thoughts with these ninjas, They were left in a state of enlightened realization. Such a situation was beyond what they could fathom as a collective. Some ninjas who had previously criticized Uchiha Shursui now found themselves engulfed in embarrassment. Their straightforward nature allowed them to easily accept being deceived within their clan. Thus, upon grasping the underlying issues, they swiftly resolved to ensure that Shimura Danzo would pay the appropriate price for his actions. Under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, the members of the security department promptly departed the clan grounds once more. Grandmother, allow me to assist you in crossing the street. Uncle, these items are too heavy. Leave them to us in the security department. Children, playing with fire is unwise. Let me demonstrate a fire technique for you. A group of Uchiha became the epitome of benevolence within the village. As the villagers expressed their gratitude, the only words that escaped their lips were, "This is simply what we ought to do. Under the wise guidance of the third Hokage, we shall steadfastly commit ourselves to the protection and service of the village." All of this is due to the efforts of Lord Third Hokage. If you wish to express thanks, direct it towards him. These are indeed the directives of Lord Third Hokage. Such occurrences continued for 3 days, and soon the Hokage's office was overwhelmed with banners. Among them, the contributions from the Uchiha clan were plentiful. In fact, of the 100 banners, 98 were sent at the Uchiha's expense. Hokage-sama, should we not temper the villagers' enthusiasm? It is beginning to disrupt your office. One Umbu expressed concern. Disrupt my work? Not at all. This merely indicates that our villagers are thriving. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. In his heart, his admiration for the Uchiha clan only grew. This situation served as a testament to the correctness of his earlier decisions. Shimura Danzo, as always, remained short-sighted. Meanwhile, the short-sighted Danzo was nearly green with envy. His previously arranged schemes were now rendered obsolete. He had intended to exploit this adoration to propagate the notion that the Uchiha sought to become Hokage, thereby severing the beneficial ties between the Uchiha and Sarutobi. Now, however, he had inadvertently allowed Sarutobi to bask in the praise. His plans had unraveled. Standing in the family training ground, a shadow loomed over the failure of his designs as he surveyed the root members kneeling silently behind him. The decision of whether to proceed with their next actions rested squarely on Danzo's shoulders. The mission continues. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes to leap forth, let us allow him to soar even higher. If we can, in turn, tarnish his reputation, the outcome will remain unchanged. After pondering for several hours, Danzo's shadowy demeanor transformed into one of malevolence. Understood, my lord. The root members nodded and vanished from the scene. Soon, several individuals were brought, their heads encased in hoods, into the inner sanctum of the root organization. Although the organization currently lacked a leader, its territory remained intact. The captives were ushered into a concealed chamber. Is Lord Danzo truly prepared? A sinister voice echoed within the chamber. His haste may invite complications. Moreover, the technique I possess is still far from perfected. Should it fail, their memories could be extracted. Such an outcome would spell annihilation. Upon closer inspection, the voice belonged to Orochimaru, the one who had previously deceived Danzo. This is a directive issued personally by the Lord. Our role is merely to execute it. The root members, devoid of hesitation, placed the 6 boxes upon the ground, uttered a brief statement, and turned to depart. At that moment, the door to the chamber closed behind them. Such fine material. And it is to be squandered on this wretched scheme? Orochimaru lamented as he opened the boxes and extracted their contents, displaying a hint of reluctance. However, since these items were provided by Danzo, who intended to instigate chaos, Orochimaru found satisfaction in this predicament. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to perish in such a manner, it would align perfectly with Orochimaru's ambitions. With thoughts of this plan swirling in his mind, Orochimaru raised his hand. Instantly, his fingers transformed into 6 serpents that lunged toward the hooded figures. As anguished cries filled the air, a cursed mark was branded upon the necks of the 6 individuals. Simultaneously, their bodies began to undergo transformation. The wails continued as Orochimaru utilized the materials in his other hand to commence their fusion. A week gradually passed. The fervor surrounding the Uchiha clan began to wane, while the prominence of Sarutobi Hiruzen remained steadfast within the village. Chief, what are Danzo's intentions? We have lost our control. Yet each day, a multitude of banners is delivered to the Hokage's office. Does he intend to directly confront the 3rd Hokage? Could it be that the Uchiha, now bereft of support, are his next target? Uchiha Shursui expressed his concerns to Uchiha Fugaku, while also glancing at Uchiha Sasuke, who was merely 6 years old. For reasons unknown, Shursui felt that this young child might possess some insights regarding the current situation, perhaps even the means to address it. I believe Deputy Shursui is correct. It appears that Danzo's focus has shifted toward the third Hokage. We must take action, otherwise, all our previous efforts will have been in vain. Itachi Uchiha also spoke up. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen encounter difficulties, chaos will inevitably ensue within Konoha. The outsiders have long coveted our village, and at that moment, they will undoubtedly strike decisively. With internal strife and external threats, Konoha finds itself in peril. Chief, we should refrain from intervening at this moment. Let them tear each other apart. Once the higher-ups are significantly weakened, we Uchiha can step in to carry out a cleansing mission. Then, an era belonging to the Uchiha will swiftly unfold, expressed Shursui Uchiha, his face alight with excitement. As a member of the radical faction, he had eagerly awaited this moment and saw no reason to intervene. I believe we should inform the third Hokage. Even if we choose not to act, we still have a duty to notify him. How he decides to arrange matters is up to him. The conflict among the higher-ups will undoubtedly impact the village. How could we Uchiha remain unscathed? Voiced Uchiha Nagasawa, offering a dissenting opinion, having finally gained the village's recognition for their clan. Remaining passive now would not be a wise choice. Sasuke, what is your perspective? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, directing his gaze towards Sasuke Uchiha. Me? What opinion could I possibly have? However, since Danzo is plotting against us Uchiha, he will not easily relent. Furthermore, given his attitude towards our clan, it is highly likely he will target us as a means to his end. Therefore, we must tread carefully. Sasuke articulated his thoughts directly. In the current situation, to deal with Danzo, it would require Sarutobi Hiruzen to take action. Since Danzo harbors such intentions, allowing the higher-ups to engage in conflict while ensuring our own safety is a prudent course of action. As a means to an end, however, I have already conveyed to our clan the importance of discretion. I trust them, Fugaku declared firmly. Despite the numerous factions within the clan, Fugaku's words carry significant weight among the Uchiha. The principle of obedience is paramount. Even if there are grievances or discontent among them, they will still execute directives with strict adherence. This is the foundation of the Uchiha's confidence. It is not solely the ninjas within our clan. Over the years, in the various wars in which the Uchiha have participated, it is likely that many bodies have gone missing. The disappearance of these bodies signifies the loss of Sharingan. Father, I suspect that Danzo may possess some of our Uchiha Sharingan, Sasuke pointedly remarked. Fugaku was not unaware of such matters. Yet the proud Uchiha were reluctant to acknowledge this reality and would not willingly bring it to light. Are you suggesting that Danzo is now utilizing these Sharingan? Fugaku's expression shifted with concern. In the initial chaos of the Ninetales incident, Uchiha Fugaku had harbored suspicions that someone might have transplanted the Sharingan, and it was even conceivable that the upheaval was connected to the higher echelons of power. Now, could it be that they were to once again overhear the conversation between the two? The few individuals present in the study exchanged glances, aware that they were all core members of the Uchiha clan. In terms of strength, combat awareness, and strategic acumen, they were indeed the cream of the crop within their clan. However, the matters they contemplated paled in comparison to the insights of the 6-year-old child before them. No, it was not merely a matter of difference. It was a qualitative distinction. Although Sasuke merely pointed out a few mundane issues, these were indeed of paramount importance. The more time they spent with Sasuke, the more they perceived him as a prodigy. At such a tender age, his cognitive prowess was astonishingly formidable. Now, aware of the potential emergence of such circumstances, how should they respond? Those present were not fools. They quickly grasped the underlying implications. Yet, understanding was one thing, while effectively addressing it was quite another. As Uchiha Shursui spoke, he gazed at Sasuke with a sense of anticipation. In his eyes, Sasuke did not possess the so-called will of fire, nor was he like those arrogant fools within the clan. Instead, he embodied a profound wisdom that shone brightly. Perhaps this was the turning point for their Uchiha clan, another pivotal moment ignited by a mere 6-year-old boy. It sufficed to inform the third Hokage. It was unnecessary for him to believe, only to be made aware. With precautions in place, he would naturally take appropriate measures. Consequently, they might even orchestrate some extraordinary endeavors. Upon finishing his thoughts, a mischievous grin spread across Sasuke's face. Since Danzo wished to stir trouble, why not escalate the situation? Soon, the group emerged from Uchiha Fugaku's study, somewhat dazed, as if they had just awakened from a dream. They hesitated to glance back at the study, for Sasuke's proposals were utterly outrageous. Even Uchiha Shium felt a tremor of apprehension. Clearly, at this moment, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that the Uchiha were no longer the simplistic, reckless entities they once were. In a secluded valley, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly. Progress was swift, and the intensity of training was set to increase the following day. By the way, Sasuke, your family is currently facing a dire situation. Are you truly not going to intervene? Susanoo inquired calmly after having subdued Sasuke to the ground. As an anthropomorphic embodiment of a deity, Susanoo possessed his own intellect, and a formidable one at that. Moreover, in his Tensigan state, as long as Sasuke did not impede him, he could still hear the sounds from the outside world. Thus, regarding the current situation of the Uchiha clan, it is likely that everyone is well aware. Intervene? Mr. Susanoo, I am but a mere 6-year-old child. Having recently celebrated my birthday, it would be wise for me to refrain from participating in such matters. Sasuke responded while regaining his physical strength. It is absurd. He merely showcased a hint of talent, yet he has attracted the attention of someone like Orochimaru. Should he choose to partake in this affair and exhibit remarkable prowess, that madman Orochimaru would undoubtedly pursue him at all costs. Even as a traveler who possesses some knowledge of the narrative, Sasuke remains deeply wary of Orochimaru. I believe Sasuke should indeed participate. As a member of the clan, coupled with your current identity, there are numerous endeavors you can undertake. All that can be harnessed is your strength. Susanoo remarked once more. By this time, Sasuke had regained some mobility, slowly propping himself up, resting his chin on his hands in contemplation. Indeed, he was cognizant of the power Susanoo spoke of. Uchiha Fugaku currently places great trust in him. Uchiha Itachi would never doubt his beloved younger brother. Uchiha Shursui has begun to change, and he has survived. Presently, the Uchiha clan boasts 3 pairs of Sharingan, all of which maintain a good rapport with Sasuke. These are all strengths Sasuke can leverage. Indeed, his personal power is insufficient to alter the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. His previous actions were merely utilizing these strengths. Why has he come to perceive such power as somewhat disgraceful now? For a moment, Sasuke felt a sense of confusion. I understand now. However, it is time for training. Allow me to recover, and let us continue. As Sasuke spoke, a formidable fighting spirit surged within him. Concurrently, a unique energy began to manifest upon his arm, the embodiment of dominance. Excellent. Susanoo did not hesitate. After restoring Sasuke, the two resumed their combat. Bang! In this exchange of blows, Sasuke was once again sent flying. Yet this time, Susanoo did not rush to provide comforting reassurances, but instead stood momentarily stunned. Has Sasuke's power increased? No, this is a different kind of strength. It seems that during this period, Sasuke's goal has been that very power. After a brief moment of contemplation, Susanoo launched another attack. Following the training session, Susanoo escorted Sasuke back to the Uchiha compound. This time, Sasuke felt no discomfort. His body had adapted to the state of high-speed movement. It also indicated that Sasuke had attained a qualitative enhancement. Sasuke, are you here? Hello, Mr. Susanoo. Is Sasuke hungry again? Please go ahead and prepare a meal. I have some matters to discuss with Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi swiftly interjected. It is evident that the elder brother is currently in a state of agitation. Has something transpired within the clan? Susanoo nodded and proceeded to prepare a meal. Brother, what troubles you? This flustered demeanor does not align with your character, Sasuke jested. Character? Ahem. Sasuke, the arrangements for those matters have already been made. But must we truly proceed in this manner? Such achievements seem deceptive. Itachi expressed his inner turmoil. This operation had designated Itachi as the captain by Uchiha Fugaku. Yet Itachi's disposition rendered him incapable of executing such actions. Indeed, is this a mere facade of righteousness? In the original narrative, this individual was audacious enough to commit genocide. Observing Itachi's anxious demeanor, Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, aren't you the elder brother? Moreover, your influence, charisma, and wisdom within the Uchiha clan far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Why does such a trivial matter cause you to fret? Sasuke internally scoffed, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Brother, this situation is likely a test set forth by our father. I believe he is preparing you as a candidate for the role of clan leader. Therefore, You should approach this matter from the perspective of a formidable clan leader, rather than through the lens of the so-called will of fire. What do you think? Sasuke began his subtle persuasion. Under this influence, Itachi seemed to grasp the underlying message. Sasuke, you mean that I must learn to adapt my thought processes to suit varying circumstances. This way, I shall not be confined by my own mindset. I believe I understand now. Thank you, Sasuke. Next time, I shall dedicate myself to training with you. I must attend to those matters now. As Itachi spoke, he playfully poked Sasuke's forehead with his finger. Instinctively, Sasuke activated his haki. Although Itachi's gesture appeared gentle, it was quite painful. Just as Itachi's finger made contact with Sasuke's forehead, he let out an involuntary grunt. Sasuke felt as though his head had become as hard as stone. Naturally, Itachi did not dwell on such trivialities, for other pressing matters demanded his attention. Rubbing his fingers behind him, he vanished from the scene. After Itachi's departure, Sasuke prepared to venture outside. After all, how could one squander the opportunity to relive youth by remaining cooped up at home? Furthermore, stepping outside is a form of training as well. 10 minutes later. Where is everyone? Did we not agree to have a meal? Susanoo, bearing an abundance of dishes, found himself perplexed by the absence of Sasuke. Upon reaching the street, he mused, this must be a child of the Uchiha clan. The Uchihas are now the guardians of our leaf village. I believe they should return to their ancestral grounds. This is Uchiha's second son, Uchiha Sasuke. I have heard he is an extraordinary genius ninja. A genius, indeed. How splendid that the strength to protect the village will be passed on. And have you noticed? The child is truly adorable. He is destined to grow into an exceedingly handsome young man, undoubtedly captivating countless hearts along the way. Yet, let us remember, he is but a child at present. Upon his arrival on the street, he was immediately surrounded by a cacophony of voices, each extolling the virtues of the Uchiha clan. The praise even ascended to personal accolades. Sasuke, still a mere boy, was well aware of this burgeoning reputation. What of Uchiha Nakamura, Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Shisui? These renowned ninjas would surely be lauded to the heavens. Even Sasuke, with his dual life maturity, could not help but feel a touch of exhilaration amidst such adulation. Sasuke. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Rock Lee? Master Guy? Upon turning, Sasuke beheld Rock Lee and Might Guy, clad in his striking green training attire. With his gleaming white teeth, Lee was undeniably conspicuous under the sun. Sasuke, Master Guy has instructed me to invite you for one-on-one taijutsu training. This will allow him to identify my shortcomings more swiftly. With a bright, earnest demeanor, Rock Lee succinctly stated his purpose. Indeed, those donned in green are often overly passionate fools. Very well, let us proceed to the public training ground. Sasuke did not hesitate, readily acquiescing to the request. Soon, the two entered the training arena, with Might Guy serving as the referee. Sasuke's presence drew a gathering of admirers, who could not help but swoon at the sight. Sasuke, my training has yielded significant results recently. You should be wary, Lee proclaimed confidently, raising his hand in preparation for combat. Remove those weights. If you fight me while encumbered, you may struggle to keep pace with my movements. Sasuke raised his head, smiling as he spoke. He was surprised to see Lee already training with such weights. It was no wonder that he could aspire to become one of the elite 12 through sheer taijutsu prowess. Upon hearing Sasuke's request, Lee cast a hesitant glance at Might Guy, for his teacher had previously instructed him to refrain from removing the weights without permission. Since your opponent has made such a declaration, then let us give our all. Let us face our adversary with the spirit of our youth. Might Guy suddenly ignited with fervor. Indeed, teacher, I shall, Lee responded, tightening his fists, before subsequently shedding all his weights. As the heavy weights crashed to the ground, creating dents in the earth, Sasuke could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Had this fellow truly been so formidable at such a young age? Sasuke, I hope that you will confront me with your utmost strength. When we trained previously, you concealed your true abilities, did you not? Please, allow me to witness the full extent of your power. Rock Lee once again assumed a combat stance, his face alight with anticipation. Given your earnestness, I shall no longer conceal my abilities. Raijin mode. Sasuke raised his finger, activating Raijin mode. Under the operation of this mode, he unleashed his haki, a formidable aura that elicited beads of cold sweat on Lee's brow. His pupils trembled involuntarily. Lee. At that moment, Might Guy called out firmly. I understand, sensei. Rock Lee exclaimed, his spirit soaring as he charged towards Sasuke. His movements embodied the quintessential Leaf Village taijutsu. Moreover, with Lee's extraordinary physique, the power of this taijutsu was astonishing. Yet it was too slow. Bang. Is this truly the extent of your speed, Lee? Bang. Insufficient. Such taijutsu alone cannot elevate you to the pinnacle of the ninja world. You require further training. Bang. Raijin mode combined with haki. At this juncture, Sasuke's speed far surpassed that of Rock Lee. It was a complete domination. Indeed, Sasuke finally experienced the exhilarating sensation of being overwhelmed by Susanoo. This feeling could be encapsulated in a single word: utterly delightful. Others shared a similar sentiment, reveling in the visceral nature of this combat. Particularly, the combat techniques displayed by both fighters were remarkable. Even as Rock Lee was suppressed, he continually sought opportunities to counterattack. The persistence of Lee and the stylish assaults of Uchiha Sasuke undoubtedly created a stunning spectacle. Meanwhile, another individual watched with astonishment. Might Guy? As a close observer and a master of taijutsu, he immediately recognized Sasuke's extraordinary prowess. Beyond unleashing lightning release and enhancing his physical capabilities, improving speed, reaction, and attack, Guy also discerned the haki emanating from Sasuke. Although the concept of haki was unfamiliar to him, he understood it to be a unique application of energy. Under such dual enhancements, it was only natural that Lee was no match for him. Might Guy's excitement stemmed from the realization that there were indeed others advancing along the path of youth. Indeed, he felt a sense of admiration for talent. With Uchiha Sasuke's innate gifts and current physical condition, should he train in the Eight Gates, thoughts of this ignited a fervor in Guy's eyes. The fact that someone was progressing alongside Lee on the journey of youth was a delightful prospect. After a grueling half-hour of combat, Lee finally could not endure any longer. One must acknowledge that even Sasuke was somewhat impressed by Lee's physical resilience. Under such overwhelming assault, Lee had managed to withstand for an extended duration. In contrast, despite the vast gap between himself and Susanoo, Sasuke had consistently tempered his own power while engaging in battle. However, every time he manages to persevere, it pales in comparison to Shaoli. This is not a matter of physical constitution, but rather one of willpower. Shaoli's determination in martial arts is as steadfast as a rock. What do you say? Would you like me to escort you to the medical department? Sasuke approached Shaoli, extending his hand. No need, Teacher Kai will treat me. Sasuke, you have grown stronger. And this is merely in martial arts. It appears I must continue to chase after you on the path of youth. Shaoli grasped Sasuke's hand, a joyful smile gracing his face. With a swift motion, Might Guy joined them. You are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? If you are interested in learning martial arts under my guidance, you are always welcome. I will take Shaoli to the hospital now. After Might Guy uttered this, he promptly lifted Shaoli and departed. Huh. Sasuke tilted his head, somewhat puzzled by Might Guy's words. Could it be that Might Guy intends to teach him the 8 inner gates? With this thought, Sasuke shook his head. Such a tactic, which harms oneself as much as it harms the enemy, is best avoided. A slight miscalculation could lead to irreversible damage to one's body. Just look at the original Shaoli. He is a perfect example of this. With that in mind, Sasuke turned to leave. In the Hokage's office. Can one truly surpass Guy's prized disciple in martial arts? It seems that Uchiha Sasuke requires a thorough assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the image in the crystal ball, a contemplative expression on his face. Both Shisui and Itachi have matured under the baptism of his will of fire. Although Uchiha Sasuke exhibits a strong will of fire, it is prudent to conduct a careful evaluation. Once the young genius of the Uchiha clan is secured, subsequent matters will naturally fall into place. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke becomes the most pivotal element. Hokage-sama, another banner has been delivered. At that moment, a guard entered with a banner in hand. Very well, set it down. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile in response. The guard placed the banner down and exited the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, the door of the Hokage's office was knocked upon once more. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen stowed away the crystal ball and responded. The door opened, and Uchiha Fugaku entered, accompanied by Shisui and Itachi. Have you all come together for something of great importance? Observing the solemn expressions of the three, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his own mood shift. We have discovered certain matters that require your decision, Hokage-sama. As you may have seen, there are flattery directed at our Uchiha clan, as well as attempts to elevate your status, Hokage-sama. It is evident that these occurrences are not of a normal nature. We have also identified the person behind this. who is none other than the confined Danzo Shimura. Meanwhile, we have also discovered some peculiar traces of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku began to speak slowly. Peculiar Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, as he recalled that most matters had been resolved. Danzo's machinations had not escaped his keen observation. However, the subsequent statement left Sarutobi in a state of confusion. Indeed, in the previous Shinobi World Wars, we endeavored to retrieve as many bodies of Uchiha clan members as possible. Yet, a portion still remains unaccounted for. This indicates that our Sharingan may be lost to the outside world. Over the years, whenever outsiders have wielded the Sharingan, we have devoted all our clan's resources to pursue them, hence the absence of the Sharingan in the Shinobi world. The only instance we have observed is Kakashi Hitaki from our Konoha village, who possesses an eye bestowed by Obito, and thus we have not pursued the matter further. However, now an abundance of unknown Uchiha Sharingan lurks around the village. Uchiha Fugaku succinctly relayed this situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's expression grew increasingly grave. Danzo had long sought to control the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and this desire had been articulated before him multiple times. Now, with this new development, it appeared that Danzo was intent on severing Sarutobi's retreat. In essence, it was Danzo himself who did not wish to relinquish the power he currently held. I understand. Fugaku, do you have any thoughts? Sarutobi inquired after a moment of contemplation. Since they have come, they must have their own intentions. Lord Hokage, we wish for you to assign a special mission to the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku stated as he handed a scroll to Sarutobi. Opening the scroll, Sarutobi examined it closely, a look of delight crossing his face. The Uchiha clan had indeed transformed significantly under his understanding of the will of fire. Whereas the Uchiha of the past would have confronted such matters head-on, now they had devised a meticulous plan, considering the honor and disgrace of the village in various aspects. Fugaku, I approve this mission. The rest shall be entrusted to you. I will handle the remaining matters and ensure a satisfactory resolution for the Uchiha. Sarutobi said with a cheerful countenance. By the way, once this incident concludes, the Uchiha should return. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui were taken aback. Although they had long been committed to returning to their ancestral land, previous attempts had yielded no results. To their astonishment, this time it seemed different. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage. We will certainly fulfill this mission diligently. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his gratitude with a bow before departing with his companions. As the three departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen tucked away the scroll in his hand into a drawer and retrieved another blank scroll. If only you, Danzo, had chosen to remain peacefully within the root, perhaps we would not have arrived at this juncture. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. The loyalty exhibited by the Uchiha clan, along with their attitude towards him, greatly pleased him. Coupled with the long-standing grievances between him and Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to take decisive action. He aimed to eradicate Danzo's influence from its very roots, assimilating all the ninja of the root organization under his command. With power centralized and the support of the Uchiha, there would finally be an opportunity to elevate Asuma to the position of Hokage. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to inscribe on the scroll. Upon completion, he entrusted the scroll to a member of the Umbu and left the Hokage office with a sense of satisfaction. Today, he returned home rather early. Upon arriving at the clan grounds, he noticed Asuma engaged in conversation with Yuhi Kurenai. The expressions on their faces darkened Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood. At such a critical moment, Asuma seemed utterly oblivious. Was it not possible to postpone such romantic pursuits until after the next Hokage was determined? Anger surged within him. In an instant, he appeared before them. Kurenai, you should return and rest. I need to speak with Asuma. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he spoke with a smile. Understood, Hokage-sama. Kurenai replied, her cheeks flushed before departing. As Kurenai left, Asuma raised a hand, intending to say something, but was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. Turning, he saw his father. Father, come to my study, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, not waiting for Asuma to finish before vanishing from sight. Asuma watched Kurenai walk away, feeling a twinge of regret, yet he complied with his father's directive and followed. Inside the study, he began, Father, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? My recent training has met all the targets, and I was not merely playing. I was preparing for the family's important matters. Asuma spoke rapidly. oblivious to the darkening expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Have you finished? Hiruzen asked. Asuma, let me pose a question. In comparison to Uchiha Shursui, who possesses greater combat prowess, yourself or him? Uchiha Shursui. Asuma stammered. Father, did you not tell me he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Such monstrous abilities. Although Asuma typically exuded confidence and pride in his strength, the thought of competing against Uchiha Shursui left him feeling utterly uncertain. When one's power pales in comparison to another's, it is simply undeniable. Have you ever considered becoming Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen once again dropped a significant bombshell. Although Asuma Sarutobi yearned to express his desire to become Hokage, he found the words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Was it a lack of confidence? After all, he was acutely aware of the multitude of peers within the village who surpassed him in prowess. Nevertheless, it was imperative that he cultivate self-assurance. The Uchiha clan was poised to become a pivotal force within the village, and they would unquestionably adhere to his decisions. What lay ahead for him was the necessity to enhance his abilities and rekindle the fervor that initially fueled his aspiration to become Hokage. As Hiruzen spoke, his expression became increasingly animated. Let us not burden Asuma with excessive pressure. Such matters should unfold naturally, interjected Sarutobi Pehiko, stepping in to ease the tension. Mother and father are correct. If I still possess that indomitable spirit of fire, I must dedicate more time to my training, Asuma declared, his determination rekindled. I understand, father. I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer moving forward. With that, Asuma turned and exited Hiruzen's study. It was essential to remember that the former Asuma once harbored aspirations of becoming Hokage, yet, as time passed, his father placed greater emphasis on his elder brother, rendering Asuma feeling overlooked and even resentful, leading him to embark on a path as one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. Nonetheless, this experience had bestowed significant growth upon him, and now, having regained his father's recognition and regard, Asuma felt an invigorated sense of purpose. He departed, readying himself for the training that lay ahead. Observing Asuma's exit, Hiruzen allowed a smile to grace his lips. Pehiko, it seems Asuma has not forgotten his original intentions. Excellent. Now, he simply needs to follow the path I have laid out for him. Next time I speak of him, please refrain from interjecting on his behalf, Hiruzen remarked, casting a light reproach towards Sarutobi Pehiko. The scene shifted to 3 days later, where Sasuke found himself alone in the training grounds. Today, Susanoo was taking a break, stating that he could not continuously draw upon Sasuke's energy, as it would impede Sasuke's training. Consequently, adjustments were made to their training regimen. After completing the morning's exercises according to the training schedule, Sasuke lay on the ground, fully absorbing the fusion of energy within his body. Acquiring power was one thing. Transforming that power into mastery was the true essence of strength. Lately, the atmosphere within the clan had been rather tranquil. With his father and brother away, it was the perfect opportunity to experiment with his training methods. Shadow Clone. Sasuke summoned a Shadow Clone and then proceeded to use the transformation technique, morphing several of his Shadow Clones into the likeness of Itachi Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, and Chozo Uchiha. Let us go. Let's run around the village and unleash our power, Sasuke declared before setting off on his endeavor. The investigation has been conducted, and currently, the Uchiha clan remains unresponsive. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, and others are engaged in physical training alongside Uchiha Sasuke. It is nearly time to take action. A member of the Root organization, concealed behind a mask, swiftly reported the situation while offering suggestions. As one of the core members of the Root, he was well aware of Danzo's intentions. It is time to strike. The tranquility enveloping Konoha has lingered for far too long, causing them to forget who has been safeguarding them. Today, let them recall those shadowy moments. After Danzo spoke, he cast aside a scroll. The Root member, clutching the scroll, vanished from the scene. Danzo remained in his abode, not taking a single step outside. Today's events did not require his direct involvement. Such is the nature of the world's rules. Many matters can be orchestrated without personal intervention. Contemplating the exquisite scene that was about to unfold, a smile crept upon Danzo's lips. Orochimaru, if you have arrived, then do show yourself. Do you harbor any other thoughts? Danzo turned his gaze toward the nearby thicket. A slender, greenish snake dangled from a branch. Hissing, the small serpent flicked its tongue. In the next instant, Orochimaru emerged from the serpent's mouth. Witnessing this peculiar entrance, Danzo's eye twitched slightly. Orochimaru, Could you not make your appearances through more conventional means? No matter how often I see it, it remains repulsive. Danzo looked at Orochimaru with disdain. It is safer this way. I have prepared those individuals for you. Regardless of your success, Uchiha Sasuke must be preserved for me. Of course, I preemptively wish you success, Lord Danzo. I await your news. There is another piece of intelligence that I believe will be of significance to you. The Uchiha are no longer within the village. Upon hearing this, Danzo paused momentarily. This information starkly contradicted the previous reports from the root members. Could it be? A wave of unease surged within Danzo. Although he felt compelled to investigate immediately, he was still under house arrest. His subordinates had just departed to carry out his orders. Damn it! After muttering a curse under his breath, Danzo returned to his chamber and retrieved his signaling tools. Soon, several members of the root organization arrived at his quarters. You must immediately ascertain whether those individuals around Uchiha Sasuke are indeed the real ones. Use force if necessary. It is imperative to confirm this at the earliest opportunity. Danzo was growing anxious. If what Orochimaru stated is indeed true, then his recent endeavors could ultimately lead to failure, perhaps even resulting in his complete entanglement within this scheme. Understood, my lord. In an instant, several individuals vanished from the scene. The scene shifted to Sasuke, who was on his training run. At this moment, they had departed from the bustling city and were jogging along the outskirts of the village. Although the shadow clones employed transformation techniques, the sensation of training alongside them was truly remarkable. Each shadow clone shared a common consciousness, yet their experiences during training were distinct. This peculiar feeling led Sasuke to perceive multiple facets of himself, each embodying a different persona, all engaged in simultaneous training. Just as Sasuke was sprinting, he suddenly sensed a watchful gaze. Was someone monitoring him? This was indeed an unusual occurrence. It had been quite some time since he felt such scrutiny, particularly after Danzo was placed under house arrest. Moreover, he was quite familiar with the aura belonging to the root organization. Were these individuals unable to resist taking action? Contemplating this, Sasuke conveyed this information to his other shadow clones. Instantly, the clones reacted. Come out. Uchiha Shunpei was the first to speak. Given his fiery temperament, it was impossible for him to remain calm upon realizing someone was tracking him. With Shunpei's shout, Uchiha Nagasawa and Uchiha Shursui promptly turned their attention toward the location of the root members, decisively drawing their short blades in preparation for combat. Only Sasuke, with a curious tilt of his head, resembled an innocent younger brother, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Sasuke, if a battle ensues, you must immediately retreat and inform father. Uchiha Itachi gently advised before unsheathing his own short blade, fixing his gaze upon the root members before them. Do not misunderstand. We merely happen to be passing through. One of the root members awkwardly stated. I trust you wouldn't casually attack fellow leaf ninjas, would you? I hope you refrain from continuing your passage. Uchiha Shunpei narrowed his eyes, activating his Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Upon witnessing Shunpei's 3 Tomo Sharingan, the root members could almost conclusively identify their opponents. While the Sharingan can be replicated, its unsettling ocular techniques cannot be imitated. It seems Orochimaru's information was not entirely accurate. With this realization, they vanished in an instant. Retreating to report to Danzo. Observing the departing root members, a smile crept across Sasuke's lips. Danzo, let us see how you escape this time. With that, Sasuke resumed his training. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a group of ninjas lay in stealth, each adorned with distinctive armbands on their shoulders. Indeed, the insignia represents the guard division of the Uchiha Clan. Unbeknownst to their ambush target, they have unwittingly stepped into the Uchiha's encirclement. Chief, the intruders have arrived. Shall we capture them alive? Uchiha Shursui inquired, his excitement palpable. For years, he had suppressed his emotions, enduring both the oppression from the village's upper echelons and the disdain from its inhabitants. Now, having uncovered these revelations due to the machinations of a few, they could finally act without restraint against these foes. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui's emotions were on the verge of eruption. No need to leave any alive. These individuals have utterly betrayed the village. Our only task is to thwart their threat to our home. As for the rest, we need not concern ourselves. Uchiha Fugaku replied softly. As his words faded, the silhouettes of the enemies emerged not far away. In an instant, the Sharingan of all Uchiha clan members activated. Attack! Uchiha Fugaku issued the command decisively. Dozens of figures surged forth in an instant. Uchiha, How could this be? Aren't you supposed to be within the village? The enemy exclaimed in disbelief. Quickly, relay the information from here. But before they could react, the short blades in the hands of the Uchiha clan members had already sliced through their throats. The battle escalated instantaneously. Any ninja attempting to flee the battlefield or carry the intelligence away was swiftly repelled by the Uchiha. Previously, when the Uchiha were biding their time, the others regarded them with derision, dismissing the so-called strongest clan of Konoha and its crimson-eyed prowess as mere figures crushed under the village's weight. This had led to a prolonged underestimation of the Uchiha's combat capabilities. It was they who had provoked the Uchiha. While the Uchiha had been forced to stifle their tempers due to the village's oppression, this suppression was also a significant factor in the internal discord within the Uchiha clan. At this moment, however, they faced an Uchiha who had unleashed all their pent-up emotions and transformed their anger and discontent into formidable strength. Thus, upon engagement, the adversaries found themselves utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, within Konoha village, the clan leaders had already initiated their assault. The inhabitants of the village should be preparing to respond as well. Uchiha Shisui stood atop a grand tree, surveying the landscape of Konoha. Yes, we will proceed according to the prior plan. I wonder who will emerge. Uchiha Itachi added in agreement. In the Uchiha compound, Deputy Shisui, we have a situation. Today, I apprehended 3 Uchiha causing a disturbance. How shall we proceed? Uchiha Nagasawa expressed his exasperation. Within the clan, certain individuals were proving to be quite obstinate, especially at this critical juncture, with the sudden emergence of 2 distinct factions. Thus, it is the clans of the Uchiha and the Mizuho Kudo. These individuals seem to have suddenly sought confrontation today, clashing with the members of the security department. If not addressed promptly, it could potentially escalate into a more significant issue. According to the regulations of the security department, we must act accordingly. As we have discussed previously, anyone who transgresses the rules shall face consequences. Being members of the Uchiha clan, they are well aware of the laws they have violated, warranting a more severe response. Uchiha Shisui stated resolutely. In earlier times, Uchiha Shisui might have hesitated, for mishandling the conflicts within the village and among the clans could lead to a more dire situation. However, the circumstances have changed. This was all part of a premeditated plan. Understood. I shall proceed to address these matters now. Uchiha Nagasawa remarked before swiftly departing to handle the situation. The quicker such matters are resolved, the more likely they are to gain public approval. Before long, 3 members of the Uchiha clan were apprehended, along with several ninjas from the Mizuho Kudo clan, including Mizuho Kudo-en. When the 2 arrived, they found that the Uchiha had already concluded their affairs. In the Hokage's office, 3rd Hokage, our clansmen have been taken by the security department. They are likely being subjected to harsh treatment. I require your assistance, Hokage-sama, to retrieve our kin. Mizuho Kudo-en stated plainly about his purpose for coming. Hearing that his clan had clashed with the Uchiha merely at noon, and now, just after midday, they had already been captured was alarming. Since the 2 ascended to the upper echelons of Konoha, such incidents had not occurred before. Moreover, with the rise of the Uchiha, they had become increasingly brazen. I have already summoned Uchiha Fugaku. This is a matter for the security department, as well as concerning their clansmen. We shall discuss it further upon his arrival. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, continuing to attend to the village's affairs. However, Mizuho Kudo-en was about to voice further concerns when he was interrupted by Mizuho Kudo-en. Noticing Mizuho Kudo-en shake his head, Mizuho Kudo-en suppressed his displeasure. Before long, Uchiha Shisui arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, Minister Fugaku is currently engaged in other duties, so I have come in his stead. Is there an urgent matter at hand? Upon entering, Shisui disregarded Mizuho Kudo-en and Mizuho Kudo-en entirely. These 2 old men should be enjoying a peaceful life within their clan, rather than involving themselves in such incidents. Consequently, there was no need to show them any deference. Deputy Minister Shisui, we are all ninjas of the same village. Is there a possibility that there has been some misunderstanding? Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, casting a glance at Mizuho Kudo-en and Mizuho Kudo-en. This was indeed a matter pertaining to these 2, and Hiruzen was reluctant to press the Uchiha directly. Since they were present, it would be best to allow them to take the lead. I am unaware of what arrangements Hokage-sama has, but I shall attend to it immediately. Uchiha Shisui maintained a calm demeanor, as if oblivious to the unfolding events. As the deputy minister of the Uchiha clan, he questioned the need for such secrecy amongst fellow villagers. Our clansmen have been apprehended by your security department. Surely, you cannot claim ignorance? The urgency in Uzumaki Koharu's voice rose as she observed Shirsue's indifference. Despite her agitation, Shirsue remained composed. I am aware. The course of action was sanctioned by my signature. What troubles you? His expression remained one of puzzlement, even as he glanced towards Sarutobi Hizashi. You are aware? This is the consequence of your leniency towards your kin, which has perpetuated discord within the village. I urge you, Lady Koharu, to choose your words carefully. Uchiha Shirsue interrupted her before she could elaborate. Faced with the stern countenance of Fugaku, Koharu felt a twinge of apprehension. Then I would like to hear your explanation, Deputy Minister Shirsue, she pressed, suppressing her ire as she questioned him with a scowl. The actions of the Uchiha will be accounted for. The discord instigated by my clansmen has been met with appropriate repercussions. They are currently in the process of publicly apologizing to your clansmen, Shirsue stated calmly. Yet, the underlying fury in his words was barely concealed. Upon hearing Shirsue's declaration, both Uzumaki Koharu and Mito gaped and were taken aback. Public apology. Has the punishment from the security department already been administered? If it were merely a reprimand, they could accept it. Even a physical confrontation could be rationalized. But now, a public apology from the Uchiha? This was unprecedented, especially coming from the deputy minister of the security department. Previously, compelling the Uchiha to apologize would have required collective pressure from the higher-ups and significant concessions. Such a request would often be met with refusal. The pride of the Uchiha was not to be underestimated. Lord Hokage, are the esteemed elders present? There has been unrest in the village. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared, prepared to report the situation to those gathered. What unrest? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired, feeling a headache coming on. What had begun as an incident targeting Danzo had inexplicably drawn Koharu and Mito Gate into the fray. Now, all matters seemed to converge at once. The Uchiha clan and the clans of the two esteemed elders had ventured to Kagyoko Lake. During their approach, the ninjas from the two clans had employed ninjutsu in the streets. The Umbu members swiftly conveyed the recent developments, while the Uchiha trio offered their sincere apologies. The ninjas from the Uzumaki and Mito clans resorted to mockery, yet the Uchiha remained steadfast in their genuine contrition amidst such derision. However, they escalated their actions. They publicly humiliated the three, and some even resorted to physical violence. The Uchiha trio, unable to endure any longer, retaliated directly. Yet, at that moment, the confrontation remained confined to taijutsu. Observing their disadvantage in physical combat, more than a dozen adversaries resorted to ninjutsu. The trio sustained minor injuries, primarily due to their efforts to protect the residences of ordinary citizens. Consequently, they issued a challenge to their assailants, with the location set at Uchiha Lake. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shirsue turned to face Tazun Koharu and Mito Gaiden. Tazun Koharu, who had previously boasted about demanding an explanation from Uchiha Shirsue, suddenly found himself in a state of panic. This incident was far from covert. It was laid bare for all to see, especially since ninjutsu had been employed by their clan's shinobi. The Uchiha were merely responding defensively. With members of the Umbu as witnesses and numerous ordinary citizens present, evasion of responsibility was impossible. Coupled with Uchiha Shirsue's menacing demeanor, Tazun Koharu dared not press further. He promptly made his way towards Uchiha Lake, having realized that an irate Uchiha Shirsue had already set off. Among those captured was the son of Tazun Koharu's younger brother. Lord Hokage, I shall not attend. There is little significance in doing so. The Umbu need not intervene for the time being, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, returning to his duties. The Umbu members nodded in acknowledgement before vanishing from the scene. At Uchiha Lake, Tazun Retsu mockingly declared, I called you all worthless, did I err? You dare not accept the challenge and can only cower away, yet you have the audacity to claim to be the foremost clan of Konoha. His aunt, Tazun Koharu, held a prominent position in Konoha's hierarchy. As the youngest son in his family, he had always been favored. Yet, despite being beaten by the Uchiha, the outcome was deemed to bear responsibility on both sides. However, due to the Uchiha's affiliation with the security detail, their transgressions warranted greater scrutiny, resulting in the trio's public apology. Initially, he had only intended to regain some dignity, but it seemed that the act of boasting had become addictive, leading to a subsequent conflict. Of course, such a person would never admit to being in the wrong. Noise. If we are truly the foremost clan, you shall see for yourselves. You are nothing but cowards hiding beneath the skirts of women, Uchiha Q scornfully retorted. Such individuals were unworthy adversaries in their eyes. What did you say? Today, you will witness why our Tizun clan can ascend to the upper echelons of Konoha, while you Uchiha remain akin to mere rodents. After Tizun Retsu finished speaking, he swiftly formed hand seals. Boom. Before he could unleash his ninjutsu, the Uchiha had already taken action. The signature Great Fireball technique surged forth, followed by the release of shadow clones. Powerful ninjutsu erupted as if they were freely dispensed, while the three, activating their Sharingan, maneuvered effortlessly amidst the throng of adversaries, delivering rapid and precise strikes. A loud slap echoed, accompanied by the sound of resounding slaps that persisted relentlessly. Stop! After a span of several minutes, Uchiha Shursui and his companions finally arrived at the scene. Witnessing the chaotic state, Uchiha Shursui exclaimed with authority, "Lord Shursui, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, we might have perished." The assailants were merciless, each one seemingly intent on ending their lives. "We have already apologized, yet they still seek to kill us." The anguished cries of Uchiha Itachi and his companions resonated from the dust and turmoil. Upon hearing these sounds, Tezuki Kamaru felt a surge of dread. The root of this predicament lay with members of their own clan. Should they continue to lay waste to the Uchiha, word of their actions would swiftly spread throughout the village. In such a case, even she would be powerless to protect her nephew. Uchiha Shursui raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of chakra that instantly dispersed the dust. Uchiha Itachi and his companions were drenched in blood, their numerous wounds exposing bone. Witnessing this grim scene, Uchiha Shursui's chakra surged even higher. "Lord Shursui, we acknowledge our wrongdoing this time. We are willing to make amends and accept any punishment," Watergate Yin quickly interjected. They were all acutely aware of Uchiha Shursui's formidable prowess. Not only was he renowned in the shinobi world for his exceptional skills, but he was also a powerful wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Should Uchiha Shursui decide to act against them, they would be utterly defenseless and incapable of finding any loophole, as it was their kin who had struck first. Attacking fellow shinobi from the same village could lead to being branded as a rogue ninja, severing any ties with the village. They would be taken away and imprisoned for a month. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Shursui left with a parting remark, taking the three with him. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shursui's departure, Watergate Yin let out a sigh of relief, grateful that their lives were spared. "You were supposed to restrain the Uchiha trio." Just as Watergate Yin prepared to instruct his clan members to report to the security department, he noticed the distinct marks of slaps on the faces of a dozen individuals. If it weren't for certain distinguishing features, he would scarcely recognize his own kin. None of the attendees could articulate a coherent response. As Tezuki Kamaru contemplated further inquiries, Shursui returned with personnel from the security department, promptly escorting the dozen away. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage declared, "The situation has been resolved. The Tezuki clan and the Watergate clan's shinobi openly assaulted Uchiha members with lethal intent. Had Uchiha Shursui not arrived in time, the three would have faced dire consequences. The injured Uchiha trio has been transported to the medical room, while the others have been taken by the security department." Neither Lady Tezuki Kamaru nor Lord Watergate Yin intervened. An Umbu member swiftly reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from intervening, fearing that the troubles might ensnare him. With members of the Umbu present, he could ascertain any situation in a timely manner. "I understand," he said. "You may go now. Also, recall all Umbu ninjas stationed near the Uchiha. Continuing surveillance has become meaningless." Hiruzen spoke nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired, and resumed his duties. On the Uchiha front, Danzo received news promptly. Has the third Hokage begun to falter? Is he truly allowing such matters to unfold unchecked? A hint of anticipation graced Danzo's lips. He had awaited this day for far too long. Initially, he intended to elevate Orochimaru to power, orchestrating events from the shadows. However, he found himself outmaneuvered by Hiruzen, who chose the more renowned Minato. Hiruzen's reluctance to relinquish power led to a peculiar dynamic of two Hokages in the village. Even before returning home from his duties, Minato would often take a bath to rid himself of the lingering scent of smoke, especially since Kushina was pregnant at the time. Danzo was acutely aware of this reality, which explained the pressure Minato faced upon his initial interactions with the Uchiha. During the chaos of the Ninetales incident, Umbu ninjas guarded Hiruzen while Minato single-handedly confronted the Ninetales and and the masked man. Since you can no longer act, allow me, Danzo, to safeguard the village's dignity, he declared before vanishing from sight. The Umbu member who had just reported to Danzo had exited the Hokage's office moments earlier. Tion-e, initiate the mission. Konoha and the entire ninja world have enjoyed too long a period of tranquility. It is time they realize that ninjas are not mere farmers at home. As Danzo's words echoed, several figures dispersed into the surroundings. Although he initially wished to remain patient, he understood the significant power and influence of Hiruzen. This included figures like Tsunade and Mito, both of whom, despite their complacency, held considerable sway in the village. However, the recent assistance from the Uchiha had widened the rift between Hiruzen and the two elders. Danzo excelled at exploiting such divisions. Even though the sudden shift involving the Uchiha deviated somewhat from Danzo's original plans, the deviation was manageable. Henceforth, executing the established plan would ensure the Uchiha's disappearance from the village. Furthermore, with the growing discord among Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito, Danzo could subsequently set his sights on the Hokage position after dealing with the Uchiha. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi had returned to their clan. Brother Shursui, do you not think we have gone too far? If there are no substantial gains from this venture, there's sacrifices. Itachi expressed his concerns, especially Uchiha Ko. His injuries may even affect his future training. If not properly addressed, it could become a lifelong issue. Let us place our trust in the medical ninjas. We have more pressing matters to attend to. The root organization is likely to take action soon. At this moment, Shizen displayed an unusual calmness. Based on his extensive experience executing missions, it was evident that at this juncture, Danzo must have already issued his orders. Understood. Uchiha Itachi's gaze became resolute at this moment. Meanwhile, Sasuke sat aside, munching on snacks. These two fellows could have discussed matters elsewhere, yet they chose to converge in his courtyard. It seems they have come specifically to deliver intelligence. Sasuke was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect that this time, the two old geezers, Tsunade and Mito, would dare to take such risks. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo leading the charge, their actions seemed rather irrational. After all, regardless of whether Danzo or Sarutobi emerged victorious, it appeared neither would gain any substantial benefit. The thought process of these two clans eluded him. After finishing his meal, Sasuke stood up. Mr. Susanoo, it is nearly your time to act. He continued, I might not be able to witness the battle ahead, which is indeed a pity. Sasuke reached out, gripping the Totsuka blade, a smirk playing on his lips. As chakra surged into the blade, it instantly transformed into Susanoo. Understood, Sasuke. Rest assured, I am quite adept at such endeavors. Susanoo replied, accepting the specialized equipment Sasuke had prepared for him. Soon, he had crafted an appearance befitting the root organization. Now, the moment for Susanoo to take action had arrived. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen began preparing the scrolls. After today, Danzo's influence will be significantly diminished. It would be entirely reasonable for the security department to assume control of certain operations within the root organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen had arranged this to test the Uchiha clan, to see if they were more effective than Danzo. Hokage-sama, a group of formidable ninjas has appeared in the village, wreaking havoc. Each one possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha and is on the verge of betraying the village. At that moment, an Umbu suddenly materialized in the Hokage's office, succinctly detailing the situation outside. In the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily. Weren't Uchiha Fugaku and the others stationed outside to ambush Danzo's forces? Why then? Was there such turmoil within the village? Yes, Hokage-sama. You should evacuate immediately. It is too dangerous here. The insurgents are advancing toward the Hokage building, and their target is unmistakably you. The Umbu urged anxiously. If Sarutobi Hiruzen became embroiled in the conflict, the workload for their Umbu would increase tremendously. I understand. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, a long sword suddenly pierced through his body. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body transformed into earth, vanishing without a trace. A clay clone? Truly remarkable, O esteemed professor of ninjutsu, Hiruzen-sensei. The Umbu ninja gradually straightened up, a mocking expression adorning his face. Your voice? Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the side, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the Umbu ninja. It seems my mentor has not forgotten me. However, I lack the time for nostalgic reminiscence. I merely came to extend a greeting. When we meet again, I shall engage you in a proper conversation. The Umbu ninja spoke, then began forming hand signs, preparing to depart. Orochimaru, were you involved in this matter as well? A heaviness settled in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, had always been a source of anguish for him. Even now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to find closure. One cannot say I participated. I merely came to observe the spectacle. Farewell, sensei. To be frank, your performance continues to disappoint as ever. With that, Orochimaru's body swiftly collapsed, leaving behind a human skin, and he vanished from sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. He did not comprehend the implications of Orochimaru's words, nor did he wish to speculate. As for why he did not take action, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that if Orochimaru wished to leave, he alone could not detain him. Nonetheless, the news Orochimaru brought should not be dismissed as false. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly shed his Hokage cloak and donned his battle attire. With a decisive movement, he formed hand signs and unleashed the summoning technique, bringing forth the mighty King Kong. Let us go and assess the current situation in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped onto the shoulder of King Kong and spoke slowly. Understood. The King Kong did not elaborate further but charged out of the Hokage office with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed forth, the hidden Umbu members followed suit. The reason these Umbu members failed to detect Orochimaru was due to his profound familiarity with the area, with intelligence provided by Danzo. Evading the Umbu's gaze was well within Orochimaru's capabilities. Meanwhile, within Konoha village, a rogue ninja with Sharingan activated, wielding a short blade, stormed into the crowd like a demon unleashed. The villagers fled in panic, many sustaining injuries. This world respects only power. Those strong enough possess the right to speak. While you, mere trash of the common folk, have no authority to criticize us Uchiha. Today, let me show you just how utterly powerless you are without the protection of strength. Die, you wretched creatures. Another rogue ninja, also with Sharingan activated, plunged into a different segment of the crowd. The sudden eruption of violence left many with no time to react at all. With a swift strike from the dagger in the opponent's hand, he was brought to the ground. Strangely, amidst this seemingly frenzied assault, there were only serious injuries reported, and no fatalities. Quickly, assist the civilians and assign personnel to confront those rampaging individuals. Itachi, the Eastern Front is entrusted to you. I shall address the Western side. Aside from the rescue team members, all remaining personnel were directed to intercept the assailants. Even Shursui, who was well aware of Danzo's potential for madness, was caught off guard in this moment. Immediate arrangements for rescue and obstruction were made. Uchiha Shursui. It is a pity that, despite being a genius of the Uchiha clan, he could only watch as his family was suppressed by the higher-ups of Konoha, taking no action whatsoever. In fact, he even acted as an accomplice. Today, let me witness the prowess of the so-called Shunshin Shursui. Two ninjas, both wielding the three-tomo Sharingan, charged directly at Shursui. Though Itachi felt a tinge of concern, he adhered to Shursui's orders and proceeded to manage the chaos on the other side. The combat abilities of the two were approximately at the level of elite Jonin. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, their strength was certainly formidable. However, before Uchiha Shursui, their capabilities paled in comparison. Under Shursui's overwhelming power, they swiftly lost their combat effectiveness. Lord Shursui, do you intend to take them back and shield them? Indeed, being of the same clan, it seems one cannot strike them down? Just moments ago, we almost. Swish. Without waiting for the surrounding individuals to incite further unrest, Shursui's dagger descended without hesitation. The two ninjas were executed on the spot. These individuals were not of the Uchiha clan. Their eyes were transplanted. Of course, if anyone doubts this, I will leave the bodies here. And the eyes will remain as well. The Hokage will provide a credible resolution for everyone. There are other compatriots within the village who are under threat, and I must assist them now. As for these two corpses, I kindly ask you to guard them. After speaking, Uchiha Shursui bowed to the crowd and then vanished in an instant. His actions led the villagers, who had harbored doubts about the Uchiha, to firmly place their trust in them. What are you doing? No one is to touch these corpses. Indeed, were you not among those who stirred up trouble just now? Capture him. He may be connected to these individuals. Just as Uchiha Shursui departed, someone approached, intent on seizing the Sharingan from the corpses. However, the surrounding villagers were not pleased. With a loud shout, they united and subdued the individual. He was not a ninja, and despite possessing slightly superior physical abilities, He was quickly overpowered by the collective force of the villagers. Huh. These Uchiha fools are indeed too naive, leaving the bodies here. They have given me no choice but to abandon all notions of chivalry. At that moment, in the shadows, the fingertips of a ninja emanated invisible chakra threads. Indeed, he was a puppeteer. With Uchiha Shursui having departed, it was now his turn to take action. By manipulating these corpses to launch another assault on the villagers, all of Uchiha Shursui's previous efforts would be rendered futile. Contemplating this, the chakra threads in his hand swiftly surged toward the two corpses. Just then, as the ninja envisioned his future rise to prominence, a shadow loomed before him, eclipsing his sunlight. Before he could utter a word, a fist struck his abdomen, rendering him unconscious with a single blow. Uchiha Sasuke was indeed correct. There were far too many ambushers lurking in the shadows. This task was proving to be slightly more troublesome than preparing a meal. The figure who had appeared was none other than Susanoo, dispatched by Uchiha Sasuke. Although Sasuke's current strength could not significantly impact this conflict, Susanoo certainly could. Minutes later, within the Uchiha clan grounds, Sasuke was engaged in weighted push-ups, having added a pillar which multiplied the strain on his body several times over. He couldn't help but admire Rock Lee. Did he truly not find such burdensome training to impede daily life? Certainly, the training's effectiveness was remarkable. Just then, a round of applause echoed from afar, drawing closer. Sasuke gradually retracted his power and stood up, observing the approaching ninja. Glancing at the masked figure before him, Sasuke felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't the currently tasked with protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen? After all, such a degree of turmoil necessitated his involvement. Uchiha Sasuke was indeed diligent. Despite possessing such formidable talent, he remained resolute. By the way, wasn't your goal to be lackadaisical? Why train with such fervor? A peculiar sound emanated from the This sensation was all too familiar. Orochimaru? In an instant, Sasuke shed his weights and activated his Raijin mode. Although he was uncertain as to why Orochimaru appeared here, he knew it could not bode well. Should the adversary strike, Sasuke would choose to retreat at once. Given his current strength, confronting Orochimaru was still premature. Surprisingly, you still remember me. This time, I cannot take you with me. There are Uchiha everywhere. However, I shall leave you with something uniquely mine. After uttering this, Orochimaru formed hand seals and pressed them against the ground. Suddenly, a barrier materialized, encasing Sasuke within it. Drawing from past experiences, Orochimaru was determined to ensure no one would interrupt his engagement with Sasuke this time. A barrier. This was dire. In such close proximity, Sasuke's heart raced with alarm. Such distance renders it utterly impossible to completely evade Orochimaru. With a swift motion, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and his tongue transformed into a long serpent, surging forth with alarming speed. Even in his lightning god mode, Sasuke would find it exceedingly difficult to evade such an assault. In an instant, the serpent's head was upon him, its chilling power incapacitating Sasuke momentarily. At that moment, he could even perceive the foul stench emanating from the serpent's maw. Suddenly, the once impenetrable barrier shattered. A figure descended, delivering a powerful punch that drove the serpent's head into the ground. "Sasuke, are you alright?" came the voice of Susanoo's man. "You arrived just in time," Sasuke replied, collapsing to the ground with a look of relief. "It's you." At that moment, Orochimaru, ensnared by his own tongue, recognized the figure before him. It was the enigmatic powerhouse who had nearly defeated him outside of Konoha. To his astonishment, this individual had a connection with Uchiha Sasuke. Was it possible that the last encounter had been a scheme to ensnare Sasuke, drawing the attention of such a formidable opponent? This person was not of the Uchiha clan. Yet who was he? Orochimaru's mind was entirely consumed by the mystery of Susanoo's man. "Last time, I spared you." This time before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his palm as a Kusanagi sword shot forth from the serpent's head, wounding Susanoo's man. "You think this trivial pain can free you?" With a forceful stance, the ground beneath Susanoo's man cracked. In the next moment, he appeared directly before Orochimaru, his fist raised and descending with incredible speed. Even with his tongue ensnared, Orochimaru could not escape, being driven forcefully into the earth. What followed was a relentless barrage of blows from Susanoo's man. "Enough, Mr. Susanoo. That fellow has already fled," Sasuke interjected amidst the onslaught. He sensed no chakra fluctuations from the fleeing adversary, and the surrounding barrier had been dismantled. "It seems he has employed some special means to escape." "Fled? Sasuke, should you not accompany me outside?" It is far too perilous for you to remain here. Susanu's man expressed concern for Sasuke. He had intended to capture the puppet master and present him to Sasuke, but this unforeseen event had transpired. Had Susanu's man arrived even a moment later, Sasuke might have been cursed by Orochimaru. In response to Susanu's man's invitation, Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. No need. That fellow is quite cautious. Besides, you already dealt him a significant blow last time. He is unlikely to seek me out in the near future. Mr. Susanu, please continue with your endeavors. My clan requires your assistance. Thank you. Sasuke picked up the pillar from the ground and slowly adorned himself with it. His primary task remained the pursuit of strength through rigorous training. Understood. The man of Susanu nodded and then vanished from the scene. Glancing at the individual who had been rendered unconscious by the man of Susanu, Sasuke paused momentarily. Mr. Susanu, you have embarrassed yourself. Of course. Sasuke refrained from voicing this thought, as the man of Susanu could no longer hear him. Shadow clone. Sasuke raised his finger and unleashed a shadow clone, taking the man from the ground and departing from the area. Where did this individual come from? Perhaps it is best to return him to his origin. Half an hour later. Sir, our personnel have all been intercepted by the Uchiha. The outside forces have also been thwarted by them. Most importantly, those lurking in the shadows are all gathered at your clan's gate. Should we address this matter? A member of the root organization spoke with a hint of resignation. This operation was a combined effort from both inside and outside the village. How could the Uchihas have anticipated this and prepared such a dual defense? The ninjas they had stationed throughout the village to incite chaos had also been systematically eliminated, left discarded at the doorstep of the Shimura clan. Do not worry. This outcome is precisely what we desired. Arrange for the remaining personnel to engage the ninjas outside the village. Eliminate them all, leaving no survivors. Danzo's lips curled slightly upwards as he made his decision. Yet, the root organization ninja ultimately refrained from voicing any objections and proceeded to execute the task. Danzo stood in the courtyard, exuding an air of assured victory. His confidence was, in fact, rather infuriating. Returning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he, accompanied by a host of Umbu members, tackled any issues head-on with overwhelming force. Anyone inciting chaos was swiftly dealt with. Wherever he passed, villagers could be heard chanting the praises of the Hokage's might. Hiruzen did not disappoint their fervor. Soon, with the assistance of Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and other Uchiha members, the disturbances within the village were brought under control. A total of 32 individuals were captured, with 6 possessing implanted Sharingan being executed on the spot. After addressing these matters, Hiruzen instructed the Umbu to handle the reassurance efforts within the village and made his way to Danzo's location. Before long, he arrived at Danzo's doorstep. Hokage-sama, instead of consolidating your achievements, you have come to me. It seems you wish to discuss something, Danzo remarked, maintaining an air of composure, unaffected by Hiruzen's arrival. What exactly do you intend to achieve with this situation? Hiruzen inquired, his brow furrowed, lowering his voice. Me? Now? The one under house arrest is neither the Uchiha nor you, Hokage-sama. The third generation, have you forgotten? It is you who has confined me here. Shimura Danzo wore a mocking smile, showing no signs of concern. Instead, he appeared both derisive and amused. Lord Hokage, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. I remain steadfastly on your side, Danzo declared before turning and retreating into his chamber, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen standing alone outside. Gazing at the closed door before him, Hiruzen shook his head. Some matters yield no answers. In the Hokage's office, a voice reported, Lord Hokage, we have encountered a group of ninjas outside the village, numbering 73. Not a single captive. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with a hint of resignation. What? Not one alive? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. With 73 attackers and the prior arrangements made by the Uchiha, it seemed plausible that a few could have been captured for interrogation. However, as the battle progressed, a contingent of Umbu appeared, executing the remaining ninjas mercilessly before vanishing. This was perhaps why Fugaku refrained from elaborating further. I understand. I am also aware of the turmoil within the village. I have already initiated measures to reassure the villagers. You have all worked hard. Please take the time to rest. Hiruzen said succinctly, allowing Fugaku to depart. With a heavy heart, Fugaku, accompanied by Uchiha Shursui and others, exited the Hokage's office. No captives. The village in chaos must be addressed promptly. With restrictions on the organization's members, where had Danzo orchestrated this disturbance? Uchiha. It would be wise not to harbor any ulterior motives. Hiruzen's brow furrowed in concern. Today's events had unfolded too smoothly, devoid of any suspicious elements. To an almost unbelievable degree, coupled with Danzo's final remarks, could it be that the Uchiha truly, Hiruzen, naturally suspicious by nature, found it difficult to dismiss these thoughts, especially in light of such circumstances. He decided to postpone discussions about relocating the Uchiha back to their ancestral lands. This incident required careful consideration. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, many were injured from the conflict and had immediately sought treatment at the medical department. The core members gathered in the conference room of Uchiha Fugaku's home. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were present, and even the hungry Sasuke was drawn into the meeting, despite trying to hide in a corner to eat. "Chief, we handled this incident impeccably, didn't we? Whether external or internal matters, everything was managed flawlessly. Why has Lord Hokage not mentioned the relocation back to our clan's lands?" Uchiha Shisui's temper flared. Had it not been for Fugaku's restraint during their earlier time in the Hokage's office, he might have caused a scene. Suppressing a torrent of frustration, Uchiha Shumi was the first to vocalize his discontent. As a representative of the radical faction, his words swiftly resonated with other clan members. Even some from the neutral and conservative factions joined Shumi's ranks, united in their dissatisfaction. The handling of the recent situation by Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly inadequate. After all our arduous efforts, must we now allow a moment of grievance to render our past achievements futile? Shumi, I understand your discontent, as it echoes the sentiments of us all. Yet, resolving matters cannot solely rely on emotional outbursts. Uchiha Nagasawa, representing the conservative faction, interjected, reminding the assembly of the countless battles endured by our forebears, who even clawed their way back from the brink of death on the battlefield. Why then, must we jeopardize the peace we currently enjoy within the village due to emotional turmoil? This perspective has long been the guiding principle of the conservatives. The discord between both sides has persisted for far too long. Even Uchiha Fugaku appeared beleaguered, as the arguments erupted before the meeting had even commenced. Silence, please. Do not let us descend into chaos before the issues have even been raised. Uchiha Fugaku released his chakra, his voice a low admonition. In an instant, the assembly quieted, their gazes converging upon him. Nagasawa's assertion holds merit. We must not squander our previous efforts due to a momentary lapse in judgment. Nevertheless, I will seek clarity from the higher-ups regarding this matter. What we must do is to continue our actions as we have previously. Moreover, we must remain vigilant. For even within our village, there are those who would seek to undermine the Uchiha. Fugaku articulated his thoughts, while Shumi's expression darkened. Was this once again the method of resolution? Such a village, such a clan, is indeed exasperating. Understood, clan leader. Though discontent brewed within him, he could only acquiesce. The tension mounted once more. The meeting extended for over 2 hours. Aside from the initial dispute resolution, the remainder was consumed by discussions of internal clan matters and negotiations regarding certain privileges. Upon conclusion, the members departed with varied sentiments. In the meeting room, soon only Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Fugaku remained. Sasuke had initially intended to return to his training, but Fugaku detained him. "Father, the meeting has concluded. May I take my leave?" Sasuke expressed his dissatisfaction. He harbored many thoughts, yet with his current strength, voicing them would yield little credibility. Better, he thought, to return and focus on his training. Fugaku acknowledged Sasuke's potential contributions to the matter at hand. "Shisui, Itachi, please share your perspectives." Rather than responding directly to Sasuke, Fugaku redirected the conversation towards him. Sasuke's mode of thinking is one that our entire clan ought to embrace, regardless of the restraint, the insight into events, or the strategies conceived within one's mind. I believe this mode of thinking is most befitting for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui spoke candidly, expressing his optimism for Sasuke. In fact, he was inclined to align some of his thoughts with Sasuke's perspective. Shisui's words rang true. We had often overlooked the opinions of our clan members. In truth, considering the viewpoints of our kin prior to action proves to be quite effective. I propose we adopt the thought process that Sasuke embodies for the benefit of the entire clan. Uchiha Itachi was particularly forthright, elevating Sasuke's mindset to a level applicable to all. "What are you all discussing?" Sasuke interjected, feeling somewhat awkward. "I am but a child, focused solely on my training, striving to become stronger and then to relax." Shouldn't these matters be handled by you powerful ninjas, my elder brother, father, and Shursui? With the immediate crisis facing the Uchiha momentarily alleviated, Sasuke sought to bide his time and develop until he could step into the ninja world as an invincible force. He wished to avoid being thrust into action prematurely. Sasuke, take a moment to organize your thoughts and perspectives on various matters. Then, we will assist you in refining them as a guiding principle for the future actions of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku stated plainly. His son was undeniably a prodigy, both in talent and intellect. It was fortunate that he recognized this. Otherwise, such potential might have been squandered. I will double your allowance. Without waiting for Sasuke to decline, Uchiha Fugaku raised a finger. Moreover, I will ensure you have access to any ingredients or medicinal herbs you require, as much as the clan can provide. You may even overdraw your allowance for up to a year. All right, I accept. Faced with Fugaku's generous offer, Sasuke yielded. Soon after, he penned an elaborate treatise on the principles of virtue, drawing upon profound concepts with eloquence, filling an entire sheet of parchment. Done. 10 minutes later, Sasuke presented the scroll to Uchiha Fugaku. Is this completed? Fugaku gazed incredulously at the content of the scroll, struggling to believe it. He even suspected that Sasuke had prepared this in advance, putting on a facade of difficulty merely to negotiate terms with him. Father, brother, Shursui, I have provided you with the material. Now it is time to refine the chakra. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Fugaku to inquire further, Sasuke turned and departed. It was absurd. These concepts were ones Sasuke had not fully grasped in his previous life. The profundity of Chinese culture was vast enough to befuddle an entire clan. As Sasuke vanished, Uchiha Fugaku summoned Shursui and Itachi, and the three of them examined the scroll's contents. Soon, expressions of perplexity adorned their faces. Sasuke, is he truly adhering to these principles? It appears so. Observe this. Water nurtures all things without contention. Is this not an embodiment of nonchalance? Yet, amidst such indifference, one must also bear the weight of personal responsibilities. Such is profound wisdom. Ultimately, whatever life lessons they may glean, they bear little relevance to Sasuke. Presently, Sasuke has begun to refine his chakra. With the enhancement of his physical constitution and his relentless cellular cultivation, the quantity of chakra he can now extract has significantly increased compared to before. As the Uchiha Fugaku and others fell into contemplation, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, was lost in thought. In truth, there was little to consider. Had they not always been treated in this manner? Granting them excessive privileges might lead them to believe they could demand more, rendering them harder to manage. Furthermore, they had not yet completely severed ties with Root. They could still be utilized. All of this is the strength of Konoha. Once consolidated, other villages would pose no threat against us. Listening to Asuma Sarutobi's eloquent discourse, Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grave. Initially, he believed there was no issue with the current handling of the Uchiha, yet from Asuma's words, he discerned numerous concerns. Such an approach would undoubtedly alienate both sides, offending Danzo while failing to win the hearts of the Uchiha. Enough, he interrupted Asuma. Some matters are not as simple as you perceive. Hiruzen began to impart his wisdom to Asuma. He was no longer young. Outside, other ninja villages posed threats to Konoha. Sunagakure and Kumogakure had been eager to instigate chaos within the Land of Fire. Internally, the Root organization and various clans remained in a fragile peace, merely a facade. Should Asuma not mature swiftly, he would be incapable of inheriting the mantle of Konoha's leadership. Though Asuma felt a pang of resentment towards Hiruzen's reproach, he dared not express it, remaining obediently silent. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Asuma exited the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, on Danzo's side, it was evident that a mere hint of provocation would lead Hiruzen to make such decisions. The main event was yet to unfold. Have arrangements been made to approach Asuma? Danzo inquired with a smile. Although it seemed he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, he had, in fact, orchestrated a scheme involving both Hiruzen and the Uchiha. Asuma has just emerged from the Hokage's office. He must have received a lecture. With our support, he should be quite amenable to our influence, a Root member remarked swiftly. Very well, proceed according to the previous plan. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. The following day, the village returned to tranquility, as if the prior events had never transpired. In a valley outside the village, Sasuke lay upon the ground, rendered incapable of movement. Sasuke, does this rigorous training not dampen your enthusiasm for cultivation? Despite having undergone numerous special training sessions, Susanoo still harbors concerns regarding Sasuke's mental state. After all, continuous setbacks can have a detrimental effect on one's spirit. Not at all. Allow me to recuperate. You may rest for now, Mr. Susanoo, Sasuke weakly replied. At this moment, he could not afford to dwell on his minor frustrations. Before him, the system interface materialized. Ding, Uchiha Defense Mission 2. Assist Uchiha in breaking free from the whirlpool of public opinion. Incomplete. Reward, Purification Technique. Purification Technique, capable of dispelling curses, seals, and various negative buffs. The glaring incomplete status caused a ripple of anxiety within Sasuke. Logically, Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi should currently lack the energy to target the Uchiha clan. Why, then, was this mission still unfulfilled? Within the village, no negative rumors regarding the Uchiha had surfaced. Clearly, there were still machinations at play. 21 minutes later, Sasuke's stamina was fully restored, and his injuries had nearly healed. Shall we continue? Susanoo inquired once more, having reappeared. Mr. Susanoo, please take me back. I wish to ascertain a few matters. Sasuke pondered before responding slowly. Today's training mission had concluded, and he was genuinely uneasy about this task. Thus, he resolved to investigate the village himself. Very well, Susanoo nodded and then vanished with Sasuke. Upon returning to the clan, Susanoo transformed into a swirling orb. After donning it upon his chest, Sasuke proceeded towards the door, emerging onto the streets of Konoha. Everything appeared remarkably unchanged. The villagers greeted him as before, responding warmly to his presence. All seemed perfectly normal. Yet, the more ordinary it felt, the greater the unease in Sasuke's heart. This sensation eerily resembled the ominous prelude to an impending storm. Sasuke? At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the air. Iruka-sensei. Sasuke turned to find Iruka, the teacher from the Ninja Academy, approaching him. Sasuke, why didn't you spend this summer playing with the others? Still diligently training, I see? Iruka inquired, sporting a gentle smile. Yes, I am training. Is there something you need, Iruka-sensei? Sasuke nodded, then countered with his own question. Sasuke held no particular fondness for Iruka, nor did he harbor any ill feelings. He was simply an honest man from the village, who, in the original narrative, had offered Naruto one of the few rays of sunshine in his life. Furthermore, he was yet another ordinary leaf ninja, indoctrinated by the will of fire. I happened to see you and called out. By the way, Sasuke, you need not concern yourself with the voices circulating in the village. Just be yourself. The adults will handle the rest. Keep it up. Iruka unexpectedly offered Sasuke a wave of psychological support, and he was quite earnest about it. For a moment, Sasuke found himself rather perplexed. Iruka-sensei, something must have happened, right? Could you enlighten me? He asked, tilting his head in inquiry. It seems you are still unaware. There are rumors circulating that the Uchiha clan staged the previous incident to elevate their standing within the village. By the way, you are aware of that incident, aren't you? The one where the wielder of the Sharingan acted against the villagers? I must say, Iruka's enthusiasm is truly commendable. He relayed every detail he had heard to Sasuke. Do not worry. Focus on your training and self-improvement. The adults will manage these matters. Iruka concluded with a reassuring smile before departing. Watching Iruka's retreating figure, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. This guy is clearly not cut out for counseling. It would be quite the feat for any child to be comforted after learning so much. However, after absorbing Iruka's information, Sasuke began to grasp why his mission had faltered. The epicenter of this public sentiment still lay with the Uchiha. It seems that Danzo's onslaught has yet to conclude. Yet, it remains unclear what means he employed to stir up this discourse. I shall return and consult my dear father. He should possess some intelligence on this matter. Pondering, Sasuke turned back. On his way, he sensed a series of presences focused on him. Rude organization? He promptly shook his head. It likely wasn't them. If this truly was Danzo's doing, he would be inclined to avoid suspicion. Could it be the Hokage's men? But why would the Umbu be tailing a mere child? With confusion clouding his mind, Sasuke stepped out of the village's core area. The presences behind him became increasingly pronounced after he exited the village's central zone. Clearly, they were fixated on him. Suddenly, several masked ninjas appeared before Sasuke, blocking his path. Who are you? Why are you obstructing my way? Sasuke inquired, his wide, innocent eyes betraying a hint of trepidation as he took a step back. Uchiha Sasuke, the prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, we wish to ask you a few questions. Come with us. The Hokage wishes to see you, the leading masked ninja stated directly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't suppress a sarcastic thought. Is the root organization really this unprofessional, delivering such disjointed dialogues? No, I want to go home and eat. I'm hungry. With that, Sasuke dashed to the side, intent on leaving. Regardless of whether they were from the root or the Umbu, he had no desire to entangle himself with them at this moment. Particularly, if these individuals are prepared to provoke Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, are you ready to defy the orders of the Hokage? At that moment, a tall figure materialized directly in front of Sasuke. Asuma Sarutobi? Upon seeing the person, Sasuke instinctively halted his steps. How could this man be here? It was evident that this was a disguise by the root organization. Could it be that these ninjas were truly members of the Umbu? Asuma-sensei, what brings you here? Sasuke regarded Asuma with skepticism. His knowledge of Asuma was limited. He only knew that this man would meet a rather heroic demise in the future and had a commendable wife. While watching the anime, he found it perplexing why Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man so invested in power, did not bequeath the position of Hokage to his own son. Sasuke, the Hokage wishes to see you. Come with me, Asuma stated, extending his hand. Sasuke, this man is lying. At that moment, the voice of Susanoo echoed in Sasuke's mind. Due to their bond, they could communicate mentally to a certain degree. Raijin mode. Sasuke immediately activated Raijin mode, simultaneously unleashing his armed haki to its maximum. In an instant, he vanished at his utmost speed. This sudden burst of velocity left Asuma's outstretched hand suspended in midair. The masked ninjas surrounding them stood in a daze. What just transpired? Did he escape? A few moments later, Asuma finally regained his composure. However, Sasuke had already sprinted far away. He could certainly catch Sasuke if he pursued at full speed, but encountering any Uchiha clansman during this time would complicate matters. Is this what you referred to as an easily apprehended 6-year-old child? Asuma glowered at the individuals around him. They had already failed to intercept Sasuke, and Asuma was now taking action. Well, the boy has fled. Faced with Asuma's reproach, the group could only lower their heads in silence. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to depart the scene. Meanwhile, Sasuke dared not linger, charging straight toward the Uchiha compound. Upon sighting the Uchiha territory, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those individuals were indeed suspicious. Otherwise, they would not have given up so easily. Mr. Susanoo, I was able to sense his malice just now. As for further details, I am uncertain. Before Sasuke could finish his inquiry, Susanoo provided him with the answer. Does it bear a resemblance to the effect of the Nine Tails? But how is Asuma involved in this incident? Is Sarutobi Hiruzen not taking action? Sasuke pondered with confusion. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, he proceeded in the direction of home. At this hour, Uchiha Fugaku should be at home. As soon as he entered the clan grounds, Sasuke noticed a multitude of clan members gathered around his house. Indeed, has something gone awry? It is preposterous to claim that we orchestrated such actions and resorted to violence to silence others. We have already been denied the return to our ancestral lands, and now we are being slandered in this manner. This situation cannot be brushed aside. We must demand an explanation from the higher-ups. Are we, the Uchiha, to be so easily manipulated? The clan leader ought not to suppress this matter. As discontented voices echoed, Sasuke began to grasp the situation. This incident was clearly a calculated attack on the very nature of the Uchiha. There were even thoughts of abducting Sasuke to coerce Fugaku Uchiha into taking drastic measures. Was Asuma involved, perhaps indicating the will of Hiruzen Sarutobi? Or had Asuma been swayed by Danzo? Regardless of the scenario, it was not a favorable development for the Uchiha. Sasuke entered the house and promptly sought out Fugaku in the study. Father. Upon pushing the door open, he found several individuals already present. Among them were Shursui Uchiha and Nagasawa Uchiha, who appeared to be in a heated debate, their faces flushed. Meanwhile, Shursui and Itachi Uchiha stood to the side, seemingly resigned. Fugaku, on the other hand, looked rather troubled. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke felt a smirk form on his lips. This was not the first time he had encountered such a tableau. Father, just now, Asuma-sensei and some Umbu attempted to take me away, Sasuke reported without hesitation. The previously disgruntled Nagasawa Uchiha's expression shifted upon hearing Sasuke's words. Umbu? Asuma Sarutobi. The mention of these names ignited a fierce intensity in their gazes. With Asuma's involvement, the nature of the situation had fundamentally altered. Initially, the Uchiha had planned to leverage the Hokage's authority to curb Danzo's influence. But now, with the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen entangled in this affair, How could Fugaku Uchiha be expected to trust? Sasuke, are you alright? Itachi was the first to react. Concern etched on his face. I am fine. They likely did not anticipate that I would make a swift escape. However, the Umbu accompanying Lord Asuma seemed peculiar. They resembled members of the Root organization. After shaking his head to indicate his well-being, Sasuke shared his suspicion. The Root organization? It seems Danzo has chosen a new pawn. A contemplative expression crossed Shirsue's face. This implied that the earlier disturbances were merely a facade. Danzo's true objective lay with Asuma Sarutobi. This mirrored the past events when Danzo had wagered everything on Orochimaru. Although Asuma may not possess Orochimaru's brilliance, he is far easier to manipulate. As for the clan leader's involvement, I believe the third Hokage must be aware of some underlying truths. I propose we adhere to our original plan and proceed as intended. Uchiha Nagasawa slowly began to speak. Anger and dissatisfaction are merely manifestations of emotion. However, one must not allow their feelings to dictate their thought processes. This principle was among those previously articulated by Sasuke. Sasuke, what is your perspective? Just as Uchiha Shumi instinctively prepared to retort, a pivotal figure suddenly came to mind, Sasuke. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, endowed with a mature thought process, Uchiha Shumi was acutely aware that Sasuke's words would undoubtedly prove invaluable at this moment. Moreover, given that Sasuke had recently been attacked, he would likely align himself with Shumi's stance. This would also spare Shumi the necessity of further engaging in verbal sparring with Nagasawa. I have no particular thoughts, Sasuke interjected casually. In truth, our current heated exchange serves no purpose other than to displease ourselves and disrupt our own equilibrium. Furthermore, it is precisely what our adversary seeks to incite. By remaining steadfast and diligently performing our duties, we can effectively navigate this crisis. Indeed, responding to change with constancy is the way to go. They aim to provoke us, to elicit some outrageous reaction, and then capitalize on that to attack us, do they not? As clan leader, we shall resolutely execute the responsibilities of the security division. As for the remaining matters, we shall ignore them as long as there are no direct confrontations. Uchiha Nagasawa clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "The viewpoint proposed by Sasuke is precisely what I have long desired to implement. However, such an approach has been virtually impossible within the Uchiha clan. Even a conservative like myself hesitated to voice such an opinion." Contemplating this, Uchiha Nagasawa's expression towards Sasuke grew increasingly amicable. Sasuke's suggestion was sound. Adopting this strategy would afford us the utmost initiative, and any counteractions taken out of necessity would be beyond reproach. Uchiha Shirsue also spoke up, "I concur. However, I believe this matter should be entrusted to someone of considerable strength, capable of executing this task thoroughly. Shumi, this responsibility is now yours." After Uchiha Fugaku's declaration, a brief silence enveloped the study. Not only Uchiha Shumi, but even Shirsue, Itachi, and Nagasawa were taken aback by Fugaku's decision to assign Shumi this task. This individual is a powder keg. The concept of restraint had been eradicated from Shumi's being since his birth. If Shumi were indeed to handle this, the thought of such an outcome caused the corners of everyone's mouths to twitch involuntarily. Soon, after several fruitless attempts at argument, Uchiha Shumi resignedly accepted the task and departed from Uchiha Fugaku's residence with his head hung low. Those outside who witnessed Shumi's demeanor were equally curious, following him to discern the clan leader's decision. Meanwhile, Sasuke had long since slipped away during Shumi's debate, finding the protracted and unfruitful meeting to be an utter waste of life. As Sasuke savored the meal prepared by Susanoo, he began to contemplate the forthcoming strategies. Previously, it was Danzo's ambition to seize Uchiha Shirsue's eyes that Sasuke thwarted. Now, he was plotting against the entire Uchiha clan. In essence, the greatest crisis facing the Uchiha at present was the wretched Danzo. Perhaps he could send Mr. Susanoo to eliminate that scoundrel? A flicker of thought crossed Sasuke's mind. But he soon abandoned the idea. Setting aside Danzo's own formidable strength, coupled with the might of the Root organization, even Mr. Susanoo's immense power would find it arduous to dispatch Danzo swiftly. Should that occur, a siege by Konoha might ensue, leading to unforeseen complications. Then suddenly, an idea struck Sasuke. To resolve the Uchiha predicament, it was not necessarily required to confront Danzo directly. A war of public opinion could be the answer. Danzo, you may soon experience the overwhelming force from the east. The corners of Sasuke's mouth curled slightly as he retrieved his kunai, and made his way to the courtyard. Before long, night descended. In the darkness, a figure soared across the skies of Konoha. The following day, as the sun rose and its rays illuminated the face of the Hokage rock, questions arose. Was that the visage of Lord Danzo? Had the fifth Hokage been confirmed as Danzo, with his likeness now carved into the very rock? It seemed plausible, however. The reputation of Danzo was inconsequential to the common folk. I am off to steam buns. Yet, such matters are not without significance. The current state of the security department has improved so markedly that if Danzo were to become Hokage, the department might cease to be Uchiha. Whispers and discussions proliferated. Furthermore, such news required no effort to disseminate. The grand visage stood tall upon the cliff, visible to any who had the ability to see, prompting them to engage in the discourse. Naturally, this development reached Sarutobi Hiruzen in no time. Observing the scene within the crystal ball, Hiruzen's countenance darkened. The image of Danzo's face loomed above him, and it was more than twice the size of his own, rendering him seemingly subordinate to Danzo. Regardless of the perspectives one might consider, this revelation was a significant blow to Hiruzen. After years of serving as Hokage and wielding power, he was gradually moving towards the genuine unification of clan families within the village. Yet, at this critical juncture, Danzo had begun to stir trouble. And it was no small affair. First, during the Ninetales incident, he had remained inactive, seeking to seize the Hokage position while waiting for an opportunity to reclaim control over Konoha. Subsequently, under the pretext of the Ninetales turmoil, he commenced a ruthless campaign against the Uchiha, intent on acquiring their bloodline limit, a notion that Sarutobi could deduce without expending any mental effort. As recent events unfolded, Danzo's actions grew increasingly outrageous, and Sarutobi began to feel the strain of tolerating him. Just as he was prepared to address the matters concerning Danzo, an unexpected incident arose. Hokage-sama, I understand. At that moment, the Umbu appeared, only to be interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen before they could report. The arrival of the Umbu could only signify something related to a weighing. No, Hokage-sama, Lord Danzo has come with his men. We have already intervened, but, third Hokage, even at this juncture, do you still refuse to see me? Without waiting for the Umbu to finish, Danzo pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and strode in, flanked by his personal guards who were currently confronting the Umbu. In matters involving high-ranking officials, there are always minor pawns laying the groundwork. You wish to tell me that this is not your doing, correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly scrutinized Danzo. Does it truly matter? Danzo retorted, momentarily rendering Hiruzen speechless. Indeed, whether or not Danzo was responsible for a weigh-in was no longer of consequence. What truly mattered was how to resolve the ensuing predicament. Then what is your purpose in coming here? Speak. Sarutobi lowered his hood and spoke with an impassive expression. Now we have two options for handling this. First, we inform the public that someone is attempting to incite discord among our higher-ups, and then we initiate a thorough investigation. The second option is rather straightforward. I would appreciate it if the third would pen a letter of recommendation endorsing me, Shimura Danzo, as the fifth Hokage. Upon finishing his statement, Danzo produced a scroll and tossed it to Sarutobi. Indeed, Danzo was unaware of who was behind this incident. However, upon receiving this news, he was elated. Why had he not contemplated such a brilliant scheme earlier? By inscribing his likeness upon a weigh-in, he could negotiate terms with Sarutobi. If he failed, there would be no loss. But if he succeeded, he would attain the coveted title of Hokage. Recommend you as the fifth Hokage? Impossible. Danzo, you may leave. Sarutobi did not even glance at Danzo's scroll and chose to refuse outright. Given Danzo's temperament, should he ascend to the position of Hokage, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly become a target in no time. The onset of internal strife would then be entirely plausible. Furthermore, Danzo's approach to handling matters rendered him unfit to lead a village. After spending too long in the shadows, it is best to remain as the roots of a great tree. Once the roots breach the surface, they will wither and die swiftly. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Danzo scoffed, turning away nonchalantly. His personal guards followed him out of the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, should we not eliminate a weigh-in first? Regardless of the choices ahead, allowing a weigh-in to remain was untenable. It posed a threat to the village and your authority. Not necessary. Let it remain for now. Sarutobi waved his hand, interrupting the Umbu. When will Kakashi return? With a sense of urgency, I now require his assistance in certain matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke gravely. At the current location of Kakashi, It would take 2 days for him to return promptly. I shall notify him at once. The Umbu member concluded and vanished from sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a crystal ball and utilized the telescope technique. On the streets of Konoha, the Konoha Guard is diligently patrolling, led by Uchiha Shisui, who is monitoring Danzo's activities while training. In the Uchiha Clan's territory, clan members have gathered, discussing the recent incident involving Danzo, with some offering insightful analyses. In the Nara clan, after surveying the area, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a growing sense of dread. The members of these clans appeared far too ordinary, the only exception being the upper echelons of their respective families. Could it be that this incident truly stemmed from issues among their leaders? Although they had been at odds for so long, such matters were typically avoided, for they understood that once the balance was disrupted, it would be exceedingly difficult to restore. Shadow 1. Take your team and monitor Danzo's every move. Any individuals entering his vicinity must be reported immediately. A figure emerged from the shadows, presenting a scroll. It contained details of Danzo's recent communications with Asuma Sarutobi, including instances where Asuma had taken members of the root organization to seek out Sasuke. Upon reviewing this intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had believed himself to be in a position of advantage, only to discover that his home had been infiltrated. No wonder Asuma's demeanor had been so peculiar these past few days. This was the reason. Bring Asuma to me at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen was now filled with righteous fury. Shadow 1 promptly retreated into the darkness to locate Asuma. At that moment, Asuma was on a date with Kurenai Yuhi. The third Hokage had assured him that if he performed well, the fifth Hokage would grant him opportunities. In due time, he would become someone the entire village revered. The title of fifth Hokage truly was an admirable one. Asuma was lost in his fantasies, completely oblivious to the changing expression on Kurenai's face. Having grown up together, attending school and training side by side, many matters had become mere words between them. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Kurenai felt an increasing sense of unease regarding Asuma. Whether in his behavior or his current attitude, something seemed amiss. Today, Danzo's visage had even appeared on the Hokage rock, and Asuma still dared to utter such words. This left Kurenai's assessment of Asuma further diminished. Kurenai, let us dine on grilled meat. After our meal, I shall escort you home, for I need to continue my training and assist the Hokage with certain village matters. Asuma spoke with a sense of self-satisfaction. Whatever, I am Asuma. Red. I need to consult with you both regarding the situation. Just then, an incongruous voice emerged. Asuma intended to reprimand, but upon seeing the individual before him, he immediately tempered his emotions. Uchiha Shisui. The presence of an Uchiha instilled a sense of trepidation within Asuma. After all, he was acutely aware that the incident involving Sasuke might have reached the ears of the Uchiha clan. If this were to incite trouble, even his father, the third Hokage, would be unable to shield him from the consequences. Yuhi Kurenai, where were you last night? What were you doing? Is there anyone who can vouch for you? Uchiha Shisui did not pay any heed to Asuma, perceiving his emotions as rather simplistic, easily discernible. I was at home last night. My family can attest to that. Shisui, are you investigating the matter concerning Iwagane? Kurenai replied succinctly, instinctively inquiring further. Indeed, if you have any information, do not hesitate to inform me. Moreover, the village has been somewhat unsettled of late. Ensure your safety. Of course, you may always seek my protection if necessary. I can protect myself. Just as Shisui prepared to elaborate, Asuma suddenly interjected, raising his voice in fury. What nonsense is this? Even if you are the Uchiha's greatest prodigy, even with the title of Shisui of the Body Flicker, I cannot tolerate this public shaming. Yunfuri Afama. This is the responsibility of my security division. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Additionally, I have questions regarding yesterday. Before Uchiha Shisui could finish, Asuma hastily departed. So, the misunderstanding is resolved. And he still chooses to flee? Is he waiting for Shisui to expose yesterday's events before Kurenai, thereby humiliating himself? It appears Asuma has concealed certain matters. Kurenai? Has Asuma been acting unusually of late? Uchiha Shisui did not pursue Asuma, but turned to inquire. Unusual? Yes, although I cannot articulate it. He seems markedly different from the Asuma I once knew. Shisui, the barbecue restaurant ahead is quite good. Would you care to join me for lunch? Kurenai extended an invitation to Uchiha Shisui. Certainly. I have some matters to discuss with you, Kurenai. Uchiha Shisui accepted without hesitation. Thus, the two proceeded to the nearby barbecue establishment. Within the Uchiha Clan grounds, a notification chimed in Sasuke's ears as he returned from his training. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Uchiha Defense Mission 2. Sasuke stared in astonishment at the panel displaying the words completed. An exhilaration surged within him. His deployment had only just commenced, and yet he had already fulfilled the task. Indeed, the matter concerning Iwagane was orchestrated by Sasuke, though it was the formidable and charismatic Susanoo who executed the deed. In the eyes of Susanoo, the act of carving such trifles was simpler than cooking. Sasuke meticulously analyzed the task at hand. The objective was to extricate the Uchiha from the center of public opinion. The most effective method of detachment was to forge a new narrative, thus dismantling the previous one. In Konoha, what loomed largest in public discourse? Undoubtedly, it was Danzo's nefarious ambitions. Hence, this plan was conceived. To his astonishment, the effects of the purification technique were remarkably pronounced. Upon confirming the completion of the task, all information regarding the purification technique gradually permeated Sasuke's mind. This extraordinary sensation felt akin to a spiritual cleansing. Soon, this energy coalesced above Sasuke's eyes. The discomfort he previously endured from training with the Sharingan vanished in that moment. Upon opening his eyes, Sasuke discovered his vision was extraordinarily clear, as if he had imbibed a rare elixir. Could this purification technique truly eradicate such negative afflictions? Elation surged within him as he contemplated a significant revelation. The Uchiha Sharingan, upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, was afflicted by deteriorating vision. Each use inflicted irreversible damage upon his eyes. However, with the advent of this purification technique, he pondered the possibility of seeking out his estranged father. System panel. Sasuke retracted his thoughts and summoned his panel. Host, Uchiha Sasuke talent. 80, ordinary person 10, chakra, 3 cards ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, fire serpent technique, lightning release, white worm, lightning release, thunder step, lightning release taijutsu, Uchiha taijutsu beginner proficiency, Konoha taijutsu beginner proficiency jinjutsu, dream valley of souls, thicket of thorns, confusion impact, 100 turns of spirit technique items, 100 kilograms of cloud iron bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 tomo, Raijin mode. Purification technique abilities, super chakra refinement technique, chakra refinement speed 300, comprehensive evaluation, special jonin. Though his comprehensive evaluation remained that of a special jonin, Sasuke was aware that his recent training had not been in vain. Coupled with the remarkable effects of the purification technique, his overall power now far exceeded that of a jonin. The tasks that lay ahead became remarkably straightforward. It was time to stir the pot. It was essential to recognize that Danzo's greatest support lay in the root organization he had meticulously cultivated over the years. However, many of the actions taken by Danzo were met with skepticism among the members of Root. The primary reason they continued to act on his orders was due to the cursed seals he had implanted within them. Yet now, before Uchiha Sasuke, those cursed seals could be considered virtually obsolete. Are you prepared, old man Danzo? Uchiha Sasuke is about to commence a raid. With those words, Sasuke clasped the Rinnegan at his chest and infused it with chakra. 2 days later, Tawanzo sat in his home, his face etched with worry. What in the world had happened with the Uchiha clan? And what of Sarutobi? Why was he making no moves at present? As Tawanzo listened to his subordinates report the situation, his spirits sank. The once flawless plan had now encountered a significant obstacle with the Uchiha. Despite his relentless pressure, the Uchiha were still unresponsive, even more cautious than usual. Uchiha Shikaku, leading the patrol, refused to take the bait, merely uttering a few curses in response. Iwayan was still present, yet the news of the Hokage's succession remained uncommunicated. The village's discourse regarding Tawanzo had begun to shift as well. Most troubling was Tawanzo's realization that the intelligence he had been receiving had dwindled significantly over the past few days. Some members of the Root organization were entirely unreachable. The cursed seals he employed yielded no results or reactions. Under these circumstances, unease began to fester within Tawanzo. My lord, perhaps I should provoke the Uchiha clan further. If we create some disturbances in their territory, even the most patient among them may resort to violence, suggested a core member of the Root organization. They had executed similar tactics in the past, so there would be no issue in carrying this out. Moreover, it was the least costly approach. Very well, proceed. Take several individuals with you and exercise caution, Tawanzo responded, his heart still troubled. yet he offered an affirmative reply. If he could incite the Uchiha's emotions, victory in this conflict would ultimately be his. Moreover, he could not afford to halt his endeavors now. Understood, my lord, the root member replied before disappearing in an instant. In the shadows, a group of over a dozen root members gathered. Their target this time was the Uchiha. There was no need to seek out the powerful individuals. They would strike at the average clan members. Even those who had not awakened their Sharingan would suffice. Remember, our aim is to shatter the Uchiha's psychological defenses. So act swiftly. Retreat quickly. Move out. At the command of the ninja, the group vanished into the night. Given that the Uchiha clan's territory lay on the outskirts of the village, they did not bother to conceal their presence. Once they exited the core area of the village, they hastened towards the Uchiha grounds. Tonight, they would surely ignite a fire within the Uchiha. High atop a great tree, Sasuke heard the words, "Those individuals are coming again." Susanoo stood beside him, speaking calmly. "I am aware. It seems there are quite a few this time. I will have to trouble you again, Susanoo," Sasuke replied flatly. "Understood." Susanoo nodded before vanishing from sight. Sasuke then leaped down to stand at the base of the tree. "Sasuke," a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Father." Sasuke turned to see Uchiha Fugaku approaching. "We have extracted some information. Your newly awakened bloodline limit ability is indeed effective." Upon the lifting of their seals, they swiftly divulged some of Danzo's misdeeds. However, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of elation regarding Sasuke's awakening of new abilities. Yet, the intelligence received stirred a sense of concern within him, for it contained an abundance of negative information regarding Hiruzen Sarutobi. Such matters are not ours to meddle with. Father will hand over those root members to the Hokage, who will undoubtedly know how to proceed. Sasuke sensed the source of Fugaku's unease. The root, as the shadowy aspect of the Hokage, harbors numerous secrets unfit for public scrutiny. Otherwise, Shimura Danzo would not have earned the moniker of the Shadow Hokage. Let the higher-ups handle their own affairs. I have already arranged for the root members to be delivered to the Hokage. As for the forthcoming matters, Fugaku's gaze drifted towards the direction where Susanoo had vanished, and he chose not to pursue the conversation further. Sasuke refrained from disclosing Susanoo's identity, and Fugaku had no intention of inquiring. The identity of Susanoo is of little consequence at present. Moreover, a powerhouse of such caliber would have made his intentions clear had he wished harm upon the Uchiha. "Sasuke, would you consider applying for early graduation?" After a brief pause, Fugaku spoke. Although Sasuke was merely 6 years old, his prowess, intellect, and abilities had rendered the Ninja Academy unnecessary for him. Early graduation would allow Fugaku to assign Sasuke to other pursuits, facilitating his rapid growth and strength. "No, I wish to remain at the academy for now. Besides, everyone there is my comrade," Sasuke replied with a smile. The Konoha 12 are indeed exceptional ninjas, and they are all core members of their respective clans. Whether for future considerations or to aid the Uchiha in establishing relations with other clans, Sasuke felt it premature to graduate early. Naturally, endowed with the system and the memories of his past life, Sasuke had no intention of spending several years in the academy in a conventional manner. If he were to graduate, it would be in an orderly fashion. "Very well," Fugaku nodded, then vanished in an instant. He respected Sasuke's decision while needing to address other matters. Watching Fugaku depart, Sasuke began forming seals, transforming into an adult-like visage. Masked and leaning against a large tree, he awaited the returns from Mr. Susanoo. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the dungeon of the security department. In Konoha, there are 3 dungeons: the interrogation department, the security department, and the Konoha dungeon. Currently, Hiruzen found himself in the security department's dungeon, overseen by the Uchiha. Before him stood members of the root organization, now unmasked and revealing their true identities. "Mori, 3 years ago, did you not report your sacrifice? Non-national, you have surprisingly allied with the root organization. Previously, you were a member of the Umbu, and during a mission, you vanished. To my astonishment, as I gazed upon the familiar faces from years gone by, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. He had believed he possessed a sufficient understanding and control over the root organization. Even if Danzo were to execute his plans, they remained within manageable confines. Yet now, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized his error. Over the years, Danzo had stealthily removed some of the formidable individuals from his side, planting cursed seals for his own use. Given more time, would Danzo not render him completely powerless? The members of the root organization, confined within the depths of the dungeon, bowed their heads before Sarutobi Hiruzen. They had made their choices, some willingly, others under duress. However, throughout these years, they had indeed existed as members of Root, participating in tasks that contradicted their true convictions. They had confessed to these actions under interrogation by the security department. Even if deemed sinners, one cannot repeatedly confess to the same transgression. Lord Hokage, I believe we should restore their identities and allow them to continue as ninjas of Konoha, proposed Uchiha Shursui. It is essential to recognize that ninjas who caught Danzo's attention were undoubtedly not lacking in strength. To keep them imprisoned in the dungeon would be a significant loss for Konoha. Is this truly your sentiment? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, astonished as he turned to Uchiha Shursui. Logically, the Uchiha clan's disdain for these ninjas would run deeper than his own. Almost a quarter of the confessions concerned actions against the Uchiha. Yet, Uchiha Shursui voiced such opinions. This is not solely my will, but also the will of the Uchiha clan. If we allow hatred to perpetuate, it shall never cease. We, the Uchiha, are willing to become the terminus of this enmity. We can endure it. Uchiha Shursui declared proudly. Even the two Uchiha members behind him lifted their heads, their faces adorned with pride. Indeed, this was the spirit and responsibility of a great clan. For the first time, the Uchiha felt a sense of honor in such matters. Very well. It seems that Minister Fugaku has imparted profound teachings to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged, gesturing towards the individuals before him. I shall take them with me. Agreed. Uchiha Shursui retrieved the key, unlocked the cell, and released the seals on their powers. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately led the individuals away. However, as they departed, the glances directed towards the Uchiha shifted subtly, tinged with astonishment and a hint of gratitude. Lord Hokage, are you preparing to take them away? There are still a few here. The Root members who came to my Uchiha clan's territory tonight have already been interrogated. Moreover, the cursed seal has been lifted. Would you like to leave together? As Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to depart, he fortuitously encountered Uchiha Nagasawa, who had come with others. Let us go together. Observing familiar faces stirred a sense of nostalgia within Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet he ultimately resolved to take everyone with him. The following noon, Danzo paced restlessly within his courtyard, increasingly plagued by anxiety. A night had passed, yet there was no sign of activity. Setting aside the lack of response from the Uchiha, one of the members he had dispatched from the Root organization. Most alarmingly, no member of the Root organization had come to report to him that day. Such circumstances surely indicated something had gone awry. Based on recent events, Danzo dreaded the most unfortunate conclusion, that something had indeed befallen the Root members. Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your presence, announced a member of the Umbu, accompanied by a dozen of Sarutobi Hiruzen's elite guards. Clearly, he had no choice but to comply. Understood. Danzo replied grimly, adjusting his attire before following the Umbu away from his abode. It was not until deep into the night that Danzo finally emerged from the Hokage's office. Though he was unaware of what Sarutobi Hiruzen had conveyed to him, the disheveled state in which he departed spoke volumes of the unsatisfactory experience he had endured with the third Hokage. On that very night, the rock Yin was also dismantled, reportedly at Danzo's own hand. Of course, Sasuke cared little for such matters. At that moment, he was engrossed in grilling meat, while Naruto, training alongside Kakashi, was asked by Lee, "Did you have any special experiences?" Indeed, Naruto and Kakashi had returned to the village, promptly inviting everyone to join them for a barbecue. There wasn't anything particularly special about the training. We merely observed life outside the village and engaged in some physical conditioning. To be honest, I do miss the training within the village, Sasuke remarked. Without waiting for Naruto to finish, Sasuke summoned a small white insect which burrowed into Naruto's body, causing him to twitch and interrupt his speech. Indeed, this form of training suits me much better, Sasuke noted, relishing the moment as Naruto grimaced but smiled nonetheless. Everyone, do you have any thoughts about graduating early? At that juncture, Sasuke set down his chopsticks, gazing earnestly at those gathered. Graduate early? Skip a grade? But we're only first-year students. According to the rules of the Ninja Academy, if we could master the 3 fundamental techniques and pass the theoretical examination, early graduation would indeed be possible. That sounds rather troublesome. Troublesome? It sounds rather cool, doesn't it? Even Kakashi-sensei graduated early. The group erupted into animated chatter. Sasuke, are you planning to graduate early? Hinata Niji inquired, a hint of determination glimmering in his Byakugan eyes. Yes, in truth, The knowledge we can acquire at the Ninja Academy is rather limited. Within our clans, I believe you have already been exposed to much of this beforehand. Thus, graduating early and venturing beyond the village seems prudent. Practical combat is the most effective training for enhancing our abilities. As Sasuke spoke, a powerful chakra surged forth from him. He passed. I have already mastered the body flicker technique, and Kakashi-sensei has imparted additional jutsu upon me. However, when it comes to academic subjects, Naruto felt somewhat awkward. He was more than willing to train with all his might, but the thought of exerting himself equally in his studies felt daunting. While the academic aspect may not pose significant issues, the real concern lies in the assignment of a guiding jonin should we graduate early. With so many of us graduating simultaneously, the arrangements made by the higher-ups may be quite challenging. Shikamaru spoke slowly. Kakashi-sensei mentioned that once I graduate, he will be my guiding jonin. Naruto beamed with pride. And Gai-sensei has also expressed his willingness to be my guiding jonin, Lee added. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, the current trajectory has diverged from the original storyline. Naruto and Sasuke will likely continue their training under Kakashi's guidance. As for the other individual, with Sasuke present, it certainly will not be Sakura. What about the rest? Asuma, involved in this matter, will likely face reprimand from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, the Ino-Shikacho trio will not be abandoned by Sarutobi. It is highly probable that Asuma will remain their guiding jonin. Kurenai has noticed that Sasuke has been spending more time with Shursui, which raises other questions. With Lee around, Guy will surely strive to assume the role of guiding jonin. By the way, I too, from the Uchiha clan, should have a guiding jonin. With this thought, Sasuke began to entertain various ideas. However, the matter of the guiding jonin is beyond our control. What we must focus on is the targeted enhancement of our abilities. Naruto, your upcoming training will primarily revolve around mastering chakra and academic subjects. The rest of us should concentrate on improving our physical condition and accumulating combat experience. Sasuke articulated the plans ahead, clearly emerging as the leader among the 12. The gathering continued well into the evening. As Naruto gazed at his empty wallet, he felt a wave of despair. After painstakingly saving for so long, he had hoped to have some funds left over, yet it was far from sufficient. These guys could eat an astonishing amount. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who provided the remaining money. Otherwise, Naruto would have been unable to leave the barbecue restaurant. Naruto, are you aware of what lies within you? Sasuke lowered his voice and began to speak slowly from the swing outside the training field. Since Sarutobi has chosen Kakashi as Naruto's temporary guardian, it stands to reason that Kakashi must already be aware of Naruto's true identity. Naturally, the matter of Naruto being the son of the Nine Tails would also arise. Kakashi will likely inform Naruto of this. One tihi? Naruto nodded, lifting his shirt. The seal on his abdomen was a harrowing sight, especially for a child of not yet 6 years. The glaring mark left Sasuke momentarily stunned. What astonished Sasuke was that Kakashi had actually chosen to reveal the seal on Naruto's belly. Did Sasuke know about it? Naruto curiously stared at Sasuke. For Kakashi-sensei had mentioned that it was a secret, one he should not divulge to others. To Naruto, Sasuke was certainly not just anyone. He was his closest friend. A friend, after all, is not to be deceived. For I too harbor a secret. Upon finishing his thought, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. The three tomo swirling ominously beneath the moonlight. The crimson pupils, encircled by the three tomo, sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. Is this how you learned of the entity residing within me? Naruto quickly adjusted his mindset. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, held its own form of monstrosity, yet the true monster dwelled within him. Should Naruto attempt to communicate with it? Sasuke inquired with a smile. This idea had been brewing in Sasuke's mind since he activated his Sharingan. Introducing Naruto to the Nine Tails early on would yield favorable results for their forthcoming plans. Only someone with Naruto's inherent solar disposition could possibly influence the dark nature of the Nine Tails. Could he? Naruto's body trembled slightly. Despite knowing that the beast within him was the Nine Tails, and having coexisted with it for so long, the prospect of confronting it still filled his heart with trepidation. Fear. He acknowledged it, yet it was an inevitability he must face. The tailed beast within him. Did Kakashi-sensei not explain its significance? Sasuke prompted again. Jinchuriki. Naruto clenched his teeth, uttering those 3 words. Indeed, it was precisely this reality that had led to his lifelong alienation. The village children shunned him, while the adults regarded him with disdain. their venomous words leaving no room for doubt. Even a sunny disposition like Naruto's could feel the weight of such rejection. Were it not for his friendship with Sasuke, his bond with Kakashi-sensei as a mentor, and the companionship of those around him, he wondered how much longer he could endure such a life. You have me. Sasuke reached out, grasping Naruto's hand. While motivational words might not resonate well with most, they struck a chord with Naruto, delivering a profound impact. Yes, I want to see it. Naruto emphatically nodded. Indeed, he was no longer alone. What was there to fear? With friends by his side, the nightmares of the past would no longer haunt him. All right, now, gaze into my eyes, and I shall lead you to it. Upon concluding his statement, Sasuke's three tomo began to whirl within his gaze. Illusion, endless void. He unleashed the most formidable jinjutsu he currently wielded, instantly drawing Naruto into the boundless realm of illusion. Simultaneously, Sasuke's consciousness followed suit. In this ethereal domain, the possibilities were abundant. For instance, he could directly transport Naruto into his inner world. As the surroundings shifted, Sasuke and Naruto found themselves standing upon a pool of water. Before them loomed an imposing gate. The seals adorning the gate were exceptionally robust. Despite the formidable seals, both Sasuke and Naruto could sense the terrifying pressure of chakra emanating from within the gate. Here, a resounding thud reverberated. Just as Naruto was engulfed in confusion, a colossal hand struck the gate. Could this be the Nine Tails? The immense figure exuded a terrifying and malevolent chakra, with its crimson vertical pupils radiating an aura of death. Merely a glance rendered both of them rigid with fear. The oppressive force was far beyond what they could endure at that moment. This is bad. Have we arrived too early? Sasuke felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The magnitude of this pressure was something their current wills could scarcely withstand. How formidable! At that instant, Naruto, who had been trembling, suddenly uttered two words. As he spoke, his body ceased to shake, and he began to stride purposefully towards the location of the Nine Tails. Observing Naruto's approach, Sasuke remained composed, knowing that it was not Naruto's will that propelled him forward, but rather the influence of the Nine Tails chakra. Within the Nine Tails chakra resided an abundance of negative energy, and Naruto was particularly susceptible to such emotions. A mere hint of provocation could significantly amplify the darkness within him. Am I also being influenced? At that moment, Sasuke felt a jolt. His clarity returned instantly, and he sprinted towards Naruto, seizing his hand. Naruto. Sasuke projected his mental energy, calling out fervently. At this juncture, Naruto slowly turned around. The terrifying vertical red eyes met Sasuke's gaze. Thud. Without hesitation, Naruto launched an attack against Sasuke. The markings on his face had become even more pronounced, his fangs bared, and his strength and aura had reached unprecedented heights. Faced with Naruto's assault in this state, even Sasuke was sent flying a considerable distance. Have we already succumbed to control? The Nine Tails truly presents a formidable challenge. Sasuke raised his fingers, his Sharingan's tomo spinning rapidly, and a frightening ocular power unfurled. Meanwhile, Naruto's back began to surge with an overwhelming chakra. The power of the Nine Tails was gradually manifesting. It appears that the endless void of space allows the Nine Tails to project its consciousness. Nine Tails, let us engage. I, Uchiha Sasuke, hereby issue you a challenge today. Should I emerge victorious, we shall converse in peace. Upon uttering these words, Sasuke's body began to emanate with electric energy, while the dispersion of his ocular power rendered the surrounding space more stable. Little brat, if you lose, you shall remain here to keep me company. The Nine Tails' mocking voice echoed. The Sharingan. It was a sight the Nine Tails was well acquainted with. This pair of eyes had caused it considerable distress in the past. Now, sealed within the body of a mere child, it was due to the actions of the Uchiha clan. The audacity of a child to challenge it was indeed intriguing. Come forth. Lightning release, lightning serpent, Sasuke declared, unleashing a torrent of lightning. The colossal serpent ensnared Naruto, while Sasuke charged forward, crackling with electricity. With a burst, Naruto's body was enveloped in a layer of Nine Tails chakra, his hands transforming into chakra claws that swiftly extinguished Sasuke's lightning serpent. The collision was thunderous as the red chakra of the Nine Tails clashed against the blue of Sasuke's lightning. With the power of the Nine Tails coursing through him, Naruto experienced a significant enhancement in speed and strength, and within this illusionary realm, he need not fear his body's limitations. Moreover, his consciousness was now under the Nine Tails' control, alleviating any concerns. This augmentation propelled him to a level of strength comparable to Sasuke's. One must admit, the Chosen One was indeed exceptional. This external advantage was formidable. As the two engaged in fierce combat, the Ninetales gradually began to regard Sasuke with greater seriousness. Initially, it perceived him as an inconsequential child, but now it recognized a chilling reality. Sasuke had attained the ability to confront it through his own strength, and he was capable of battling alongside Naruto, who wielded the chakra of the Ninetales. Was this individual a monster? As the image of Uchiha Sasuke battling unfolded before the Ninetales, a familiar figure surfaced in its memory, Uchiha Madara, beast. Suddenly, an echo of a well-known voice reverberated through the Ninetales' recollections, intensifying its rage and amplifying its chakra output. This surge further augmented Naruto's power and speed. While Sasuke began to feel the strain, what was the Ninetales plotting? Was it intent on compelling Naruto to enter the Ninetales mode? Sasuke felt a twinge of anxiety. After fending off Naruto's two assaults, he leveraged the momentum to retreat to a distance. I'm afraid our battle must conclude here. Ninetales, you seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. This is my endless void. Upon declaring this, Sasuke raised a finger, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, while the water beneath Naruto morphed into a pitch-black abyss. Emerging were black tendrils that enveloped Naruto entirely. Ninetales, by our next encounter, I should have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. I hope that by then, you still possess the ability to resist. And this time, you have lost. With those words, Sasuke summoned an infinite void, drawing Naruto into the abyss and severing his connection with the Ninetales. Within this endless emptiness, Sasuke wielded his mental prowess to forcibly disconnect Naruto from the beast. Although it was not a decisive victory, the outcome sufficed. Damn Uchiha, he muttered. It seems that no matter when, I can never warm to your clan. The Ninetales, though furious, could only seethe in impotent rage, constrained by its sealed state. Ninetales, I understand your true nature, and I do not perceive you as a mere monster. As the foremost of tailed beasts, perhaps you can grasp my meaning. When we meet again, I shall face your challenge with my own strength. And Naruto, this fellow genuinely desires to be your friend. Upon finishing his declaration, Sasuke dissolved the infinite void and returned to reality. Observing Sasuke's departure, the Ninetales fell into silence. What exactly was that boy implying? To be friends with him? He chuckled, bemused by the youthful naivety. In the realm of reality, Sasuke gazed at the unconscious Naruto and hoisted him onto his back, making his way to Naruto's residence. Although Kakashi had assumed the role of Naruto's temporary guardian, Naruto still resided there. Once he laid Naruto down, Kakashi arrived. Let us rest here for the night, he said calmly, regarding Sasuke. During this time, he had learned a portion of the tale regarding Uchiha Sasuke from Naruto. In Kakashi's eyes, Sasuke was a prodigy even more remarkable than Obito, naturally earning a semblance of closeness. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I am more than willing to stay. Just as Sasuke was about to politely decline, a system task manifested before him. Well, I didn't expect tasks could also refresh here at Kakashi's place.